The sun had already set and darkness blanketed all underneath the sky. A lone human walked the winter-touched road. Snow was falling earlier that day, albeit lighty, unlike the snowstorm barely a few days ago. Lately, the weather had been whimsical, which meant that it wasn't the ideal time for anyone to be traveling. The weather's respite from its angry tantrum was one of the reasons the man kept walking after nightfall. His visage was hidden under a black cloak. The area of his face was darkened by the shadow of his hood, and nighttime for twice the effect, just the way he liked it. He exhaled white breath in the rhythm of a tired person. Long had he traveled, and there was still quite the distance between him and his destination. You know what this is? This is a call to adventure. It is a cosmic force as mighty as the power of creation. Why, it's the beginning of most epics. Now we're out of our little corner of the world, ready to fly to the sky and chase stars. A catastrophe that fell on our town is the shout of destiny telling us to set off. Mark my words, friends, wonders and miracles will be laid at our feet, whether they are good or bad. The man said to no one in particular, seemingly conversing with himself. Usually an adventure ends after saving the world or something similar. Here's what I say. If the world needs someone like me to save it, then Mr. World has messed up. Saving the world is a hero's gig, and I'm most certainly not one. His voice was young, a teenager around 16 years old. See, before I got this thing, taking over the world wasn't in my agenda. Now, though, it certainly is on the table just for the experience of it. A few years as king of the world. It will be interesting, don't you girls think? The journeyer paused his sentence, as if waiting for an answer from the void. I hear ya, almost all evil overlords take world domination as their reason for existence. Most of them fail, slain by heroes or by their own stupidity. Among those who succeed, well, 90 of them in the end are ultimately vanquished, after years or decades or 1,000 years of darkness. A kid will pull a magic sword from stone, or the son of a farmer will somehow thwart your grand plan of wiping away all life, or your distant descendant with a bleeding heart of empathy shall obliterate your source of evil power and call it redemption. The youth stopped walking for a second and turned his face upwards to the sky. Villains who achieve true success are very rare. I do not think I'm invincible, so death might be what's waiting for me in the end, he muttered before making another step forward. But young kittens, I have something most villains don't. What sets me apart from them, my friends of little faith, is that I have the infamous evil overlord list. A list of 100 ways about how to avoid the doom of many common villains. Of course, you never heard of it. It only shows itself to the worthy. The youth chuckled before continuing. And that list is only one of many arsenals that I have. The seemingly self-talking served as a distraction from his weary body and lifted his spirit somewhat. Curious enough to finally ask, are you? Stick with me long enough and you'll find out eventually, but I'm feeling generous, so I'll tell you one of them. Rule 35, I will not grow a goatee. Yes, I kid you not. That's real. The reason you failed to see its importance is because you're unlearned in the ways of the fable. He allowed petty amusement to come to him as he waited for their response. That's the interesting part. We'll find out ourselves, he smiled lightly. Enough talk about that. I'm just saying I might do world domination in the future. It's not something I'm gonna do immediately. Stop making a fuss. In my opinion, the journey is more important than the destination. So let's make the most of our time here, shall we? Let's see 30.28 now, the youth muttered while in deep thought. His legs were on autopilot. He used neither torch nor lantern to light his way. Celestial objects in the sky provided him with adequate illumination so far, but it might change shortly. The sky was becoming increasingly cloudy as the night deepened. Even though the youth had higher physical strength than the common human, the elements had taken a toll on his body after days on the road. The exhaustion assaulting his body made him sigh a long and deep white breath that faded in the wind. Looks like rough weather is coming, the youth said dejectedly after seeing the clouds thickening and the wind gradually getting stronger. The weather changed as it pleased, without caring about the feelings of any life affected by its alteration. The youth cursed as he walked because what more could he do? Gritting his teeth and accepting the situation didn't lessen his hate for the sudden proto-blizzard. About 10 minutes later, when he started to seriously consider seeking shelter because it started to become unwise to press on, the youth stopped in his tracks and looked behind him. An orange light, coming towards him while swaying left and right a bit. As it got closer, the youth saw a horse pulling a wooden cart driven by a skinny man. He was in his early 20s wearing a thick fur overcoat and something similar to a trapper hat. Stopping the horse near the youth, the driver took a lantern hanging next to him and shined some light upon the black-clothed youth. Evening. Thought you were a ghost or something for a second back there. You all right there, kid? Asked the driver. Aye, you look like you have seen better days. The driver eyed him for a few seconds before asking. Hop on if you like, the blizzard is getting stronger. We better find some shelter quick, the driver spoke while gesturing to the carriage with his chin. The youth was taken aback by the offer. Truly, to be honest, I'm in quite a bind, so your offer is a godsend. Makes no difference to me, the driver replied. Get on fast, will ya? It's freezing and I don't want to be out here a second more than necessary, the driver said with an impatient tone. Then I'll take up your kind offer. The youth climbed up the coverless cart. He shared the place with a couple of boxes and barrels. It was a bit cramped, but he didn't complain after getting a free ride. There's a shack nearby, we can go there and rest for the night, the driver said and cracked the horse's rein. The horse briskly trotted forward. Ah, how convenient. Must be my lucky day then, the youth smiled. Right you are, kiddo, right you are. Both didn't talk more after that, each minding their own business. Just as the driver said, there really was a shack, although a bit away from the road. Only 15 minutes or so had passed before the duo reached it. Rundown, but better than nothing. At least there wasn't a hole on the roof. A roofed stable stood nearby. There she is. Ain't she an old beauty? Looks like it's unoccupied. We're in luck. Go in first while I'm settling the horse. The youth didn't argue. Slowly, the youth approached the shack. He pushed the door lightly and found it wasn't locked. The inside was barren. There wasn't even a chair or a table. Only a wooden floor with a hearth in the center and some firewood at the edge of the room. It seemed there were 2 straw beds as furniture in the past, but it was too derelict now and unfit to use. There were signs of people using this place in the last few days. At least it's dry here, the youth thought. After he had looked around the room, the youth placed his backpack nearby and started to make a fire. He unequipped his weapon, a sword, from his waist and put it on the floor nearby. He kept the sword close, no more than an arm's length away from him. As the fire ignited, the driver came inside while shaking off the snow, hugging his clothes near the entrance. Got something to chase away the cold, he said while carrying a small metal pot and a small bag. Won't fill our stomach to the brim, but better than nothing, the skinny man smiled. The youth took off his cloak and showed his chubby face and young countenance. His hair was cut very short, only a few centimeters. He sipped a drink from his waterskin bag. The water was cold, but he felt thankful it wasn't frozen. The driver warmed his hands on the fire for a while before preparing to boil some soup. They both smiled at each other for the prospect of a warm meal. As their body temperature rose to a comfortable level, they became more cordial. You saved me a great deal of trouble, sir. May the goddess bless you, the youth said. Haha, it's nothing. Want some? The skinny man offered the youth an alcoholic drink which he refused. So what's your name, kid? And what's your doing traveling so late? Ah, let me introduce myself. I'm Cain of pleased to meet you, the youth said. Long story short, I ran away from home. Arnold, at your service of The driver cocked his head slightly. It's a village where I come from, sir. It's a small village near the Horal Forest in the south. I'm not surprised you don't know about it. I want to register as an adventurer at the guild, but the distance is longer than I thought, Cain said while scratching his head. Adventurer, I also had a similar dream a few years ago. Wish you luck, boy. Arnold gave him a thumbs up. Cain nodded strongly. What's your occupation, Mr. Arnold? Me? I'm a humble merchant. I have a small shop in Makash town, which I assume is your destination, considering where I found you. Arnold stirred the soup. Cain gave him a gesture of affirmation before asking him another question. This shack is yours. Not exactly. I'm part of a merchant's collective. We built a few rest spots just like this shack around major roads. It proved invaluable during harsh weather such as this. Cain agreed. Very wise, eyes reflecting his deep consideration. There's a sudden business opportunity for good coins, so I have to procure supplies from the next town. I hope the weather is clear by morning or I'll lose money. Gahaha. Arnold laughed positively. Man of opportunity, aren't you? Cheers to that. Cain raised his waterskin bag. May fortune come to us both. I'll drink to that. The soup's done, Arnold said while reaching for the nearby bowl. I'll let me help with that. It's the least I can do. Cain rose to his feet. With a swift and practiced movement, he grabbed the handle of his sword next to him and unsheathed it like a flash of lightning. Arnold's head dropped from his neck. His friendly and cordial expression was frozen in time. The neck spurted a gush of blood and some went into the soup. Without delay, Cain stabbed the headless body's heart. For a few seconds, he looked down on the corpse with a stare colder than the raging blizzard outside, confirming his kill. He knelt before Arnold's head and whispered softly with an ominous tone, "Want to know a secret? I see dead people." Why? You're seriously asking why? That guy is shady as fuck and he brought me to a place full of death. Must I wait until I ate the most likely poisoned soup and be at his mercy before killing him? I think not. Cain started to speak to himself again. So you girls can't see that. Okay, we learn new things every day. Cain wiped his bloody sword with Arnold's clothes. If that was even his real name, the youth thought. Yes, I know he can't hear me tough talk him after I beheaded him. The line is not for him, but for me. Never use a primordium one-liner. It's challenging fate to end you before you kill your opponent. That is number 6 on that hallowed list I mentioned. Cain sheathed his sword and relaxed. Well, kittens, people die if they are killed, looking pleased and somewhat smug as he said that. No more than 2 heartbeats later, he was stabbed from the back. GHHRG. A dagger pierced his heart and the tip could be seen coming out from his chest. Panic and confusion were in his eyes. The pain impeded effective thinking. Before he could mount a response, a whisper came to accompany him before he went on a journey to the afterlife. Die, mad boy. The assailant pulled his dagger and Cain fell face first to the floor. Blood flowed from the wound like water from a leaky bag. Demetrius didn't know what went wrong tonight. He was waiting for his apprentice to come with supplies before going together on a mission. Years on the field made him have a certain habit other people might find peculiar. Demetrius was more comfortable staying hidden in the shadows rather than walking under daylight, which he demonstrated tonight, despite being alone in a rundown shack under snowy weather. When his apprentice came with another pathseeker, Demetrius knew what Tarakai was planning. Like a hunter stumbled upon a game and decided to make it tonight's dinner, his apprentice led the unfortunate chubby youth into the jaws of death. Demetrius didn't lend a hand or intervene. This was Tarakai's show, and he would stay a spectator until the end. Silently, he remained seated at the edge of the room without emitting any sign of life. His breath was as silent as the grave and his heartbeats were as soft as falling feathers, a bodily feat he achieved after years of training with the ravens. Demetrius remained still inside the shack and invisible to the naked eye by using his trusted art. The youth went inside the shack first and failed to detect anything. As it should be, Demetrius thought, because he was a level 1 and the youth was a level 0 pathseeker. Demetrius was confident his technique would fool someone on the same level as himself, let alone this naive and fat fawn. Okay, not so naive then, Demetrius thought. The youth remained vigilant, his sword stayed within an arm's reach, and he never showed his back to Tarakai. Nice sword though, I can tell even from just the hilt. Did my apprentice find a descendant of blessed birth dreaming of slaying monsters and saving princesses? Demetrius mused. Demetrius suspected the boy, who introduced himself as Cain of Ur, would not touch the soup Tarakai was making. At least the boy isn't a complete idiot who trusts a stranger he just met. Well, what's your next move, apprentice? Creating an opportunity to launch an assassination is an important skill. If no opening can be found, retreating to find a better occasion later is also a valid option. Demetrius watched the performance of his ward like a teacher grading a test paper. If Tarakai messed up and this turned into a fight, Demetrius wouldn't help Tarakai but wouldn't let him die either. Experiencing the sting of failure was one of the better ways to learn, Demetrius thought. Then the boy separated his apprentice's head from the rest of his body. Demetrius' vision went black for a moment. He couldn't believe what he just saw. The boy's slash was so quick and without hesitation whatsoever. It had the decisiveness of a lightning strike from the sky. What was more unbelievable, he didn't show any sign of killing intent until the very last moment. By then, even if Demetrius wanted to react to save Tarakai's life, it was already too late. Why, you're seriously asking why? The boy started to speak and Demetrius' heart skipped a beat. He thought that his cover was blown and the boy was addressing him. Hells and damnations. Is this boy actually an expert? Did my apprentice think he found a fat chicken to skin, but it turns out to be a Babadoa dragon? Am I going to die tonight? 1,000 panicked thoughts flashed inside Demetrius' brain. He was carefully picking his next actions that wouldn't make this expert in weakling's skin kill him like an afterthought when the boy spoke again. So you girls can't see that. A few moments later, his fears proved false. The boy started talking to himself about topics unknown to him. He concluded Tarakai was just unlucky meeting a rabid dog. Demetrius couldn't save his apprentice, but he could still do him justice. So the assassin stabbed the youth in the back. In the same decisiveness Cain of Ur bestowed upon his apprentice. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. Die, mad boy, Demetrius whispered to the soon-to-be departed. This wasn't the first time he stabbed a heart, so he didn't make a mistake impaling Cain's beating organ. It was a fatal blow. Demetrius pulled out the knife with a yank, and the chubby boy's body fell like a puppet with its strings cut. He didn't pay any more attention to his victim and hurried to his apprentice instead. Tarakai was beheaded and stabbed through the heart. Even a child would know with one glance that he was no longer alive, let alone an experienced assassin like Demetrius, but human feelings were a mysterious thing. He approached the body and knelt before it. It wasn't supposed to be this way, Demetrius weakly said. A gush of sadness and regret hit him like rushing water from an open dam. In that moment of weakness, Demetrius failed to prevent a sudden chokehold on him. Ack! Someone choked him from the back. Cain strangled him with his left arm. While a rear naked choke needed 2 arms to perform, his other hand was occupied. Cain held a knife in reverse grip with his right hand and thrust it to Demetrius' chest from the front with a vengeance. Despite the fatal wound, Cain of Ur was standing once again. The revenge stab he delivered to his assailant was less deadly than he wanted because of his injury. A hole in one's chest wasn't exactly something one just walked off. Cain wanted to perform the stab multiple times, but Demetrius broke free before he could strike a second time. Demetrius had a hole in his left lung, but he struggled and freed himself from Cain's hold. After he had taken some distance, Demetrius viewed Cain with eyes full of disbelief. How? He rasped, voice like scraped wood. You should be dead, Demetrius screamed. His hand was on his chest, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. Kane's mouth was open for a second before he changed his mind and closed it tight. His answer was a steel-cold killing intent on the man in front of him. Kane's injury did not miraculously heal, and while his condition was far from ideal, he was not helpless. Gone was the flippant demeanor he showed earlier. His very being was in a kill-or-be-killed mode. Kane attacked first, wanting to capitalize on Demetrius' initial disorientation. However, the man was not a greenhorn. Demetrius parried Kane's blade with his dagger. He picked a second dagger with his left hand and thrust it to Kane's neck. In response, Kane jumped back, but even in retreat he attacked. From Kane's sword, he slashed 3 times in the air and 3 blades of water rushed toward Demetrius. Water slash, so he's the same as me, a water pathseeker, Demetrius thought. He parried the water blades and launched a counterattack. Water javelin, Demetrius shouted. A 2 meters long javelin made of water materialized and attacked Kane. In response, Kane ducked, but the dodge was too close for comfort. The sound when the javelin pierced the air felt like a brush with death. The javelin went through the shack's wall and disappeared outside. A strong enemy, not the time to hold back. Kane wiped the red on his lips before attacking again with thick killing intent and boiling blood. Even though he was still hurting from his injury, Kane decided to fight with full power. He allowed magic to course through his veins, heightening his body capability. Kane dashed forward. The initial step made the wooden floor crack. In a flash, he appeared in front of Demetrius and swung his sword down in the fullness of his physical might. Anticipating close-quarter combat, Demetrius also strengthened his body with magic before meeting Kane's overhead slash with both of his daggers. The impact was heavier than he thought. His arms felt numb as if they were struck with a metal bat. One of his knees touched the floor, fracturing the rundown wooden floor. What? Demetrius was once again taken aback. His opponent was stronger than he expected. He coughed a mouthful of blood. A hole in his lung made breathing difficult. He already applied magical first aid, but it didn't heal him completely. You're a level 1, shit. Still in locked weapons, Demetrius cursed Kane in the face. This bugger hid his true strength. Hells and damnations. Kane proved harder to kill than he thought, so the assassin felt the need to adjust his strategy. They were both level 1 and both had water elemental affinity. Fighting another with the same element was inefficient. They both were resistant against each other's attack, which could lead to a drawn-out fight, and every pathseeker worth their salt wisely avoided such a thing. One way to solve this dilemma was to use non-elemental arts or physical attacks. They both had the means. Steel in their hands could kill a man, whether said steel was magical or not. Pathseekers were in the end still mortals. But is it wise to continue the battle? Demetrius weighted the merit and demerit in his head. He didn't know how Kane was still alive, and fighting well, despite his heart being stabbed less than 2 minutes ago. Meanwhile, his own injury needed tending immediately. The first aid allowed him to be temporarily in a fighting fit, but it wouldn't last long. Should he get bogged down, he would simply die. Demetrius realized this, which was why he changed his objective to retreat. Shredding water needles, Demetrius gritted his teeth and cast a wide effect art with considerable power. I will run while he is defending against the water needles, the assassin thought. Just like the art's name, 100 liquid needles appeared near the caster. Each of them had the length and thickness of a pen. Demetrius had once killed a rhino monster famous for its thick hide with this art. He had full confidence Kane would be too busy defending himself, which would give him the opening to retreat. In response to Demetrius' magical needles, Kane cast a defensive art of his own. His body was covered with a membrane of protective water from head to toe. That is water barrier art, the most basic of basic. Such a flimsy barrier will not be able to guard against my shredding water needles. Even with elemental resistance, the sheer force of the needles would severely injure him. Demetrius felt 70% assurance that he had won. Demetrius noticed that Kane's water barrier had a green shimmer on it, but didn't pay too much attention to such a minor thing. After building his defenses, Kane charged forward like a rushing bull. His face was like stone, which made reading his thoughts difficult. Die, the assassin snarled. This fight was no longer about his pupil, but about survival. Demetrius willed his art to attack. The water needles rushed forward with the speed of a nail shot from a nail gun. A normal human would be reduced to shreds if such an art hit them. It was no different than 100 crossbow bolts shooting at the same time, making a wall of piercing death. Kane met such a wall head-on, and the water needles burst apart in splashes of water. Kane was like a tank charging through a barricade of sharp wooden branches. Not even a single needle managed to pierce his barrier. Impossible. Demetrius had a face of half denial and half terror. Kane had no regard whatsoever for Demetrius' state. Riding the momentum of his rush, he tackled Demetrius with his shoulder. Arrig, Kane's charge was no ordinary one. Demetrius was hit with the force of a giant boulder rolling down a hill and was sent flying. The wooden wall of the beat-up shack was incapable of containing such force, so the man was thrown outside accompanied with 100 broken wood splinters. But Kane was not done. After his shoulder made a satisfying contact, While Demetrius was getting thrown away, Cain grabbed Demetrius' wrist with his left hand. A fierce glint flashed in Cain's eyes, and while Demetrius' right hand was outstretched, Cain unleashed a savage downward slash. Like a butcher's cleaver cutting through bone, Cain split apart Demetrius' arm near the elbow. As a parting gift, Cain kicked the man in the stomach, sending him out with even more force than before. It all happened almost in the blink of an eye. After getting tackled, Demetrius rolled on the snow outside, creating trails of blood from his chest and the place where his arm used to be. Most men would need some time to think, to make sense of what happened, of what they should do next. Demetrius, despite his spinning head and burning pain on his two major injuries, forced his battered body to move. A wise decision, for Cain was not letting up his aggression. Now that he dealt major damage on Demetrius, Cain was no different than a predator aiming at its prey's jugular, utterly merciless. Cain followed Demetrius to the outside, jumping out from the newly created hole. His barrier of water was no longer active. Other than the first backstab, he had no other injury. Cain's breathing was rough. He didn't fight for long, but it was intense. The wound had also taken its toll. He knew he couldn't keep fighting for long and wanted to finish the fight as soon as possible. He found the man down on a patch of snow not far from him, unarmed. Demetrius' two daggers had fallen a while back, so Cain sprinted toward him with the intent of ending his life. He had no qualms about attacking a downed man or an unarmed one. All the adrenaline from fighting made him have tunnel vision. In his intense desire to kill, unbeknownst to him, Cain had fallen into a state of bloodlust. Arg, Demetrius grunted. The bruises from the tackle made his muscles ache. On the contrary to Cain, despite being on the back foot, Demetrius remained cool-headed. Using his only good arm, the assassin took something from inside his clothes and threw the object to his enemy. Because Cain was charging, the object seemed faster than it was. When he could see it, the object was already in front of his face. It was a bead with swirling yellow lightning inside it. Then it exploded with the force of a hand grenade. Lightning erupted in the area, enveloping Cain in the elemental wrath. Demetrius was not too far from the scene of detonation, so the blinding flash and rumbling thunderclap reached him almost at the same time. The blast threw him backward along with snow and wind. For a moment the world seemed silent. Got him. Demetrius heaved a sigh of relief. He ate a thunder bead to the face. No level 1 can survive that. His ears were ringing unpleasantly. Demetrius rapidly blinked his eyes in an effort to quickly recover his eyes from the flash blind. It wasn't perfect, but in a few seconds his eyes recovered enough to see his enemy. He could only see the silhouette of Cain inside a cloud of smoke and snow. The shadow was unmoving and deathly still at first. Then it moved. Demetrius saw the shadow take a step forward, and the sight filled him with dread. It was common sense that a level 1 water pathseeker would be dead if struck with the thunder bead head-on, but Cain wasn't dead. That meant Cain wasn't ordinary, and it was very bad news for him. I must get out of here. He's too strange. Demetrius renewed his desire to flee. Earlier he wanted to run because the fight was unfavorable to him. Now, because in all his life the threat of death was never more real. Throwing all else to the wind, Demetrius bolted toward the trees. His posture was unseemly because he prioritized speed above all else. The crisis alarm in his head was blaring non-stop. Like a death knell, Demetrius heard a sound from behind him, the grudge. Demetrius felt a chill that traveled through his spine from the hips all the way to the back of his neck. It was a different coldness from the frost all around him, something more primal. His limbs felt heavy as if they turned to lead. He was already short of breath since earlier, but somehow it gradually became harder to breathe. Demetrius felt a tug on his foot. He looked down and saw a hand, a wispy hand as if made of smoke. It came out from the ground, a hand made entirely of bones. His surprise was cut short. Tens of skeletal hands burst out from the ground and grabbed his body. They gripped his foot, trousers, belt, cloak, anything they could latch their hands on. The hands didn't disturb the snow or dirt from the ground, as if they were only illusions. But Demetrius felt the skeletal touch of the hands and convinced he was not imagining things. Ah! The assassin panicked and strode forward, breaking the smoke like skeleton hands. To his surprise, it wasn't hard. The hands were fragile, as if they were between the state of gas and solid. Demetrius' relief was short-lived, for the bizarre hands kept sprouting out all around him. He flailed his remaining arm to resist, but every time he broke 2 hands, 3 more soon took their place. The skeletal bindings obstructed him greatly and lowered his speed, as if he was stuck in a bog of mud. While Demetrius was doing his best clearing the obstacles, he witnessed something that made his blood freeze. Materializing from thin air right in front of him were 3 figures. The first was a man with no skin. Blood vessels, muscles, organs, and beating heart could be seen from outside. His lizard-like eyes were blood red, and he had shark-like teeth. He had the gaze of a ravenous man after a week without food. The second was a black-haired woman with her entrails hanging out from her stomach. Her face was hidden by her long hair. One could feel her icy gaze from behind the veil. The wound was still oozing with black blood, and her black nails were very long. The third was a woman with a white blouse reaching her knees. Frighteningly, her head from the lower mouth upward was gone. One could see the tongue, lower jaw, and teeth. From her throat flowed a gush of red blood, dyeing the white blouse red. Demetrius' mind was stopped by extreme fear. "O Holy Mother of Mercy, save my soul." Demetrius pleaded the goddess for salvation. It didn't come. The ghosts attacked with a ghastly wail. Like a deer assaulted by a pack of wolves, Demetrius was scratched and bit all over his body. The ghosts shrieked madly while unleashing their attacks, biting and gnashing and scratching. They seemed feral and crazy, consumed with severe hate of the living. The assault went on for 10 seconds, then the wraiths went into his body like mist sinking into a lake. For a moment nothing was happening, then there was a pulse of severe pain and Demetrius felt as if every bone in his body had been broken. Demetrius lay unmoving as a mangled person. His body had lacerations everywhere and he had lost the ability to move. The man was certain that he would soon be dead. Like the god of death, Cain approached him. The sound of rustling snow as he made his steps were very menacing to Demetrius' ears. With his remaining eye, he looked at his would-be killer. Cain's face was burned quite badly. It would leave quite a scar even after the wound healed. It was because of my retaliation. The realization made Demetrius feel a little bit better. The fact that the thunder bead should have killed Cain instead of only burning his face's skin didn't even cross Demetrius' thoughts at this point. Demetrius smirked. He wanted to say something snarky, but what he saw gave him pause. Little by little, the wound on Cain's face mended. That isn't because of an art. Demetrius realized. What are you? Demetrius rasped his question with difficulty. Cain didn't answer. He silently approached Demetrius step by step. The blue sword on his right hand was akin to the Reaper's scythe. Say something, you bastard. Demetrius screamed full of indignation. Wordlessly, Cain swung his sword, separating Demetrius' head from the rest of his body. The head rolled once and stopped near Cain's foot. Demetrius' eternally frozen expression was of extreme injustice and unwillingness. Snowy winds under the night closed the curtain of the battle. Only then Cain spoke. You should have gone for the head. Finally, Cain was overwhelmed with emotion as he saw the town of his destination from his 2 weeks' journey. Makash town was not special by any means. To Cain, the town was just a place amongst many. Still, it was hard not to feel relieved when seeing civilization after so many days in the wilds. The sight of Makash town was like finding an oasis during a journey in the desert. Longer than I thought. That encounter made me lose a few days. Thankfully, that Arnold Tarakai brought some food with him, or I might have had to scavenge or hunt, which would have made the travel time even longer. A few days had passed since his encounter with the assassins. Cain suffered a fatal wound, but he showed no sign of any injury now. With the town in view, Cain's steps were lighter and his mood brightened. It was early in the morning and the sun's rays greeted him at an angle that shone almost at eye level. There were other travelers besides him walking to the same destination, more and more people around him as Cain got closer to the town's entrance. Brrr, it's cold, Cain shivered. That's it. I'm sick of eating almost frozen meat and sleeping on the hard ground. I'm gonna have a warm meal and sleep in a cozy bed tonight. Cain resolved himself to complete a grand quest. What did you expect, girl? A floating island above the clouds. Of course it looks ordinary. It's a human settlement and not a particularly remarkable one. Cain was suddenly talking to himself again. A man that walked in front of him turned around and gave him a strange look. Cain smiled and nodded apologetically. The man dismissed him after a few seconds of silence and continued on his way. That must not happen again, damn voices in my head. Cain kept his mouth shut and followed after the man to the town. Before entering the town, I must confirm something first. 31.04 Cain muttered after checking something. That's better than I thought. With all things in order, Cain entered a line for people that wanted to enter the town. The good mood he had soured after the town guards at the gate detained him. Cain had no identification, no letter of recommendation, no one that could vouch for him, and no guards around that can confirm his village exists, which was logical since he made that up from 100 lies. In short, he could be a criminal or a runaway slave or something along that unsavory ilk. The guards brought him to a station where they could question him in more detail. The gatekeepers brought him to a small office with a fat middle-aged man wearing the guards' nicer clothes, signs of a higher ranking. Name, the fat man asked with a bored tone. There was a blank parchment on the desk and the man had a quill ready. Cain of the boy responded. What is your purpose here? To register as an adventurer. Anything or anyone that can confirm your identity. The fat man scribbled something. The writing was so ugly that Cain couldn't even read it. No, Cain placed a pouch of 5 silver coins as he answered. The man took the pouch, looked inside it, and then put it in the drawer without batting an eye. Any criminal records, he continued. No, Cain put yet another 5 silver coins. You can pick up your identification in 3 days, said the fat man while collecting the coins skillfully. He must have a lot of practice. Cain rolled his eyes, sighed a little, and then placed 10 silver coins at once on the table. He had successfully resisted the urge to throw the coins straight to the fat man's face. The fat townsguard took out a different parchment, signed it with special ink, and put a red wax seal on the document before handing it to Cain. Enjoy your stay at Makash town, Mr. Cain, said the man with all smiles. Money is, and most likely always will be, a universal language. Kane took in the sights of the medieval town from the town's main street. Compared to Earth's version of the medieval town, there were many improvements to the standards of living. For example, there were no heaps of garbage left outside of the residents' houses, nor were there horse droppings on the streets. Kane was thankful for the existence of magic in this world. Bureaucracy, humph. Kane still felt a little bitter about his experience earlier. Adventurer's Guild tag should suffice for the next time I go to human settlement. Granted, I don't have any identification right now, so becoming an adventurer should take care of my identity dilemma. The day was still young, but Kane was already exhausted from the long journey. He wanted to rest as soon as possible. After some thinking, he decided to endure the temptation of a comfortable room for a little bit longer. First, he would register as a fledgling adventurer, then seek an inn affiliated with the guild. Because unlike last time, he planned to make a living as an adventurer. Finding the Adventurers Guild wasn't hard. Kane just needed to ask a couple of pedestrians for direction. The Guild of Makash Town was smaller than the one he visited before. The inside of the building was more compact, and the room had a rustic feeling about it. The wooden furniture and walls really gave a classic impression. After Kane went in from the door, he saw that there was an eatery with adventurer-like people eating loudly and heartily. He went to the left because the guild employees were doing office work behind a counter on that side. "Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. How may we help you?" A young woman wearing neat and proper guild attire smiled professionally. "Yes, I would like to register as an adventurer, please," Kane said. "Here we go again, let's have a real adventure this time." The youth thought as he strived for grand aspirations. 20 minutes later, he had finished the registration. It wasn't hard or complicated, even less so since he already knew the procedure. The clerk mainly asked about his identity. Was he able to read and write, his ability as a pathseeker? Did he have experience fighting monsters, and the like? It was about formality and rough record keeping, in Kane's opinion. They also had a magic item to investigate his level. Kane panicked a bit, but since the result was level 0, he regained his composure. "My magic item managed to hide my level as intended. Phew." After finalizing everything and paying the registration fee, Kane was a member of the Adventurers Guild. "This is your guild tag." The clerk gave a military dog tag look-alike with a tray. "With this, you're an adventurer. Pleased to have you with us, Mr. Kane," the woman bowed. "I recommend the Alopo in 2 streets to the left. The inn is well kept and adventurers get a discount. The guild can guarantee that there are no ticks in their bed," the guild lady said with a faint smile. "That will do." "See you later, miss." Kane nodded before leaving the counter. The newly minted adventurer's next stop would be the inn, where he would spend the rest of the day recharging his battery, but since he was already there, Kane wanted to observe the guild and other adventurers' situation. Kane approached the somewhat crowded wall. There was a board with various quests posted. Adventurers could pick the ones suitable for themselves. Alrighty then, let's recap a bit to refresh my memory. Quests are ranked based on their difficulty, from easiest to hardest: glass, obsidian, iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. This world's guild classified the danger involved into these 7 categories. An adventurer's rank is based on their ability to accomplish these quests. Basically, silver rank quest for silver tag adventurers. Since I'm a newbie, I'm at glass rank. Let's see what quests are available. Kane scanned the board, reading the quest's details. He didn't have high expectations about the glass rank quests, so he wasn't disappointed when he failed to spot anything interesting. He examined the higher difficulty ones next. The highest difficulty quest in this town is bronze, which should be for a level 3 pathseeker, or a top-notch group of level 2s investigate the castle that sprung overnight. About 4 days' travel in the southwest direction. Is there a level 3 in this town? Kane moved back from the board, giving room for others who wanted to use it. Kane turned to the other side of the room where the adventurers ate. They're mostly human except 2 beast folks and a dwarf. Not enough racial diversity to scream fantasy, Kane thought. Back to observing the adventurers, there were around 30 of them. About 10 were not pathseekers, just normal humans who hadn't mastered mana. From the 20, half were teens with simple adventurer gear. Kane guessed they must be fledgling adventurers like himself. Other than his sword, the rest of Kane's equipment was nothing special. The other half of the bunch were older veterans. Kane tried to discern their level. The youth with buzz-cut hair picked up just 1 level 2 among the veterans. A man that looked like a thug. He was eating loudly and surrounded by underlings. Kane could sense his level because he didn't bother to conceal his aura, for the lack of a better term. The rest of the bunch were level 0 or 1 or concealed. I'm level 1, but by using a magic item my aura is level 0. I shouldn't be able to tell that thug is level 2 normally, but he flaunted it. As for the rest, Kane's eyes went from person to person until he stopped at a woman wearing a pointed hat. She should be a level 2 too. Her aura is concealed, but I have a feeling she's strong. Certainly he couldn't be sure. It was more of a feeling rather than deductive reasoning. Still, Kane had seen and even conversed with level 2s before, so it wasn't a complete shot in the dark. The woman stopped eating her pasta, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and drank a glass of water before sending a wink at Kane. Kane was surprised for a split second before making an apologetic face. He didn't dare to look in her direction anymore, afraid of inviting her ire. Stupid, stupid. Don't mess with people stronger than you, fool. Kane berated himself. Hey you. A person called out to him from the side. HMN. He saw a hulking tower of muscle approaching him. Kane turned to the direction of the call. A man in his mid-20s with a well-toned body extended his greeting. My name is Paul. Saw you register a while ago. We have a spot open in our group. Paul was muscular and tall, almost 30 centimeters taller than Kane. He talked with a stone face and rigid tone. He wore a higher-than-average quality metal breastplate. It had signs that it experienced combat but well kept. Paul's towering stature made Kane want to step back. He didn't like other people invading his personal space, which was 1 meter around him. So. Kane replied, changing his posture to be more defensive. You join, Paul said with a firm tone. While Kane's brain was working in overdrive how to best respond to this out-of-nowhere threat, someone intervened. And stop. Better not make it more complicated. A woman about 21 to 23 years old placed herself between Kane and Paul. Sorry about that. He's a bit awkward when speaking to new people. I hope he'll get better by conversing a lot, so I sent him to you first. He meant no harm, so don't take it the wrong way, okay? If you say so, Kane replied. We have a proposition. Are you willing to hear us out? I'll treat you to a warm meal for your time. You look like you went through hell. Wilderness, not hell. I have no plan of visiting hell, at least not until I'm 100 years old. But if you're offering free food, lead the way. Good, right this way, chuckled the woman at his not joke. The woman's shoulder-length red hair fluttered as she led him to a table in the guild's eating area. Kane already had an idea about what she wanted and followed her. The awkward man named Paul silently followed Kane from the back. There were 2 other people at the table, a boy and a girl about his own age. Waiter, one of today's special, please. Oh, and a serving of chapuri, she called a waiter while taking her seat. Please sit down, she offered Kane. While we're waiting for your food, let me introduce myself. I'm Lena, this one is Oliver, and the girl is Irene. The young woman named Lena seemed to be the leader of the group. Oliver was looking toward Kane with smiles, while Irene was eyeing him judgingly. Lastly, Paul the muscular took his seat silently beside Kane. The table had 4 mugs of drink. The group must have been in the middle of a discussion before inviting Kane to their table. Kane, he said curtly. So long story short, we want you to join our group for 2 or 3 quests in the coming days, Lena said. Thought so, but why me? Oh, it's nothing complicated. We need quick cash, so we band up to tackle a quest with higher difficulty. I'll be frank, this party is just assembled. Paul agreed to help me out, but we haven't fought together before, while Oliver and Irene are newbies. Considering the kind of quests available, I figured we need another person. And Kane hummed. He studied the 4. Lena and Paul were level 1, Oliver and Irene were level 0. At least they're pathseekers, Kane thought. Other than their levels, only the older pair had the markings of people who had been tested in the fires of combat. If you want a helper, aren't there a lot of people here who fit the bill? Kane used his neck to point out the adventurers flocking the quest board. They're idlers, not pathseekers. They won't be able to keep up with us. Well, perhaps they can serve as shields when the time comes, Oliver answered mockingly. Oli, I told you before you shouldn't talk like that. Just because you can use Victa doesn't mean you should think of them as lower. Lena berated the younger boy. Fine, fine, Sis Len, Oliver said, putting his hands on his head, making the catapult pose. Please forgive him. He's young and brash but doesn't really mean it, Lena cut in. You know Oliver in a more civilized age. Other people would treat comments like that very negatively, Kane thought. He said the truth, though. Idlers wouldn't be able to keep up. One of today's special and 1 serving of chapuri coming up. A waitress brought a tray to the table. On it was a bowl of hot chicken stew and a plate with 10 round balls. Although Kane was starving, he didn't immediately put the food in his mouth out of politeness. To answer your question, even if this is just a temporary party, I don't want anyone to die in this group. Safety first, Lena said firmly. Therefore, level 0s are the minimum. Yeah, asking ordinary humans with an ordinary sword to fight a magical tiger isn't exactly an image of safety, he lampooned internally. Irene joined us earlier, and there's not a lot of options to begin with. And then you came into the room, a level 0 who has experience fighting monsters. Perfect timing, Lena said. Wait, what? You have fought monsters before? Oliver showed his surprise. Oli, if you observe more before you speak, then you'll have less trouble in your life, so what do you say, Kane? Paul and Irene didn't open their mouth, letting Lena do all the talking. Kane leaned on the back of the chair while thinking. Now then, what should I do about her request actually? Do I have a reason to refuse? This suits my objective just fine. Lena calmly waited for his answer, a glint of hopefulness in her eyes. Oliver was mumbling something, mainly about how unfair someone his age had already slayed monsters. Paul drank from his mug as if the discussion had nothing to do with him, but his eyes were fixed at Kane. All the while, Irene kept her silence and mysteriousness. Depends on the quests, Kane answered not long after. Lovely, please eat first, don't mind us. We'll talk again later. Lena took one of those chaptery things and took a bite. Kane saw the inside of it looked like croquettes. As she offered the snack to the others, Kane ate the stew. The taste was okay, and too little salt in his opinion. Lena ate a couple of chapteris. Paul and Irene took one each for the sake of politeness. The rest went to Oliver's stomach. After Kane finished eating, Lena showed him a quest paper. I used the liberty of picking our first quest. Have a look. Deliver 3 eggs of giant chicken. Kane read it aloud. Basically monster egg poaching. Obsidian rank. Yep, among the easiest obsidian though. Giant chickens kinda hibernate during winter, keeping their eggs warm. We find their lair, me and Paul distracts them or lure them away, you 3 get the eggs. Simple, Lena clarified. I don't think chickens hibernate in winter, but this is another world so maybe they do. Kinda cruel though, kidnapping baby chicks, eggs or otherwise. Lena explained further while Kane was thinking. The area is half a day walk from here. I've done my research. The other thing to watch out for are the tucucus. They're ice owls that make frostbites with their wings. Alone they're no big deal, but a whole flock is another story. They are very active in cold weather, but I already made preparations to deal with them too. If all goes well, we can get the eggs without fighting at all. Oh, we ain't gonna fight them. Oliver disapproved. Be silent. Fighting monsters is no joke. Stop dreaming rubbish about dragon hunting. The songs and stories you heard have more lies than truths. Kane held back the urge to snort in derision. What's the plan? Kane asked. Just to be sure you're on board, Lena said, if the plan is sound. Very well, Lena moved closer and whispered her plan in a small voice. She must be afraid of other people using her plan if overheard. And that's it, what do you think? Sounds good. If her plan was nonsense, I would have refused, but as things stand. Okay, I'm in, Kane said. Great, Lena nodded. Use today to prepare whatever you need. We depart tomorrow morning. Any objections? The other 3 had no objections, but Kane had one. We should have breakfast together before leaving. They didn't reject Kane's idea, although Oliver made a snide remark about it, something about his chubbiness. Lena knocked his head and apologized again for the loudmouth, although Kane assured her it was fine. The main reason he was adamant about eating first was a bit silly, but it was something uncompromisable. Take a quest, egg delivery, frost and snow. I refuse to go. Monster hunting without my meal first. A shame there won't be a round grandma cat with adorable meows making my chef's choice platter. I must have my plus 50 health and 50 stamina should I get a 2 meters long sword from a bald smith. They agreed to meet up here for breakfast tomorrow. A few rounds of small talk later, Lena gave a simple composition of the party. She and Paul were the frontliners, with Paul as the tank and herself as a speed-focused fighter. Oliver had some training, but this would be his first quest. Lena said Irene was really good with the bow, but she's lacking in close quarters. Don't worry, Irene. Making sure enemies don't get close to you is our job as frontliners. Lena assured her. Paul and Oliver had the same mind by the look of their face. That's true in a party, I suppose. Kane calmly drank water from the wooden mug. Lena asked where Kane would be staying. Apparently Irene was staying at Alopo Inn as well. Lena, Paul, and Oliver went to a different inn. See you tomorrow, kids. Lena waved her goodbye from across the street. The other 2 were on her side. Kane waved back. If you have other business, you don't have to guide me. I'm sure I can find the inn myself, he said to Irene next to him. It's fine. I'm going there too, Irene replied. Then I'll take your kind offer. Irene walked in front while Kane followed. They walked not fast but not leisurely either. There were no conversations between them. Kane was content seeing the sights of the streets, and Irene didn't try to fill the silence. When they arrived at the Alopo Inn, the girl led him to the reception before taking her leave. This is it. Until tomorrow, Irene curtly dipped her chin. Kane checked in with the sleepy-looking man at the register, picked a single room with a bath service option, and paid the fee for a 3-day stay. Kane took the key and went toward his room. He picked the room on the ground floor, so it wasn't far. Along the way, he saw a boy about 11 carrying a bucket full of water with difficulty to another room. Kane suspected that must be the bath service. He kind of felt sorry for the boy since he wanted a bath himself, which meant more work for him. It was a simple room with minimal furniture, but it was clean. It was more than adequate, so Kane felt satisfied. He dropped his baggage with a relieved sigh, removed his traveling cloak, and sat down on a chair. Not a home sweet home, but it will do. It was around 11 o'clock. The sun was shining bright. The room was pleasantly warm, so Kane planned to take a nap, but he opted to do some reading first. Kane closed his eyes and went into a place inside himself called the realm of consciousness. This realm was virtually limitless like a human mind, and there were many things inside it. Some were entirely his own, some were mysteriously there without him knowing, some even took residence in one corner of his mind. The girls seemed to be sleeping, better not wake them up. Kane went to a place where he kept his special collections. In front of him was a ball of pale blue flame the size of a volleyball. There was a face on that ball with eyes closed. It seemingly felt Kane's presence. Both eyes opened and the face's expression changed to terror. Hello, Arnold or Tarakai, how are you today? I'm in the mood for some reading. Let me read more of your memory. Kane smiled brightly. Let's see, where did I leave the bookmark last time? Kane muttered while rummaging the soul's mind, ignoring the book's silent scream. Kane was awakened by a voice. It was neither a magical nor a mystical one, just a loud conversation from the next room. Sounds like people arguing. His mood soured when he returned from his peaceful slumber because of some trivial, unwelcome interruption. Still, he had slept for a few hours, and his body had rested enough to shed the fatigue clinging to it. Kane looked outside and found it was near dusk. The reading made him tired. It was akin to mental exercise. He fell asleep naturally after a while, possessing knowledge he had not before. MMMNN, my proficiency at soul search is still low. The memory I glimpse is random, fragmented, and often too blurry. Need more practice then. At least it's not reducing the soul to insanity now. A quick check 31.15. Kane felt the needs of the body and went to the toilet, bringing his sword with him. As he closed the door of his room, he gave a look of annoyance to the next room. Like I thought, not home sweet home. In the hallway, there was a window. A series of uniformly dull sounds made him look sideways to the lawn. Under the dusk sky, a girl strung her bow. Her form was disciplined, and so there was beauty in it. She held still for a moment, eyes focused on the target. She loosened the arrow, and the target practice was shot in the center. It was almost full at this point. Arrows after arrows were embedded on the wooden target. The girl's face didn't change, showed no joy or accomplishment. She simply took the next arrow and knocked it to her bow again. Kane kept going to the toilet. He did his business, washed his hands, rechecked his appearance, and splashed water onto his face a little bit before going to the lawn. Grooming oneself to look tidy before meeting someone was simply good manners in his opinion. He approached her slowly, treading on the short grass as softly as possible. He didn't want to distract her practice. How about you take a break? Kane said to the dark-haired girl after she finished loosening an arrow. Irene lowered her bow and turned her body in his direction. Beads of sweat filled her brows and she seemed a bit out of breath. Nevertheless, her eyes were filled with drive. Practice makes perfect, Irene replied coldly. It does, and practicing until your hand bleeds should suffice for the day. We have a quest tomorrow, remember. The fingers on her right hand were scraped until they bled. Too many arrows had been loosened by that hand. She didn't answer back, but she sat on a tree stump like it was a chair. There was a water skin near it. Irene sipped a few mouthfuls from it. Kane approached the wooden target she peppered with arrows to take a closer look at it. I should learn archery. Nice shots, you're a marksman. Markswoman, or hunter, huntress, corrected Kane a few times. He wasn't really sure the proper form of address. My father was, and my brother, she wiped her sweat. I'm just practicing what my father taught me. Kane pulled the arrows from the target carefully to not break them. Sounds like a good father. You're a swordsman? Irene asked after a period of silence, looking at the sword Kane had in his hand. I'd like to think so. Still in the process of becoming one, I think, Kane said. Are you going to practice too? She asked. Oh no, I just prefer my weapon close by. I make a habit of it. Might be the difference between life and death one day. Kane just said it on the fly, but it seemed to strike something in Irene. Lena said you've slain monsters. Is that true? Just a few, and that's including the rats I killed in my house's cellar, Kane replied, completely honest. At this point, he had fought and killed more humans than monsters. Depending on how one looked at it, the count was at a staggering amount. You have been around then, the girl with gloomy countenance said, completely misunderstanding that Kane was being humble. Where are you from? From village south of here. It's a little village in a secluded location, so you might not know it, Kane lied. That village did not exist on any map nor known by any living soul. Have you seen a three-eyed wolf? Irene asked with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. No, never heard or seen it. Kane gathered the arrows and put them in her almost empty quiver. I see. Irene already half expected the negative answer. If you see one, please inform me. I'll keep an eye out, Kane said. What's your deal with it? He picked up something from her words. It killed my father and brother, Irene replied with an icy tone. Ah, my condolences then. Is it the reason you picked up the bow? For revenge. What about it? Her eyes turned hostile. You also think I can't do it. Nothing is impossible in this world. I think you have a fair chance of accomplishing it. From your hands, I could see you haven't been using a bow for long, but your aim is spot on. Kane pointed at the now empty target. You're also stronger than the other boy, Oli was it. Anyway, you have a good prospect if I say so myself. Irene had a faint change of expression that subdued quickly. It was like her feelings had a hard time showing themselves. Kane was starting to get an idea about the girl he just met. He figured the passing of her father and brother was fairly recent, and she's still in the process of coping with it, thus the doom and gloom face. The desire for revenge must be an outlet for her grief. So tell me more about this three-eyed wolf. What is its level? What color is its fur, size, method to kill, things like that. It was night and the village was dim. I couldn't look at it well. It was as big as a horse and its fur was dark-colored. The most notable feature was its eyes. The existence of a third eye on its forehead. All three were bright red like hellfire the first and last time I saw it. It had the head of my father in its maw. The weak me was frozen by the sight. The wolf looked at me for a moment, then ran like the wind, fading into the darkness. Irene narrated her experience with the wolf, clenching her right hand tightly. You don't know at what level it was? Kane asked, trying to not cause unnecessary pain for the girl. No, I only know it was beyond me, above level 0. Then I'll tell you the bad news first. Even if it's level 1, the best case scenario, you won't be able to kill it soon. You're too weak. Prepare yourself for a long hunt. Not to mention, it most likely has a higher level than 1 and the lack of clue to find it. This revenge you seek might cost you years, maybe more. Irene was silent, but Kane knew mere words from a stranger she basically knew from less than a day wouldn't be able to sway her. Another warning, fighting monsters as adventurers is a dangerous job. Most newbies die in their first year. You didn't enter the training center, right? That is another of your dilemmas. If you want to have your revenge on that three-eyed wolf, you must survive first. The training center was like a prep school for would-be adventurers. In the course of 1 year, the kids were taught basic adventure knowledge and building their foundation as pathseeker. But the price of enrolling was quite steep, so only the more financially capable were able to put their kids in one. Clearly, Irene was not so lucky. A cold wind blew. The light of day grew fainter as the sun slowly set. 2 pieces of advice I got for you. 1. Get into a good party as soon as you can during your beginner days. On this you're quite fortunate. Lena seems trustworthy and experienced. 2. Learn how to fight in close range. I want to kill the wolf with the archery my father taught me. Irene's eyes were indomitable or stubborn. Kane couldn't tell the difference. By all means, polish your archery, but you should have ways to defend yourself when enemies come close. Monsters or people. Suddenly, Kane pulled his sword and bared it at her neck, stopping a few centimeters from her skin. Irene looked shocked mixed with a bit of fear. If that wolf is level 2 or above, then naturally you must have a similar level to have a chance of defeating it. However, remember what the road that we Pathseeker walk is called. The path of power, and at some point in that path you'll face other people. Whether you choose to or not, Kane said solemnly. To be a level 2 is not easy, let alone the higher levels above it. The farther you go on the path of power, the bloodier it gets. Conflict between fellow Pathseekers is inevitable. Humans can be viler than monsters and devils. There are Pathseekers that see idlers as an inferior race. Even further, Pathseekers that treat those below their level as cattle. Killing cattle was not a big deal for them. Ending lives they deemed lesser than their own is no different from squashing ants. Irene, have you killed other humans before? Are you prepared for that? Kane spoke while looking Irene straight in the eye. When you face other humans, targeting the healers, wizards, and archers first is a matter of course, just like what I'm doing now. It doesn't matter whether you're using knives, swords, shields, spells, bare hands, or even using your very bow and arrow. Learn ways to defend yourself in close quarter combat, for we only have one life. He removed his blue sword from her neck and returned it to its sheath. Do you understand now, W? What are you getting cocky for? You're the same level 0 as me and you scold me like I am a little girl. I might not be from somewhere far away, but just because you are, do you think it automatically makes you a big shot or something? I know what you said. I already understand it without you telling me. Get off your high horse. Hey, biwahaha. Kane laughed heartily. Ahahaha, oh what a fabulous day. Merrily, merrily. Irene's anger rose again. She thought Kane was mocking her. Before she opened her mouth, Kane opened his first. You're right, what was I thinking, getting cocky like that? Wahaha, what do the likes of me know? Did my nose grow longer? Kek. Kane kept laughing like he was hearing comedy gold. The truth was, Kane forgot he hit his true level. Irene could only sense he was a level 0, and he admitted he looked down on Irene because of his many superiorities. Aqua heal, he suddenly cast an art. Irene's bloodied fingers were covered with water out of nowhere, enveloping her wounds. She felt nice and cool. After a few seconds, her fingers were healed. My apologies for the boastful talk earlier, my lady. Kane politely bowed like a gentleman. It's not much, but please accept the healing as my token of apology. The day is late. This one shall take his leave. Until tomorrow, my fair lady. As he left, he hummed the London Bridge nursery rhyme. He held no bitterness and was genuinely pleased. He didn't sing aloud the lyrics, only the melody. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. Irene was left alone on the lawn with a confused look. What the heck was that? Carrying the precious experience of being reprimanded by someone close to his age for being smug, Kane returned to his room without so much of a speck of bitterness. Arrogance was the reason for the demise of more villains than he could count. He would not fall into that pit so foolishly. After closing the door of his room and locking the door, Kane once again went to the world inside his mind. Some might liken it to the method of loci, or the mind palace. For him, though, he always found the experience no different than being AFK, leaving the computer hardware after hours of immersive gaming behind to go to the kitchen for a glass of water. A bit disorienting for a few seconds, but it was mostly a smooth transition. The purpose of his visit this time was to see his tenants. Inside his realm of consciousness, there was a created space. He went inside the space like one went through a thick fog. When he came to, a meadow of white flowers under a star ocean unfurled before his eyes. He appeared not from the edge of the meadow, but in the middle of it, so he materialized not far from the residents there. As soon as he appeared, 3 women realized his presence. "Oh, hi Veers," Paina meekly said. "My lord," Farley respectfully bowed. "Good evening," Clarissa amicably smiled. "Hi girls, how are things?" Veers showed his true self. Cain of Ur was an alias. His name before that was Veers Issul. Because of a complicated state of affairs, the person named Veers was supposed to be dead, so Veers used another name and cut his hair in an effort to make it harder for people to recognize him. However, nobody knew that Veers Issul was not his true name either. He was a person from Earth that somehow awoke in the body of 15-year-old Veers Issul, with both persons' memories intact. It was the so-called Ice-Guy Ed. As cliché as they come. Correction, not full cliché, because he was not sent to another world by Truck Kun. In fact, the him from Earth and the previous. Veers didn't die or encountered any mishap. One day, he simply found himself in the body of Veers in a world of sword and magic. He was on cloud 9. No godly figure told him to defeat the Demon King, nor was there any objective forced upon him. It was as if he was given free rein in this life, and so he had no intention of wasting it. His head was filled with dreams of what he could do and achieve here, seeking a way to return to Earth, not a chance. Obviously, it was more interesting living here than being a corporate slave. He kissed his previous life goodbye, cremated it, and threw the ashes to the seas without regret. Now that he was given a second chance at life, he decided to live it to the fullest. He took up the identity of Veers Issul and set his heart on experiencing the new world. 8 months after he arrived in this world, a town was destroyed. Not because of him, but he couldn't say he was unrelated either. Veers hoped he was presumed dead in the calamity and took up the name Cain of Ur for dealing with other people. The 3 women before him were people who got tangled by the web of Veers' actions. Their bodies had become dust, but he anchored their soul to him and managed to preserve their ego and soul. In this field of flowers, Veers gave their souls human form. Paina was his classmate, a raven-haired girl with a demure demeanor. Her mother died, leaving her alone in the world. She wished to find her father that left the family for some unknown reason. Farley was another one of his classmates, a petite short-haired brunette. She was also the 4th child of a devil-worshipping family. Only 2 of her family were not completely dead, herself included. Clarissa was a lamia, demi-humans with the lower body of a snake, straight dark brown hair that reached her back, white-skinned, and a pair of amber-colored eyes. She was actually a Lamian royalty and 9,000-year-old. "Pretty good, constantly feeling sleepy, but not as bad as before," Paina said. "The soul vitamin you provided is also essential. Too long without it feels like my mind slowly dissipates," Farley added. "I'm used to being just a soul, so I'm the least affected." "They need time to adjust," Clarissa spoke behind a cage. On the meadow of flowers, there was a big golden bird cage. The lamia was inside it. Clarissa's circumstances were different from Farley and Paina's, thus the extra precaution. "As I thought, it's a performance issue. You 3 need Victa to be active. The less Victa I supply, the more you need to sleep. While soul vitamin is like nutrition your soul needs," Veers mused. Housing other souls had complications. Veers imagined it like having cars in the garage. As long as there was space, he could put as many car souls as he wanted. But for the cars to run, they needed fuel Victa. Cars also needed batteries for their electronics, oil for their engines, air for their tires. These were the soul vitamins' role. Victa is a precious resource. As things stand, I cannot allocate too much of it for you 3. You'll have to sleep a lot. As I increase my level, this problem should gradually become irrelevant. Please be patient, Veers said. Just be more careful, Veers. You almost died not long ago, Paina worriedly pleaded. True. How did you heal that fast anyway? You shouldn't have a healing art capable of brushing off a mortal wound, Clarissa pondered while making a small circle with the tip of her tail. Lord Veers has many secrets. I believe in him. Please do not hesitate to tell me how I may be of service, Farley spoke reverently. Veers looked at Farley with deep thought. Among the 3, his relationship with Farley was the most complicated. Then he looked at the 4th resident of this place. Still no changes about Gwen. Gwen was Farley's little sister. She was placed atop a bed of flowers, like a little sleeping beauty. Unlike the other 3, she never opened her eyes. None. Farley looked and sounded worried. I refuse to believe there's no solution to her condition. Do not give up on her, Veers said to Farley with strong resolve. As you say, Farley bowed subserviently. Clarissa, how about the thing I asked? After a moment at a loss of what to say, he changed the topic. Almost ready. I'll compile the complete thing in just a few days more. Veers sounded his approval. If I have that, how could some random assassin stab me in the back? You showed amazing resilience in the face of death. Clarissa cocked her head a little, fishing answers from Veers. It's a special technique, Rissa. I don't want to use it often. The price is substantial. Veers didn't give a straight answer. Fine, keep your secrets, the Lamia princess grumbled. You said people die if they are killed. It didn't apply to you. I wasn't dead. And yes, people die if they are killed, but shadows die twice, Cain smiled smugly. You're making less and less sense. Interesting town, by the way. I'm amused by how much civilization has declined instead of evolved after 9 millennia. You should know that the era you lived in is called the Age of the Gods for a reason, Veers answered. Or maybe we're in a more backwater place than I thought, he further thought. Well, I should go. There's much to do. I'm already close to level 2. Clarissa's technique is very helpful. I'll spend a few days solidifying my foundations before advancement to the next level. If there are no unexpected developments, we'll stay in this town for a week. Kay, take care, Pena said softly. May fortune be with you, Farley followed. I'll finish your request as soon as possible, Clarissa assured him. Veers nodded, then faded from existence, leaving the girls behind. Pena stayed silent, dark and brooding air emanated from her. Farley, who was sensitive to other people, picked up the signs. Pena, what's wrong? He almost died, yeah. If he dies, we die too. Pena's voice was trembling. I suppose we do, Farley said calmly. I'm pathetic. You worried for your sister and Clarissa for her race while I'm worried for myself. Pena walked away, holding back the tears in her eyes. Truth is, I'm not as noble as you think, Farley whispered softly with a similarly dark expression. Clarissa watched the two girls from behind her gilded cage in silence. While the girls were struggling with their own situations, Veers went to another part of his inner world. Unlike the meadow of flowers from earlier, this place was a reverse counter. It was a dark hall supported with giant stone pillars. The floor was covered with otherworldly mist as high as his ankle. The place was illuminated by tens of candles emitting pale blue light. Wispy and ethereal ghostly figures were floating in the air. This place was the place he created to put the human souls he harvested from the people he killed before they went on to the afterlife. The dreary and creepy theme was inspired by the desolation of the underworld. Veers called this place the Soul Prison. He put the human souls here in a thoughtless manner, unlike the girls in the flower field. Sometimes he came here to practice soul search on one of the unlucky ones, but he didn't come for reading this time. While looking at the apt atmosphere, Veers was thinking about his recent near-death experience. Souls. Veers was wrecking his head to solve a dilemma, how to best use his soul power. Not long ago, Veers gained two enormous great fortunes. One was working smoothly and properly, while the other was his new Tier 5 soul affinity. The strength of Pathseekers was closely related to their elemental affinity. The most common of affinities was the affinity to the four basic elements: fire, water, wind, and earth. However, there were other elements, more obscure ones such as light and darkness. Originally, he only had an affinity for water, and then Veers gained soul affinity by paying a bloody price, but now he was hesitating to use that power. How should I use it? How to best use souls? Veers had used his mastery over souls in a very limited manner, mostly by holding souls of the dead before they completely moved on from this world and seeing their memories with soul search. The catch was that those two methods almost do nothing for his battle capability. A few days ago, he almost died. The ability to defend his own life was very important. He had no intention of dying, and he was well aware that his death meant the death of the four others. Until I recreate their body and settle my debt with all of them, their life is my responsibility. No more dilly-dallying, I must make up my mind. About the solution, similar to a teen movie plot, Veers was convinced the answer to his problem was inside him all along. Veers was an avid consumer of fiction. Video games, movies, novels, comics, anime, manga, and other things. He filled his head with the exquisite culture birthed by the information age. Like a panda loved bamboo, like a dragon loved gold. Naturally, among those fictions, there were other stories where people used souls. Most of these people fell under the category of the necromancer class, master of the art of death and user of dark magics, binding the souls of the dead for their own purpose, a one-man army. Fair warning, the side effects of being a classic necromancer might include but not limited to loss of hair, rotting stench, deathly pale skin, ugly look, stark raving madness, and eternal damnation. In the past, they were typical villain figures, although MC's main characters with necromancy had been gaining popularity lately, because who didn't like the idea of unleashing hordes of zombies at their enemies? But the MCs were always immune to the previously listed undesirable side effects, of course. Their exalted title as MC brought immeasurable benefits. Anyway, Veers' dilemma was the fantasy world he reincarnated into abhorred necromancy. Walking into town with a skeletal dog would result in burning at the stake from inquisitors and witch hunters for him and the dog before sundown. If he was strong enough then, he wouldn't care and do whatever he wanted, but Veers was still weak, and the world was filled with countless beings far stronger than him, so he used his common sense. Granted, he could be a recluse that lived far from human settlements, and frankly, he wasn't too opposed to that idea, but being incapable of human interaction was detrimental to his other power, so the idea was out. Even if he spent his days in the woods killing monsters every day, mere news, rumors, or signs of necromantic activity in the region would send the hounds of the church and other necro-haters to him, let alone a witness. Necromancy was considered taboo and heretical, a desecration of the sacred afterlife. Among the souls in his possession, there was one who, although weak, dabbled in necromancy. By forcefully extracting the information from his memory and modifying it a bit, Veers created the grudge art that he unleashed at Demetrius. It was a basic art and very simple. The reason it had so much power was the location. People had died in that shack, so the ground was rich in negative energy. The moment Cain Veers opened the door to the shack, he saw and felt the suffocating, lingering resentment of the people that died there. That was the main reason Veers killed the man who introduced himself as Arnold with extreme prejudice. For a few weeks, Veers was unsure whether he wanted to commit to practice necromancy. The advantage of a necromancer was clear. It was the matter of whether he could stomach the disadvantage. After thinking long and hard, today he decided he would not be a lord of death with legions of the living dead at his command, at least for the time being. It is unsuitable for my current situation, Veers judged. With animate dead off the table, he would need to find another way to use his power over souls. Thankfully, he had thousands of stories that he could draw inspiration from. Veers woke up with the sunrise. While shedding the leftover drowsiness, Veers tootled to a bucket filled with water and splashed his face. The coldness of water reminded him of the low temperature of the winter outside, but it helped for freshening up in the morning. After he was done, Veers did his morning routine. He sat cross-legged on the floor with his palms upwards on his knees, basking under the morning sun from the window. At one glance, he was doing meditation, which was not too unusual for a morning activity. Meditation was useful for calmness and a sharp mind, but Veers wasn't doing it for religious practice or mental health. It was a magic technique ritual. 15 minutes later, he opened his eyes. They were clear like pristine water and full of vitality. Phew, he sighed positively. Serpentes renovamen. Truly, having it makes all the difference. With that complete, Veers got ready for the meetup with Lena and the rest. When changing his clothes, Veers saw the big wooden tub that he used to bathe yesterday, and his mind went back to the night before. After his journey to his inner world, Veers called the innkeeper for a bath. Not long after, a child came bringing a bucket full of water. The amount was nowhere enough to fill the tub, so the little inn helper would need to make half a dozen more trips. Feeling pity for the boy, Veers offered to help, which he refused strongly. "If Mr. Krosh finds out I let guests do that, I'll be fired," the boy said. Veers separated a bucket's worth of water for tomorrow morning and took the hot bath in the winter night with gratitude and warm feelings for doing a good deed. Ah, it seems I still have a spark of benevolence in me, Veers thought. See, I'm not a complete degenerate. Remembering his small act of kindness yesterday, Veers left the room with a smile. Om nom nom, om nom nom nom. Lena and the gang looked at Cain eating his food with bewilderment. Cain ordered a series of dishes right off the bat. Beef stew, creamy potato au gratin and mushroom soup, some sausage, banquette, and cheese as side dishes. To complete the set, he ordered milk for the drink. Cain imagined the chef platter was cooked by a round Gramiao babush cat while letting out her most adorable purr. To not eat the food with gusto was an insult. "That's a lot of food," Lena said. "I think he's preparing to hibernate for the rest of the winter." Oliver put a spoon in his mouth. Phew, Cain let out a breath after eating a few mouthfuls from each of the dishes. "Well, come on, the food will get cold. You don't want Grandma to hit you with a ladle, do you?" Different from the game, he simply couldn't eat them all, so rather than waste a perfectly good meal, he shared them with the party. Taking Cain's offer, they also ate the imaginary Meowster's love-filled food. "This one is better than I thought," Lena commented while tasting the gratin. Delicious, the normally few words Paul said. Irene didn't say anything, but she ate her portion obediently. "Niam, niam, niam, pass me some of that, please." Oliver ate as if the food would run away if he didn't eat them soon. "One of my dreams has come true. Got to cut a few corners, though. Some dishes aren't exactly alike, and the chef is not a true babush cat. It will have to do for the time being. My first monster hunting quest must start with a meal at the canteen," Cain happily thought. After the meal, even though it was just a placebo effect, Cain felt he had got an increase in health, stamina, and attack up L. Pity his trusty partner cat was not around. Satisfied and full-bellied, the five embarked on a glorious quest of stealing chicken eggs. Uplifting BGM sounded out in Cain's mind, raising the spirit of adventure within him. The party had prepared well for the hunt, bringing not too much baggage, but not too little either. Each of them pitched in carrying the baggage. The peak of winter had passed, and the weather gradually changed warmer bit by bit. It was still cold, though. Grasses at the roadside had thin frost on them instead of morning dew. "By the way, you're young for a pathseeker. You started since 15? Lena asked. She used the time on the road to converse with everyone. "Yeah, I turned 16 a few months ago." "When you look at that way, I can be considered among the blessed ones. I know most people didn't have the opportunity or the privilege to start as soon as possible," Cain answered. "Well, not all people are aiming to be high-level pathseekers. Me, for example, but it's true that the earlier you started, the better your prospect is. Oliver and Irene are a bit older than you, but you're more experienced than them. You must have taken risks, life-threatening ones." Lena asked a question that kind of wasn't a question. I'm still alive, Kane spoke with a melancholy tone. I know it's not my place to tell you what to do, but as a party member to another, I hope you know what you're doing. In the field, we're one misstep away from the grave. Appreciate it. Kane felt Lena's concern was real. Why the sudden need for money? The season isn't exactly suitable for adventuring, he changed the topic. Even for pathseekers, unless they were using their abilities, the cold of winter affected them just like normal humans. Kane noticed the dropping numbers of active adventurers during the weeks he traveled. Oh, it's nothing special. My village ran low on winter supplies, food, clothes, and the like, so I need quick money to cover the shortage, Lena said lightly. You should have gotten them ready before winter came, Kane said brashly. He didn't mean it, but it came out harsher than he imagined. Hey, you're right, Lena laughed weakly. I did, actually, but something came up. It can't be helped, she sighed lightly, showing a complicated smile. Kane picked up that she must have encountered some difficulties. He kept his mouth tighter after that. Turned out Paul's speech was no longer stilled and awkward after Kane made some small talk with him. The five journeyed on. By 3 o'clock they reached the destination. In front of Kane stood a woodland in hilly terrain. The trees remained leafless and had a white-colored trunk. Despite the absence of snowfall in the last few days, the ground had accumulated quite a bit of it. Hampuna Woods, orange zone with rank 1 designation. Rank 2 for the inner area, which we won't venture into. Lena spread out her arms to the trio of young ones with the panorama behind her. Colored zones were the classification of how dangerous a region was. Orange stands for caution, which was pretty mild compared to the red and black zones. Rank represented how strong the monsters were in the area. It seemed monsters with the power of level 2 resided in these very woods. Kane saw that vegetation was scarce in the woods, and the trees' bare bones branches were not impeding sunlight. Kane reckoned his sight wouldn't diminish too much when he inevitably went inside. All right, let's set up camp around here and get some rest. We'll steal the eggs during the night, just as planned. Lena directed them to a suitable campsite not far from there. Right, we're supposed to go inside during the night moonlight then. Kane corrected his analysis from earlier. The party started erecting camp. With the exception of Irene, the other 4 knew what they were doing. Lena and Paul were not green adventurers while Kane had training. Oliver seemed awkward at first, but pulled his own weight soon enough. Irene made herself useful by unpacking the luggage and gathering wood for the fire. You good to go, Paul? Lena asked the giant of a man next to her, which he answered with a nod and a huff. All right, people, the camp is ready. Our next schedule is a light exercise. Paul has kindly offered to be your practice opponent. Pick up your weapon and show him what you got. Ah, no using art until I say so, got it. Lena called the younger members of the group. Ooh, sweet, me first. Oliver dashed forward. Kane and Irene magnanimously conceded the honor of first blood to the boy. While the overeager boy was trying to get a hit on the tank, Lena, Irene, and Kane watched from the side. Paul had a big round shield on his left hand and an axe on his right. Oliver wielded a one-handed sword with 2 hands. His movement showed some degree of training, but not great. Paul managed to tank him without using any of his abilities. Kane was sitting on a fallen log, while Irene was watching while standing. Lena took a spot on the log between the two of them. Do you believe me if I say he has come a long way? Lena said while observing Oliver's performance. To him, Oliver was doing a monkey dance. During the earlier stage of the fight, he showed promise, but as time went on, the frustration of being unable to land a hit on Paul made Oliver swing his sword like a 5-year-old child. Kane wanted to say that he would rather not imagine how it looked like at first, but he chose the Paragon conversation option rather than the Renegade one. We all have to start somewhere, Kane masterfully said, a faint smile on his face. You two seem close, he tested the waters. He and I are from the same village. It's just a small village 2 days' travel from Mokash town, about 50 people live there. Only he and I could forge our intio, and you take him under your wing, cuz, so in case anything happened to me, he can protect it in my stead, Lena said. Kane turned his head to the side. Lena actually didn't feel like an adventurer. She was more of a village girl type. Calloused hands, tan skin, rough hair, accustomed to physical work. Rather than a warrior, she had the air of a villager that often had to take up arms from conscription. After Oliver, it was Irene's turn. The archer was bad at melee as expected. Lena and Paul gave pointers, but one short guidance session wouldn't miraculously turn her into an expert in a day. After a while, they changed the training. Paul was moving irregularly in the distance while Irene tried to shoot him, a simulation of shooting moving monsters. Paul didn't seem to mind being turned into a target practice. What a considerate person, he also went straight into the most troublesome task during camp raising, Kane observed. Lena wants to see our capabilities so she can direct the team better. Kane guessed the purpose of this while glancing at the older girl beside him. Also to give the 2 newbies helpful tips before the real thing. All right, Kane, you're up, Lena loudly said so Irene could hear from the distance. Roger, the youth, stood up. During the time he was thinking about how much power and skill he should display, he heard someone's voice. Well, if it isn't my sweet Lenny. Working hard to pay your debt, I hope. Walter. Lena looked at the approaching man with apprehension. Kane saw the man with a big body. Black-haired, thin beard, and wore a leather armor that showed his big biceps. This Walter walked closer with two other men with him in the center. All three are level 1. Is this what I think it is? Kane thought. The hell you bastards are doing here? Oliver spat out, standing near Lena. Oh, nothing but a coincidence, kid, the man smiled evilly. We were in the middle of a quest, then saw the lot of you. Figured I should say hello, considering we're acquainted and all. Seems like an unpleasant man, Irene muttered quietly to Kane. I'm of the same mind. You have said your piece. We're busy here, so I don't have time for you. You do your quest and we'll do ours, Lena stonewalled him. Aw, don't be like that, sweetie. I know you don't like me, but a debt is a debt. Walter moved closer until his face was just a few inches from Lena's. I hope you can get the money ready soon. It would bleed my heart if I must separate a couple of small children from their parents. Slaves have it tough these days, he showed the grin of a sly dog. I'll get the money. Lena tried to hide her revulsion against Walter unsuccessfully, and all is well should you do so. By the way, the amount is 70 silver coins now. What? That's more than double of what the village owed. Lena turned aghast. Oh, that's the total plus interest. Shishishi, Walter snickered. His two underlings followed suit. No way, that's a scam. Oliver looked like he would pounce at the guy. But that's Lena bit her lower lip and clenched her hands at a loss of what to say. That's all I have to say. Have fun hunting whatever your quest is. Biwaha. Walter and his gang left boisterously. Sislen, Oliver looked at Lena with worry. You all stay here. Lena followed them after some thinking. Lena chased them and Walter stopped leaving to talk. Paul and the others were too far away to hear what they were talking about, and being upwind didn't help either. Let's go, back to the camp. We shouldn't stare, Paul urged the younger three. I won't leave her, Oliver growled. She will feel more miserable if we watch. Paul turned around and gave Oliver a pat on the shoulder. Oliver, although very reluctant, followed Paul eventually. Irene was also unwilling, but what Paul said made sense. While she tried to leave, Kane sat on the ground with his back towards Lena and Walter's gang. Kane, she called, I'll wait for her here. No need to worry. This way I won't be able to stare, Kane said. Irene didn't say anything and let him be, but I'll be able to hear, Kane thought. Because of a certain event and diligent training, Veer's Kane now had an extraordinary sense of hearing at a superhuman degree. Combined with enhanced hearing art, he could hear the sound of someone's heartbeat if they were both in a quiet room. It wasn't always active nor perfect. His near-death experience by the hand of a mere level 1 assassin was a stern reminder. Still, it was very useful. Kane focused his ears on the conversation behind him, eavesdropping while maintaining a fake facade to all. It's final, the contract is clear. This is the sign of your village chief, is it not? Lena sounded more and more desperate while Walter maintained his cool. Fair point, I might be able to do something about it. And I'm in the mood of honeyed persuasion. Walter's hand touched Lena's chin. Walter's voice made Kane feel so filthy to the point he wanted an immediate bath despite being so far away. Hard to say what Lena felt since she was so close to the epicenter. Let me think about it. Lena's voice was filled with helplessness and surrender, moving away from his touch. She wanted to refuse, but the reality of the situation made her unable to outright say rejection. You're welcome to make preparations. Take your time. Gahaha. Walter laughed more happily than before. He was convinced the fish had already swallowed the bait. All he needed to do was pull his fishing pole. Lena stood alone in the middle of a plain, head downcast, and remained still, looking like an image of pity. She needed a little time to organize her thoughts. She held back her tears and kept her eyes on the immediate future, the quest. Wallowing in pity and sorrow wouldn't make her problems go away. She led her team here, and she would not fail them because of her personal matter. Lena gathered the pieces of her will after being broken and held it close. She had a job to do. The first thing she saw when she started walking back was Kane with his back on her. Kane, she said when they were close enough. Are you okay? He answered curtly. Lena walked in the front. Kane maintained a few steps behind her. Her red hair swayed in the cold wind. Neither of them opened their mouths at first. You aren't going to ask? Lena said without turning her face. No need. I'm just making sure you're okay. They didn't walk far before reaching the recently raised camp. The first thing she did was addressing Paul and the others who looked at her with worry. Sorry you guys had to see that. I assure you, there's no need for concern. I'm okay and we still have a quest to complete. I wanted to see Kane's mock battle first, but we're running out of daylight. We'll now go inside the forest, seek the giant chicken's nest in areas with Tukuku's presence. If we manage to find them, then great. If not, that's fine too. Remember, scouting only. Avoid battle as much as possible. We'll get the eggs when we return later at night, Lena directed. We'll split into 2 teams to cover more grounds. Me and Oliver, Paul and you too, Lena said to Irene and Kane. Follow Paul's command to the letter. If he says you run, then you run. If he says you hide, then you hide. Do so right away, no talkbacks. Got it, Kane and Irene nodded. We only got 1 or 2 hours before sunset. When the sun has fully sunk, whether you find the nest or not, you make the trip back here. Any questions? Lena paused. Good, get ready immediately. The camp will be empty, so don't leave anything valuable. Bit too detailed for my taste, then again Lena is a cautious type. The party prepared their gear quickly enough, then went into the woods with 100 meters distance between them. Lena and Paul exchanged a few words before they led their group into the woods of leafless trees. Unlike on the outside, the ground inside the forest had a blanket of snow at the height of an adult man's ankle. It didn't make taking every step like walking on a bog, but an obstruction nonetheless. This was the wilds. Monsters instead of humans reigned here. Paul's expression was very serious, watching for every sign of an anomaly. Irene had her bow and arrow on her hands, similarly on guard. Based on the team allocation, Lena seemed to think Paul was stronger than her, because he has to nanny 2 level zeros. Or maybe because it's just the issue of compatibility. She and Oliver are from the same village after all. Why is there a snow buildup this high just inside the forest? Irene asked, keeping her voice down. Higher mana density in the area. In places like this, the environment can be very abnormal compared to the outside. There could be a desert region despite the winter season or a mountain covered with eternal typhoon. Monsters often appear on those grounds. As a rule of thumb, the crazier the environment means the stronger the monsters inside. All because of mana. Kane, you've strayed too far. And your movement is bad, you're muddying our tracks, Paul reprimanded. The snow is an inconvenience, but we can turn it to our advantage. If by any chance we get separated, follow the tracks we leave behind in the snow. It's easy to get lost in the woods, particularly during a heated situation when a monster popped up. I actually didn't think of that. Good advice. A rustle on the bushes made the 3 turn their heads in that direction with weapons at the ready. A few tense moments later, a cute white rabbit showed itself. The tension eased down since it was not a threat. Not gonna shoot it. Kane talked to Irene. It could be our dinner. Unsuitable time. We still need to scout, and carrying a bloody carcass could draw in predators. Leaving it here after killing it is a no-go either, same reason. Irene said. Her father was a hunter, so maybe she's right, Kane assessed. Right, there's still some ration in the camp. It will do, Paul approved. Time passed and the trio ever went deeper into the woods, combing it for monster trails. Paul made a mark with nearby stones at regular intervals, a set of stones piled together. Kane watched with interest. Must be for direction indicators, the youth thought. He had experience going into the wilds before, but he was always alone. Kane knew he could learn a thing or two from other adventure veterans and wasn't ashamed of admitting it. After some time, Irene filled the silence. Mr. Paul, do you think Lena is okay? Just Paul, we're in the same party and I'm only a few years older than you. As for your question, I do not know. And frankly, there's not much that we could do, Paul answered. There are people like that guy in my village too. Money hyenas, making wealth at the cost of others suffering. Irene scowled. She actually has it tougher than that. If you want to help, then focus on clearing the quest, which in itself will lower her burden. Irene stayed silent. Kane was the same. They kept walking forward. About 3 minutes later, they finally found a lead. There, Paul pointed. A tucucoo's feather. They must be close. Keep a sharp eye. Kane saw a bluish-white bird feather fall near a tree. I wonder what kind of monster this tucucoo is. Eyes up, Irene said. Following her line of sight, Kane saw 3 birds perched on a tree branch at his 2 o'clock direction. There was still quite a distance between them, and the monsters didn't seem to realize their presence yet. Kane noted that the tucucus were similar in shapes and sizes to owls. Most of their feathers were white with some black or blue mixed in. One of the owls flew away, leaving only 2 tucucus left to observe. The one that left made snowflakes with each flap of its wings. The shape of their brows made the birds look like they were scowling. Other than the white pupils, the rest of their eyes were black. I expected Hedwig, but they're kinda scary looking. Not pet material, MRRGGH. Kane cringed. I'm sure there are cute and cuddly monsters out there. I just haven't found them yet. Veers had seen quite a few monsters since he came to this world. Not a great many samples, but the lack of cute-type monsters disappointed him. They all were either eerie, ferocious, or dangerous. A common slime he fought was the closest thing to a pet candidate. Eyeless, formless, wriggly jelly that closely resembled an oversized amoeba. Yeah, those guys don't have a speck of Rimuru adorableness in them. Kinda gross, to be honest. Further in must be their territory. We'll circle around the perimeter to investigate. Make sure you don't get too close. Paul led the younger ones away. Paul was correct. They found more tucucus in the area. Some were still sleeping inside a hollowed trunk. Some were just flying out to begin their nightlife. These owls, like their Earth counterpart, were nocturnal, and the day grew increasingly dark. It's time. Let's go back, Paul suggested. Irene, take point. Lead us back. Kane will follow behind, and I shall guard the rear. Kane followed the instructions like a chick followed its mother hen. Nothing noteworthy happened on the way back. The sky was almost cloudless tonight, and the 2 moons were reflecting sunlight brightly. At the camp, Lena and Oliver were already back. Good news, we found a giant chicken nest. We've also confirmed she had eggs in the nest. Lena smiled, seemingly back to the confident young woman before that episode with Walter. And we found the tucucus, Kane replied. Nice. All right, people, it's break time. Eat something and get plenty of sleep. We'll begin the hunt around midnight. Get plenty of rest. It's more than 6 hours away. They made a campfire and took salted jerky and fruits that they brought from town. Well, so much for Grandma Meow's food bonus. Reality's knocking, Kane thought while taking a bite out of a piece of chewy jerky. Then Oliver brought the carcass of a chicken lookalike, much to Kane and Irene's surprise. Fresh meat. We found the nest faster than expected. On the way back, we found this and Oliver hunted it. Odon, a guineafowl monster. Just a rank 0 monster. Not much different from regular animals except for the existence of monster core. This one's destroyed though, but we can have a warm meal. Paul and Kane praised the boy and he seemed happy and sheepish. After they processed the fowl, hot meals enough to satisfy the 5 of them were served. An hour later, besides the fire, Kane was watching the fire burning with Paul not far from him. The heat from the fire pit felt very special right now. P-U-O, Kane let out a childish voice while opening both palms for the flame's warmth. You appear accustomed to camping out, Paul spoke. I've learned to enjoy it at a place called Camp Uru. Kane grinned like the Cheshire Cat. Off-season camp is the best, or so Shimmerin said. The cold of winter is perfect too, Kishishishi. Never heard of it, but good for you. Paul also took refuge close to the fire, absorbing the higher temperature. Kane eyed the muscular youth in his early 20s and steered the conversation in a more serious direction. So, how long have you been in this line of business? Kane asked. 3-4 years ago, I registered when I just became level 0. HMN, you must be good at this trade then. No limbs lost, not dying, and have advanced to level 1. Quite a feat in this line of work, Kane spoke frankly. 6 months ago, and yet you're still here. Kane let the question linger in the air. I want to open a blacksmith shop as I have some skill hammering metal. Paul took a sip from his mug. So I'm saving money. Because I mainly took safe jobs, gathering the targeted amount took longer. I almost reached the goal. And yet you are in an obsidian quest. Normally, an obsidian is quite risky for level 1s. Not impossible to accomplish flawlessly, but risky. Contradictory to someone who painted himself in playing it safe Lena, Kane utilized his Sherlock deduction skill. We're acquainted from a few years back. She started adventuring not long after I started, but she only sporadically took quests, pushing herself too far each time she did. I found out later that she's only adventuring to make extra money for her village. She's just a farmer. Villages around here often have difficulty, poor harvest, high taxes, stray monsters, incursion hard to sufficiently stockpile enough supplies for winter. This year seems especially bad. Lena's village was forced to borrow money from that lone shark. She's a strong and kind woman that treasures her home and family. He paused and took a deep breath. And I want to help her, Paul said from the heart. Kane smiled. That was a sufficient answer to his question. On the other note, his super ears also picked up a faint gasp from the girl's tent. One woman was being naughty, listening to the man-to-man conversation. It didn't sound like Irene, so there was only one candidate left. His smile grew wider because of the interesting development. Yo, you girls seeing this? Kane hollered the onlookers inside his head. Farley said passionately. He's so sweet, I hope the feeling is mutual for both of them, Pena added. So this is humans mating courtship. Very informative. Clarissa was genuinely piqued. With his permission, the girls inside his head could see and hear what Veers experienced. Because of the similarity, Veers called it real-time video streaming. A screen appeared on the flower field where the girls could watch the Veers Today channel. Veers often streamed his journey when it was possible. He did this to prevent boredom and mind atrophy, in addition to give them hope for the future. The more motivated they are, the more Veers would receive help from them. No matter the world, girls always like love talk. It must be embedded in their genetic code, Kane thought while making fun of it, but the truth was he also liked it. She's pretty dense, so I don't think she realized it after all this time, Paul added. The secret listener's sound of breathing was smothered. Kane imagined she must be using her hands to cover her mouth, all the while having an apple-red face. Kane was very amused, thinking the cool and collected Lena had the face of a heroine in a romantic comedy situation. I think the wind is blowing on your tail, my man. She really appreciates you being here with her. Kane spun a flowery speech. Yeah, she definitely knows now. My money's in them being together after this venture. The reward from quests we take after this one should be enough to pay off her debt, Paul said while putting in another wood log to the fire. Yeah, that's about right, Kane calculated. 2 or 3 more quests should cover it. I'll ask her hand in marriage at that time, Paul resolutely said. Pena and the others were making girly noises like middle school girls witnessing their classmates' confession. Kaya-ing and talking very fast with each other, especially Pena and Farley. Although age-wise they really are teenage girls, Lena's, the secret snooper's breathing sound disappeared. Either she fainted or dived into what passed for a blanket in the tent. 1,000 horses must be trampling on the fields of her mind right now. Despite her reliable demeanor, her reaction was very fresh and interesting. But unlike the girls, Kane's face cramped in a smile. Holy shit, a death flag. The talk halted for a while. Sounds of cracking wood in the fire and faint bird hoots from the trees hang in the air. Kane was in deep thought. It's strange, talking to you doesn't feel like talking to a younger man, Paul broke the ice first. Strange indeed, I could have sworn I'm just a teen the last time I saw myself in a mirror. Kane replied, I gotta go, I think I ate too much. I have to take a shit. Don't go too far. We're in an orange zone, Paul reminded. Righto, sorry for leaving you alone. I'll be back as soon as possible. Kane left while walking hastily. Just a quick check, Kane thought. You're late. When Kane came back, Lena, Paul, and Oliver were waiting for him. Oliver was the one who rebuked him. Sorry, I should have eaten more green food, Kane apologized. Well, that's enough. Time to change shifts. Paul, Kane, good work. Get some sleep. We'll take over from here, Lena said, nothing unordinary in her voice and appearance. Kay, good night. Stay safe, Paul said. There's a bit of fatigue in his voice. The two went inside the tent and slept their allocated rest time. The night was peaceful and nothing unexpected happened. Kane slept soundly until the time to depart. Donning their full combat equipment, Kane and the others ventured into the woods in the deep of night. So what's your story? Kane asked the only person next to him, Oliver. I didn't take you for the chatty type. The boy showed a little annoyance. Now, Kane assured him. We're in the same team and most likely we'll be together for a few more quests. Knowing each other better will increase our teamwork and success rate. Besides, I already got the other 3 backstories. Might as well complete the collection with yours. Kane left that part unsaid. Both of them were deep in the woods, inside the ice owl's territory, hiding and covering their body with a coat, waiting for the go signal. There's nothing special, I'm just a newbie adventurer from the boonies. Big sis Len seems to think you're better than me, so I'm gonna prove her wrong. I'm sensing some hostility here. A young boy wanting to prove himself. Easy there, we're not enemies. I heard you and Lena are from the same village. She told you that, didn't she? Gossipers. Lena seems an okay person, Kane replied with a smile, keeping his calm and serene demeanor. She expects great things from you. Sis Len wants me to be the village's guardian dog, Oliver complained. You think the village is too small for you, HMN? Kane gave a sideway glance. Exactly. I'll do great feats worthy of songs and legends. No one shall underestimate me again. I'll show them bastards who look down on me. Oliver's childish boast was not taken seriously by Kane. Having grand aspiration was good and all. Kane had nothing against him. It's entirely up to him whether he could make such imagination a reality or not. It seems he doesn't have a good impression about his village. Kane thought, good spirit, certainly better than those motivationless people. By the way, are you a true brother and sister with Lena? Nah, it's a small village. We often played together when we were kids. The calling stuck, you ain't gonna mock me. Oliver was guarding against insults that never came. Why should I? It's your dream. I wish you well, but the way I see it, you take care of your dream and I'll take care of mine. HMMN, quite an arrogant line you got there. Oliver was displeased. Heh, Irene said the same thing. Out of pure curiosity, imagine it for a moment. You left the village behind and one day heard news it had been destroyed. The villagers were all killed, no survivors. Your family, friends, neighbors, the guys that used to irritate you, all gone. What do you think you would feel? That's... Oliver didn't answer, showing a complicated expression. So he still has a sense of belonging to his village after all, not a heartless type that would pursue his objective despite all else. That's normal, I suppose. Not a degenerate then. Food for thought, but if you would pardon me one more arrogant line, Kane condescendingly said. Fine, tell me, Junior. Oliver matched Kane's challenge in teenager's standard. You don't need great deeds to have people stop looking down on you. You just need to be stronger than your enemies. And then Kane's eyes glinted with ruthless savagery, then his lips curled upwards. Let's just say it's hard for someone to look down on others when that someone is lying 6 feet under. Oliver saw Kane's eyes, and what he found brought a shiver down his spine. This guy, he has killed people before. He had speculations from the start, but Oliver had no doubt about it now, and not just because of his words. His tone was bone-chilling, and there was no untruth in his eyes. You. Oliver stopped short because they both saw a fire lit in the distance. Come on, Oliver, eyes and ears sharp. It's showtime. Kane put his game face on. To get the giant chicken eggs, Lena planned to lure it away, then the others steal the eggs. The problem was the tucucus in the area, ice owls that would attack trespassers of their territory. When Lena was luring away the chicken, she might also get attacked by the owls. That was too risky for her to handle, so she devised a plan. After determining the positions of the chicken and owl nest, the group would neutralize the tucucus first, by using a hot bait, so you want to burn the forest, audacious. Kane was amused, imagining the sight of a blazing forest. No, just make some medium-sized bonfires near their territory. Lena was shocked at how much of a leap Kane's logic took when she suggested using fire. Tucucus are ice monsters that don't like heat. In fact, they react aggressively to it. That's why we'll make fires in 3 places, like the points of a triangle. The 5 of us will split into 2-2-1, each responsible for 1 fire. After the first fire is lit up, the person starting it will run away. The owls will come to snuff the fires out, then they'll be seeking the perpetrators in the area. Before they could find our comrades, we lit up the second fire, then replicated the earlier process with the third fire. A kiting strategy. And they said games are bad for your brain, PHHHSSH. Kane dissed the non-gamers in his brain, then back to light up the first fire point. Repeat the cycle as many times as necessary until the Tukukas are tired. My guess is 2 cycles before they become too tired to threaten us when we made a move for the eggs. Kane agreed to the plan and joined the group. When it was time to divide the group, Kane was assigned with Oliver and Lena with Irene. Paul shall handle his duty alone. This must be why Lena recruited me in the first place, to have someone with field experience handle the third fire spot. Well, igniting a fire shouldn't be too hard, even for a non-path seeker. Must be just in case something happened. Since Kane was named the leader between the two, Oliver had a bitter feeling. He was older, but Kane was more experienced. He got the logic, but it didn't mean he liked it. In the darkness of night, the light of the fire was very eye-catching despite Kane having quite a distance between Lena and Irene's spot. Lena had begun the kiting operation. The bonfire was quite large and seemingly came out of nowhere instead of gradually growing bigger from little flame. Well, she is a fire pathseeker. Must be easy for her to get things burning. The pair waited, not moving nor saying a peep. Before long there was a shriek, joined with another dozen more shrieks. Holy cow, sounds like the owl's version of Wolf's howl, but angrier. Tens of furious owls zoned in from the deeper part of the woods. Kane saw them leaving trails of snowflakes in their wake. Like starving vultures to carrion, Kane commented. What's a vulture? Oliver asked, never having seen a vulture before. Oh, well, it's a bird that's famous for eating other animals' carcasses. They rarely hunt live prey for food. They mainly eat the leftovers of what other animals hunted. They often wait in flocks, watching while a lion or something else dined, then swooped in after the lion was full. Kane watched as the ice birds were battling the fire, fully intent on snuffing it out. They flapped their wings in unison, creating ice and frost hurling towards the fire. Who, Kane exclaimed, not to the point of freezing the fire but should be around the level of a fire extinguisher. And that's the power of only one of them. Getting focused attacks from a dozen of them must be very cold indeed. From another direction, Kane saw that another fire was just created. This one was still small and needed a little time to grow big. That's Paul's spot, Oliver said. He nodded. We should get ready as well. Lena's fire did not hold for long, but before the Tukukas could rejoice, they shrieked in anger once again. They flew straight to Paul's position. Kane couldn't be sure, but he thought he saw one of the owls shot down by an arrow. It was the last one of the pack. Irene, nice shot. The owls repeated what they did to Lena's fire, sending gusts of cold energy to smother Paul's fire. Only this time their power went down a bit. Lena appears to be right. Kane became more optimistic. Looking good, let's do our job as well. Right, Oliver answered. In front of Kane and Oliver were 3 stacks of dried wood and foliage placed somewhat apart from each other. The pair gathered on the leftmost stack. Pour the oil, Kane said. Oliver uncorked a flask and poured the flammable liquid onto the stack. The oil was Lena's. She bought them at the town and shared it with the group. Immediately afterward, Kane set it on fire using sparks from a flint. Good, it's burning nicely, let's go. Kane observed the fire for a few seconds to make sure it wouldn't go out on its own, then bolted with Oliver away from the soon incoming airstrike. Behind a short rock 15 meters away, Kane and Oliver hugged the ground, covering their bodies with a mantle. It masked their body heat from the owls. The Tukukas were in front of them soon enough. Kane was not an expert in reading human expressions, let alone avian ones, but the Tukukas' fury was very clear. He could taste it in the air. The birds were swooping to the scene like gallant firefighters to stamp out the fiery menace, full of ire to the ones that kept creating it. If someone set my lawn on fire multiple times, I would be wrathful as well. I feel you, I really do. Kane privately bantered in his head. With a dozen furious monsters so close in the pair's proximity, Kane saw that Oliver was faintly trembling with the corner of his eye. Understandable, I suppose. Before long, Lena and Irene's place lit up once again, beginning the cycle anew. By the end of the second cycle, the Tukukas were too tired to douse Kane's fire and went away, returning to their nest. They waited for a full minute before putting out their fire. Kane set his palm up and Oliver slapped it with his own, giving a satisfying sound. They both rendezvoused with the others at a designated place, giving each other praises. Irene shot down a total of 4 Tukukas and looted their monster cores. This meant more valuables for them, which was good news. Then the 5 went straight to the place where Lena found the giant chicken's nest. There it is. Time for the last step, guys, Lena said, raising morale. There was a hollow at the base of a cliffside. The monster nest was built inside the hollow. It was not deep, so Kane had a clear sight of the chicken monster. It was 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. Thick white feathers that made it look very fat and a red comb atop its head like a crown. It was sleeping peacefully. The strategy was simple. Someone lured it away and then the rest took the eggs. It was Lena's plan, so she volunteered to be the bait. Lena was light on her feet and the most suitable, so the role fell to her. Paul expressed his worry. He wanted to follow her. Paul, an earth user, had the role of a tank. Speed wasn't his department. Paul and Lena were also the only level 1 in the group. One of them should stay with the younger group. This was the wilds where anything could happen. It was false, of course, but Kane was masquerading as a level 0, so there's that. After they tacitly consented with each other, they separated to their own positions. When they were ready, Lena gave the signal to start. The signal was a fireball to the giant chicken's face. BWAK. As natural as the sun rises, the monster was angry. With blazing red eyes, it scanned its surroundings, finding the perpetrator right after. Its head and face was burned, but nowhere near something fatal. Monsters were famous for their tough and resilient body. Even its feathers had some resistance to fire. With great stride, the chicken charged at the impolite attacker, filled with murderous intent. "Come get me," Lena said as she ran away from the Minitruck-sized monster. "Let's go," Paul urged, dashing to the nest. The rest unquestionably followed. 5 eggs were lying in the nest. Like thieves, the younger trio swiftly took one each, with Paul keeping watch. Each egg was a bit bigger than an ostrich egg, but a lot heavier. "Erg heavy," Oliver said. Irene also agreed while running away from the nest. As they discussed, they only took 3 eggs and no more. They hoped with eggs remaining in its nest, the mommy chicken would not be too crazy in pursuing them. Kane was skeptical but didn't complain. He followed what the group decided to do. Shortly, they were already in the cover of the woods. "Phew, that was easier than I thought." Oliver was red-faced with excitement and basking in the success of the plan. Meanwhile, Kane had the face of someone just struck by lightning. "Fuck," he said it, "the flag. KYAHHH. Lena's scream reached their ears immediately. Fate does love irony. "Shit," Paul cursed before sprinting towards Lena's position. He used his Victa to raise his movement speed as high as possible. The sight prompted Irene and Oliver to follow. They only took 1 step before Kane spoke. "Leave the eggs to me. Put them on the ground, then go." The pair did so before hastening to Lena's direction. Kane realized this was a time for quick action, so he didn't dawdle. He put the eggs under a tree and cast water barrier art before following them. Irene and Oliver only had a head start of 6 seconds. This is supposed to be a simple egg poaching quest. Simple. When he arrived at the scene, he saw Lena frozen like a statue. Her posture indicated she was in the process of running away but abruptly stopped. The giant chicken was hot on her heels and almost upon her. "Away with you," Paul roared and tackled the 3 meters long white feathered hen with his shield, staggering it and saving Lena from being stomped. "Bewak," the chicken roared aggressively to Paul. "Come on." Paul taunted, hitting his shield to make some noise. He wanted the monster to focus on him. Wind arrow, wind slash. From her bow, Irene shot an arrow glowing with green light while Oliver slashed the chicken's side using his sword. The arrow hit its neck but failed to do significant damage. Gurururu, the chicken was annoyed and swatted Oliver away with its wing. Oliver jumped back just in time to avoid it. "You two, don't be reckless." Rock armor. Utilizing the time window Irene and Oliver bought for him, Paul cast his defensive art. His skin was covered with rock and his defense raised a notch. "My arrow, it didn't even pierce it." Irene was shaken. "Yeah, the response from my sword is strange as well. Its skin is very tough." Oliver grimaced. "So this is a monster, a true monster," both of them thought. Oliver gripped his sword a little tighter and Irene felt cold sweat forming on her forehead. They were steeling themselves for the fight ahead. KKAKK. The giant chicken extended its wings, making it seem far bigger than it actually was, and roared. The cry traveled far in all directions throughout the dark woods. Earthstrike. Paul attacked using the axe in his right hand. The other two followed his lead and resumed attacking. Paul's strike would have destroyed a sturdy rock boulder, but when the monster got hit on the side of its face, the chicken only turned its head slightly as if it was only a slap. Meanwhile, Kane was running towards the unmoving Lena. After seeing that Paul could put up a fight against the chicken, or at least stall it for a time, Kane made the recovery of Lena his first priority. When he arrived at her side, he immediately examined what was wrong with her. "What is this? Her muscles are hard as stone. She can't move, even her eyes are frozen. Paralyzed? Don't tell me this is." His mind flashed like a computer. He cross-referenced the symptoms with the thousands of fantasy monsters he encountered when playing video games in the past. One particular monster archetype came to mind. "It's a cockatrice. Watch out for its petrifying gaze," Kane shouted. Paul was busy holding the oversized chicken's attacks. Kane was unsure if he heard him or not. He just repelled a beak peck with his shield. An ordinary bird's peck didn't matter much, but a peck from a monster chicken possessing the weight of more than 1 ton was a different case. The fact that Paul only stepped back a few steps was the proof of his strength. Kane was in a dilemma. He had no method to cure Lena's status. "I have Aqua Heal, but that's for HP, not status effects." "Damn it, this is an oversight on my part. Wait, she's only paralyzed, not turned to stone. She might recover in time." To prevent Lena from getting caught in the battle, Kane attempted to move her, but he found out he couldn't. Some sort of magic prevented Lena's body from being moved. Is this also the cockatrice's doing? "Damn it. Lena, can you hear me? Listen, you've been paralyzed. Use your Victa to shorten the effect. We'll hold the monster off." After giving the message, Kane joined the battle. He didn't know if Lena received his advice or not, but what else could he do? Paul, Oliver, and Irene kept attacking the monstrous chicken. Sometimes they used art, sometimes not. Truth was, other than Paul's art, no other seemed to have phased the monster. Because it was a rank 1 monster, Oliver and Irene's art didn't have enough power to pierce its body's natural defenses. BWAKAKK. Annoyed by the flies buzzing around it, the monster changed its aggro to Oliver on its left. Like a gigantic charging bull, the monster was barreling down on Oliver, leaving deep tracks in the snow with every step. Caught off guard, Oliver fell into a dangerous situation. The terrifying sight of the charging monster made his muscles tense up. Paul tried to intervene, but his position was bad, he wouldn't make it in time. It was Kane who prevented Oliver's death. With a water membrane covering his body, he tackled Oliver out of the way. Oliver was thrown out of the line of fire, but the charging cockatrice hit Kane instead. GRRHHHGG. Kane grunted. Even though he already protected himself with water barrier art, a significant force still hit his body. Kane was tossed to a tree and slumped down, seemingly unconscious. Kane, no. Oliver and Irene raised their voices in worry, but the monster was already readying its next attack, its eyes glowing with purple light. Quack, Paul felt a magical wave wash over him. After it had abated, he pulled down his shield and found the cockatrice momentarily still after using its gaze. Paul wanted to attack during the opening, but found his legs were paralyzed, not to the point of being unable to move, but it became heavy as if the nerves were slowed down to the level of a caterpillar. He wasn't able to completely block the gaze with his shield. Paul cursed, although he reckoned the effect would have been far worse if he was exposed to the monster's direct gaze. You too, run. The worst-case scenario was in Paul's mind right now. Take Lena and Kane, then run, kayak. But the monster was still aggressively attacking. It jumped towards Oliver and Irene's position. At the moment, they weren't far from each other, which was why the shockwave from the monster's landing hit them both, flinging them apart from each other. Kaya! The blow made Oliver crash with a tree, dislocating his left shoulder, while Irene was hurled towards a pile of snow, somewhat cushioning her fall. The monster placed its head downward, almost kissing the ground, then it charged towards the unmoving Paul. When it got close, it threw its head upwards, giving Paul an upward headbutt. As fate would have it, the man landed just in front of Lena. He hit something hard as he landed, possibly a small rock. His forehead was bleeding, blood was spreading out to his face. Paul, amidst his spinning eyes, Paul heard Lena's gentle voice. Her paralysis had not dispersed completely, but she could speak and slowly moved her body now. She walked and stood in front of Paul. Lead the 3 out, I'll suicide attack the monster and buy you guys some time, Lena said resolutely. The chicken was roaring, but Paul could hear her voice clearly. He didn't answer, he simply grunted while rising up and standing next to Lena. I will never leave you. His tone was as steady as a mountain. Paul's voice was like a gentle wind on her heart. You really are too good for me, ehehe. Lena genuinely smiled. The pair stood side by side. Their body glowed because of the intensity of their victa. One was yellow and the other was red. They planned to put their all in a suicide attack and hoped it would be enough to bring the cockatrice down. Irene was peppering the monster with arrows from the side, but it paid her no mind. Its attention was on the pair that emitted intense energy. Intent on answering the challenge, the monster charged at them head-on. Time seemed to slow down. RAHH. They roared, putting their heart and soul into their final attack, but during the monster's charge, a figure appeared. With a mighty blue slash of his sword, he made a big gash on its neck. Because of that, the huge chicken veered off to the side. It crashed with a particularly big tree, felling it down. Disoriented, the chicken also collapsed. This isn't over yet. Kane stood in front of the pair, radiating an aura of blue victa no less powerful than them. His visage was the very picture of the big damn hero moment. Kane, level 1. Paul and Lena were consumed with emotion. To them, a light had appeared in a dark abyss. Kane, is that really you? Oliver approached slowly, one hand holding his injured shoulder. You're level 1. Irene was still shocked by the revelation. We will talk later, here's the plan. Lena will hold the cockatrice for a moment, just keep it busy. How's your paralysis? Kane asked. Almost gone, I can do it. I won't get hit by its gaze again. Good, Paul, you will restrict its movement. Can you make a bog? I can, perfect, make it. When it's ready, Lena will lead the monster to the bog. Paul replied by nodding strongly. Kane turned and faced Oliver and Irene. While the monster is restricted, you two will take out its eyes. Fan out to its left and right, then wait for my signal. Okay. Roger, riding the momentum of the situation, Kane took charge of the group. Because Kane was radiating utter confidence, they found it hard to gainsay him. Gururu, the cockatrice had recovered, it menacingly approached the 5. The greeting it received was a fireball to the face again. Over here, you overgrown poultry. Your opponent is me, Lena said. BWAKK. Lena danced like a butterfly, not letting a single attack hit her body. Her equipment was light and emphasized speed. Her weapons were a pair of short swords. Unlike Paul's style that was built to take a beating, she chose the agile approach. In gamer's language, she was dodge tanking. Looks like she didn't need my help, Kane thought. Convinced Lena got it handled, Kane focused on another thing. He created a sphere of water above his palm, seemingly readying for something. He maintained a somewhat close distance with Lena in case she needed assistance, but other than that, he was passive. Kane did not launch a single attack to the chicken. Done. Lena, over here, Paul shouted. The bog transmutation was done. Lena ran in Paul's direction and the enraged monster followed. She stopped just before stepping into the bog, waiting for the monster to be close enough, then jumped to the side with higher speed than before. Art flickering fire haze. Lena successfully moved out of the way, but it was too late for the minibus-sized monster. The bog Paul made was big enough to swallow half of its body. Its movement temporarily halted. The monster raged, wanting to break free from the bog. Now, Kane shouted to the two wings. Hit, Irene yelled as she shot an arrow. Wind slash. Oliver jumped towards the monster's eye. The arrow hit first, it stabbed the right eye. The monster immediately shrieked and its reflex action made it move its head. Oliver wasn't as fast as an arrow loosened, so he was a bit late. His attack missed the eye. KWAKKK. Shit. Oliver cursed. Oliver, no. Lena was aghast. Infuriated, the cockatrice' remaining eye glowed with sinister purple light. It was the petrifying gaze. Oliver was in no position to dodge, water mirror, but Kane was ready to counter it. The sphere on Kane's hand transformed into a clear, flat mirror and appeared in front of the cockatrice's face. Wide-eyed, the monster got hit by its own gaze and its body became rigid. Now's our chance, all-out attack, Kane urged with fervor. Kane could see a cut-in for all of them, including his own as they unleashed their most powerful arts. The four saw an opening and held nothing back, fully intent on slaying the monster right here and now. Wind Force Arrow, Gust Wheel, Mountain Rampage, Flare Cross Edge. Kane's attack hit the monster after the other four. His sword was glistening sharp with water elemental empowerment, and he thrust it to the chicken's chest. After the stab, he jumped upwards, creating a rising slash wound. In the air above the cockatrice, he corrected his posture and swung his sword downward for a second attack as gravity did its job, completely severing its neck. Spirit Helm Breaker. Kane rarely shouted the name of his techniques, but the flow of the events compelled him to do so this time. He could not resist the occasion. In his mind, he could see his own visage with a cool look, straightening his red glove, as the tagline, "The show's over," was plastered on the finishing touchscreen. Kane was feeling mighty pleased about himself. A certain silent protagonist would be proud. The headless body of the cockatrice twitched before it collapsed to the side. The five witnessed this without a sound, only heaving their breath because of the intense moment. We won, Oliver exploded with jubilation. Huff huff, so it seems. Paul wiped the sweat and blood from his forehead. Hey, it's over, so glad. Even Irene showed a rare smile. Phew, it's fine. Kane sat down. Even though the ground was still a bit wet because of the bog Paul created, he didn't mind. More importantly, what do you think? Is the money we can get from this cockatrice enough to fill your village's debt? Hearing that, Lena and Oliver perked up. She fell into thinking for a while, then her face bloomed with a smile. Yes, even if we cut it 5 ways, the money is more than enough. I'm happy for you. Paul put a hand on her shoulder, which Lena replied with a tight hug. Paul wasn't expecting that, and his face was turned to stone. But he gathered his courage and hugged her back. All right, let's go home, Kane suggested while smiling. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies, but that cockatrice belongs to us. Walter and his henchmen crept out from the darkness. Walter made his entrance after an intense battle against the cockatrice. His aim was Lena. As long as Lena couldn't pay her debt, then she would become his. The failure of her quest was something he wanted to see, not success. However, a cockatrice suddenly appeared, and what's more unbelievable, Lena's group managed to kill it. With the materials left behind by the rare monster, Lena would be able to clear her debt, which would put Walter's dream into jeopardy. He couldn't just accept it. So he would make sure the cockatrice wouldn't be their gain. Walter said some bullshit like the cockatrice was originally his, and he was hunting it, but Lena and the group steal Walter's prey. Naturally, Lena and the others disagreed, but they had just finished a hard battle and were exhausted. Walter and his cronies appearing at that time put the lone shark in a very advantageous situation. Kane's level 1 reveal was unexpected, but in the end, Walter's side still had the upper hand. Both sides refused to budge and bitterly they fought. During the fight, Walter did as all villains do, gloating, taunting, mocking, the usual practices. It was 3 level 1 versus 3 injured level 1 and 2 level 0. The battle was going well at first, but just as villainous characters do, they started gunning for the weaker ones. With that, Paul and Lena moved to the defensive, losing their initiative. After a drawn-out and costly round for both sides, Kane and the others gradually pushed the attackers back and would have emerged victorious, but fate must have its drama. During the battle, Lena was in danger and Paul jumped in to protect her, suffering a grievous injury. Kane managed to defeat and kill Walter, but the good villain didn't fail to convey threatening curses and foreshadowing last words before moving to the afterlife. Paul lay in a pool of blood and bid the tearful Lena a touching farewell before his last breath leaving him. The younger trio solemnly offered prayers to the departed while hearing Lena's sobbing cry. The mood was dark as the remaining 4 made their way back to Makash town. and yet tragedies shaped characters. Those left behind grew stronger, wiser, and more prepared for the challenges ahead. End of Arc 1 Journey's start. Or that's what would have happened. And Cain leaped to the sky. His sword shined watery blue like a fang from the azure heavens. He unleashed a phenomenal downward strike that cut the monster's head clean off, an attack worthy of legend. A round of cheering and merry shouting rumbled the tavern. Air of merriment enveloped the guild's tavern this evening, where the five celebrated their success. Lena and her group were carting the corpse of a cockatrice in broad daylight. Their entry was very eye-catching and memorable. It was high noon and the street was busy, while a giant headless chicken's corpse was being hauled into town. The body of the cockatrice was no different from a pile of money. They could carve parts of it for easier transport, but felt it was too much of a waste, so they made a simple wood cart and brought the cockatrice back whole. Paul, the blacksmith aspirant, contributed greatly in the making of the cart. The monster was so big and heavy. Although it made their travel time longer and more troublesome, it was overall a smooth journey to Makash town. No extraordinary thing happened. Nothing unexpected happened. Smooth journey, smooth journey. The five reached the gate of Makash town tired, but their heart was full of satisfaction. They stopped at the guild to report and let the guild staff handle the dismantling. I'll handle this. Let's meet again at the tavern in the evening. Go get some rest, you guys well earned it. Lena said to the group, but Paul insisted on accompanying her. Her face was a bit red as she accepted. Seeing this, Cain, Oliver, and Irene read the situation and left them alone, agreeing to meet again later. Cain returned to the inn, cleaned himself up, and relaxed until the promised time. To us, the five clucked their wooden mugs together as they sat on the same table. This tavern was where they had breakfast, and it was also suitable for having dinner. How did it go with the guild? Cain asked. Hey, aren't you guys the ones that hunted the cockatrice? A young adventurer interrupted. The five had eyes on them since the time they entered the tavern. Indeed, you have keen eyes, mate. Oliver crossed his arms and nodded like a sage. Come on, tell us the tale. Another adventurer on the next table added. There's a saying that a smart eagle hides its talons. Oliver looked hesitating. Barkeep, 5 mugs of ale for this table. I'm paying, the adventurer said. Well, if you put it like that. How could I refuse, dear sir? Come and know the tale. It began under a lightless sky in a forest of white dead trees. Oliver started to weave the story of their earlier experience, but it was longer, had ample exaggeration and artistic interpretation. Cain was actually impressed. Oliver might have talent as a bard. Barkeep, change one of the ales into fruit juice, cold if possible, Cain said. Make that too, Irene followed. Oliver was in the zone, fully immersed in the story. He took a couple of chugs from someone else's mug and stood on top of a table while the rest of the tavern listened to the story with 50 falsehood. Shouldn't you stop that? Cain pointed at Oliver. It's fine. They know most of it is an exaggeration, but all adventurers love a good story. Paul stoically sipped his drink. So how much did we get? Cain asked bluntly. 400 silver coins for the cockatrice body, feathers, meat, core, the whole package. Are you sure you don't want the monster core? Lena asked again. It's fine, just put it all in the pot and convert it into money. We've all agreed to give you a bigger cut, Paul said with appreciative eyes. Nonsense, it's a team effort. Let it split 5 ways equally. Cain shook his head and showed humility. Lena and Paul let go of the matter after seeing Cain's adamant stance. There's also the eggs. The egg poaching quest's reward plus bonus makes us another 100 silver. Into a total of 500, split into 5 then we all get a full 100 silver coins each, Lena clarified. 1 gold coin for each person, it's a lot of money, Irene muttered to herself. At first my target was a total of 300 silver after 2 or 3 quests, but we shot past it in 500 silver right off the bat. Again, my gratitude to you. No need to mention it. No, you don't understand. This money means a lot more to me than its monetary value. Lena's face bloomed bright. Well, I heard your talk with Walter, so I know. When Oliver reached the part where Cain cut the head of the monster, some people turned to look in his direction. Cain only raised his glass and meekly avoided meeting their inquisitive stare directly. Oliver then finished the story, but the audience threw him with questions, so it was getting rowdier. Oliver's face was red. Was he drinking alcohol? When the revelry was in full swing, someone charged into the tavern and screamed with a loud voice. WLTR is dead. He was found dead. Every head in the tavern turned to the sweating man's direction. They were so silent, a cluck of a mug could be heard by the whole tavern. Walter the lone shark, someone asked. Yeah, the newcomer furiously nodded. HORAYESSSS, WHOHOO. He is finally dead. Everyone in the tavern burst out in jubilation, dwarfing the previous revelry in scale. Oh, Cain was surprised. He'd never thought Walter's death would be received as a joyous event to this degree. Lena was petrified as if she was hit again by the cockatrice's magical gaze. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. How did he die? An eager man asked. Unknown, someone found lots of blood flowing down the river. When they investigated upriver, they found him and 2 other bodies. Other 2 corpses were dismembered to pieces, scattered all over the site. While Walter's was arguably worse, he was gutted, then his severed head was stuffed into his stomach. Half of his face was burned before the murderer cut his head off. All bones on 4 limbs were broken, and his male parts were charred into black cinders. Intestines adorned its body like accessories. And then there was a plank with writing on it, Walter, the illustrious money lender and woman eater. SHHH, my goddess. Brutal, whoever did that must have a grudge as big as a mountain. Someone drew his breath loud enough for all to hear. Some felt sick about the cruelty inflicted. Most people that imagined the barbaric scene had the urge to vomit. As expected, the Blood Skull Gang's boss vowed revenge. Cold Heart Ajus offered a massive bounty for the killer. So who's the killer? Who's Walter got done with? A middle-aged man enthusiastically asked. No one knows. Despite a number of investigative methods and arts used, the culprit left no trace. That's why Ajus is in a frenzy right now. People were talking among their little groups, speculating, analyzing. The fervor by the cockatrice hunt was nowhere to be found. Sislen, this is. Oliver struggled to find the right words. He was obviously happy, but somehow it felt like there's a black lump in his throat. Shush, don't speak about it. It has nothing to do with us, Lena whispered. Paul looked down to his mug, then glanced at Kane. Could it be him? No, it couldn't be, could it? Kane felt Paul's gaze but didn't react. His face was still as incomprehensible as ever. No one knew what he was thinking. What was outside his expectation was not just Paul that eyed him. There was another. Now why would Irene be suspicious of me? Coincidence. Veers decided to take a shit. It meant he decided to act. After he separated from Paul during the night's watch, he went hunting. His prey was clear, of course. Veers had foreseen the future. The pattern of existence, the flow of events, the cliches, it all led to one thing: Walter was an enemy. According to his future sight, if Paul didn't die because of the giant chicken, then it would be because of Walter. Scenario after scenario transpired in Veer's mind, and whatever Walter's actions were, it would be disadvantageous to the party and also to him. So he would nip the problem in the bud, decisively, permanently. Hunting for Walter was a simple affair. He knew Walter came for Lena and to make trouble so she wouldn't succeed. That meant he and his henchmen wouldn't be too far from the area. And sure enough, Veers saw Walter's campfire from afar. The tiger had come to hunt. Jayahaha, finally she will be mine. For a mere village girl, she is really playing hard to get. Yes, boss, your scheme to create an accidental fire at their storehouse worked out perfectly. Now we just need to give a little shove before another beauty falls into your arms. Congratulations, boss Walter. Huhahaha, what can I say? I'm Walter, the illustrious money lender and woman eater. Bahahaha. The three were gathering near a fire pit. A chunk of deer meat was being grilled above it. I just remembered GH week. While making a ridiculous sound, Walter dived face first to the fire. Boss, who the fuck are you? Veers hit Walter in the back of his head using a jumping knee kick. He'd already empowered his body with Victa, so it was more powerful than it should be. Seeing their boss kiss the burning earth, the two henchmen were moving aggressively. Unfortunately for them, Veers was more aggressive. Henchman A was in the middle of standing up, but Veers already cut his arm off with one slash. He screamed like a squealing pig. Henchman B's danger instinct kicked in. He realized the youth that just came was not playing around. Before he could unsheath his sword, Veers gave him an elbow straight to the face, breaking his nose and a few of his teeth. Walter pulled himself out from the fire pit. He was seeing stars, his face burned, and he had a severe headache. Before he could differentiate which way was left and which was right, Veers blasted him away with a water art. He landed 5 meters away after rolling on the ground a few times. Close your eyes, Veers said to the head of a dead deer lying nearby. Bastard, D. Henchman A came first from the right, raising his remaining fist. Veers dodged and directed the punch to hit Henchman B, then he plunged his sword into Henchman A's heart in one uninterrupted flow, leaving the sword embedded in the corpse. Henchman B was reeling. He turned his head up and found Veers was right in front of his face. He let out a desperate punch which Veers caught with his right hand and stabbed him in the throat with a burning dagger with his left. 7 seconds since Veers first attacked, Henchmen A and B were no longer alive. Veers threw the dagger that seemed to be made of lava to the ground and pulled out his blue sword from the newly made corpse as he walked in Walter's direction. Still on the ground, Walter's eyes were as wide as humanly possible. He was consumed with extreme dread and panic. Why you? What the fuck do you think you're doing? The lone shark yelled like a frightened boy. Veers decapitated him before answering in the most badass tone he could muster. Killing monsters. Knock knock. A man in his 50s opened the door of a makeshift office after there was no answer, just as he expected. There was a young woman looking at a parchment very intently. Her desk had a tall stack of it. She didn't even realize someone entered the room. She was beautiful like a flower. Her face looked scholarly and academic, yet enchanting. She had bob-cut black hair and onyx black eyes. He put a freshly brewed cup of hot tea on the table right in front of her before she noticed. Freya, take a break. I've got you some tea. The man wore a gray robe suited for his old and wizened countenance. He gently sat down on a nearby chair. How's the investigation? Stone cold. Whoever did this did it in a way that's very hard to trace without peering back in time. Unfortunately, time is not my specialty. Disappointed, he studied the girl's expression. I have prepared for a cold trail. No witnesses, next to no evidence. Charred buildings, dead men tell no tales indeed. Unless one is a necromancer or can go to heaven to directly ask the souls of the fallen, she jested a little bit. To think this all happened in just a few hours. Almost like the work of several level 4 or 5s, Freya stood up and took the tea. The taste of tea was dimmed since she was looking at a half-burned town outside of the room. Still, no matter how skillfully one hides their sins, no can escape the justice of the radiant lady. Her words were filled with conviction. What do you plan to do now? It's too early to give up. I plan to check the surrounding settlements for clues, survivors, eyewitnesses. If I turn enough rocks, something will come out. The neighboring towns are Bunham, Zaker, Govler. Which one do you plan to visit? Zaker town. If I'm the culprit, Zaker offers more prospects for running away. Bunham's direction is a dead end, and the road to Govler is filled with dangerous monsters. Good reasoning, logical and matched with facts. However, let me share something that I picked up after all these years chasing criminals. Sometimes, even if your deduction couldn't be more correct, the answer is just entirely different. The girl accepted the advice of her mentor. She knew her experience couldn't hold a candle to her master's, so she did not disregard his counsel. But no one can escape the light. Her faith was burning bright in her heart. Kane sat alone at the table, eating his meal slowly while keeping his ears on the ebb and flow of the conversations all around him. Last night there was a commotion. The Blood Skull gang led by Ajos launched an investigation. Actually, more like a raid than an investigation. They are trying to find Wolter's murderer by forcing everyone who seemed to know something to confess by breaking their fingers. They got about a dozen people before the authorities stopped them. It was bloody business, I tell you. Psst. At the coal mine in the north, a monster arrived and made its nest there. I heard it eats coal and farts fire, has 100 legs, iron carapace, and moves in the earth like it was swimming underwater. The guild's officials are in a bind because they can't find suitable adventurers to fight the beast. At this rate, the blockheads might start throwing bodies at it. Our bodies. We should leave town immediately before they issue a mandatory quest. There was a battle between two pathseekers at Galodero Hill. Their battle carved a cliff out. Turns out there was a vein of precious metal inside the hill. The pathseekers left must be too insignificant to them, but Poyet and Ruba's company are in a fierce struggle for claiming it. Hear this, hear this. My friend heard this real story from his friend's acquaintance. He saw a mysterious light fall on a plain. When he went there to look around, there was a woman with pure white wings on her back inside the crater. He nursed her until she regained consciousness, and then she disappeared in a flash of light. He had a white feather left behind by her as proof. You know the mayor of Ninek City. His wife ran away with a bandit. The bandit is a dashing young man with a shining smile. There were many witnesses, so the mayor became a laughingstock. Served him right, an old fogey like him shouldn't have married a young flower. The wife must be too unsatisfied with her married life, so she ran away with a dashing young man. Ha 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 ha. I heard a rumor Luxor town was destroyed around 2 weeks ago. I don't know if it's true or not. People said a demon king appeared and ate the souls of the townsfolk before burning down the town to ashes. You have a family there, right? Do you know anything about this? Rumors and gossip entered Kane's ears unabated. Some were true, some were false, all were interesting. The eatery at the Adventurers Guild naturally had a lot of adventurer customers. There wasn't a newspaper or morning news in Makash town, so this was the next best thing. He waited for the other 4 to arrive while digesting the tittle-tattle. Happy New Year, the red-haired Lena said cheerfully. Paul, Oliver, and the silent Irene also said their congratulatory line. Same to you, Kane returned the greeting. Today was the first day in a new year for people living in the coalition anyway. People in this world weren't as connected nor united as people in modern Earth. There were multiple calendars in play. Although normally New Year's are seasons of holidays, people in this medieval world have no concept of such things. Except for special days or events, it's work all day and all year. They don't even have a day off on Sundays. That was why Kane and company had been out in the wilds, hunting chicken eggs on New Year's Eve. Naturally, the rich and powerful could have holidays whenever they wanted, for there existed men and women with superpowers in this world. Last night, the news of Wolter's death made the town enveloped by a dangerous scent. Lena and Paul urged the group to disband and return to the inn early. The party unanimously concurred to hide the fact they had met Wolter before he was killed and never spoke about it. True enough, there seemed to be a gang war of sorts that night. As agreed yesterday, today they met to discuss future plans. Our agreement is to do a few quests, but as luck would have it, we have enough money on us to cover that amount. What do you guys think? Shall we go on more quests? Lena asked. Faster than anyone, Kane spoke. I'm afraid I must decline. Eek, why, let's go hunting more monsters, Oliver whined. His dislocated shoulder already healed. In fact, everyone's injuries were already healed. We can kill more of cockatrices. They've got nothing against us. Actually, I'm pretty sure we have got nothing against real cockatrices. They might not look like it, but cockatrices are draconic, you know. That one was not fully grown or just a lesser variant or something. Lena didn't get turned to stone. If she did, well, Kane didn't finish. He didn't need to. Anyway, I will leave shortly, so I think it's wise to stock up some Victa. The fight with the chicken burned quite a bit of my reserves. The statement caused ripples in the water and got the others on the table thinking. Oh, you're leaving. That's a shame, actually. I wanted to formally make a party with us here. No, Lena said. Apologies, but I must go to a place. Kane promptly said. Where? Paul asked. Valcut City. Hell, that's far away. Like a whole coalition away. Oliver was surprised. Will be quite a journey, I hope. Kane calmly sipped his beverage. According to his calculation, the distance from Mokash Town to Valcut City was similar to the distance between Perth and Sydney. That being said, I'll stay in this place for another week or so. I need to take care of some things, Kane added, chasing the unsmiling mood away. I'll use this week to rest, build up my repertoire, honing my skills, stock up Victa, maybe create a new art or two and improve the existing ones. Most of all, I need to advance to level 2. I'm so close. The stronger I am, the better my chance of surviving the journey. But enough about me. What's next for you guys? Kane changed the topic and with a cheery tone. You already know about my debt. I'll pay what I owe then back to the village. Lena looked upward to the ceiling. Since Walter is dead, how's the debt? Kane asked. Why not borrow money from someone else? Irene asked. Good riddance, the world is better with him gone. For me, I've decided to follow my dream. I'll make it big as an adventurer. See this? It's my grandpa's journal. It recorded his awesome adventures. I'll carry on his legacy as an adventurer, Oliver said with beaming eyes. Oh, how about the matter about guarding the village? Kane touched his chin. Lena's got it covered and she has help now, Oliver sneered. Kane glanced at Paul, whose face was as expressionless as it could be. They stayed in one room yester ouch. Oliver whispered to Kane, but Lena kicked his leg under the table. Ho-hoo, Kane looked at the pair like a sage. Lena's face was as red as a tomato. Paul tried to maintain his poker face, but Kane saw his lips were wavering, holding out a smile. Kane gave Paul a wink. What about you? Kane asked the aloof and mysterious archer. Nothing much, I'll be hunting monsters and polishing my skills, that's all. Heh, a monster hunter. I'll toast to that. Kane raised his mug. To our future. And so the five exchanged a toast for a new chapter of their lives. 33.26, nice increase. Mohnhun gives good experience. Veers was doing a casual check about something inside him. Seeing the number steadily rising every time he checked was very gratifying. Done. Veers let go of the hand of a girl he had been holding for quite some time. After the discussion with his fellow adventurers, Veers returned to his room in the inn and did some soul maintenance for the girls. He had just finished with Pena's share after Farley and Clarissa. You look like you have something to say. Just lay it out. It's not like we're strangers, Veers calmly said, hoping to clear the heavy air between them. Why are you so cruel to them? Not just them, but to the assassins from before too, Pena meekly asked. Ah, so it's about that. The thought that his cruelty towards his enemies might be too much for the girls slipped through his mind. Veers closed his eyes and started thinking. In this white flowers meadow, Clarissa and Farley were never far. The topic seemed to interest them also. The time was just after the fight with the cockatrice. Ominously, someone crept out from the shadows. Apologies, but that cockatrice belongs to us, the man said. Veers told them the future he had foreseen and prevented. And so the survivors returned, stronger, wiser, more prepared for the challenges ahead. The end. He opened his eyes and saw the girls were giving him a dubious look. There's another thing. We only know this later, but turns out Walter got a guardian devil, some gang leader named Ajas. In the timeline where I didn't ambush Walter, he would die fighting us, me, Lena, and the gang. Somehow, Ajas, who most likely will be at least level 2, will get wind of it, and I will have to deal with that shit. You saw the length I go to, and how extensively I erased signs of my presence at the scene of the crime, right? That paid off. It's exactly to deal with situations like this. Case of Mr. Shit is an asshole, so Mr. A killed him. But there's Mr. Big Shit behind Mr. Shit, and he sets out for revenge against Mr. A. The good Mr. A got inconvenienced, hurt, struggled, got saved by someone he helped in the past, yada yada, but triumphed in the end. Guess what's next after Mr. Big Shit? Mr. Big Shit. Clarissa, with her peerless intellect, answered. Thus, Veers made a gesture as if he had just opened a hand of royal straight flush in poker. I changed the future. Quite well, I might add. Veers felt very pleased with how things unfolded. Lord Veers, can you actually see the future? Farley asked. Nope. So it's a guess then, Clarissa the Lamia said. An educated guess, he replied confidently. How can you be educated about it? The Lamia pressed further. Those who read as many power fantasy and Xinxia novels as I do also can make the same deduction as me. It's not a special ability or anything, just education. I read a lot of books, Veers grinned. The girls knew Veers well enough. If he didn't want to answer, then he wouldn't. Fine, maybe that might happen, but what meaning is there to brutalize their remains? Pena asked the thing that disturbed her the most. What about it? They were already dead. It's not like they were still alive when I dismembered their body. I don't do torture unless I've got a very good reason to. I get that the sight might be disturbing, but that's just it, in my opinion. When I soul searched, the souls still got hurt a lot, but I am getting better. The memories become clearer and they hurt less when I want it to. Therefore, it's not torture, it's practice. No need to feel bad, it is necessary for science. Veers rationalized his take on human soul experiments, but still it's too cruel, Pena protested. Sigh, another one with a bleeding heart. Among the three, Pena is the most normal. Is her opinion the general consensus of most people? Veers mused. CLVR, be it's a fable about magic knights of the kingdom of Clover. C 238, Veers stated a code which was incomprehensible to the girls. What is that? Clarissa said. The villain had the hero in his grasp. The bad guy was too strong for the young Wind Prince. Then the supposed-to-be great villain stabbed him in the chest and left his bone sword there before vanishing without a trace. Tell me, will the hero survive? No, Pena answered. Yes, Farley said. I think yes, Clarissa said. The answer is yes. Fucking yes. That is a world of magic, for God's sake. There are healing magics and recovery items there, just like in this world. Imagine that, the villain is practically too inept to kill someone he just stabbed through the heart. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. The girls were surprised to see Veers speak in such a fiery and passionate manner. They had never seen Veers act like this before. What do you think would happen next? Well, the hero made a full recovery, got stronger in a very short time, then kicked the villain's ass. The end. Veers was huffing. The trio didn't know what to do except for letting him cool down on his own. I'm not like that guy. I'm the anti-existence of villains like that. When I decide to kill someone, I kill them. Then to prevent their coming back in my fable, I kill them in body and soul as thoroughly as possible. Now tell me, how do you revive a guy with his head stuffed inside his stomach and have his innards on the outside and his soul in my soul prison? The girls could only be silent. That's what I thought. And that's number 13 on the evil overlord list. By the way, about that CLVR fable, I don't intend to demean it. I even enjoy it. It's just I have something to say about that particular villain. It's like the glory of plot armor in full majesty. He muttered the last sentence very softly. Veers, I think you're mad. Clarissa frankly told that to his face. I don't deny it. Call me mad if you wish. Sanity is overrated. Veers smiled defiantly. It is crazy. Besides, why do you always talk as if death isn't a big deal? How can you talk of revival and resurrection like it's easy? Pena exclaimed. Pena, look at our own situations at the moment. We are for all intents and purposes dead, but we are still aware, able to think, have emotions, and can talk with each other. Yes, we don't have a body, but Lord Veers has given us a priceless boon. Do you think other dead people can experience what we have? Farley tried to soothe her friend. Farley's words got Pena's thinking. Anyway, that's why I destroy the corpse of the people I killed. Villains that fail to kill someone weaker than them have the mark of small fry on them. Lord Veers, why are you so obsessed with the concept of heroes and villains? Farley curiously asked. Good question, Farley. Look at me and tell me what you see, villain or hero. Veers opened his arms wide. Villain, the three unanimously answered. Veers nodded. In the fables, small fry villains get defeated then fade into obscurity. I see. So Lord Veers strives to be the great ones amongst his peers, isn't it? Farley got a flash of an idea. Hey, as for great villains, they also got defeated. They just don't fade into obscurity like the small fries. Veers let out a big har. So you think you'll get screwed no matter what in the future? Pena was confused. Nay, there exists another classification, the exalted ones above the greats, those who truly succeed in their fable despite their villainous standing. But people aren't split between heroes and villains. Pena insisted. Indeed, but the ones who matter are the superhumans, and those superhumans easily fall into the category of either heroes or villains, with a minority residing in the gray area. Whether it was the Marvelous Universe and the DC in the West, or the shonen mangas, xuanhuans, moas, and novels in the East, the focus is the superhumans, heroes and villains. Why don't you become a hero instead? In the first place, why do you view good people so negatively? Pena now became the angel on Veer's shoulder. You see, I like heroes, but I don't want to become a hero. How come? What's the reason? Farley asked. Meat. Veers screamed to the sky, inviting another round of confused look. Now there's a plate of meat in here, juicy and delicious and fulfilling. Veers gestured as if he carried an imaginary plate of meat on his hands. A hero will share the meat with others. I want to eat the meat for myself. Since they had been a resident in Veer's mind, they had witnessed many of Veer's antics. Sometimes, Veers descended into something that they eventually dubbed insanity episodes. This was one of those times. Ha, look at your faces. Hilarious. Veers broke into a laugh. Would you take this seriously? Pena was a little annoyed. Well, that's just a part of it. The main reason is their route to power. As pathseekers, we walk the path of power. Whether you're heroic or villainous, the farther you get, the stronger you are. Villain's route has less restrictions, it has more freedom. So that's what this is about, power. Pena analyzed his motivation from every action and word she knew about Veers since they met. That's it. You seek power for power's sake. Sounds like a petty and sad way to live. The mood took a 180-degree turn. The air turned heavy because of Pena's armor-piercing question. Farley and Clarissa were looking worriedly, afraid this turned out to be a fight. After some time of silence, Veers just smiled. I don't deny I seek power, but power for power's sake. Come on, that's so third-rate villain. I seek life, not just any life, a life of quality. For that, having power is a prerequisite for a lot of things. His tone was amiable, gentle even. Take your own situation, for example. You got killed by some nobody because you didn't have the power to prevent it. Your very existence right now is because I have the power to hold your soul. Veers said the harsh, undiluted truth. Pena felt like her heart was cut in two. I'm not a good person, Pena, but don't be so arrogant to sum my way of life in just one sentence. I bet Pena looked distressed. Veers turned his face above and stared at the perpetual starry sky for a while. I should go. Goodbye, girls. Veers' body started to fade, leaving the girls on their own. Pena, are you okay? Farley put a hand on her shoulder. I'm fine, I just want to be alone for a while. Pena walked away. Veers' consciousness returned to the real world. In the quiet room, he closed his eyes and contemplated the earlier discussion. He wasn't bitter about Pena, not one bit. He knew he was a deviant in most people's eyes. Pena's reaction and response were very normal, in his own opinion, exalted ones. Earlier, when he was looking at the ocean of stars, he imagined those lofty figures were looking at him from the high heavens. 3 figures stood out in particular. One was a necromancer, the Lord of Death who has slain death, a calamity of Yggdrasil. He ruled over Midgard after banishing the gods from his domain. He escaped hell and imprisoned her in turn, the deathless snake god of Nastrod. One was a warlock, the sovereign of sins, greatest of magus and gods. With his super AI that had fused with his soul, the man walked the path of the bloodline. He broke free of his bloodline limits and became the patriarch of the Targaryens, immortal, infinite, and eternal. One was a venerable, the one who refined the heavens, destroyer of fate. Using time travel, hard work, wisdom, power, and cold-blooded ruthlessness, he clawed his way to the top of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Mortals couldn't defeat him, immortals died at his hands, other venerables unable to suppress him. A demonic human who sought eternal life. What are the common things between these men, Veers thought. They all sought immortality, pragmatic, ruthless to others and ruthless to themselves. Without saying, they all have their cheats and they all are reincarnators. What did they have that Veers didn't? Veers thought of this and he had his answer, nothing. He opened his eyes and it glinted with burning ambition and unyielding resolve. Hotter than hellfire, firmer than diamond, I will become like them, become the apex in my fable. Thunk. In a pleasant morning weather, an arrow hit the target at its exact center. Irene blew a breath and took another arrow in the quiver. Her white breath scattered like enchanted mist. Thunk. A knife came from behind her and also hit the target, albeit a bit off to the left. As expected, my accuracy isn't comparable to yours, Kane said as he approached her. Irene didn't say anything. She resumed training as if Kane did not exist. Wow, that's cold. Is there anything troubling you, my fair lady? Don't call me that, I'm not fair. Kane looked at her from the side. Her left arm extended holding the bow and her right pulled the string with an arrow placed on it. Her gaze was unwavering and sharp with concentration. She held her breath for a moment, exhaled, then released the arrow. Her body jerked a little, swaying her bangs and the faint beads of sweat on her forehead. An arrow sprouted on the center of the target practice, releasing a satisfying sound. Right now I'm looking at you and I can't believe. You don't know you don't know you're beautiful but that's what makes you beautiful. Irene looked at Kane with a genuine look of surprise. A shade of healthy red colored her face. Never in her wildest idea Kane would praise her so openly and sing it aloud. Kane then sang One Direction's What Makes You Beautiful from the start. Kane wasn't a great singer, neither were there accompanying instruments, so the song was a far cry from the original one. Still, the great song and lyrics themselves elevated his performance. He didn't sing the complete song, only one segment of it. It was more than enough. Why are you singing all of a sudden? Stop it. It's embarrassing. Stop it, I say. Irene, the cold beauty akin to a thorny rose, tried to interject during the singing, but Kane didn't care and kept singing. Someone opened the window on the 2nd floor, much to Irene's surprise. An auntie wanting to know who made a racket so early in the morning looked below and found the 2 of them. After a few awkward seconds while Kane was continuously singing, she warmly smiled before giving Irene an understanding look and Ray closed the window. Youth. The auntie remembered her own love episodes of times past. KHHH, Irene grimaced. She didn't know what to do about her first public confession. But that's what makes you beautiful, you're right. I shouldn't call you my fair lady. Just fair lady is more appropriate. Kane smiled honestly. HHMPH, you're not making any sense. Irene threw her face away, avoiding Kane's gaze. She hurriedly knocked and loosened another arrow. It was way off the mark and didn't even hit the target. Her face turned redder. Kane wondered if he really saw steam coming out of her head or he was just imagining it. How cute, Kane commented while touching his chin. He said, "O kawaii kodo," in another language, Kaguya-sama style. Shut up, you're distracting me. Kane bowed like a butler that received an order from his lady, then he silently practiced his knife-throwing skill. Irene, save because Kane did not pursue her retreat, also resumed her archery practice. Only a rotating knife and arrow sound hitting the target existed between them. A few minutes passed like that before Irene broke the silence. Did you kill Walter? No, Veers didn't have a split personality disorder. He only wore masks suitable for the situation. At his core, he was the guy from Earth that reincarnated into the body of Veers Isul, possessing memories of both lives intact. Kane knew Irene was unconvinced. Thankfully, a distraction presented itself. Hey, I'm here. Gosh, you both are early. What did I miss? Oliver came. Nothing. Come, Oliver, let's start combat training immediately. Kane jumped in at the opportunity. Okay, Oliver was a bit taken aback by how much enthusiasm Kane had. Just how I like it. En garde, cut the crap. Kane attacked using a wooden practice sword very suddenly. Gwog, unready, Oliver got hit in the forehead and lost in an instant. Few more rounds afterward, Oliver lay on the ground with his face upwards and red forehead, panting for breath. Kane repeatedly aimed at his forehead. Fiu, I'm hungry. Moving the body makes you hungry faster, Kane said. Perhaps a bit of hunger is good for you, Irene commented. Oh yeah, I get that a lot, and I want to. It's just so hard to slim down, man, damn, cause I'm so hungry I'm imagining things. The taste of that cockatrice was so good, I should have eaten more. When they were in the middle of transporting the cockatrice back to Mockash Town, Kane, with permission from the rest of the party members, took some of its meat and barbecued it. The smell was so inviting that the rest of the party also partook. The taste was pleasant, Irene agreed. I also want to eat more of it, Oliver, sprawling on the grass ground, said. Did you know cockatrice meat was so good before yesterday? That explains why you insisted that we must eat its meat so persistently, Oliver pondered. Nah, it's just a hobby of mine. I want to have a taste of every monster if possible. I'm a gourmand, you see. Kane pointed to his not slim belly, a mixture of truth and half-truth and untruth. Since I didn't lie, I felt no sin. Damn, Obi-Wan, you're good. Now I can lie as much as I want without dirtying my conscience. From a certain point of view, I learned from the best, her. The fact was known to the party that Kane was level 1. At his behest, the four kept the fact to themselves. Yesterday, Lena suggested Oliver and Irene do a training session with Kane since their age was close to each other. Surprisingly, all three agreed. Unbeknownst to them, while the trio was training, Paul and Lena went on a date. Lena the tactician dumped the baggage Oliver to Kane to have a little vis-a-vis between her and Paul before she returned to the village. You hold the knife like this. Against a humanoid enemy, you aim at this and this spot, similar to where you aim with your arrow, really. Knives are fast and compact weapons. Make sure your movement is fluid. Kane taught Irene how to use a knife. Arms straight, don't grip the handle too tight, feet should be at shoulder width, breathe normally, focus, the rest is practice. In return, Kane requested to be taught archery. Irene straight up said she didn't know much, which Kane didn't mind. He only needed someone in the know to correct him if he was doing something wrong. Time passed and noon arrived. Kane kept rotating between Irene and Oliver. Cut the crap, cut the crap, cut the crap. I am already. Why do you keep saying that? Am I the crap? Oliver desperately tried to block Kane's flurry of attacks. Kane swung his wooden sword while saying, cut the crap, numerous times. Little did Oliver know cut the crap was Kane Veer's art name. In this practice session, Kane didn't use any art, only practicing the technique. Kane admitted the sight of his must be quite comical. That was why he didn't shout the name of his arts most of the time. Hoo-ha-ha-ha, it's practice, don't mind me, Kane said with glee. Gahog, Oliver got hit again on the forehead. Irene, your turn. Kane turned to the eager-looking Irene. Under the gaze of the winter sun, the three continued to sharpen their skill. Time flowed forward. As I said, efficiency. Your fighting policy should be to kill or defeat your enemy as fast as possible. Drawn-out battle is a big no-no. You both are wind pathseekers. Wind arts are fast and strong. This is a plus for you both. Your victor is too precious to waste. Kane lectured while tapping the practice sword on his shoulder. Hey Kane, why are you hiding your strength? Oliver asked during the rest period. Even now, Kane was using a magic item in the form of a tribal bracelet to hide his true level. I prefer others to perceive me as weaker than them. They are usually less guarded against me then. Looking weak has its advantages, you know. I never thought about it. Actually, isn't it preferable to be seen as strong? Oliver asked. Oliver was a normal boy raised in a village. He never went to school and had a formal education. His situation was the norm in this world and age, since education was still the privilege of the few. Kane understood this, so he didn't blame Oliver when he said something ignorant. Strong reputation can be useful. It's just a matter of preference, I suppose. You both just remember to treat others with respect. At least don't make them your enemy. No matter their appearances, no matter their status. Even that someone looks weaker than you. Even if they're an idler, you never know if they're actually a tiger in cat's clothing. The words all young masters in Xyxia should adhere to. Oliver and Irene heard him. Whether they would remember and follow his advice, Kane could not say, but Kane wasn't their mentor or anything. He didn't have the obligation to hold Oliver and Irene's hand. He was just here to give some pointers. Whatever Oliver and Irene made of his advice was up to them. It was almost dusk. While Kane was practicing parrying Irene's arrows with his sword, a voice resounded in his mind. Veers, your first request is finished. It has been compiled. Clarissa the Lamia spoke. Finally, and the other good news is I can perform the advancement. I shall become a level 2 today. Okay guys, that's it for today. Good work. Kane wiped the sweat on his brow. Tomorrow I'm unavailable. I want to buy a horse. See ya. After Veers left, Irene spoke. Oliver, do you think I'm beautiful? Bo, I guess. Oliver stuttered. Never mind. Irene also left, leaving the flabbergasted boy alone. What the hell was that? Was she hitting on me? Veers shed the persona he wore all day and became simply himself when he was in private, as smooth as changing gloves. The sun had fallen and night loomed. When it was possible, Veers preferred to separate training, socializing, and the like during the day. Villains, him included, had inexplicable harmony with shadows and nights. After dark was the time to improve his unvirtuous powers, so to speak, since he obtained those not by heroic means. Improving his power, plotting his next move, perfecting his dark magic, experimenting on souls of the fallen, weaving intricate vile intrigues like a sword, all these villainous qualities needed to be tempered before he could use them as a sharp edge against his enemies. In this fantasy world he found himself in, gaining new power to cut his enemies down was one of his raisins d'arter. Actually, without power he might as well be dead. He knew there already were people hunting him. If his power wasn't up to par when he encountered them, it might be his turn to be beheaded. I fulfilled the requirement to advance to level 2. My everyday training paid off. When Veers returned to the sanctuary of his rented-in room, he put Clarissa's call on cue and focused on raising his level base first. As an avid gamer, Veers held raw levels very highly. In an RPG, a character's level represented one's strength in plain numbers. As his level rose in the game, he could defeat enemies that he formerly had trouble with. Veers carried the same logic during his reincarnation here. He understood perfectly this wasn't a game, and yet he couldn't deny that he approached problems with a gamer's mind. He much preferred grinding for levels first before fighting a tough boss. One of the reasons he didn't really like MMORPG was the level cap. Whatever the game's storyline was, the char didn't really get stronger anymore. The endgame content usually consisted of raids, veteran dungeons, PvP, faction wars, etc., all for better gears, as if human potential has limits. Needless to say, Veers understood why level caps exist in MMOs. Without it, the game's balance would be out of control. Veers knew many people enjoyed gaming together with each other, and a healthy game environment was a necessity for that. Veers didn't blame them, as they couldn't blame Veers for having his own opinion. For example, the world isn't fair or balanced like a carefully crafted MMO world. His own existence was the very definition of unfairness. When was there a case where a reincarnator's isekai life was fair? He didn't find a single story about such things. No system boundary to restrict or limit him, and so Veers fully intended to exploit the hell out of it. He couldn't care less about naysayers. He had his own way of doing things. Level, level, level. After almost a year living in this new world, Veers comprehended that Pathseeker's level was the same as Xianxia's major cultivation realm. It didn't have fancy names like Body Forging Stage, or Chi Creation Stage, or Spirit Severing Stage. However, every level's rank was no less powerful. Unless the practitioner was special, level 1 couldn't defeat level 2, and level 4 couldn't defeat level 5. Unlike in the games where a level 60 could defeat a level 65, a Pathseeker's level represented a massive disparity of power. Veers knew full well that if he challenged a level 2 in a straight fight, the other side would wipe the floor with him, despite all of his reincarnation advantages. But Veers wasn't one for playing it fair, and he had no interest in fighting someone who was obviously stronger than him. He wasn't a battle junkie, and there were many ways to skin a cat. From level 0 to level 5, that was the limit of mortals. Veers knew about level 6 and beyond, but it's too far and out of reach for the current him, so reaching level 5 was his current goal. One step at a time. Level 2, here I come. Veers began his advancement, the process of breaking through to the next level. Every Pathseeker started at level 0. They absorbed external mana and bit by bit infused their Intio with it. The lower quantity and quality of the mana, the longer this process became. After reaching the threshold and breaking through the limit, Pathseekers then rose in level. Veers gathered the mana from all around him and forcefully infused it into his Intio. Since the Intio was already at the limit of a level 1, it didn't absorb any more mana. The situation was akin to a bucket that had been filled to the brim. Pouring more water into it was useless. However, the bucket could be made bigger by forcefully making it hold more water than possible. That was advancement, filling one's Intio with mana and trying your best to keep the mana inside the Intio for a certain amount of time. MHHRG, Veers grunted. His first effort failed, mana leaked out from his Intio. He'd failed to make a breakthrough. Oh well, time to try again. Veers began his second try. He had experienced this ordeal before when he transitioned from level 0 to level 1. It took him 26 times before the advancement succeeded. Veers already prepared his heart for tens of failures. Floating in a black space, there was an object glowing. Veers was looking at this object with tired yet excited eyes. The object was an octahedron object the size of a basketball, like two glass pyramids glued together at their flat side. It was pulsating with power that he formerly didn't have. This was his Intio. Not much difference except that. Veers observed his level 2 Intio. Inside the glass-like object, there was a flower. The flower resembled a white camellia. Its center emitted a faint golden glow. After his rise to level 2, the flower became more vibrant. This flower was very mysterious. It saved his life once. Veers didn't know much about it, only that his healing factor came from the flower. When Veers got stabbed in the heart by Demetrius, the reason he didn't die on the spot was because his healing factor was working in overdrive. It also burned a massive amount of Victa, but it was a cheap price to pay for canceling one's death. After his fight with Demetrius, Veers fought Walter and the cockatrice. The consecutive battles drained his Victa reserves, thus Veers decided to stay in Makash town for a week while waiting for his Victa to refill. Nothing I can do about it, but wait and see. Veers eyed the flower. Still, only 18 times for advancement this time. Far better than my estimate. Serpentes Renovamen is really great. After a few hours of struggling, Veers had succeeded and opened his eyes as a level 2 Pathseeker. He felt powerful power welled up inside him. He used a bit of his Victa and the difference was obvious. The potency of it increased significantly. Let's test my current spec. From his Intio space in his realm of consciousness, Veers went to his personal underworld-themed prison. There was no lack of test subjects here. Hello, miss me. The soul of Tarakai, the lowlife that wanted to kill him using poison soup, was in Veers' grasp. The soul had the form of a white-blue ball of fire with his human face inside it. Tarakai's face shuddered and seemed to be pleading something. Sorry mate, can't hear you. Your sacrifice, however unwilling, for the improvement of science has been noted. Veers started rummaging Tarakai's memories. The subject's soul tried to run away, so Veers clenched it a little tighter. Fascinating, he could not do that before. Oops, focus. There was a faint resistance, but Veers forced his way in, like breaking a flimsy wooden door with a sledgehammer. Veers saw visions and heard sounds, memories of Tarakai. Oh wow, this is so much easier than before. Nice, HMNHMU, so that's what would have happened if I ate your poisoned food. Damn, your second victim didn't have it easy. What's this Assassin's Guild entrance exam, PSHH? What happened to stay your blade from the flesh of an innocent? Killing 5 people on the same level as you, well, your luck ran out mate, you met me. Shame, poison affinity, huh? Who knew a small fry like you could have such a rare affinity? Let's move to subject number 2. Veers tossed Tarakai's soul aside and grabbed another one. Demetrius, how are you old buddy? Dead, I hope, smashing. Less yep, like watching YTube with a laggy internet, but it's still somewhat doable. So you were in the middle of a job when you encountered me, eh? The target was a businessman. That guy owes me his life then, since I automatically saved him by killing you. Oh, you're married. Damn, you slept with your friend's wife. Poor Freeney. It's harder than when it was with Tarakai. In the future, I should dig deeper about this Assassin's Guild. His invisibility art seems to originate from the Assassins onward to test subject number 3. Walter, you have no idea how happy the town folks were when they heard you were dead. Did you say something? Ah, you must be threatening me, yes. Adjust, so that's the guy. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. His face kinda scares me. Good thing I don't plan on meeting him, ever. Now this is interesting. Password to your secret bank account. Ooh, so much. Not even adjust new, eh? Naughty boy, skimming funds before you send them upstairs, huh? Mine now, gweh. You shouldn't have, man, shouldn't have you. I don't want to see you naked. Now it's in my brain, not cool, dude. Not cool, you really were after Lena burning her village's warehouse. That's low, you didn't even love her. You just want to use her then toss her aside. God, what a prick you are. 3 test cases. Tarakai was a level 0, while Demetrius and Walter were level 1. Now that Veers had become a level 2, he had an easier time using soul search on them. The easiest was on Tarakai. Level does matter, I suppose. The soul search training started to bear fruit. Also, I now have an idea about how to use souls in a suitable way for me. Heh, it's gonna be glorious. Tarakai, Demetrius, and Walter certainly were not the only souls in his possession. He had about 50 of them, not counting the girls in the flower garden. Phew, okay guys, that's it for today. I've got a date with a cute Lamia princess. Adios, dead losers. Veers left, feeling no guilt or remorse. His next power-up was waiting. I have what you requested. It took quite an effort to complete this. Mother's mind was a mess, Clarissa said to Veers, who appeared in front of her. I expect as much. The tearing between her and you was not gentle. I'll take what I can. Calaricia, before Veers bestowed the name Clarissa upon her, was a unique existence. Veers found her already in soul form, her flesh long returned to the earth. The caveat was that she also had another soul latched onto hers. the Lamia queen, Caloricia's mother. Because of a certain disagreement, Veers robbed the queen's most prized treasure and kidnapped her daughter. Veers never did know the full picture of what transpired between this mother and daughter pair. Clarissa wasn't inclined to share either, so what he knew was limited. She was a former level 5 from 9,000 years past, from the era called the Age of the Gods, and she didn't have a good relationship with her mother. Clarissa even seemed glad to be separated from the Lamia queen. Unlike her mother, she was affable to Veers. Veers considered her his friend. That was why she was here with Farley, Pena, and the ever-sleeping Gwen, people he attempted to return to the land of the living. But because of so many unknowns, Veers was still wary against her, so unlike the girls, she was put in a golden cage. All right, teach me. Veers' eyes were glowing like a child receiving his Christmas present. Very well. This is the best investigative art of my people. Even I wasn't qualified to learn it. Wisdom Snake's unveiling gaze. Let falsehood and illusion cloud your eyes no more, Clarissa said with pride. Clarissa was a fountain of ancient and powerful arts. Before her death, she was a level 5, the peak of mortal existence could achieve. Naturally, Veers desired those powerful techniques. If a level 1 like him could use the arts of a level 5, even if he couldn't truly replicate its power, he would have no enemies in the same level that could rival him. However, as Veers expected, it wasn't that easy. Clarissa was a fire pathseeker. Her arts obviously were fire arts. Something Veers with water and soul affinity couldn't use. And yet there was another way. According to her, the Lamia queen knew almost all the arts of the Lamia race. Clarissa told him she still had partial and fragmented memories of her mother's. Using the remaining portion, Clarissa could try to compile arts and then pass it on to Veers, although it would take a long time to complete even one of them. With the facts before him, Veers' first request was an investigative art. Lord Veers, why did you choose a supportive art? Why didn't you choose a highly destructive art for your water or soul affinity? Farley asked when he told Clarissa his first request. So I won't miss an opportunity. Veers did not clarify further. His reason of choice stemmed from Xyxia stories he read in the past. The fact that he was a reincarnator was not something he would share with anyone. In the stories, the MCs often could see what others could not, feel something others do not. It could be because of their spirit sense, which was more powerful than normal, or they got special eyes, or the spirit mentor inside their head spoon-fed them directly. Because of that sharp perception of theirs, the MCs could find a treasure other people think is trash. When they found a hidden tomb, they could discern the right way to the deepest area in the Trial of Fire and pick the most valuable treasure in the vault. Anyway, each of those was a tremendous opportunity to raise one's strength. Veers was still weak. He still had a long way to go before he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the foremost experts of the world. He refused to let any of those chances escape his grasp. The sooner he had paranormal radar, the better. For the next few hours, Clarissa taught Veers how to use the long-named art. Veers found it ironic that how to cast an art had similarities to mathematical formulas. It went like this: number combined with number produced result. That result was the effect of an art. Suppose number 5 was a fireball. The art formula to achieve that could be 2 plus 3. Naturally, 1 plus 4 or 10 5 or 1x5 gave the same results, the same fireball. The more powerful the art usually meant a more complex formula. To get 21.0781 would need 7.9082 plus 9.6812 plus 3.4887. He needed to accomplish that on the fly. This was why pathseekers had to practice invoking their art regularly, so they could use the art smoothly in the heat of battle. For if there was an error in the invocation, an imperfection in the formula, a backlash would occur. To create a new art meant experimenting with numbers. Would the z from x plus y equals z give the desired art result or not? What Clarissa taught Veers was the result number, the z naturally. By simply knowing the z didn't mean learning the art. There were more rules and complications involved, but now Veers had a guiding light from a lighthouse in the pitch-black sea. He knew the direction he should go. Who would have thought I'd have to polish my mathematics in a medieval-era fantasy world? My university calculus grade is just C-, damn it. Why can't it be grandiose chanting or traditional spellcasting? Did I reincarnate in the wrong world? Despite the grumble, Veers spared no effort to learn the art. He got a second chance in life. He doubted he would get a third. Farley and Pena watched from nearby but didn't disturb them. Over time, with Clarissa's guidance, Veers managed to invoke it at last. Wisdom Snake's unveiling gaze. Veers opened his eyes in the real world and saw a whole other world. The feeling was exhilarating, like seeing the very fabric of creation. You did it, Clarissa said from inside his mind. Congratulations, Lord Veers. Your might grows further. Farley followed. Wow, this is so spectacular. Pena and the others saw what Veers saw using the V streaming service and were impressed by the revelation. Awesome, but I have experienced something similar, Veers thought without letting them know. He could see far like using a binocular, could see small like using a magnifying glass. He had a vision that pierced through walls. He saw mana in the air and the Victa inside a person. He saw traces of magic like spilled coffee on a white floor. He saw a colorful world yet black and white at the same time. So this is how Ezio sees the world now I have it too. To see sounds and hear shapes, is it? Truly extraordinary. Look at a mirror, Veers, Clarissa urged. Oh, right, Veers acquiesced. At a nearby table mirror, he saw his eyes when he was using the long-named art. Dragon eyes, no, snake eyes, kinda pretty. The pupils of his eyes were no longer a circle but a vertical slit like a reptile. Formerly brown, the irises now glowed viridian green with shades of rainbow. That's unexpected. Your eye color should turn watery blue because of the water affinity. Perhaps the green represents your soul affinity, Clarissa pondered. No, it is some other thing. Veers corrected the lamia but kept the thought for his own. Veers wasn't keen on sharing all of his secrets. Bit showy, it's rad but will need extra precaution when using it in front of witnesses. Coolness has its price, but I'll take the deal. Veers showed his approval. Veers relaxed and cut off the art. The eyes returned to normal. He dived into his realm of consciousness again to talk with the girls face to face. Good job invoking the art, but you have not fully mastered this art. You have only scratched the surface. Keep practicing with it. Clarissa warned. Got it, and I've got an announcement. Ever since you told me the art name is Wisdom Snake's Unveiling Gaze, I've been thinking about an easier-to-say name. I hope you find no issue with this. Veers asked Clarissa. It's yours now. Do as you will with it. It's not as if there are any other users of the art out there. Besides, you already did similar things before. Glad to hear it. From now on, I dub this Wisdom Snake's Unveiling Gaze as Uriel's sight. Question, who's Uriel? Pena asked. She's one of 3 snake siblings. There's a story about her. Uriel was the second daughter among 3 female siblings. She and the eldest were born immortal, while the youngest was born mortal. People treated them as monsters and goddesses at the same time. Time passed and the sisters retreated to an island, living in each other's company. The 3 girls listened with attention. Although they lived secludedly, humans, especially males, kept coming to the island to kill the monsters or to wed the goddesses. There are many versions of the story. Anyway, they came and the sisters killed them. Their reputation grew and they became a menace. Then the gods bestowed boons to a particular hero. The hero killed the youngest because she was mortal and cut off her head. Veers moved his hand across his neck as a gesture. The eldest and Uriel were furious and tried to kill the hero, but one of the boons from the gods was a cap that granted invisibility. The 2 failed to find him. The hero carried the beheaded head off the island and returned triumphantly, showered by the praises of the masses. He became a king and had many descendants. From their faces, especially Clarissa's, Veers knew the hero didn't leave a good impression on the girls. Oh, Perseus, I don't know if I should hate you or not. Grieving, Uriel later developed a divine ability to see through smokes and mirrors, to pierce through the mists of falsehood. Thus I shall call Wisdom Snake's Unveiling Gaze as Uriel's sight henceforth. The last part of the story is just my interpretation, but who can say it didn't happen? Snake goddesses, I wonder what they look like. Clarissa the Lamia's mind going places. Uriel and the eldest sister have similar appearances as if they were twins. Petite girls 134 centimeters tall and 30 kg weight. They wore snow-white goth lowly dresses and had purple hair and twin tails. I gotta go, bye-bye, Veers skedaddled. The confused girls looked at each other. That's unnaturally specific. Did he meet them in the flesh before? Pena guessed. What's a goth lowly? Clarissa tilted her head. The other 2 had no answer. Why not Esthenosite? Because Uriel is the archer, that's why. Her. Veers chuckled while praising his own good naming sense. After finishing his power-up segment, Veers looked at his pocket watch. There were only 4 hours left until sunrise. Thankfully, I don't need much sleep anymore. Veers did his before sleep training routine, then hit the bed. The sun rose and Veers also rose with it, a bit sluggish but fit. As a person from modern Earth, the idea of New Year's equal to holidays was strong. He indulged himself by spending his time leisurely after finishing his morning mana training routine. A few hours later, sorry boy, no horses for sale, the old man said to Kane. He could only half smile and scratched his head. This is unexpected, I'm afraid you've come all this way for nothing, Kane, Paul said. Because Kane told Oliver and Irene that he wanted to buy a horse yesterday. Oliver let Paul and Lena know. Before Kane left the inn, Paul offered to come along to a horse trader he knew. The gang joined Kane in his shopping trip. Alas, Kane failed to acquire a horse. According to the old horse trader, someone bought all the horses for sale about 1 week ago. He could take Tarakai's horse, but he didn't. He might be spotted riding Tarakai's horse by someone who recognized the horse and get hunted. To prevent that outcome, he released the horse to the wilds. A slim chance maybe, but Veers didn't want to take the risk. It paid off because it turned out they were members of the Dangerous Assassins Guild. Well, guess I still have to walk then. If he had a horse, the trip to the next town would be easier. Do you have other plans for today? Lena asked. Kane looked at his surroundings. He was at a ranch of some kind not far from Makash town. There were cows and sheep grazing under the sun. I refuse to leave empty-handed. I've got a good idea, Kane said confidently. Kane was brushing the side of a goat. The goat bleated, but Kane did not know if it was because of pleasure or annoyance or simply because it was a goat. Who's a good goat? Who is? Biwiahaha, Kane talked goatish. Kane then sheared a sheep. He did it carefully. He didn't want to cut the sheep. The animal had a very thick wool grown during winter. Kane got permission to shear 2 of them because with spring approaching, the weather was no longer overly cold anymore. So suoft, you know what, sheepy. If you weren't smelly, I might have used you as a pillow. Kane had his hand on a cow's udder. Left, right, left, right. He got the hang of milking cows after a while and the rhythm became pleasant. Moo, this doesn't mean we're engaged or anything. Although, this is the biggest mammary I've ever touched. Gasp, let's keep that between us. What happens in the barn stays in the barn, okay, Madam Cow? Ow, stop with the tail whip. I'm complimenting you, Moo. The rest of the gang watched curiously while Kane was playing with the barn animals. Kane paid the owner so he could experience some animal husbandry. Noon, Wiuwa, that was more fun than I thought. You guys should have joined me. The 5 were currently doing a picnic not far from the barn. The owner gave Kane a lot of farm products, including processed milk, cheese, and handmade sandwiches. Kane's payment was a bit generous, so the barn owner lady returned the kindness. I don't know. It looks fun, right, Paul? Lena asked. Paul replied with a nod. Kane told them he wanted to buy a horse yesterday, but the group ended up joining him anyway. With Kane leaving in a few days and the rest walking their own paths soon, perhaps they simply wanted their time together to last a bit longer. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. What kind of name is Kane of Ur anyway? Oliver asked. Before Kane could answer, Paul did. It's an old naming style. In the past, people didn't have last names saved for the nobles, so they just used the name of where they came from. Yeah, like he said, Kane smiled awkwardly. I didn't have such deep consideration when picking the name. So tell me why you're so strong. Only 16 and already a level 1. How did you do that? Oliver changed the subject. Irene was also interested, although she tried to feign indifference. Well, I use crystals. Don't tell anyone. Kane trusted them enough to share that bit of information. Mana crystal, as the name implied, was a crystal with mana inside it. Pathseekers absorbed mana from their surroundings to strengthen their intio. Mana crystals could be used for the same purpose. You're rich. Oliver moved his face closer to Veer's. Mana crystals are also used as currency. Each crystal has the value of 3 gold coins. 1 gold equals 100 silver coins and 1 silver equals 100 copper coins. What Kane did was no different than eating money directly. I'm comfortable. That's exactly what a super rich person would say. You're rich. I'm not crazy rich Asians. I just have a bit more money than normal. Veers only smiled. Oli, don't be crass. You shouldn't ask about other people's purses, Lena scolded him. Fine, fine, so if I have the funds, I can become a level 5 in an instant, Oliver fantasized. No, first there's the issue of affinity. Unless your affinity is 5, you won't reach level 5. You and I have an affinity of 3, so that's our limit, Lena explained. Bummer, Oliver grumbled. Cheer up, crystals might not shoot you to level 5 directly, but it can buy you a lot of good things. Magic equipment or accessories. If you want something more personal, there are exotic mana ingredients from the wilds that can boost your magical prowess. Using crystals to boost your leveling speed isn't all good. Using too much in a short time will make your intio brittle. Shallow foundation. Whatever, I won't have the luxury of experiencing it. Not for a long time anyway. Oliver snorted. Leveling to 1 and 2 are normal, but I heard level 3 is different from the rest. You need something called a profound codex to reach it, Paul added. What's a profound codex? Irene joined the conversation. Dunno, I only know it's a rare thing, Paul said. It's a manual. A magical know how to reach level 3 and beyond. Teaches you unique ways to gather mana and temper your intio. The practices vary from codex to codex. For example, you must practice in a certain environment or at a specific time of the day or some other requirements. I know one that the user must kill a person every week to practice that profound codex, Kane explained. The others turned their heads towards him. The more they knew about Kane, the more mysterious he became. Are you using that codex? Lena asked. Nah, too bloodthirsty. Do you practice another? Codex? Oliver starred as if he wanted to drill a hole into Kane's brain. I might be, Kane replied plainly. Who are you? Irene inquired. A noble. I'm just a simple traveler on a cross-coalition journey to Valcut City. Kane left it at that. Profound codices, plural for codex, are heavily regulated by the people upstairs, hoarded by distinguished houses, organizations, governments, basically pompous people who call the shots. Still, there are ways for small folks like us to get it. Become a vassal for said houses, as merit from joining the army, passed down from master to disciple, or get it from the Adventurers Guild. Or, befriend a 9,000-year-old Lamia and get her to teach you extinct ancient techniques. Seeing the other 4 weren't privy about this topic, Kane decided to elaborate it a bit further, mainly for Irene and Oliver who wanted to make their mark in the world. Lena and Paul were still young, who knew what the future would bring. Adventurers could gain profound codices from the guild, but you must have reputation and credibility by completing many quests. That's one of the reasons many adventurers are fervently questing, to raise their adventure ranking. This is the first time I am hearing this, Paul explained. So am I, Lena too. After you become level 2 and have a stellar questing record, the guild will reach out to you, or so I heard anyway. I heavily expect those profound codices wouldn't be good though. Just mediocre ones that the truly powerful won't feel troublesome even if spread to the masses. After the picnic, Kane bid them goodbye. He returned to the dorm, cleaned himself up and left again in the evening. This time he left the town. The girls are sleeping, better keep this a secret. He left like a ghost, keeping it a secret as much as he was able. Veers moved through the night with speed and he reached his destination in a few hours. It was another town, not too far from Makash. Town, I'm back, Veers thought with emotion. The old Veers came from this town, before the one who came from Earth awakened. It was his birthplace. Veers walked the night town street with nostalgia. He covered his face and avoided other people as he made his way inside. I'm home. Veers stopped before the house he lived in since he was born. The house was dark, the residents must be sleeping. Veers remembered the face of his parents and his siblings, the memories he had, the good, the bad, and how precious it was. Father smoking on the lawn, mother baking bread in the kitchen, fighting his younger brother over a toy, and changing the diapers of his youngest sister. And now I must leave you all. The youth placed a box in the front door. It was full of gold coins and some crystals. The wealth was enough for his family to live in luxury for years. It was not dirty money that he got from killing people or something he stole. The money was from his own effort. It didn't feel right to give money with blood on it to his family, so Veers didn't. Where I go, there will be many dangers. For their own good and safety, it's better to leave them. Let them have a life of tranquility, for mine will be drenched in blood. Veers knocked on the door loudly until he became an annoyance, and the house showed signs of activity. Veers left before the door was opened. A middle-aged man soon went out the door with a cudgel in his hand, warily examining his surroundings. Veers watched from the shadows, motionless and soundless. After he saw with his own eyes Veers' father opened the box, Veers turned around. Veers wondered if it was suddenly raining. His cheek was wet. There was a letter inside the box. You do not know me, but I know you. Veers has helped me a great deal. He didn't show it, but he cared for all of you very much. This is my way of showing gratitude. Please accept it. I apologize. Mundane wealth is the best I can do. Keep this happening a secret, or it might draw a calamity upon you. Farewell. May you all live in peace and happiness. Veers would make enemies in the future, lots of them. This was something unavoidable, whether he was a villain or a hero. All stories in his head told him so. He feared that one day his enemies or someone that had a grudge against him would go after his family. This was particularly a frequent occurrence in Xianxia novels. The MC offended someone, most likely by killing a pretentious young master prick. He managed to get away, but then the bad guys went after his family. His parents, siblings, clan, or someone important to the MC fell into a predicament. The bad guy's side publicly proclaimed that unless the MC surrendered himself, his family would suffer. The MC already had some renown. The very act of offending the bad guys might be the reason, or it might be some other thing. The peanut gallery far and wide speculated the MC wouldn't show himself unless he was a fool. Lo and behold, the MC gallantly appeared. People around the world lamented the loss of a bright rising star, but commended his sense of righteousness and familial love. There were two divergent paths at this point. The first was where the MC triumphed by trashing all the bad guys and sending them all to the Yellow Springs to meet their ancestors. Wreathed in flames of fury and clad in righteous cause, the MC satisfyingly ended the lives of the young master, his guardians, and his clan's higher-ups. Old guys with atrophied brains that allowed things to develop until that point. The second was the MC didn't manage to win. He struggled valiantly, exposing op techniques he previously kept hidden, and used one-of-a-kind treasures with heaven-shaking effect. His fight was impressing foes and allies alike, but the opposition's might was greater still. And when all seemed lost, the MC got saved, either by a beautiful love interest or by some righteous expert cultivators. The first path was all and good. It was the second path that Veers dreaded. It suspiciously smelled like plot armor. The closer he was to his family, the more likelihood this scenario became a reality. This terrified him. Should this scenario really happen, if Veers had the strength to go through the first path, then all is well. However, if his enemies were too strong for him, at the time, then Veers would not show himself. No surrendering to the enemy, even if his family and loved ones were in their hands. Veers shuddered to think about what might happen to them afterward. Xianxia novels must value family and depict filial piety. Therefore, novels that depicted the MC abandoning his family didn't pass censorship and thus didn't exist. At least Veers never read about it, but Veers was different. He would survive, not because he was sure a plot armor would save him, but because he prized logic more than feeling. In time, his power would grow continuously, eclipsing his enemies. At that time, all parties responsible would experience his terrible vengeance. All losses and grudges shall be paid 100 times over. Still, Veers didn't want this to happen. As with everyone, he wanted his family and loved ones to be happy. Therefore, Veers must leave his family behind and let them believe he was gone. Just another victim of the town-destroying catastrophe. It's for their own good, Veers convinced himself as he went back to Makash town in the darkness. His steps were heavier than before. "Halt, where are your credentials?" A guard stopped him at the town's gate. "Here it is there anything wrong, officer?" Veers asked. "Something came up. We've been told to tighten the security, especially against new arrivals without the necessary papers. All is in order. You may pass." The guard passed him back his identification. Veers saw around him that the rest of the guards were doing their jobs zealously. Carriages inspected, goods counted, people searched for anything illegal. They were doing things in a meticulous manner. Hear ye, hear ye. By the decree of the mayor of Makash town and the Estelian church, anyone who entered the town for the first time must submit themselves for inspection. It was still early in the morning, but the crier's voice was really loud. There was a long queue at the gate. Veers had the parchment that he got by bribing the fat guard, so he managed to return back without complication. This must be the ripples from Luxor town's destruction. They must be searching for the ones responsible and imposed a security net around the surrounding towns. Thankfully, I have anticipated this. After he escaped Luxor, Veers traveled with astounding speed. Covering a large swathe of land, Veers crossed what a normal journey took 5 weeks in just 2. Foregoing luxury and comfort, Veers prioritized speed above all else, cutting sleep time and rationing food. He even used his Victa and cut across perilous terrain to arrive at Makash faster. He avoided closer villages, neighboring towns, and settlements as he made way to Makash town, a pretty distant town from Luxor. Veers also went one step further by making a large detour. Luxor was located at Makash's east, but Veers came from the south gate. Veers highly suspected that even his family had not heard that Luxor town was destroyed. Thinking Veers was still receiving education at the training center, the news has started to reach this place. If I had just arrived at this time, they would have definitely questioned me. With security this tight, bribing the fat guard for identification papers might take a significantly higher amount of coins or might not be possible at all. I should leave. I'm already at level 2 and got the Uriel site. Although I was hoping to stock up Victa for another 2 or 3 days, this changes things. The farther I am from Luxor, the better. I'll buy supplies for the journey today and leave tomorrow. Veers, who had just arrived at Makash town, was already making plans to leave it behind. His first order of business was going to the Adventurers Guild to pick up a quest as a cover. Deliver letters to Osmore town. Perfect. It's to the east, just where I need to go. Confirmed. The guild lady gave him 6 sealed letters. Please complete the delivery 1 week from now at the latest. If the seal is no longer intact, there will be a penalty, so please take note. Got it. I'll leave at first light tomorrow. See ya. Veers left the guild. Next, Veers walked to a 3-story stone building. It looked big, steady, and secure. There were 2 guards at the entrance, unmoving like statues. Welcome to Florenzi. Bank, would you like to make a withdrawal or deposit? The bank lady greeted him. Withdrawal, please, of course. Right this way. The nice lady led him to counter away from prying eyes. Veers didn't know whether banks existed in Earth's medieval era, but it did here. Yesterday, he also visited this place. Before he went to Peja town, he took most of his clean money from his account to be given to his family. His coin pouch was very light and needed more coins to buy the supplies he needed. From Walter's secret account, he got the account number and password, so there was no snag. It took some practice to copy Walter's signature, but Veers managed to copy it to an acceptable level. He took a bit to fatten his coin pouch and sent the rest to his account. Naturally, the name on the account wasn't Veers or Kane. It was something else entirely. Now that he had the funds, Veers went to the shopping district to buy the goods he needed. When he was in front of a clothing shop, it got Veers thinking, should I buy clothes? Veers checked his attire, still wear-worthy. I'll buy a replacement at the next town. Without a horse, he decided to travel light once more. Too many items might slow him down, although I can buy magic shoes to make my movement speed higher. Yes, I should do that. Sides, Walter's buying. Veers decided to buy movement speed boosting items in place of a horse, with money Walter generously saved for him. Just like in DOTA, I always buy boots first. I wonder if they have power treads around here. Veers sought shops that sold enchanted items. Veers finished his shopping spree and walked back to the inn in a pleasant mood. While humming a familiar tune, he spotted a stall. Vendor, give me this bubud flavor ice cream. The big version. Righto, boss, here you go. Veers tossed a coin and took the ice cream. He licked the cyan-colored treat and enjoyed the flavor, then a light bulb lit up in his head. Let's try it HMPH. Inside his realm of consciousness, 3 ice creams floated in front of Clarissa, Farley, and Payna. Hehe, it worked. As a level 2, it seems I now can replicate things for you girls. Enjoy the ice cream. Veers' voice resounded from the meadow's starry sky. Ice cream? Payna gave it a lick while remembering something from the past. It's sweet, she said melancholically. Only Farley felt something was off. The Veers I know would use every second he has to train, train, and train. If he didn't train then, he would do something to increase his powers. There are many options for him, such as constructing art, polishing his soul search, or even push-ups to build his muscles. His actions are a bit different since we left Luxor town. Is he loosening up since we managed to escape? Impossible. He also knows we aren't in the clear yet. What gives? Veers returned to the inn, ordered a bath once again, and slept early because he had not slept yesterday. Tomorrow morning at the town's gate, Lena and the rest of the group gathered to send him off. Here, a little gift to commemorate our time together. Veers gave them gifts that he bought yesterday during the shopping spree once again, with Walter's money. Veers felt it hilarious that this particular monster gave him money after he killed it, just like Japanese RPG games in the past. Dark green scarf for Irene, sword belt for Oliver. Lena got a homely apron, and he gave Paul a pair of thick gloves. You can use this when blacksmithing, he said to Paul. And that is for the kitchen when you're cooking a meal for your family. Veers mischievously smiled at Lena and Paul. Here's an extra. Veers gave Oliver and Irene 2 vials of health potion to each of them, a bottle of wine for Paul and Lena. He actually already treated both of them as an item. When things get bad, this might save your life. Veers nodded to the younger pair. And this wine is special, best to finish it within 5 days. He offered the wine bottle to the soon-to-be newlywed. Good luck. Take care of yourself. Paul gave a firm handshake. We'll meet again. I'll become stronger than you at that time. Oliver hit his own chest confidently. Farewell, Irene. A woman of a few words didn't say much. Although Kane felt she truly wished him well. I enjoyed our time together, despite how short it was. Goodbye, everyone. May our paths cross once again. Veers waved his hands and turned around. Farther and farther he walked to the next journey. What a good day, Veers muttered about the weather. A bustling city filled with people from all corners of the world. Despite being in the middle of winter's cold, the city was lively and prosperous. Merchants calling customers loudly in the market, blacksmiths hitting red-hot metals in the smithy, housewives cooking warm meals in the kitchen for their family. People flowed in from the city gates into the clean, well-maintained streets. Buildings made of white stones were built in an orderly manner. Dignified and disciplined soldiers were manning the walls to maintain the peace. This was Sephoria, the seat of power of the goddess Faithful. The city of silver guardians, the city of white chalk, the kingdom of heaven on earth. Sephoria was called with many names. The city itself was filled with historical landmarks and architectural achievements. Awe-inspiring magical towers, sacred trees, glistening waterways, lifelike statues of saints and saintesses. Most magnificent of them all was the Grand Cathedral, the symbol of faith for uncountable people from all corners of creation. From one of the rooms inside the cathedral, a woman was watching the city below her solemnly. She had long silver hair and a face without blemishes. Her blue eyes held deep wisdom and serenity. She wore a regal long white robe with golden embroidery, a befitting garment for someone of her status. Your Holiness, it is time. Her attendant reminded her of the time. The woman turned and moved away from the window to attend to her duties. The attendant led her to the conference room where 5 people were waiting. When the woman entered the room, they respectfully bowed, for they were in the presence of Popes Salistra Amaris, the head of the Estelian Church, the most prominent religion on the continent. May the goddess smile upon all of you. Without further ado, let us convene the scheduled meeting. Popes Salistra kindly greeted them before taking the main seat. By your will, the other people in the room returned her greeting and took their respective chairs. On top of the exquisite marble table stood a magical projection of the continental map. First, let us have a brief look at the situation as a whole. Ciara, if you would. The Popes turned her face to a woman with pointy ears, an elf with golden hair. Certainly, Cardinal Ciara Watermoon spoke. The situation in the Laisha's kingdom is messy, to say the least. The king is dead and the great houses are reacting aggressively to take as much benefit as they can in this political unrest. Unfortunately, the likelihood of a civil war erupting in the realm is high. One more thing worthy of note, the devil cults have abnormally high activity within the Laisha's territory, and we don't know their aim yet. The situation is volatile in the Kingdom of Knights. Perhaps the elusive cults are fanning the flames of turmoil from the shadows. The human supremacist Sultanate of Zeddel is currently having problems with the beastfolk from the south. Not to the point of a full-blown war, but there have been a few large-scale skirmishes. Mostly, the beastfolk's attack is to free their enslaved brethren. Also, the Zetelians' reckless exploitation of resources led by the Magisterium made the desert kingdom's weather erratic. The sandstorm hitting their capital has not ceased for a week. Hearing the beastfolk situation made one of the cardinals look grim because she was a beastfolk herself. What about the buried kingdom? Any movement from the bones? Another fellow cardinal asked Adeline. At the moment, none. I have been keeping a close eye on the undead and there are no signs of stirrings either for the past century. It is as if they have fallen asleep, or they're preparing for something big. Don't get complacent and relax the observation, Adeline, a woman with the air of a veteran warrior, spoke. Of course, Adeline knew the woman meant well. She's just direct. Josephine, what news comes from the north? Popes Salastja asked the other cardinal responsible for another land. The Harkonnen Empire has the usual problem, famine. It seems the people in their government take the situation as the norm and have no intention of easing the burden of the populace. The poor get poorer and the rich get richer. It's no wonder their civilians have the poorest living standards among the four great nations. Josephine's white leopard's ears sulkily bent. The cardinal of the harsh winter empire was a snow leopard beastfolk. She also had a very fluffy tail with leopard-like spots. And unlike the situation in the south, the undead from the Dreadnorth are making waves. The Empire's northern garrison has fended off several incursions this year, but some bones are still slipping past their borders. If nothing else, the Harkelians are tough people. They're already familiar with situations like this and can deal with the skeletons on their own, Josephine added. The northern border of Latias has no sightings of the undead as far as I know. Seems strange Harkonnen is being raided while Latias isn't. The elf cardinal, Siora, voiced her thoughts. Harkonnen Empire had borders with Latia's kingdom in their east. The two countries had a hostile relationship with each other and centuries' worth of bloodshed between them. While the northern region of both countries was mostly a frozen wasteland filled with danger and death, the Dreadnorth was a place of the walking dead and fearsome ice beasts strong enough to survive the extremely hostile environment. Unlike the other three, the Free People Coalition is mostly peaceful, but that's just on the surface. Their problems do not come from the outside, but from the inside. The prosperous trade with Zamrud Archipelago brought great wealth to the governor-kings of the coalition. As their coffers swell, so too does their ambition. We don't know why, but rifts are forming more often lately in the coalition soil. This means more biomes to explore for the adventurers and other interested parties. Most of them shall perish, but those who survive will quickly rise in strength using the resources they got from the biomes. Level 4 pathseekers are still rare, but level 2 and 3 have become more numerous. With the rise of these pathseekers, the rate of human-caused problems and tragedies rises tremendously. After Judith finished her report, Popes Salastja fell silent for some time, sunk in deep thinking. The others patiently waited for her to finish because they were already familiar with her habit. Flavia, how fares the Silver Legions despite all of this? The Popes questioned the warrior-like woman, supreme commander of the Silver Legions, Flavia Marianus. Chief of the greatest military force of the Estelian Church, strained but manageable. Insidious elements like the Seven Devils cults are making petty havoc all over the place and problems keep coming up. We have prevented some true catastrophes from erupting, but casualties keep rising nonetheless. I advise you to not take this lightly, Salastja. We're beset by threats from inside and outside of our borders. We need to take a firmer stance and unite these short-sighted and selfish rulers under the banner of the goddess, Flavia sharply said to the Popes. Her manner of speaking was frank and somewhat disrespectful, but the cardinals didn't object, because Salastja preferred them to talk to her like Flavia if possible. Towards Flavia's suggestion, the Popes just kindly smiled. This world is a gift from the Radiant Lady. We're mere gardeners tending to the trees and flowers of her bountiful garden. Let us not forget that we're keepers of peace first and foremost. Conquerors we are not. Hearing the Popes' answer, Flavia rolled her eyes. She sighed and leaned her back on the chair harder than before. But there are fires in the garden and we must take action, the Popes added. Will you help me, my friends? The elf cardinal stood up. For the sake of this world, Siora said. The other cardinals followed and replied to her words. For the sake of this world. Flavia too rose to her feet and said the words. They all knew this woman only had the good of the church and, by extension, the world in her mind. Popes Salastja was looking at the 5 individuals before her with pride. She trusted them and they trusted her. Their faith in the goddess bound them all together in sisterhood. For the sake of this world, she lightly nodded. Let us continue the meeting. The meeting went on for a few hours. Being guardians of peace was not an easy task. A few hours later in Judith's office, she received a visitor. Flavia, this is quite unusual. What do you want to talk about? Judith asked while putting down the quill she used to write on a paper. After the meeting, Commander Flavia sought Cardinal Judith to discuss something. Judith led Flavia to sit and began making tea. It's about the destruction of Luxor town 2 weeks ago. This incident feels like a fishbone stuck in my throat. The report is not too detailed, so I want clarification. Luxor town, I'm afraid there's not much that I can tell you. By the time I got news about Luxor's massacre, a few days had already passed. The cult of Dumuzin's mark is all over this incident, but that's all we concretely know. No eyewitness about what happened, no signs of the perpetrator, and the burning town made collecting evidence and clues difficult. The blind black-haired cardinal showed regret in her expression. 3,500 to 4,000 people estimated dead. You know more than anyone that although tragic this may be, there are many pressing matters more important. What's so special about this one? Judith knew Flavia rarely did something like this. What piqued my interest is the report about the soul's disappearance. Is this the work of a soul user, a necromancer? Flavia asked. Your guess is as good as mine. I'm afraid I can't help you. The report contained everything we know. Even if you send time pathseekers to investigate now, too much time has passed and the hope of bringing the truth to light is dimming each day. Judith felt hopeless. Nevertheless, I'll send someone to investigate. I have a gut feeling that I should, Flavia said after some thinking. That would be helpful. I too desire to know the truth and punish the ones responsible. Who do you have in mind? Judith got curious. My granddaughter. If she can pick up something in Luxor, then great. If not, there are many rifts opening in the coalition at this time. She might be able to find her fortuitous encounter there, and she won't be alone just in case. My, still the doting grandma is it? Judith let out a soft giggle. It comes with age, Judith. I'm already 187 years old, Flavia smiled. You look no older than 30. And don't say that in front of Siora. She has become sensitive about her age lately. I don't get what she's worrying about, though. She's just a bit past 400 and still looks as young as ever. Despite being blind, Cardinal Judith Tanaquil could see her surroundings perfectly. Having peak mastery over wind, she felt the very air around her to have a near-perfect sight. Flavia took the cup of tea Judith brewed earlier while they were speaking and sipped it lightly. I hope that child can have as many years as we have, she said with heavy melancholy. As do I, my friend. As do I, Judith replied. He had new boots. He had become Man in Boots. Man in Boots delightfully ran through the land like a maniac. Ha 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 ha. Man in Boots eyed a short bush just right in front of him and jumped over it flamboyantly. The grass was slippery because of the morning dew. His landing was less than graceful. It took all he had to keep himself from falling as his legs were sliding. There's dirt on my new shoes, Veers complained. Oh well, at least the shoes didn't disappoint. Some distance away from Mokash town, Veers tested his magic footwear. On the way was an open plain of grass. Somehow it made Veers want to run. After brief testing, his running speed clearly increased. Faster by about 20 to 30%, I guess, not bad. I really should fill my equipment slots. Currently, Veers had 5 items enchanted with magical effects: sword, knife, pendant, bracelet, and the latest edition, boots. The sword could absorb water and release it at will. It was only a so-so quality item, but it synergized well with Veers' water affinity. The availability of water increased his water art's effectiveness. The knife had a blade that looked like red iron when activated. Veers picked this up in case he met an enemy with high water resistance and when he wanted to set things on fire. Although Veers didn't possess an affinity for fire, he could still use fire magic items just fine, like a normal human using a stove. The pendant was the hero in the shadows. The crescent moon-shaped pendant that he wore had the effect of raising his Victa production by 10. Victa was the personalized mana for each person. It functioned similar to the MP in games. No MP, no fancy techniques. Since there was no limit of how much Victa one could have, even a mere 10 increase would make a great difference in the long run. The bracelet was how he became a wolf in sheep's clothing. It looked positively tribal, but Veers liked the design. The combination of black, red, and green colors was pleasing to the eye. At the moment, Veers was level 2 but had the aura of a level 0. But this was the limit. Should he become a level 3, the item would be unable to function properly. However, he was still far from level 3, so this was not a problem. Lastly, the boots. It was enchanted to be very comfortable, increased durability, and faster movement. Truthfully, Veers didn't really understand how it worked. There was a boost as he stepped on the ground that made him cover more distance. That was the limit of Veers' understanding. Veers didn't mind though. He was too happy to be able to travel faster. 2 weapons, one of water and another of fire. 2 accessories and leg equipment. Not exactly a balanced gear set, but it is what it is. Veers hastened towards Osmore town, his next destination. A few hours later at noon. Sometimes the fascinating fact of life was the unpredictability of it. Veers was minding his own business, peacefully traveling when he felt an anomaly. It was faint, like the sound of dripping water in a totally quiet room. He picked up something with his senses. He knew not what. What is this? After the phenomenon repeated itself a few times, he was convinced he was not imagining it. Veers let curiosity guide his actions and he approached the source. He stumbled upon a log house at the mouth of a forest. It was a crude house, nothing special about it. Veers had seen many houses such as this here and there during his travels. Not everyone built their house in towns and villages. This was a green zone. Monsters rarely appeared here. In front of the house but still inside the fence, Veers saw a man in his 30s. He wore a simple worn-down white shirt and brown pants. The man knelt before 2 mounds of dirt. They seemed freshly made. One was smaller than the other. The man hollowly looked at them, unmoving. Looking at his sweat, he must have just finished not long ago. Dang, that guy has the look of a man whose world has just ended. Veers observed from afar, not yet ready to show himself. The man stood up, went inside the log house, and came out after a few minutes carrying something. The moment Veers saw the man carried a rope, he decided it was time to act. Hello there, Veers slowly stepped forward. The man glanced at Veers. If you want to rob me, go ahead and take whatever you want from the house. Burn it if it suits your fancy. Now go away and let me kill myself in peace." His depression and hopelessness transmitted through his tone. He had a little bit of an accent. Yeah. "I can see what you're going to do, sir. I'm hoping to talk to you before you did the deed." Veers tried to calm him down unsuccessfully. "Look, kid, I don't know you. Stop bothering me." His voice became harsher. The man's hands were not idle, they were readying the suicide instrument, making a noose. "Sigh, this isn't working." Veers unsheathed his sword partially and water came out from it. The liquid transformed into chains and swiftly bound the man's body. The chains stabbed themselves on the ground, preventing the man from moving. The man looked surprised. "Art water chains. Apologies for the rough treatment, but I really want to talk to you." "So you're a pathseeker. Am I supposed to be afraid of you?" "I'm just an idler, but I'm a man ready to die. You don't frighten me. Just slit my throat and be done with it." The man grew increasingly defiant. "Sir, I don't mean to threaten you, nor have any intention of harming you. I just want to talk." Veers pleaded as politely as possible. "And why should I talk to you?" He looked annoyed. "Because I am asking you politely." Veers gave a half smile. The man in water chains silently stared at Veers. Veers cancelled his art. The water chains dissolved into ordinary water and reabsorbed into his sword. "Let's start from the top." "Greetings, sir. My name is Kane of a simple traveler." Kane said with a slight dip of his head. "Mercer, a simple lumberjack." "Well met, Mr. Mercer. I was just passing by and caught sight of you. I can't with good conscience just pretend to unsee what I saw and do nothing. The very least I can do is talk to you, asking you why do you want to end your own life, although I can haphazardly guess." Kane's vision moved towards the two graves. "Your wife and child?" he asked gently. "Yeah," Mercer nodded. Now Kane noted Mercer's eyes were unusually red. He must have cried until his tears ran out. "I'm sorry for your loss. May I ask what happened?" Kane said with sympathy. "Losing one's family was not an easy thing. They died this morning. It was a difficult birth. My wife didn't survive." And the man looked hesitant. The next words were stuck inside his throat. "And the child was stillborn." Mercer cupped his face with his hands. Kane waited for him to let out his grief. He didn't know what else he could do other than hold his silence. "I know you mean well, kid. I appreciate that. But I want to be with my family now." The broken man picked up the noose again and walked beneath a tree beside the graves. "Mr. Mercer, is there anything else you might want from your life?" "None. All reason to live has been taken from me unless you can bring my wife and son back to life." That line got Kane thinking. Mercer no longer paid attention to him and hung the noose on a tree. "Wait," Kane said. "Don't stop me, boy. Just let me be with my family." The broken man hopelessly replied. "I can make you meet with them one last time." Kane took a deep breath and said the words. For the briefest of moments, hope sparked inside Mercer's dead heart, but it didn't last. He dismissed Kane's claim, even becoming a bit angry because of the lie. "Impossible, it can't be done. Don't lie to me because of pity. This is no lie. You'll meet them again, face to face." Kane's tone was serene. "Stop lying to me." The man lashed out. He grabbed Kane's collar with both hands and screamed in front of his face. The man pushed him until Kane's back hit the log house's wall. Kane only watched as Mercer exploded. "It is no lie." Kane looked at him straight in the eye, saying the words slowly and without wavering even the slightest. Seeing no lies in Kane's eyes, Mercer's expression slowly changed from anger to doubt to yearning. "Can you truly?" Mercer was like a man dying of thirst who suddenly found a water well. He realized that he was still holding Kane by the collar and released his grip. "I apologize. That was rude of me. Don't mind it. If I were in your position, I might have had the same reaction, but this is not a charity. First, let's talk about my price." Kane spoke like a certain white-haired man carrying two swords. "I see," the haggard man said dejectedly. "I'm just a simple lumberjack. I'm afraid even everything I have will not be enough." He gestured to his log house. "I do not desire conventional wealth like gold. I have no need for such things. I seek something rare or unusual or mysterious. Books written in an unknown language, strange stones, bizarre plants. Do you have something like that?" Mercer turned silent while thinking. "Information is also good. Secret places, rare monster sightings, hidden ruins, interesting rumors, and similar things. If I judge it valuable enough, I'll receive that as the price." "I have something. Wait a bit while I search for it." Mercer spoke after a while, then went inside the house. Kane waited with anticipation. "I didn't think he would have it. Even if he didn't, I might help him nonetheless, but this is good," Kane happily thought. Mercer came out and showed Kane a hexagonal wooden token with a strange symbol carved on it. "My father told me a story. In the past, he had helped an elf on the verge of death. He found the elf bearing grievous wounds and unconscious. He brought him to this very house and nursed the elf until he woke. The elf left soon after, but not without leaving this as gratitude. The elf said to my father that the token is only given to a benefactor of the elf kind and will be welcomed in their abode." Kane eyed the wooden token with curiosity. "Father passed away without ever using it, neither did he encounter any elf ever since, and so this came to me. I've never met an elf either. I also don't know if the story was true or not, but that is what I've heard. Would this be enough?" "Excuse me a bit." Kane took the token from his hand and examined it. Uriel's sight. Kane's eyes turned mystical and sparkled with rainbow hues as he invoked the best investigative art of the Lamias. Mercer saw the spectacle and was shocked. He couldn't help but take a step back. There is magic inside it. Enchantment, some kind of rune or mark. The mana is foreign to me and I don't recognize the symbol. This might be a thing that truly comes from the hands of an elf. Girls, do you recognize it? Kane called his streamers. I don't know anything about elves, Pena said. Me too. Apologies. Farley followed. Kane expected as much from the two and placed his hope on the last of the trio. Sorry, I don't know either. What? Why do you say as if I'm suddenly supposed to be an elf expert? It was a period of war back then. I didn't have the luxury of going out of the capital whenever I wanted. There were no elves near my home. Why don't you ask me about ratlings instead of elves? I've been fighting them since I was 12. The hope popped like soap bubbles. Kane left the rampaging Lamia princess on her own and had to make the call himself. Well, there is merit in receiving this. Even though I don't know what it is just yet, let's just collect as many plot items as possible. Kane's gamer mind calculated. Very well, I'll take this as payment. Kane returned the token to Mercer. He would take it after he had done his job. He had to be professional about this, or at least look like one. Because he had Uriel's sight, an extraordinary art for investigation, Kane said such as the price. He was sure he could uncover the mysteries unexplainable to common people. Even if he couldn't, he could at least recognize if the thing was truly special or not. The token was sufficient to be placed in the key items category. The price is settled. If you now swear to never talk or inform others about this matter forever, I'll start the preparations. Kane spoke of his next condition. I swear to take this matter to the grave, Mercer solemnly vowed. Let's get started. Mercer was confused. A stranger came to him when he was in the abyss of misery. He thought the boy was death itself, coming to visit him at the endpoint of his life. But the boy stopped him from killing himself and offered to let him see his family again. If that was true, Mercer would pay anything, would do anything. So Mercer thought that he was wrong. The boy was not death, but an agent of the devil's envoy. Like the stories priests at the church used to tell, they would offer something precious to take your soul to the dark path, away from the light of the radiant lady. Even so, Mercer was ready to sell his soul to the devil. The sun of his life had been taken away, abruptly. The joyous day he was supposed to hold his firstborn in his arms became a day of tragedy, where he dug 2 graves to lay their lifeless bodies to rest. Mercer was filled with anguish and despair. He lived his life following the teaching of the Estelian Church as best as he could. He did good to others, toiled honestly, put food on the supper table, and loved his wife with all his heart. What did he do to deserve this? In despair, Mercer renounced his faith. He had even cursed the goddess, blaming her for this tragedy. When the representative of hell made the offer, if it was the 7 devils that would grant his modest wish, then so be it. The broken man was sure the boy would ask for his damned soul before he would reunite him with his wife and son. To his surprise, the devil's envoy asked for a very modest price, a trinket with no value to him whatsoever. Mercer would give up 100 of those things for the things he offered. He didn't know how the devil's envoy would accomplish his wish. Perhaps this would be the so-called necromancy the priests of the church warned him about. Mercer didn't really understand Pathseeker's affairs, but so what? He wanted to see his family again, terribly so, hopelessly so, dangerously so. The devil's envoy seemed satisfied with the price and started the preparations. Mercer imagined it would involve dark magic, blood ritual, animal sacrifices, and many other terrifying stories that he had heard since he was a child. Instead, the devil's envoy asked him this. Are you a religious man, Mr. Mercer? An Estelian, I was. Some time ago I've renounced my faith. The priests lie. Following their teachings did not bring me happiness. Okay, let me stop you right there. Here's what you're gonna do. Clean yourself up and pray to the goddess. Ask her to take care of the spirit of your wife and boy. Wah, but I have renounced my faith. Mercer hesitated. It was a momentary mistake made in a moment of passion and grief. Sincerely ask for her forgiveness and you will be forgiven. Will she? Mercer looked doubtful, afraid. Like a child that made a mistake was being told to apologize. Goddess Estelle is merciful and compassionate. She will understand, Mr. Mercer. And if she doesn't, then she is not goddess, and you need not worry. Kane said a memorable line from a certain Crusader movie. If you say so, Mercer was dubious, but decided to follow his direction. When I said clean up, I didn't mean for you to simply wash your body with water. You must clean your body and soul. The method is up to you. Just keep praying to the goddess and hold your wish dear. Treat it as if they are listening directly to your prayers. Remember, the most important thing is your sincerity. Mercer went to the nearby creek, using the water there to cleanse his body. O goddess, I ask for your forgiveness. Martha, wife, I miss you. Very, very much. Mercer made a cup with his hands and dipped it into the water. He washed his face gently with it. It was not yet spring, so the water was cold. Mysteriously, Mercer somehow found it not as cold as it was supposed to be. When he returned, he saw the door to his house was open. He went inside and saw the devil's envoy in the kitchen. Apologies for the intrusion. You must be hungry, haven't eaten anything since morning, right? I only have simple rations, but I've prepared some bread and water. Eat a little to recover your strength. Mercer took a seat before the dining table. Gingerly, he gave the bread a small bite. Sweet, he must have used sugar. This is one expensive bread. After slowly munching the bread, he drank the water to wet his throat. Kane patiently waited for Mercer to finish. He saw a confused look in the man's eyes while drinking. Why does the water taste like wine? Kane's brows twitched. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Yes, coincidence. Mercer didn't press further. We still have a few hours until sunset. Keep praying, Mr. Mercer. I'll take care of the rest, Kane said. Mercer retreated to his bed. The log house was small. There wasn't even a wall separating the kitchen and the place with the beds on it, so Mercer wasn't far. Kane gave him the space to be alone so he can pray uninterrupted. His faith and prayer is his matter. I simply have to do my part. Kane closed his eyes and meditated. At twilight, when the sky was a blend of orange and purple, Kane and Mercer stood before the graves. Let us begin. Do not be alarmed, the devil's envoy said. The man simply nodded. After he sincerely prayed, Mercer felt a serenity he hadn't before. His emotion was in great turmoil since this morning, since he'd lost his family. He felt somehow closer to a holy presence. Naturally, he wondered why the devil's envoy wanted him to pray to the goddess, until he remembered one of the priest's sermons. The devils desire our faith, our prayers, was it? Perhaps this boy was preparing my soul before being taken by his master. Like a chef processing the ingredients before cooking, Mercer's musings were interrupted as the devil's envoy began calling his master. Mercer expected an unholy ritual with fiery eyes peering from the darkness and sinister voices murmuring in the background. What the emissary of evil did instead was simply clasping his hands together and closed his eyes. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. What kind of vile, impious devilry is this? Mercer nervously thought. The devil's envoy words were not in his realm of understanding. Pater noster, qui is in caelis, sanctifister nomen tuum. The boy stood before the graves solemnly, continuing the prayer. Strange, the devil's envoy's way of praying to the devil is similar to the priest's way of praying to the goddess, the grieving man thought. Mercer watched the devil's envoy finish his unknown, otherworldly chanting. Weird, he felt after a while. It didn't feel sinister or bad at all. On the contrary, he felt the opposite. Mercer's thoughts were interrupted by a wave passing through him. It was like the sound of a bell that reverberated throughout the body. Mercer couldn't help to let out a sound. Light. Little orbs of lights emerged from all around him, some from the air, some from the earth. The lights moved around like impossibly beautiful fireflies, leaving trails of faint rainbow behind them. Mercer tried to touch one that flew close to him. It passed through his hand. It felt warm, said Libera nos malo amen. Kane finished his prayer and then he saw it. Faint at first, but he wouldn't mistake it. The form became increasingly clearer until the woman who was his wife was standing in front of him. She was like a phantom, made real by powers beyond his understanding. Martha, my love, his mouth was agape. Her body was semi-transparent and covered with faint light blue glow, but Mercer didn't mind such small things. Nothing was more important than the one in front of him. She reached out her hand to him, caressing his cheek. The touch he experienced was a marvel that transcended the boundary of life and death. Mercer's tears that he thought were already dried up began to flow once again. Martha rescinded her hand and slowly unraveled the cloth-covered bundle on her bosom. Could it be? Mercer didn't dare to hope. He saw the little thing with his eyes opened, looking at Mercer unknowingly. The tiny human was squirming in his mother's arms, perhaps feeling uncomfortable. Both of his parents only looked with a smile on their faces. The father saw his son's opened eyes for the first time. They were similar to his mother's. When the baby extended his soft little hand and touched Mercer's beard, it was at that moment that life returned to his dead heart. Mr. Mercer, I shall take my leave here. You have 1 hour, Kane spoke. Only then was he reminded of Kane's presence. Mercer immediately said his gratitude. Thank ye, thank ye. Kane gave them a nod, which the wife returned with a deep and respectful bow. It was a family moment. Kane had enough tact to remove himself since he was an outsider. Husband, Martha called after the boy left. Yes, what is it? You've met an angel of the goddess. Is he? To be honest, I thought he was the devil's envoy. Did he not conjure you using dark magic? No, I don't feel bad. When I was enveloped in darkness, he called out to me, making me remember myself again. Kane talked to me about you. Martha, Shush, I understand. She hugged his husband close. We don't have a lot of time. Let's not waste this miracle. Yes, Mercer held his cry back. Hugged by his parents closely, the baby cooed. That went well. Inside the log house, Veers conversed with the girls while looking at Mercer hugging with the force ghosts he called. With this I've confirmed, I can now make you 3 manifest in the real world as well. Lord Veers, I don't understand. You can simply make the soul of the wife and child appear in front of the man. And yet you spoke something in tongues and reinforced Mercer's faith first, whatever for, Farley asked. It was a prayer. As for your question, well, I don't want to be suspected of necromancy. so I tried to make it as holy as possible. Did it work? Only he can say, Pena replied. A prayer, you said. To whom? Clarissa asked. Not to Estelle. Veers answered. To the devils. Pena was shocked. Hell no, not to them either. Who then? Stopped dodging the question. Clarissa was very curious. I'm precisely dodging the question. Let's leave it at that, shall we? There was a reason Veers never said goddess with a G when speaking about Estelle. Now this matter with Mercer is done. A bit slower traveling time in exchange for an elven token of friendship is a fair trade, if I say so myself. Veers nodded, giving himself a pat on the back. It would be good if he didn't perceive you, Lord Veers, as a devil worshipper. Farley, the short-haired brunette, tactfully informed. Why? Veers didn't understand. During my time as Dumuzin's cultist, I've heard other members helping other people for a price just like you did. Although you actually just asked for a trinket instead of a steep price such as a lifelong servitude. It's actually common practice for all the cults, so the church warned their believers to be wary against it. Damn, it really is hard to do good deeds nowadays. Veers scratched his head. 1 hour in the future, while Veers was sitting cross-legged on the floor, he sensed that the wife and the child were fading. And this is all I can do for them. What drew Veers here in the first place was the wife. She died with extreme unwillingness. Her spirit couldn't move on. Veers thought if he left it at that, the wife might become an evil spirit haunting this house in the years to come. Soul of the child also had not passed on to the other side. When Veers laid eyes on the graves for the first time, he knew this. May the both of you find peace in the next life. Veers wished them well as their form vanished, their soul no longer within his reach. Mercer stood still on the lawn, unmoving like a stone. Veers let him be alone with his thoughts. About 15 minutes later, Mercer went inside. He saw Veers looking at him. Behind the boy's deep gaze lay something Mercer didn't understand. How are you feeling? Kane asked Mercer, who just went through the door. The boy nodded. I don't have much, but please stay for the night, the man offered. I'll be troubling you then. It's the least I can do. Please make yourself at home. I'll excuse myself first, benefactor. Mercer bowed and went away. He has a different look in his eyes now. The edge of Veers' lips curled upwards. It doesn't change the fact that his family is dead, but he's no longer consumed with despair. The night was still young, so it was far too early to sleep. Veers refused to let his time slip away unproductively, not when he still had so many things to do. It was dark, a dark room with candles burning with unnatural, sinister crimson light. Do you swear to uphold the interest of the one and only Lord? A cloaked man in the center of the room spoke to the figure kneeling before him. I swear. Do you swear to never betray the order and forever strive to enact the holy mandate of our Lord? I swear. The pair was circled by 5 more hooded figures, watching the ceremony whilst clasping their hands in front of their chest. Do you swear to continue the great work until the Lord called you to his side? I swear. The leader presented a chalice to the kneeling man. Drink and rise as one of us, as a raven. The kneeling man pulled his hood back and respectfully sipped the red liquid in the chalice. The taste of iron spread from the mouth to the throat. He was filled with vitality and kneeled no longer. Ravens, let us welcome our newest sibling, Demetrius. Demetrius was welcomed by a round of applause. It was at this moment he felt the proudest moment in his life. All those training, pain, and sacrifice were all worth it. Glory to Lord Banbanksy. Glory to Lord Banbanksy. They chanted as the clapping continued. Demetrius, go to Pale Shadow. He will be responsible for the next stage of your training, the leader spoke. By your will, elder, Demetrius bowed. Veers contemplated what he just saw deeply. Bone Ravens Banbanksy. He decided to consult with an expert. Farley, does the name Banbanksy ring any bell? The petite girl answered after a flash of surprise. Yeah, one of the 7 devils, just as I thought. He had an inkling about it and now confirmed it. The other 2 girls came closer to join the conversation. What's wrong? Pena asked. Remember the guy that stabbed me in the heart? Apparently that guy is a member of the Bone Ravens, aka the Assassin's Guild, which also doubles as a devil cult. Interesting. I've heard rumors that the guild is related to a cult, but don't know the specifics. Perhaps my father knows more, Farley shared. Cult like yours and Farley's. Pena recalled the 2 of them had a history with a different cult. Yes, Dumuzin cult, also one of the 7, but I've never served him, I was only employed. She on the other hand. Veers looked in Farley's direction. I asked Lord Veers to kill my father, a high priest of the cult's branch at Luxor. My father was doing a ritual to Dumuzin before Lord Veers destroyed his scheme and said ritual. I'm pretty sure Dumuzin does not see me as an exemplary follower at the moment. Perhaps I am already excommunicated, Farley explained. So you're no longer Dumuzin's cultist now? The black-haired girl asked her friend. No, Pena, I'm now in Lord Veers' service. All that I am is his. I have already given him my everything. Farley spoke as if it was a very normal thing. Veers, you Pena grimaced with a hint of disgust. I didn't do anything. You already heard the rough gist of things, right? We've had an agreement. I broke the promise first. I felt guilty, so I tried to make amends by binding her soul and her sisters to me and resurrect them in the future. I told her since I failed to uphold the end of my bargain, she is no longer mine. I gave her a full refund. but as you can see yourself, despite my encouragement, Farley still calls me Lord. Veers tried to defend his image unsuccessfully. Without you, my sister and I would just be corpses at this point. Just as Mother said, you are our savior. Seeing you all this time, I have no doubt. You will definitely find a way to resurrect us sometime in the future. Until then, my whole self is at your disposal. Please allow me to assist you in my full capability. Farley bowed like an experienced English maid with impeccable etiquette. Just don't take advantage of her. Pena gave him an icy glare. I won't. You three have been together the whole time. Did you see me taking advantage of her? Of you? I don't know, by your own words, you are a liar. Pena remained skeptical. Oh, I am a liar, no denying that. That's why you should just watch my actions. Rissa, you have been quiet. Anything to add? Veers flowed the conversation to the spectator. It's okay, I'm perfectly content watching your show of friendly affection to each other. I've never seen anything like this in the Lamia royal court. This is nice. Clarissa mischievously smiled. Suit yourself. Anything to add on the devil's topic? Veers crossed his arms. Well, to begin with, I don't know Dumusin, Banbanksy, and the rest of the seven. I didn't exactly have the means to monitor the world from my biome. Wait, that's odd. The great war you participated in was between gods and devils, wasn't it? Veers recalled the bits and pieces he knew about that time of history. True, but there were thousands of them on both sides. A mere level 5 like me, mere mortals weren't able to participate in the important war theaters. I also don't know a goddess named Estelle. She wasn't among the big names to think she became the only one remaining from the god's side. Who are the names of the 7 devils again? Clarissa asked with a finger on her chin. It seemed to be her pose while thinking. Oh, now that you mentioned it, I don't know them either. The church doesn't exactly spread their names to the masses. It was considered taboo, Pena said. They are. Stop, Veers interrupted Farley mid-sentence. Enough to be said for today. No info dumping. Info dumping, Clarissa parroted. Shelf this topic for another time where it is more relevant. Now go to sleep, girls, you're wasting Victa. Veers berated the 3 of them as if they were 3 children wasting electricity. Yes, Nanny Veers, Clarissa answered. True, I feel a bit sleepy. Pena felt her eyes a bit heavy. Good night, Lord Veers, Farley the faithful maid said. Go to sleep, voices in my head, Veers said half-jokingly. Then he returned to the soul prison for more reading. Hey, Mr. D missed me. No, don't break down yet. I still need your next memories. I need the art that made you invisible. That is great stuff, by the way, so I want it. Granted, I didn't have super sight as I have now, but you passed through my extensive check. Be a dear and cough it out, will you? Veers saw the face on the ball of soul writhe in agony, as if he was being tormented in the depth of Tartarus. Now, no need for such exaggeration. It can't be that bad, Veers cussed. Or is it? Somewhere in a plain of yellow grass, RMHM did I pass out, a human picked himself up from the ground. With great confusion, he scanned his surroundings. Where am I? I don't know this place. He summoned his weapon, a familiar instrument of death. With it in his hands, he felt calmer already. Welcome, player, to the world of Junias. First mission, follow the marker to obtain your next objective. A blue screen floated in front of him and there was a yellow mark on his HUD minimap. That's new. Is this a new feature? Perhaps this is some kind of event. No point in staying here, I better get going then. After walking for 15 minutes, he finally reached the marked place. Ping. Radar picked up something. A red dot and another and another. Tens popped up at the edge of his radar. Finally, something else other than walking. This better be good or I'll complain to the dev. The youth broke into a run. When he was close enough, he slid towards a rock, automatically crouching to hide better behind it. Pointing his weapon behind cover, he saw the true visage of the red dots. Height of children, poorly equipped, long ears, yellow eyes, bad teeth, green-skinned. What the hell, goblins? The youth couldn't believe what he was seeing. There weren't supposed to be goblins in this world, but he wasn't able to contemplate long. There were a dozen goblins. 3 were far bigger than the others, signs of a different species. The band was carrying 3 unconscious young women, but one of them started to wake up. Golden-haired and white-skinned, her temple was bloodied as if she was struck with a blunt weapon before she lost consciousness. As soon as she came to, she looked surprised. Her hands and feet were bound, but she thrashed around in a panic. The goblins were marching quietly before, but now they had become rowdy. In an unknown language, they talked to each other, pointing fingers and hissing. One of the greenskins pulled out a rusty knife and bared it at the teary-eyed girl. Suddenly, in front of the girl's eyes, the goblin's head exploded and a thunderclap resounded at the same time. The goblins were agitated. They all looked to where the sound came from. They saw a youth with strange clothing and a black thing emitting smoke. The youth summarily aimed his rifle to the head of the big goblin and pulled the trigger. New objective, defeat all the goblins and rescue the captives. It was early in the morning and his host wasn't up yet. Veers let him sleep. After yesterday, he would need much rest. Veers went to the lawn of Mercer's house, tossing a ghostly pale blue ball into the air. As it slowly fell downward, Veers slashed it with his sword in one swift stroke. Unlike the usual watery blue, the sword was wreathed in milky green color. HMPH, the bluish-white ball split into 2 parts. Haya, another stroke and the ball separated into 4. She, again and again and again. After Veers reduced the ball into tiny pieces, he continued observing it, eyes picking up the slightest of details. Before long the soul dissipated. Slowly, he returned the sword to the sheath like a samurai, finishing it with a satisfying click. Even with that, I still couldn't destroy it completely. Some part of the soul simply went away, not destroyed. Did they really go to heaven or hell? The soul just now was Terakai, the one who tried to give him a poisoned soup and wanted to kill him. Veers already excavated any memories worth noting, although it wasn't much, and decided to discharge him from his service. Simply releasing the souls he captured was a simple affair. They usually floated to the sky then disappeared, beyond even the reach of his Tier 5 soul affinity. With Veers foregoing the necromantic facet of his power, he experimented with many things, such as what he was trying to do now, Soulkill. I managed to harm the soul gravely, but I am unable to completely extinguish it from heaven and earth, at least the current me that is. It will have to do. In the stories, unlike bodily harm, injury to the soul is often very difficult to heal. I'm sure it will be useful in the future. How are you holding up, Mr. Mercer? Kane spoke to the person watching from behind. His ears were sharp. He knew Mercer had been watching since a short while ago, but it seemed the older man didn't want to disturb his training. I feel refreshed. How can I not be? After you bestowed a kindness I'm unable to repay for my whole lifetime. Glad to hear it. Kane turned around, looking at Mercer's face. Still thinking of taking your own life? He already knew the answer from what he saw, but Kane still asked for politeness' sake. No, it would make Martha sad. Mercer smiled bitterly. The burden you bear is heavy. How you live with such a burden I cannot tell you, no one can. You must decide despite the pain and grief. Dying is easy, living is hard. What can mere mortals such as us do other than living the best we could in this world? Kane said, trying to convey some words of wisdom. I must leave soon. Kane saddled his backpack up. May the radiant lady light your way, Kane said his farewell. And to you, envoy. Mercer kneeled on the ground with his hands joined in front of his face. Oh no, I hope not. Aunt Estelle might smite me for all the bad deeds I have done, Kane thought while smiling bitterly. Remember, don't tell anyone anything about this matter and myself. I will hold the sanctity of our pact. I swear this once again. Kane nodded with satisfaction and turned around. With that as the parting words, Kane left towards his next destination. Mercer watched until his figure was no longer visible. The golden light from the morning sun warmly enveloped him. It felt like the embrace of his family yesterday night. Veers, the maverick mistaken as an angel of the goddess Estelle, was walking in a good mood. Doing something good and getting rewarded for it brought warm feelings to his heart. It's been a while, let's do a quick check. It's now at 36.57, huh, very good. Keep on rising, my power, ha ha ha. Veers' mysterious number kept rising. Hold the line, the man who said that braced the impact of a 200 kilograms hamster the size of a tiger. RGGGHHH. The man grunted, clenching his molars very, very hard. He was not alone in this. Left and right of him stood men and women of various ages. They too were holding their ground against other hamsters, although not as big as the one in front of the man wearing a dark-colored metal plate. One used a wall of earth, one used a rampart of wind. Each of them were using different ways of fighting against the horde. Iron spike. A cone of metal jutted out from the ground. It had a diameter of 1 meter at the base, becoming smaller until the tip was a sharp point. The cone-shaped metal pierced the stomach of the hamster monster, making the unnaturally sized monster squeal. Rah! Using his sword, the man embedded his weapon in the skull of another monster that came from behind the orange-furred hamster he just defeated. Before he could breathe, another one came from the side, wanting to take a bite at his stomach. In a hurry, the man moved his left arm between them. The hamster gnashed his vambrace with frenzied fervor. Its 2 front teeth looked very menacing. His hand turned metallic and gave the hamster a punch on its skull, smashing its head to pulp. The man saw his friend beside him was almost overwhelmed under the assault of 3 hamsters. Aldo, let him go, you beasts. Iron King's decapitation. The man created a massive sword of iron and swung it downward, slashing the 3 hamsters in one go. Shut it. Next wave incoming. Frag explosion. The man threw a sphere of metal he created with his art into a clump of 5 hamster monsters. The sphere burst into tiny slugs with such force that the hamsters lost their lives in a heartbeat. That only brought a moment of respite before the man must again kill another monster that replaced the ones he just killed. Those men and women were like a wall, battered with waves of water. Still, the wall stood valiantly, not giving an inch. For an unknown amount of time, he kept fighting. At last, he witnessed the last tiger-sized hamster monster slain by one of his comrades. Then the cheering came. They had claimed victory on this ground. Captain Jarrett, news from the left wing. A messenger called him out. Ha, ha, what? Jarrett wiped the splattered hamster blood on his neck while catching his breath. Sir, the left wing is almost broken. Hansen, Tommy, Verg, and Sharon have fallen. There was a big one among the hamsters assaulting the left wing. We suspect it is the Alpha, a tiger-striped hamster. It's a rank 2 monster, sir. the messenger said with a pained expression. Those fools, I told them not to die. Jarrett knew he shouldn't let emotions overwhelm him in a battlefield, but he couldn't stop the feeling of sadness from approaching him. His discipline allowed him to focus once again after a few moments. Mr. Holt, I'll assist the left wing. I leave the center in your command, Jarrett said to a man much older than him. Holt's hair was all white, he had been retired for years. Even so, when the tide came, he volunteered to stand at the front line. Understood, Captain, may the goddess be with you. And with you, Juggernaut armor. Jarrett invoked another art. This time he became covered in sturdy black armor from head to toe. Seer, emergency report from the right wing. Before Jarrett could move to the left wing's aid, a different messenger came in a panic. Jarrett knew he would not bring good news. Speak. Even he himself was surprised at how weak-willed his voice became. Another beast tide came from the east. At least 100 apes led by a rank 3 thunder orangutan are approaching the right wing as we speak. They must be drawn by the battle for the meat and core of the dead hamsters. Your orders, sir. The message was another nail in the coffin for these men. They were barely hanging on against the hamsters' tide. The appearance of the orangutans would break their defense line like a knife against paper. 10 of them were in the center, now they were only 7. The swarm of teeth had claimed the lives of 3 of them. When the crisis was nigh, they came forward to fulfill their duty to protect the town. Now, after hours of fighting, they still stood despite being full of wounds. Healers were casting their magic full force. One healer was trying to attach the severed arm of the unconscious Rudin. A rank 3, we're finished, the town is finished. Damn those adventurers, they had to drag the whole town into their mess. May the devils take those idiots. Jarrett saw the hope and will of his comrades of war around him fade like mist. How could they not? There was nothing he, a mere level 2 Pathseeker, could do against a rank 3 monster. There was nobody in Osmore Town that could match the boss monster in combat. Even if he tried, it would be great if he could delay the rank 3 for a few seconds. All seemed lost. Is this the end? Jarrett closed his eyes. His heart felt like ice. A loud blast jolted him to open his eyes. Hey, what happened? Captain Jarrett, look. A blaze of flame 10 meters high could be seen from where they were standing. That's from the left wing. Jarrett used the art farsight to see the hamster boss being engulfed in explosions. At a nearby hill, Jarrett saw a lone figure carrying a smoking metal tube on his shoulder. Brother, Kate, what are you doing here? Jarrett saw his younger sister coming from the direction of the town. We have come to help, she said with an excited expression. No, there's nothing we can do. A rank 3 monster is coming. We must tell the town to begin evacuation immediately. Don't worry, brother. Someone strong came along with me. Strange, Jarrett thought. His sister looked so confident. While they were talking, there were a couple more explosions from the left wing's side. The hamsters on that side had been blown away, not a single one left standing. Was it him? Jarrett looked at the youth on the hill wearing strange clothes and a strange weapon. By the goddess, how could it be? He's flying. Is he a level 5? After he was finished with the left wing, the youth rose to the air and went to the right wing, passing Jarrett's position in the process. The mysterious stranger had some kind of fire coming from his shoes and back. He flew so fast and arrived above the ape's location in a short time. He hovered in the sky, surveying the monkeys below him like a deity. Because he was so eye-catching, it didn't take long until the apes noticed him. The biggest of them all, the rank 3 thunder orangutan, took it as a challenge. It had the size of an elephant, very muscular and imposing. Its white fur bristled and crackled with lighting, then a thunderbolt appeared in its arm. UHHOHH, it let out a primal roar and threw the lance of plasma to the flying youth, enveloping him in a blinding violet explosion. Not good. Jarrett wanted to go to assist, but his sister held his hand back. Don't worry, brother. He's strong, Kate smiled. The smoke receded and he saw the flying youth once again. He was indeed fine, no signs of injury. A spherical shield covered his body without a blind spot. The barrier had a strange pattern on it. It was like something he saw in a beehive. The youth with silver hair retaliated. He unleashed a strange exploding arrow. The power was massive. From a tube on his shoulder, the arrow jetted forward, leaving a trail of fire and smoke. It exploded with fiery fury and deafening sound. Jarrett witnessed the mysterious youth create another arrowhead with his empty hand, put it on the strange tube, and shot another exploding arrow. A hailstorm of explosions came upon the monkey beast tide. 100 apes or so were powerless before the explosions. The rank 3 managed to hold against the first 3 blasts, but the 7th overwhelmed it. The flying attacker used something different to finish the thunder orangutan. Jarrett only saw a streak of blue light and the ape's alpha exploded to smithereens. Seeing their leader in such a sorry state was the final straw. The monkeys scattered in all directions, screaming, but the silver-haired death god didn't let them go. Heavens, what did I see? Jarrett muttered. His sentiment was shared with the people around in the center battlefield. He's Sigma, I told you about a strong idler that saved me from the goblins before, right? That's him, Kate explained fondly. Sir, it's this way, the young guard said to his superior while whispering. They were moving under the cover of the dark woods. You sure this is the Gigadea crab? If you mistake it for the usual Jagjag crab, I'll have your hide for interrupting my sleep. Sir, the pattern on its shell is unmistakable, you'll see, right this way. After the pair went through a thicket, below the cliff, near a shallow river, was a rank 2 monster crab. Well, albeit truly is a gigadia crab, the older guard was amazed. What's the call, sir? The water and earth dual affinity monster core and shell are worth a shiny penny. Tomorrow morning we'll round up the boys and hunt it down. You'll have a bonus for this. Ha ha ha. Under the moonlight, there was another crab approaching the resting gigadia crab. It was the lesser variant, jag crab. It attacked. The younger guard was surprised. The jag crab was a rank 1, while the gigadia was a rank 2. Monsters fighting other monsters to eat their flesh and core was a common thing, but for a weaker monster to attack first was an oddity. What a stupid crab that one, the older guard chuckled. The two watched the two crabs battle. At first, they were thinking it would be over soon, but as it went on, the rank 1 jag was gradually gaining ground. It was the way it fought. There was a certain intelligence in the manner the jag fought which allowed it to gain the upper hand against the gigadia. Near the end of the battle, the two crabs stumbled and fell down the river, out of the two peepers' sight. Ah shit, let's go lad. If we're lucky, we can get them two's cores tonight. Yes, sir. Because of the terrain, the two went the long way. They tried to search for the monsters, but there was no sign of the crabs, but they found tracks and blood traces, so the two followed them. Halt, who's there? The older guard drew his sword because he saw a cloaked person in front of him. Me, I'm just a humble traveler, the person said. What are you doing this late in the wilds? As I said, I'm a traveler. My camp is near here, but I heard monster sounds, so I tried to get away. Monster sounds, you say? Where? The older guard asked. That way, Veers pointed. The two guards went away, leaving the traveler alone. They really leave just like that. Fools, well, there are no elementary schools here, so what do I expect? Veers patted his stomach. Ah, gigadia crab delicious. Halt, traveler, a wild bandit appeared. HMN. Veers suspected that one of the oldest cliches in the book was happening in front of him right now. The bandit stood in the middle of the road as if he was the owner. He had a spear in his hand. Meanwhile, a group of bandits appeared around Veers, boxing him in. Good day. What can I do for you, gentlemen? Veers started counting. There were half a dozen of them, give or take. To pass through this road, you must pay a fee. The first bandit spoke. He seemed to be the leader. Why must I pay? This is public property, is it not? It's a tax. You do know what tax is, right, boy? I know of it. My family pays a lot of taxes. Town tax, property tax, environment tax, trade tax. I heard to be married you must pay tax too. Veers put a finger on his temple, remembering the taxes his parents paid. That's right. We keep this road safe from monsters and bandits, so you must pay security tax to us, the man in front of him said with brimming confidence. Forgive me, sirs, but aren't you people the bandits? Veers cocked his head slightly. No, we're taxmen. If you don't want to pay, you can return the way you come from with a lesser tax. Veers heard the other bandits chuckle. Apologies, have we met before? Your face looks strangely familiar. He's Rommel the Stinger, Lord Veers. We saw his wanted poster in Makash. Farley spoke from inside his head. A well-known bandit band leader in the area. Uses a dark green spear, and his way of fighting was like a bee. Elusive movement with a deadly thrust as his signature art. Oh yeah, Rommel the Stinger, wasn't it? Nice to meet you, sir. Your reputation precedes you. Oh ho, you know of me, eh? Hear that, boys. Rommel talked to the other bandits around him. I'm indeed the one and only Rommel the Stinger. Good, good, you're in luck, boy. I'm in a fine mood. You can pass through here with only half the usual price. And how much is that, sir? Half of what you have, of course. You are a polite kid, but I can't lower the tax more than this. We've got to keep our reputation clean as a whistle, you see. So, what will you choose, peace or violence? Rommel sneered, so cocksure of himself. Sir, look at myself. There is only one of me and many of you. I'm fully aware of the only logical choice to be made. Smart kid, Rommel tapped the spear to his shoulder. Violence, Kane smiled innocently. Veers conjured a ball of water covering each of their heads. He was a level 2 now. His mastery of water had improved leaps and bounds compared to his former level 1 capabilities. The sudden attack with blinding speed and astonishing precision caught them all off guard. The lesser bandits tried to break free from the suffocating prison, but no matter what they did, the water latched onto their heads firmly. One of them tried to attack Veers by casting a fire missile. Veers dodged it without any effort. Their power as level 0 was nothing compared to Veers' level 2. Rommel, the only level 1 among the bunch, managed to break free from the sphere of water covering his head. The rest of the bandits were not so capable. Not that it helped him in the grand order of things. Veers already took action. From Rommel's point of view, it was as if Veers suddenly appeared beside him. Level 2, Rommel, who no longer had anything attached from the neck down, uttered his last words. The glint from a blue sword that slashed his neck was the last thing he saw in the goddess green earth. That is my water art, almost heaven. How was it? The sensation of drowning and being out of breath truly made you feel like you're on your way to heaven, Amorite. He can't hear you, Veers, Clarissa said. I know, I'm just enjoying myself here. Don't be such a spoilsport, lighten up. Before long, the rest of the bandits suffocated to their death. Veers, when you taught me about this technique, I was skeptical that it would be as easy as you said to think it really is. Pena was amazed. Humans must breathe air and can't breathe underwater. As water pathseekers, we can conjure water out of thin air. I'm amazed this wasn't a bread and butter technique for water users. Pena, what you witnessed is how easy a pathseeker with 2 levels higher can snuff out your life. And you only saw the result, not the underpinnings of it. It actually wasn't that simple, Farley, who had more experience in pathseeker's battle, told her friend. Indeed. Firstly, this art requires a high degree of control. Veers used the time while they were talking to prepare this art. Secondly, this works best against people with a lower level than you. Rommel managed to cancel Veers' water sphere by hitting it with his own Victa, and he's already 1 level lower than him. Against an opponent of the same level, I doubt this art would work. Clarissa, the former level 5, told her analysis. Yes, but look at my Victa expenditure. So user-friendly. The ratio of cost-effectiveness is incredible. True. Normally, you would need to spend twice as much. That is without factoring their struggle. Yeah, the main reason is it's not me who killed them except Rommel, but the natural way of the world. Humans are not fish, haha. Wait a minute. If you can do this with water, then can another do the same thing with wind? Making us unable to breathe. Wind users mainly manipulate the air around us anyway. This should be right up their alley, is it not? Good thinking, Pena. I've had the same thought myself. Although I can't say much because I'm not a wind user, but I'm already preparing a countermeasure should some bloke attempt that against me. And that is Lord Veers, making breathable water with my art, Veers said proudly with sparkling eyes. If there's no air, I can create a sphere of breathable water around my head. This also would work if I'm forced to go underwater for a fatal period of time. I'm also human and therefore cannot breathe underwater. If I can create my own oxig air tank, 2 birds with 1 stone. Your preparation, as always, is so thorough, Lord Veers. I'm in awe. All right, no more stroking my ego. Let's get this head to the next town to get our reward before it rots. My purse is too light for my liking. It should be close. Like a true gamer, he looted the bodies of the fallen one by one. Since he had no magical space to store his inventory, what he could bring without impeding his travel was limited. Mainly, he only took their coins. For Rommel, though, he took his head and put it in a sack that formerly belonged to one of the bandits. He needed proof of termination to get the bounty. It was a dead or alive thing, and transporting a living person was more troublesome. He held the sack containing Rommel's severed head in front of his face. Taxes, he reminds me of something unpleasant. You know what, girls? I don't want to pay taxes, ever. That's super illegal, isn't it, Clarissa? Do you pay taxes? Veers answered Pena's question with another question. What are taxes? The 9,000-year-old teenage Lamian princess genuinely did not know. Exactly, muhahaha. Veers laughed out loud and walked to the next destination, leaving corpses drowning in their own blood behind. Veers stabbed their brain through their eye socket while he was looting the taxmen for precaution. He left no witness alive. When I become a living nuclear weapon, who will dare to tax me? The next town was about 3 hours away by foot. When he got there, Veers was barred from entry as if he was a leper. How many times do I have to tell you that I have business with the Adventurers Guild and I want to eat decent food? I've got money, all right. See these coins? I'll pay for what I eat. And how many times do I have to tell you that no adventurers are to be allowed to set foot into the town? We don't want your kind here. Oh, I get it very well, officer. Please let me through, and this is a little something for your troubles, Kane said in a whisper and slipped some silver coins into the man's pocket. You misunderstand me. I don't need your bribe. Go away. The guard returned his coins brashly. This is ridiculous. Would someone tell me what the heck is going on here? Kane said with a bellyful of anger. Apparently, the guards refused to let him enter the town because he was an adventurer. Kane felt they were looking at him with disdain. Naturally, Kane didn't simply nod and obediently leave. In midday, he protested with a loud voice, inviting glances from other people, mainly people who tried to enter the town like himself. Franco, I'll take it from here. Someone with a high station came, just as Kane planned. He made a ruckus for this. Captain Heskins, sir. The man called Franco saluted his superior and retreated. Good, I want to talk to the manager. Now, would you explain to me this absurd treatment against my person? Kane didn't hide his expression of displeasure. My name is Jarrett Heskins. Little buddy, I'll explain to you as plainly as I can. 2 days ago, there was a new law in effect in Osmore. No adventurers may enter the town's borders and conduct business here. Any act of wanton adventuring shall no longer be tolerated, the mid-20s man overflowing with the charisma of a leader said to Kane with a patient face. Well, that's a shitty law, that's what. Let me in, I got a quest to complete with the... Kane no longer bothered with politeness. After days of sleeping on the ground and multiple times jolted awake in the night because of crawling insects, animal hoots, and monsters wanting to eat him, his current tolerance against bureaucratic bullshit was very low. Unfortunately, the Adventurers Guild in Osmore Town has been decommissioned and closed. It's been gone since the law came into effect. You kidding me? I have a quest to bring letters to Osmore. You want me to just burn these things then? There's also the matter of the bounty of this one sorry bandit. Well, genius. Kane took the letters from his backpack and waved them in front of the important man. He'd also taken the severed head from the sack and threw it on the important captain's feet. Not important to Kane, of course, but to others. He wasn't blind to the fact that his show of disrespect to this man angered the other guards. We'll take the letters and give confirmation of delivery. You can show that at the next guild establishment to receive your reward. As for the bandit, on behalf of the people of Osmore, I give my gratitude, but since the bounty was issued by the Adventurers Guild, I'm afraid I can't help you. Normally, I would give you the compensation from my own pocket if I have to, but the town had just been through a difficult time. I'm sorry. I understand perhaps you can try the guild at Mockash Town. I came from that direction. Now I have to go back to claim the bounty. I don't have time for that shit. I'm sorry, little buddy, but that's the only way. Hey, Kane looked to the sky and sighed in an exaggerated manner. Seeing words fell on deaf ears, Kane tried a different approach. Fine, in return for the bounty. Just let me in to get a warm meal and buy some supplies. Your town is in a tough spot, right? I'm offering an honest and fair transaction. Kane emitted his victa with the intensity of a level 1, perhaps showing he was not a snotty brat that can be pushed around would change things. So you're a level 1 does not change a thing. Why are you pushing me out? Yes, I'm an adventurer. What's wrong with that? Kane's tone was low. He felt very annoyed. Everything. Your kind nearly ruined this town and thousands of lives inside it. Jarrett finally showed some emotion. He sighed and told Kane the story of 5 days ago. According to him, a foreign reckless adventure group killed the pup of a local monster king. The rank 2 monster king was enraged and created a beast tide. Osmore Town was implicated. Many lost their lives. The battle sparked another tide. This time a rank 3 monster even appeared. Fortunately, an expert pathseeker passed by the area and saved the town. The incident created a severe distrust against adventurers, and the law to prevent adventurers from operating in Osmore was created. Firstly, you know this kind of ridiculous ban won't work for long, right? You're obstructing the travel and trade of your own town. With the sheer amount of adventurers in existence, this makes no sense. Secondly, what did I ever do to you? Fine, I'll compromise. Let me in for an hour to eat, then I'll be off your hair. How many decent meals you think I can find in the wilds? Sorry, little friend, I still can't let you in. That is the law. Kane had been living like a caveman, so he wanted some warm meal and bed, but these people didn't want to budge. There were days when one's patience just had a very short fuse. Fucking LAAAW, Kane threw the letters to the air and slashed them to pieces using his sword. Then he turned away from the town's gate. Jarrett watched Kane unsheathed his sword like a tranquil lake. He gave a hand signal to prevent the other guards ready to pounce on Kane to stop. While Kane was leaving with clear anger in his steps, the captain of the guards remained a picture of calm. Captain Heskins, should we? It's fine, Roger, let him go. When you think about it, that kid really hasn't done us any wrong. We rudely closed our door to him simply because he's an adventurer. There was even a hint of sympathy in his eyes. But his impulsive behavior, it's yet another proof those adventurers are hot-headed and an unruly bunch. Sooner or later, they will bring another disaster, Roger, who lost a brother because of the tide spat out. You are right. Someone please clean this up. Jarrett couldn't leave a severed head in the middle of the town's entrance in bright daylight. An hour later. Captain, may I come in? Someone knocked on the door of his office. Come in. Jarrett was writing something on a parchment. Report, he said without stopping his work. I've put a tracker on Adventure Boy from earlier using my art. I think he snuck into town, Franco said. After 5 minutes of anger walking, Veers had an epiphany that he didn't give a shit. He wanted to eat and buy some food for the journey to the next town. He had run out of supplies 2 days ago from a desperate escape from 3 Doberman-sized rank 2 possum monsters, and Veers had lost his supplies during the escape. So he sneaked in, rules be damned. He was trained in the art of breaking into fortified places by the best of the best. The Bat-Human of Arkham, Hooded Medjay from Egypt, Ghost of a certain Mongol invaded Island, and many more. He had infiltrated the fortress of Vatican to fist-fight the Pope. This town's flimsy wall was nothing compared to that. It wasn't high enough or manned enough. Considering Veers could jump over 5 meters high now, going in from an area less guarded unseen was child's play. He put up the hood of his coat, but he expected someone who had seen him at the gate would recognize him, so he prioritized getting his much-needed essentials without delay. Food pill just like that time. Veers felt nostalgia while looking at the ration he bought. Food pills were very popular amongst travelers. It was small, easy to carry, doesn't go bad easily, nutritious, and curb hunger. For adventurers who normally went from place to place, this was the first go-to choice. Veers also bought other food from the store. He didn't want to eat only energy bars for the rest of the week. But pills, a bit similar to Xianxia cultivation pills. Next, he bought some clothes to change the tattered garment he currently wore, then went to an eatery wearing fresh new clothes. Clong, clong, clong. With a plate of curry rice and a bowl of salad on the table, Veers watched the festivities on the far side of the street. There was a church there and a wedding was underway. The ceremony seemed to be over since the bride and groom went out accompanied by the tolls of the bell. The newlywed looked happy, showered with flower petals their guests and families threw at the two. Wow, so young. Veers muttered. The groom was only about 15-year-old. The bride was visibly a little older, 1 or 2 years above the groom perhaps. Veers once again felt the difference of culture between this world and Earth. The young couple's wedding was perfectly normal in the eyes of this world's society. Congrats, Veers raised his glass of fruit juice before taking a drink from it. And here they come. Veers leisurely ate the rest of the dishes, while 3 men made their appearance at the restaurant's entrance. They talked to the owner for a bit before continuing walking to Veers' table. In a picture of elegance, Veers put the last spoon of the delicious spicy curry rice down and wiped his mouth with a white napkin before answering perfectly as the 3 arrived. "Hello, officers. What can I do for you?" Veers said, not one bit intimidated. "Little friend, you are under arrest." The one who spoke was the captain Veers argued with at the town's gate. Veers took another sip from his drink. "On what charges are you arresting me?" "Vagrancy, illegal entry. Seeing this is your first offense, I'll let it slide, but make no mistake, there won't be a next time." "Men, take him, Humph. Really, what an unpleasant town. Don't touch me." One of Jarrett's men put his hand on Kane's shoulder and he shrugged it off, along with a pressure of Victa from a level 1. The young guard with only a level 0 power looked surprised and scared by Kane's display of power. The guards escorted Veers out of town. Veers followed without a fuss. He already got what he came for. Veers didn't let down his guard, always ready to unleash his power should any of them tried anything funny. He was a level 2 after all, only the captain could match him. "On behalf of the town of Osmore, I apologize for this rudeness, but please leave." Jarrett spoke to Veers after they arrived at the exit gate. "You should have just let me in. What a waste of everyone's time and energy." Veers dryly said the issue. "The law is absolute," Jarrett replied. "Then I hope that law won't strangle you to death one day. You little brat, do you think you can talk that way to the captain?" Franco raised his hand, wanting to slap Veers in the face. Naturally, Veers wasn't going to let it happen. He was a survivor. His fighting experience might not be overly wealthy, but he was no longer the inexperienced Veers from 1 year ago. Veers grabbed Franco's wrist, easily. Feeling lucky, punk, Veers squeezed his grip tighter. Eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Franco was hurting from the grip. GRGHU. Veers only used level 1 strength while Franco was also a level 1. They raised their Victa at the same time, ready to fight. Enough. The pressure from the level 2 Jarrett enveloped them both, a clear warning, "Please leave." It seemed Jarrett's patience against Veers' behavior reached his end. Humph, without delay, Veers left. He had no other business here. 20 minutes later. On the road to the next town, just outside a nearby forest, he found something. It was a patch of blood on the ground. Looking at the amount, whatever made it must be quite big in size, bigger than a human adult. The strange thing Veers found about it, there was no body or signs of the body being transported, as if the corpse suddenly disappeared into thin air. The patch of blood was strange, so Veers decided to look around for a bit. He found bullet shells not long after. Veers squinted his eyes, his face was unreadable. Nobody could know what he was thinking. What he found changed things. Veers examined the area to confirm his suspicions. He went deeper inside the nearby forest. According to the amount of blood, it must have originated from something bigger than a human. High were the chances it came from a monster. If the bullet user hunted monsters, he might find the next clue where there were a lot of monsters inside the forest. "Lord Veers, what's wrong? Weren't we going to the next town as soon as possible?" Farley called. "Sorry girls, something came up. Go to sleep for the time being." Veers closed the V streaming service so the girls couldn't see what's happening next. With the girls out of the picture, Veers started investigating in full power. Art Uriel sight, art enhanced hearing. Uriel's sight was a supreme art. It made him able to see the unseen and pick up the smallest detail. On the other hand, enhanced hearing was a regular art. It was common and not special. It just made the user's hearing better. Veers didn't have regular ears. About a year ago, because he ate something very special, Veers had the ability to sharpen his senses permanently by sacrificing his Victa. Since then, he allocated a great deal of Victa to raise his hearing bit by bit. Amongst the 5 senses, Veers chose to solely focus on the oral faculty, and not all at once. Veers thought it was better to have one special tool rather than 5 mediocre ones. At this point, Veers had no problem hearing a whispered conversation from 20 meters away. Combined with enhanced hearing art, Veers could hear the heartbeats of another person to serve as a lie detector. "I want to improve my nose next so I can be like Tanjiro, but I don't have the Victa to spare. For the time being, I'll have to make do with sight and hearing." Veers scoured through the forest with his superhuman senses. Not long since he started, he found a monster's trail. 4 legs, hoofed nose marks, some kind of pig. He followed it until the tracks ended in another patch of blood. Veers kneeled near it and touched the blood. It's been quite a while since this happened. No human footprints in the area. Have to keep searching. Deeper into the forest, he found another crime scene, a blood lake beside a fallen tree. The tree is huge. From the spread of the blood, it seems the monster was sniped from afar with an anti-materiel rifle. The spread of the blood indicates the bullet hit the tree after piercing the monster. This guy has serious firepower. Sinan's Hecate level or above. The next clue he found was a rock with many holes on it, as if shot with an assault rifle. Based on the pieces of evidence, this guy has a cheat that can create various firearms. I haven't met any monster since I got here. Did he already eradicate them all? This means he's far stronger than me. Veers felt a cold sweat fell down his neck. Veers perked his head up. His super hearing picked up the sound of gunshots. There, Veers sped up and ran through the forest, agile like a tiger in a jungle, and then he found it. The sight brought a chill through his spine. He suspected it. All evidence he found pointed towards it, but he hoped it wasn't the case until the end. He hoped he was special, the only otherworlder in this world. Such a naive delusion was shattered by the harsh reality. The visage of a youth around 17 years old with silver hair sitting under a tree on a hill. Just as I thought, an otherworlder. After he laid eyes on the suspect, Veers was convinced. Age perfect for Ice Guy, can snoo from the get-go. Looks unnaturally silver-haired, cool, handsome, line Bishonen. A sweet eye candy for his inevitable harem members. Gear, futuristic green visor, futuristic clothes like in Mass Effect. No armaments sighted at the moment. He tried to hide the eye-catching clothes with a coat, but the coat still looks sci-fi. The lack of monster corpses means he has a storage space. More importantly, he just sat there as if reading something in front of him with a finger seemingly scrolling and clicking something on empty air. Other uninitiated people might simply pass that trivial gesture, but I know he is interacting with his system cheat. Veers didn't dare to get close to an extremely dangerous enemy. He maintained distance as far as possible, using his Uriel sight to observe the target from afar. Even then, he didn't feel at ease. Did he have a radar or minimap? Is it picking up my presence? Can it differentiate those friendly and hostile to him by green and red dot on the map? Such thought plagued Veers' mind. Is he from Earth, my Earth or alternate version? Did he come from the future or is he from outer space? How advanced is the weaponry in his arsenal? WWII degree. Modern warfare degree, or God forbid, destiny degree. Fuck, Veers didn't make any rash move, only observing from afar. When the silver-haired youth moved, Veers followed. He saw the new otherworlder hunting monsters using various weaponry, but mainly using an assault rifle to fill the monster with lead until it died. Veers collected a lot of information, such as he didn't sense any sort of mana from the gun user. He's not a pathseeker. That means he's a bug in the system type. A super out-of-place kind of guy, ray-gun shooter in a medieval fantasy world. Most likely he couldn't use any sort of art nor have any affinity to begin with. In other words, he's an idler then again, with firepower like he has, does he even need magic? Veers analyzed his findings. Veers saw him hunting monsters with quite a zeal. Rank 0 until 2 monsters were powerless against his rifle. The otherworlder killed them, then the corpses disappeared into thin air. He truly has dimensional storage space. How enviable does he want to sweep all the monsters in the area? Veers thought. At the climax, Veers witnessed the otherworlder fight against the alpha monster of the jungle. It was a rank 3 Karachi, a lizard the size of a tank, very agile and poisonous. It moved from tree to tree, using it as a cover to maneuver against the silver-haired youth. When the otherworlder returned to Osmore Town, Veers needed his observation. I'm a level 2, can I eat a full clip of direct hits from his assault rifle? No, can I defeat a rank 3 monster? No again. This means he's stronger than me, period. Veers' face turned grave. Veers closed his eyes. He was on a very crucial crossroad. A misstep now might be a lifetime of regret. He must make a choice about his next course of action. 40.05. I hope it's enough to give me an edge. When his eyes were opened, he had the resolute eyes of someone ready to die. With this I have cleaned all the monsters in the area. This region should be much safer for the time being. Sigma. Sigma saw Kate waving her hand from across the street. Kate, hi, what are you doing here? I'm waiting for you, shall we what? Sigma was puzzled. Dinner you haven't eaten, right? I'll bring you to my favorite restaurant. As someone from far away, I hope you'll find the local taste to your liking. The young girl gave a 1,000-watt smile. It's us who should be thanking you, silly. Kate giggled. You saved the town from 2 beast tides. Come on. Kate led him by taking his hand. So soft. Are all girls' hands this soft? Like a red-faced baby chicken, Sigma followed the cute girl to an open-air restaurant. They got a table near the street. He had to admit the place gave him a good impression. The decor was very fitting for a restaurant. Sigma let Kate order the food. While waiting, the two of them pleasantly talked. The dishes came and it was spicy. Horrendously so. If this was in the webtoons he loved to read, then he would be spewing fire right now. Now he was in a dilemma. He couldn't say it was bad because Kate said this was her favorite place and the dish was her recommendation. If he said it was bad, she would lose face. So Sigma had no choice but to eat the super spicy food while furiously sweating bullets. His eyes were tearing up. He didn't know if it was because of the spicy food or something else. Thankfully for Sigma, Kate was not a person with 0 observation skills. She looked all around her and saw her brother with two of his friends from the guards with him. She gave them a dagger-like stare. Again, brother, oh sheesh. Here, have some of mine. Ayan Kate offered him a spoon from her plate gently. Sigma became red-faced and unsure for a while until he saw Kate's expression. She was also embarrassed and red-faced, but her bright, hopeful eyes and a touch of meekness on her face showed the girl's courage. To show her he was a man, Sigma gulped Kate's offering. Ah, she's a good girl, Sigma thought. It was then he decided to come clean. Kate, I want to tell you something. Actually, I come from another world. After finishing the food on their plate, Sigma told her about himself. It took him a while, but Sigma told her all that he wanted to say. That he was from another world called Earth, that he didn't know how he became his avatar from a VR game. Sigma explained that he wishes to find a way back to where his family and friends are. And that's the gist of it. Kate calmly listened while Sigma told his story, never interrupting even once. So you're from another world, how mystical. Kate looked to the sky with dreamy eyes. That's it, Sigma asked, puzzled. Whatever do you mean? It was Kate's turn to be puzzled. No questions. There are a lot of what I don't understand, but Sigma is Sigma, right? Then all is fine, Kate replied honestly. Sigma was stunned. He didn't think Kate would be so accepting. Oh, there's one thing that confuses me. Why are you telling me this? You've been good to me, so I don't want to lie to you. Sigma bashfully looked away from Kate's pure gaze. While he looked downward, a hand touched his cheek and guided his face back. Sigma saw the pretty face of Kate just inches away. Then he felt a warm kiss on his lips, the first ever kiss of his life. Sigma thought, drowning in the sweet sensation of absolute bliss. Warning, extreme danger detect. The next moment he felt a prick. Then he felt a strong gust of wind, followed with a voice, welcome to the family, son, before oblivion took him to unknown reaches. Stalking Kate again, Captain Jarrett, is this really necessary? Franco said to his commanding officer. Of course it is, Franco. This is my sister we're talking about. Jarrett peered from the shadows, looking at the happy couple taking a seat at the restaurant. Old friend, she's not a kid anymore. She can make her own choices. You've got to trust her judgment, Roger said, thinking how big the little girl had become. Right, and who got herself captured by goblins a week ago? Jarrett asked Roger back. That's what I thought. She's still reckless. I swore to my late mother to protect her and keep her safe, Roger. If that Sigma guy wants to take advantage of her, I won't allow it. Captain, Kate is a beautiful young woman, okay? It is a natural outcome if he fancies her. Franco is right, Cap. You're too protective. That's why she doesn't have a boyfriend. Every boy she got close to, you interrogated them like they are criminals smuggling drugs. The last kid was particularly pitiful, man. Oh yeah. What happened? Franco asked. By Jarrett's orders, after their date, I escorted the boy to the guard's HQ and grind him to fine powder until he confessed what's his motive for approaching Kate. It was embarrassing even for me, the listener, man. It was a soapy, bubbly confession, I tell you. He returned home crying. Dang poor kid. Franco looked sympathetic. I agree, that's worse than the last time. How about trusting her a bit more, Cap? At this rate, your cute little sister might end up alone all her life. My sister's already married at her age. Roger, Jarrett's best friend, spoke frankly to him even though he was his superior in the town's guard. Bah, whoever wants to marry my sister has to go through me first. Look, I told the chef to put a lot of chili in his meal. There won't be a romantic dinner for the two of them tonight, ha ha ha. At the open-air restaurant, Sigma started sweating a lot after his first bite. The sillier Sigma looked, the better for the overprotective brother. Oops, Kate realized there's something wrong, and she glanced at us. Wow, she looked positively pissed. Franco smiled. Ouch, you'll get an earful later, Captain. Steel yourself, Roger said to Jarrett. Hump, Sigma won't get my sister so easy, eh? Wait, what's she doing? Oh, that's sweet. She gave him an an from her own spoon, no less. She seems serious this time, Cap. Better get ready for a brother-in-law, Kishishi. Roger grinned, gun and anunu. Jarrett ground his teeth. His effort to sabotage their date backfired instead, a short while later. Since after the meal they've been talking seriously for a while now, Franco observed. A heavy topic, perhaps. Sigma is too mysterious. His weapons, I've never seen anything like it. Roger commented. I agree, eh? What is she doing? Is she moving for a kiss? Impermissible. Jarrett wanted to go over there immediately, like an elephant at a china shop, to stop this outrage, but Roger already prevented him from going. Okay, buddy, calm down, calm. Let's not become uncouth men, okay? I'll want Kate to be happy. Roger had an arm at Jarrett's neck, holding him back. They kissed. This is too fast, I tell you. He got to kiss on the first date. Would they go all the way on the second? What if he thought Kate is a cheap woman? This cannot be allowed to continue, you. Jarrett looked like he was crying tears of blood. Calm down, that won't happen, Cap. Sigma seems to be an honorable guy. He helped us a lot in the short time he was here. Let's be supportive, okay? Franco said. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind. The three's silly banter was stopped by the arrival of something unexpected. A cloaked figure dashed out of nowhere and stopped at the open-air restaurant. For a few seconds, the three battle-seasoned town guards were unable to believe what they witnessed next. Welcome to the family, son. Kate opened her eyes. Blood, warm blood splattered on her face. Sigma's headless neck, a masked stranger holding a severed head. Nuo. Kate wailed as she frantically attacked out of reflex, an arrow of fire aiming towards the masked stranger's head. The assailant easily dodged it and put his palm on her face. She felt the closeness with death once again. She couldn't see his face because of the mask, but the eyes he had the eyes of a cold-blooded demon. Veer's action was based on several things. The most important among those was he didn't want another player fucking up his single-player experience. Another otherworlder. Give me a break. This world is mine. Am I any? You fuckers are all unwelcome here. Veers was very clear how much change a single otherworlder could bring to the world. Was Veers happy he found another reincarnator or otherworlder in this world? He was livid. It was like his single-player sandbox game experience was being invaded by other players. Veers shall not tolerate it, especially otherworlder idiots who thought of themselves as the hot shit. Sigma wore futuristic garments impossible to obtain in a medieval sword and magic world, and he blatantly used firearms. What an idiot. To Veers, it was no different than wearing a neon sign on his head broadcasting to everyone that he was an otherworlder. There was a reason Veers didn't use his Earth's knowledge to make a living. Granted, he let loose some Earth's references here and there, but he was being careful overall. What if there were other people who got Ice Guy Ed in this world? What if the people in this world were hostile against otherworlders? If I'm a super strong native cultivator, what's stopping me from capturing that man from another world and splitting open his head to learn otherworldly knowledge? Veers pondered upon these questions from the very first day he arrived here. So when he met a guy blatantly using bullets to kill monsters, he was amazed by the sheer balls that guy possessed. Veers certainly didn't have the guts to do that. He didn't know yet if he would kill every Ice Guy Ed person he met, but he certainly would kill otherworlders who were too dumb to live. If someone was harpooning fishes in troubled waters, whose fault was that when a shark decided to bite them in the face? Even if the otherworlder was a toddler, it didn't matter. They were already an adult if their Earth's life was included. It was the same if they had the female form. Veers knew they might be a middle-aged man on the inside, and just the fact they have breasts wouldn't save them from Veers' blade. If Veers was much stronger than Sigma when they first met, Veers would have killed him then and there. But Sigma was stronger than Veers, so he had to use his brain. After Sigma returned to the town, Veers also sneaked back into town. At this time, he actually still had the tracker placed on him by Franco, but Franco failed to realize this. He didn't check. He didn't expect Veers, who already sneaked in and left, would return to Osmore Town once again. First, he needed information, so he nabbed a lone town guard and gave him a thorough soul search. He knew about the hamster and orangutan beast tides, the otherworlder's appearance, and the weapons he used. 100 ammo rocket launcher, Master Chief shield, power suit. Was that a railgun at the end? So he called himself Sigma. Even the name is futuristic. While intel on the enemy was great, his next find was greater. Sigma and a certain girl he rescued showed interest in each other. I can use this, Veers thought happily. Main character's IQ tends to drop to an abysmal level when they want to put their D in a woman. He released the Soul Search Level 0 guard. The man wasn't injured, only unconscious. Veers dumped him in an alley before shadowing Sigma once again. When he found Sigma was in the middle of a date with a pretty girl, Veers bid his time, patiently waiting for an opening while his ears picked up their conversation. Kate kissed Sigma, and Veers knew that would be the moment the otherworlder was most vulnerable. Veers didn't hesitate. Art speed up X2. Art rapid water steps X9. Art cut the crap. From his hiding place, Veers dashed towards the kissing couple using his maximum speed. His sheer speed made strong winds as he moved, pushing other people and stuff away. The idiot otherworlder couldn't do a thing when Veers cut off his head with his strongest attack and sucked his soul out of his too-perfect body. I did it. Time to get out of here. Nuwu. Kate screamed and shot a fire arrow to his face. Ah yes, the heroine. Better take care of her. Veers dodged the flaming arrow of the level 1 easily and had his palm on her face. Art water. Let her go, you bastard. Veers dodged a great sword that would have cut his arm, forcing him to release his grip on Kate. The metal level 2 captain, Jarrett was it. Others are also coming, better split. I've already got what I want. Veers ran carrying Sigma's head. There were a lot of onlookers, but they didn't dare to bar his way as he ran. Captain, how's Kate? Franco and Roger arrived a moment later. Their speed wasn't as high as Jarrett's. Instead of immediately chasing Veers, Jarrett put his full attention on his sister. Kate, are you hurt? Talk to me. Jarrett got her in his embrace. Eyes unfocused, her knees were weak and she couldn't keep standing. Fear of death, shock, sadness, confusion, all of those made Kate disoriented. Brother, he killed Sigma. Ooh, Yua. Kate buried her face in her brother's chest and broke into tears. It's okay, you're fine now. Big brother is here. You're safe, Jarrett tried to calm his sister. Jarrett, Sigma is he. Please goddess, I'm sorry. It's Jarrett struggled to say the words, already too late for him. Kate cried louder, heartbroken. Captain, it's the adventurer from earlier. My art, dusty trail showed that was him. Franco said. I know even if he masked his face, he couldn't change his body shape. That was the fat boy from this afternoon, Jarrett said while holding the crying Kate on his chest. Should we chase him, Captain Jarrett? Roger asked, eagerly. What's going on here? Captain Heskins, 2 guards came to investigate the commotion. Chase him, Jarrett answered Roger. Neil, Ed, I'm leaving my sister to you. Bring her home. The 3 of us will go after a murderer. He'll pay for killing our savior and making Kate cry. At the town eastern gate, he went to the east, Captain Heskins, to Cooley Forest. We tried to stop him, but he was too fast. He injured a couple of guards during his escape. The guard responsible for this gate explained the situation to Jarrett. Apology was written all over his face, but Jarrett's fury only burned stronger. Jarrett, Franco, and Roger spoke to their fellow guards. The scene around them was as if a rampaging elephant passed through. I need 2 from among you with us. We will chase and neutralize the criminal adventurer. Franco, Roger, ready your gear. We'll go to Cooley Forest. Got it. What about you, Cap? For precaution, I'll send a message to Modapa Town. They'll send some guys from the opposite direction, and we can pincer the murderer adventurer Kane of Ur. Jarrett was determined to arrest Kane. We depart ASAP. Sir, yes, sir, the men answered. During the chase, when the party of 5 were running on the road, Captain Jarrett, I've been thinking. He managed to kill Sigma, who can kill a rank 3 monster. Doesn't this mean the perp is level 3 at least? Franco looked shaken. No, he was only a level 1. Yes, Sigma killed a rank 3 monster, but it's because of that special skill of his. We all sensed Sigma wasn't even a level 0. The perp ambushed him like a coward. What's worse, he killed Sigma in front of my sister. I'll never forgive him. His eyes turned sharp. I'm the captain of the town guard. I'll never forgive those who break the law, Jarrett confidently said, easing the rest of the party. They reached Cooley Forest not long after. He definitely went through here, Cap. My art is still in effect. Franco threw a fistful of dust on the ground and it showed footsteps. Kane's trail. Dusty trail was it. Good art, Jarrett commented. All right, we'll go in. Eyes and ears sharp. Franco, lead the way. The 5 followed Jarrett's direction. The tracker, Franco, was at the lead and the other 4 followed, ready to react should anything happen. Into the forest they went to bring a criminal to justice. That's strange, the trail ends here. After they went deep into the trees, the trail they followed abruptly ended. Did he realize he's being tracked? Roger scanned the trees. Possibly. Squad split up. Jarrett split the group into 3. Franco and Roger were a pair, and the newcomers, Victor and Philip, were another. Jarrett would be alone. Is this wise, Captain? I dislike the idea of splitting our forces. Roger cautioned. You all are level 1. I trust as a pair you won't be bested by a single level 1 adventurer scum. Enough, we're wasting time. Let's go. Jarrett turned around and went deeper into the forest. Roger, Franco whispered. I know, he's angry for Kate, for Sigma too, Roger sighed. I've got a bad feeling about this. Victor, Philip, always be on your guard, sir, the pair answered their superior. Cooley Forest was not flat land. It was filled with steep inclines and even a gorge. As the party went deeper, they climbed the treacherous terrain ahead. The ground they put their feet on was filled with vegetation and foliage. The mana in this area was quite thick. Mists clouded their vision as they proceeded ever deeper. 5 people separated into 3 groups to look for clues as to where Veers went, maintaining a set of distance from each other. What a mess this day turned out to be, Victor grumbled. Focus, Victor, we're against a murderer here. Philip looked much more serious than the other guy. Just a level 1 pathseeker. Cap will apprehend that guy in no time. He shouldn't have run and made things difficult for us. Now we have to work overtime. The man was annoyed. You didn't see him, Vic, but I did. His speed is something else. There were 4 of us back at the gate, but he went through us like we weren't even there. Bah, he's still a level 1, not much different than us, isn't it? Victor double-checked the info. Well, yeah, but what? He could be hiding his level. Why would anyone do that? His tone was getting cockier by the moment. Veers could not stand it. Veers emerged from the thickets, a knife stabbed to the thigh followed by submerging Victor's head in a sphere of water. The knife was blazing hot. It cauterized the wound as it burned. Whilst he screamed, he inhaled water through his nose and mouth, making an ugly gurgling sound. By the time Philip turned around because of the noise, Veers was already launching his next attack. He hit Philip's temple with the hilt of his sword, and while the subject was staggering, he moved behind him to give him a triangle choke. Philip tried to break free, but Veers had higher physical strength. When that failed, he tried to use his art, but the simple ones he cast had no effect on Veers. The wind art he used was blocked by Veers' water barrier he cast prior to launching his attack. Philip soon lost consciousness while Victor was still gargling his throat. Veers let go of Philip, dismissed the water sphere, and severed Victor's left leg. Victor's gasping for air turned into a painful wail spreading throughout the forest. Ooh-ah, my leg, myleeg. Even with a similar level, I can still defeat a weakling like you. Veers disappeared into the thick foliage again. Victor, Jarrett came, drawn by the scream, just as Veers wanted. Their spread was like this, Jarrett in the center with the other 2 groups at his left and right. After Veers attacked, he drew the attention of Jarrett and the other group. Jarrett reached here first, checking the condition of the crying Victor and the passed-out Philip. Meanwhile, Veers climbed a tree and passed Jarrett on the way to ambush the other group. When he saw Franco and Roger running to Victor's location, Veers delivered an ambush from the trees. Death from above. No, I didn't want to kill them, Veers corrected. Non-lethal death from above takedown. Veers gave Franco, who was behind Roger, a rider kick to the face. BGGGRHH. Franco didn't expect a foot on his face and fell. Franco. Veers threw his red-hot knife to the turning Roger. KHF. Roger moved by reflex. Roger managed to block the knife using his sword, but the second knife Veers threw hit him on the shoulder. Ag, he screamed. But these two were more experienced than Victor and Philip. Franco created tendrils of dust to capture Veers, while Roger conjured tens of water arrows, shooting towards Veers. Veers let go of his sword and drew water from inside it, shaping it into spears in each hand. Veers jumped to avoid the dust tendrils and gracefully evaded the arrows whilst in the air, spinning like a wheel. He also threw his water spears to both of them, piercing them at the gut. Roger was nailed to a tree while Franco nailed to the ground. Impossible. Roger couldn't believe what he saw, coughing blood. His speed, power, precision, judgment, he's only level 1, Franco thought. How could he be so strong? Even now Veers only used level 1 strength to deal with the two of them. FRANCO, Roger. Jarrett's voice grew closer. Veers knew he had little time left, so he picked up his sword and cut off both of Franco's arms. Franco, knew, Roger yelled. His pained expression was as if it was his arms that were being slashed. AHHHHHH. Even a grown man like Franco couldn't help but shout. Veers picked up his blazing knife and placed the edge of his sword to the immobile Roger. It was at this moment Jarrett arrived. He saw his friend defeated and bloodied, which made him more than furious. His face turned into an ogre and looked towards Veers. Move one muscle, and this guy dies, Veers calmly said before Jarrett could do anything stupid. You adventure bastard, we were right, you're all no different than violent thugs. Jarrett cursed. Take off your mask, Kane, you're not fooling anyone. Veers, who was wearing a white Hanya mask from his cult days, did not react against Jarrett's insult nor accusation. Like an aloof demon, he stood there as if he was in control. Jarrett might not be able to see Veers' face, but his eyes, those were the eyes of someone looking at trash. I could have killed them all, he said with a deep voice. Get him, Jarrett. Don't mind me, HRGH, Roger bravely said while coughing blood. Veers made a slight slit on his neck, then continued on as if he didn't hear anything. Jarrett eyed him warily. His friend's life was on the line. I could have killed you, he said, the cold, hard fact. In town, you're the law. Out here, it's me. The words made Jarrett twitch. Veers gave him one last chance. Don't push it, or I'll give you a war you won't believe. Veers did not raise his voice, but the intensity was felt by everyone, even the extremely hurting Franco. Let it go. Veers pressed his sword closer to Roger's neck. Let it go. The masked youth created a floating sword-shaped water and used the flora around him to disappear from Jarrett's sight. If you don't give your men treatment soon, they will die. Veers left them alive but wounded precisely for this. The cannon fodders would be very effective for stalling this leader-hero type. As expected, Jarrett did not pursue. Veers went deeper into the forest. After he went away, the water spears and the water blade he left for threatening Jarrett dissipated. Captain, I'm sorry, Franco passed out. Jarrett's heart was colder than a 1,000-year-old glacier. Kane slipped away, leaving blood and destruction in his wake, and he, the captain of the town's guard, was powerless to stop him. He didn't even have the chance to trade blows with the murderer of the town's savior. Kane dishonorably went after his men. Now, Roger and Franco were heavily injured and needed medical attention. He never felt something like this. The humiliation was unlike anything he had ever felt. Before Veers engaged Jarrett and the others, he opened a war council. Veers, what's wrong? Pena and Clarissa asked respectively. Here's the current situation. I killed a potential enemy in broad daylight on the streets of Osmore. I have successfully gotten away from the town at the moment, but pursuers are hot on my heels. They have a tracker on me which I'll use to my advantage later. What are your thoughts about this? Veers dropped the bomb. What? Why? Pena asked. You've done something crazy again, haven't you? Clarissa sighed. Lord Veers, what's the estimate of enemy forces? Now that's the response that I want, Veers thought. 5 Pathseekers, 1 level 2, 4 level 1. I assume your objective is to kill them all. Farley followed his line of thought. Yeah. Using the tracker they placed on me, I'll lead them to a nearby forest before ambushing them. Some guy just eradicated all monsters inside the forest so I can focus on killing the pursuers and hide if necessary. The level 2, how strong is he? Veers recalled the info he got from soul-searching that lone town guard. Metal Pathseeker, quite strong. I can kill him, but honestly I don't want to fight him. May I suggest an alternative? Farley spoke like a competent war strategist. Go ahead. Disable the other 4 pursuers. Wound them heavily, but don't kill them. Avoid trading blows with the level 2. If he values his comrades, then he would take care of them instead of pursuing you. We can escape out of his reach in the meantime. Ruthless, I like it. Very good. I just became a level 2. Killing a more experienced level 2 would pose some trouble for me. Not to mention the Victa expenditure. I'll follow your suggestion. Veers looked pleased, but one more thing. I need to soul search the guy I just killed immediately so I might not be able to run away after disabling the first wave of pursuers. Farley frowned. Can it wait, Lord Veers? I'm afraid not. I feel an anomaly in his soul. If I tarry too long, I might lose it. Veers said the truth. He felt Sigma's soul was different from the rest. Despite Veers' hold on his soul, the soul fought back. This never happened before. Veers could still contain it at the moment, but his grip was slipping. The soul would eventually escape his grasp, so Veers must examine the soul before then. Veers had to factor in the risk of fighting Jarrett in this situation. According to Veers' estimate, he was a bit below Jarrett in battle power. He would not win easily and might get injured in the process. If he definitely could win without injury, then Veers would lethally deal with Jarrett. No sense on leaving an enemy alive. But with Sigma's condition being time-sensitive, the Otherworlder was at a higher priority, as expected of the soul of an Otherworlder with cheat. Even in death, an MC is special. Farley started thinking. Payna looked toward Farley with admiration of the competence she displayed. Clarissa, on the other hand, gave Farley the look of an approving master, which did not escape Veers' attention. Lord Veers, you still have Romel's soul, the bandit you killed, obviously. Souls are valuable stuff, of course I took it. Veers didn't know where Farley was going from this. Search his soul. Since he's a well-known bandit in the area, odds are high he has a hideout nearby. You can rest and finish your task safer there. Nice idea, I'll get to it. Also, get info on the other bandit groups in the area. We can use them to reinforce us. Why would they do that? Clarissa asked Farley. Tell them the town's defenses are weakened. They might attack the town to pillage and plunder, the short-haired brunette said with a straight face. Farley, there are civilians in the town, innocents. Payna, ever the voice of reason, complained. No need to worry, Payna. If things go south, the church will move. The town will not suffer catastrophic damage. What a devilish idea, and I like it. Farley was raised as a cultist of Dumusin for all of her life. Even if she isn't one anymore, you don't simply dismiss more than 10 years of upbringing. You want to put out an oil fire, Payna. You set off a bigger explosion right next to it. Sucks away the oxygen. Snuffs the flame, Veers copied Captain Price. That's a terrifying way of thinking. Payna met his eyes, but it worked. Council dismissed. Ever since Veers was a little boy, he'd always wanted a secret base. What he saw stoked the feeling of envy in his heart. Romel's bandit cave was a 3-star comfy establishment. The floors and walls of the cave were covered by solid stones. There were a few beds made of animal hide, earth-made furniture, barrels and crates filled with supplies and loot, a clean and dry environment with good ventilation. This was a superb establishment considering this was made in the middle of a monster-infested forest. The cave's entrance was skillfully hidden by trees and camouflage, and the tunnel after that led to a more spacious space than he expected. Veers was envious, but there was a silver lining. With Rommel and his gangs passing, he could claim this splendid real estate for himself. And so he did. Truly the very definition of hostile takeover. Rommel's gang of bandits must have had an Earth Pathseeker. I can't make this. Earthshapers are incredible. Perhaps a level 5 Earth Pathseeker could make cities and fortresses at will. After taking care of Jarrett and the others, Veers went to the empty bandit hideout. Now that he had some leeway, he penned letters to all the bandit gangs Rommel knew and spread the information. Veers hoped they would draw some heat away from him. Rommel kept a few messenger birds at the hideout. Veers used them to send the letters. It was time to look inside the head of his fellow Otherworlder. Soul search. Veers dived into the sea of memories. Intruders detected. Deploying countermeasures. System, I have been expecting you. The legend of your OPness ends now. Veers had the face of someone fighting the final boss. Veers was not only fighting Sigma's system, this was his challenge against the legendary and undefeatable system holders across the entire universe. MCs with system cheat were invincible. Even if they were not invincible, they were very, very strong. That guy who's always solo leveling, that sugar who death marched, Naiwa Spider, Two-Comers Gluttony, the Ashen Battle Healer, and many more. Veers would defeat Sigma's system, then prove he was capable of surmounting the system. To show the have-not can triumph against the have. This action of his was also based on some amount of envy, because he didn't have one himself, and so he resented others who had it. The following hours were a high-level battle of offense and defense. Sigma's soul had the protection of the system. Veers expected this. There must be something causing the anomaly he felt earlier. Veers knew he wasn't fighting Sigma but the system, and it was weaker than expected. Sigma's system must be the type that grows stronger with the user or needs something to unlock its higher functions. Common tropes in power fantasy stories. And how long has Sigma been here? From the guard that I soul searched, about 1 or 2 weeks since he first showed his face. And that, boys and girls, is how you kill an MC. Kill them before they get convenient plot armor items, before they get Deus Ex Machina, before they get the power of friendship or love. Then dispatch them with your full strength. Don't be afraid to get your hands dirty and throw away useless matters of pride or face. Kill them before they leave their starting area. To add another layer of guarantee, nuke them when they are mating with the love interest. Preferably you kill them when they are still in the first 10 or so chapters in their story, 30 in the latest. Longer than that, then the plot surrounding the MC would make things very complicated. Anything is possible nowadays, so kill them fast before they can mature. While Veers imagined himself giving a lecture in a classroom full of readers of web novels, he was slowly breaching the system's protection. The flow of battle was like a siege. Sigma's mind was a well-defended fortress while he himself was the invading army. If Veers was simply using brute force, high were the chances that he would be repelled, so he didn't attack head-on. He used a line of thinking from the 36 stratagems: clamor in the east, attack in the west. It was a three-pronged approach. First company attacked the fortress from the front, second company attacked the walls in another area, and third company sneaked into the compound from the sewers. The fortress defenses came crumbling down soon after. The invaders neutralized the fortress guards and defenses swiftly. The men were in high morale as they went deeper into the complex. It was only a matter of time before they found the treasury. They went in by blowing up the treasury's door using dynamite. The men, all with Veer's face, cheered upon the sight of gold and wealth inside the treasury. His true name is Sumeragi Renji. HMPH, even his real name sounds like a protagonist. A 21-year-old neat world ranker in the game Virtual Bullets of Fate, from year 2019. How come I've never heard of that game? He played the VBOF for 1 year. One day he was in the middle of playing when he fell off from the map, as if suffering a glitch. Then he arrived in this world when he woke up. And what's with his world's VR tech? So advanced, too advanced. The game is at SAO level. He's from an alternate Earth then. My Earth sure as hell didn't have that kind of tech. His dad remarried to a beautiful MILF, and Renji got a cute little sister and a cool elder sister that he doesn't have a blood relation with. Holy hell. This guy's life before he got Ice Guy Ed is like an Eroge protagonist. No wonder he wants to go back to his old world. His death is well deserved then, Ryaju bastard. Veer's initial soul search revealed much more than he expected. Emergency. Illegal access from malicious intelligence detected. Executing purge. Gilados got serious now. Night, Osmore Town. Jarrett was walking to the infirmary when he overheard his men talking. Bandits, what makes them suddenly so bold? They still retain some common sense and are not attacking the town directly, but travelers, caravans, farms. Everything outside the walls got attacked. Hells and damnations, what is happening? Apparently they got news we're lacking in manpower. With the people we lost in the beast tide and considering the condition of Franco and the others, we really are short-handed. Fools, the lot of them. Captain Heskins led the guards and went out in force. The radicals died fighting and the majority surrendered and went to the slammer. Their broken bones should remind them of their folly for the months to come. True, Cap looked like a fierce metal typhoon that time, battling a dozen bandits alone. Damn it, I regret I'm too weak to be of help. If only I Captain Heskins, sir. The guard promptly gave Jarrett a salute. Carry on, Jarrett replied before going to the infirmary, leaving a pair of awkward guards. He looked haggard, one of the guards said. Can you blame him? This month has been a disaster. Troubles after troubles. Jarrett was looking at Franco, whose face was covered with a white sheet. The guilt swallowed him from head to toe, a silent desolation. Seeing Franco's bandaged shoulders made him recall the healer's words earlier. My sympathies, Captain Heskins. He is with the Radiant Lady now. His injury was too grave and the treatment was too late, the most senior healer said apologetically. It was the issue of affinity. Victor, who had his leg severed, was undergoing treatment, and the healers were in the process of attaching the nerves. Because Victor was an Earth Pathseeker and there were healers using the same affinity. Franco had one of the rarer affinities, Dust. Unfortunately, no healers were capable of using an affinity compatible with Franco's Dust in Osmore. Pathseeker's injuries were hard to cure. This was widely known. To receive positive results, they need to be treated with healing arts from the same affinity, or it wouldn't be as effective. A healing art from Water Pathseeker might only show 20 of its effect when used on a Fire Pathseeker. Naturally, the level of the healer still played a major part in this. A high-level and experienced Pathseeker might be able to help Franco no matter what his or her affinity was, but no one in Osmore could do that right now. Jarrett was a metal Pathseeker. He wasn't suited for healing. The first aid he had given Franco was not enough. With the help of Philip, who Kane only strangled, the two brought the other three to town. By the time Jarrett reached Osmore, the healers told him Franco's chance was slim. Even if he survived, Franco would be a cripple since they couldn't reattach his arms. Once again because of the incompatible affinity. Not long after that, reports of bandits attacking the surroundings of Osmore reached his ears. Like rats they came. Jarrett didn't even have time to reorganize his thoughts. What's worse, they lacked the manpower to cover such a huge area. If there were still adventurers in town, then normally they would issue an emergency quest and bolster their manpower, but that well was dried by their own hand. In fact, some bandits were former local adventurers who became jobless after the adventurer business in Osmore got abolished. They returned with a vengeance against the town's decision. Jarrett didn't make the rules banning adventurers from Osmore, but he supported it. The town was currently in a tight spot, and it was like giving someone a kick when they were down. Jarrett couldn't deny he felt a little regret for the hasty decision. The church gave the much-needed help, but it was nowhere near enough. Jarrett made a difficult choice to leave some areas uncontested for the scums in favor of the more important areas, and so there were people who died because of his call. When Franco exhaled his last breath, Jarrett was bashing bandits' skulls with his fist. The fact Jarrett couldn't be there with him at the end was another knife to his conscience. Only now, after the bandit threat had been contained, he had the time to visit Franco. "I'm sorry, old friend." Jarrett's voice was heavy with the weight of guilt. This was his fault, thought Jarrett. If he didn't bring Franco to pursue Kane, would Franco be in this situation right now? As Jarrett turned around, he saw Roger standing behind him. His bandaged stomach had a touch of red on it, and his face was as pale as a ghost. "You're going?" Roger asked. Yes, Jarrett noticed Roger's tone carried his disapproval. "Do not do this. Kane is strange. He might be a level 2. You might die, Jarrett." Roger spoke passionately. "I must make things right." Jarrett felt his guilt become heavier with each passing second. "Even if you defeat him, so what? It won't bring Franco back. It won't bring Sigma back. Let the fucker go. The goddess will mete out his judgment soon enough." Jarrett didn't reply. He simply walked towards Roger, towards the exit. "I won't let you do this. This isn't you. Get your head straight, man. Kate needs you, Jarrett. If she lost you too, she..." Jarrett gave Roger a chop behind his neck, incapacitating him. "Franco wouldn't want this," Roger said before losing consciousness. "I'm sorry, Roger." Jarrett left both of his injured friends that he would trust with his own life. On the way, guilt, regret, ire, these emotions festered in his mind like a sickness. "Captain Heskins, all men are standing by." At the town's gate, Jarrett looked in front of him. 20 Pathseekers, guardians of Osmore, all clad in full battle gear, ready to deploy. Guilt to himself by letting a murderer loose and his men injured under his very nose. Regret to himself that he didn't mobilize the full force at his disposal to pursue the vile adventurer. Ire to Kane of the source of it all. Once again, this is not an order. The captain paused. "Franco is dead." Jarrett looked into their eyes, the bond between every guard that they forged under his leadership. The will he found in their gaze made him proud. "Who among you will help avenge him?" And so they roared. As one they roared, just as his father did. Jarrett made them his family, brothers in arms, men and women united by a singular purpose. The loss of one was felt by all. One person had provoked them. As one they responded. Onward, Jarrett led his men to war. Fuck, Veers was reeling in pain. It felt like someone cut his arm with a sword of fire. In Sigma's soul space, Veers was fighting against the system's defense mechanism. Veers called them drones. They had the shape of a sphere with a center eye as its core. The smallest of them was the size of a basketball, while the biggest had a diameter of 3 meters. There were dozens of them, and they shot bullets, missiles, and laser beams. Veers found it funny that their lasers were not true lasers. It did not travel at the speed of light. It might even be slower than bullets, just like a stormtrooper's blaster. Veers stabbed one of the smaller drones with his sword, and it disintegrated into bits of data. Veers had destroyed many, but their numbers kept increasing. The soul space was a grid. The lines emitted dark yellow color. The grid extended as far as the eyes could see, as if it was limitless. The sky was jet black, and there was a white shining pillar in the center of the soul space. Despite the dark space, Veers could see the drones clearly. Fucking system. Veers had to defend himself from their attacks or his soul would be injured. The drones could fly while Veers could not. He was at a disadvantage. He dodged a laser aimed at his head and thrust his sword to the eye of one of the spheres nearby. He jumped before the sphere exploded, landing on the ground after a backflip. Veers created a shield to block a concentrated laser beam from 5 drones. It held for 3 seconds before it melted, and Veers dodged out of the way not a second too soon. The white pillar was the access point to Sigma Renji's soul. Veers had breached the primary defense system and got inside its defenses. Now the system wanted to purge him out. Veers was like a virus that had infiltrated the body. To combat the infection, the body deployed white blood cells to destroy him. White blood cells' job was to fight infectious disease and foreign invaders, an apt description of the drones. Malicious intelligence is damaged, intensifying countermeasures. You're so proactive for a system. Most of your kind are more passive. Learn more from your brother and sister. Veers shouted to the sky. They don't give me the chance to access Sigma. At this rate, let alone soul search him for valuable information, I might actually die from this. Should I back out now? Veers was considering his options while dealing with the drones. Lord Veers, allow me to help you. Let me out. I'll help you deal with those things. Farley and Clarissa's voices reached him. They were watching via V-Stream. I figured it might come to this one day, Veers thought. Pena, yes, I'll help too, as much as I can. Good, come to me. Veers raised his right hand to the sky. The drones didn't stay still. They focused their laser beams at Veers. A bridge of rainbow descended from the dark heavens. 3 women he knew well appeared ready to fight. Veers mimicked the Bifrost so they would appear more dramatic. Like a scene from the movies, they took care of the drone's attacks with a flourish. They each had their own way of dealing with the lasers. Farley twisted it, Payna curved it, Clarissa burned it. Farley with her spear, Payna held a staff, but Clarissa appeared empty-handed. With Veer's permission and help, Farley and Payna had the weapons they used when they were still alive, but Clarissa said she didn't need weapons, so the Lamia appeared empty-handed. Veers only gave Clarissa a glance, then returned his eyes to the front, to the drones. He stood on the same line as the girls. This was in Sigma's soul space, the domain of the soul. Veers had no problem calling the trio soul from inside him. Who said the power of friendship is exclusive for the good guys? I have it too, Veers gloated. Friendship, is that what we have? Clarissa asked. Of course, no matter how shallow that friendship is, I never wanted any of you to die. Veers smiled, except for Farley when I thought she deceived me. Not anymore, of course, Veers added in his head, still smiling. And you don't want me to die, so we're buddies. Additional malicious entities detected, allocating more resources for purging. Veers pointed the tip of his sword to the biggest sphere, behind dozens and dozens of drones. That is the objective. Get the big one, then the other drones should stop. How do you know? Payna asked. It's a common pattern. That eyeball just screams, boss, doesn't it? Let's go. If this was a manga, Veers imagined this scene would be a 2-page spread. 4 people against hundreds of black spheres controlled by the system. How cool. He always thought that soul space was a strange place. Perhaps it was just another name for the realm of consciousness. Physics applied, but at the same time it did not. If some conditions were met, people could create something out of nothing. And yet he couldn't simply create an atomic bomb and blast the drones to pieces. Invisible rules prevented him from doing so. What about this cybercentric soul space then? Was this the inside of Sigma's soul, or simply an arena provided by the system? Veers couldn't find a clear answer, but it didn't matter. His objective didn't change. They would simply fight on top of this yellow grid arena. Because of his soul affinity, Veers could do more things than others. Most Pathseeker couldn't invade and battle inside another's soul space, but he did, and through him others did too. Battle, dance, water enchantment, spears of falling rain, water shield, water sprout, tidefall, fire hydra, flare explosion, searing sunray. The girls invoked their arts, fighting the black drones. Farley was a spear user, so she was a melee fighter. Farley evaded the projectiles as if she was dancing, gracefully evading bullets and lasers. Sometimes she evaded them by a mere inch from her skin, half a step to the side, then a somersault like a professional gymnast. She boosted her spear with another art before letting loose a flurry of thrusts, annihilating tens of drones in a single go and another dozen the next moment. Payna was a classic mage type, using spells to defeat her enemies from a distance. Her approach was very textbook. Shielding herself from harm first, then an area of 10 meters wide gushed upward as water sprouted like a volcano, enveloping tens of drones. The AoE was a good art for disruption and crowd control, but the actual damage was weak, so Payna finished them off using a high-pressure hammer of water from above, flattening them to the ground. Clarissa, at first glance, she was a mage type like Payna, but to Veer's eyes, she was something else. She was purely strong. A gigantic 8-headed beast made of burning bright orange flames wreaked havoc among the drones' ranks. The Hydra seemed impervious from the attacks of the black spheres. Each head gave the impression of having a mind of its own and hunted the drones with their mighty jaws. With that move alone, Clarissa had destroyed more drones than Farley and Payna combined, but she was not done. With the regal poise of a princess, Clarissa snapped her fingers and an area simply exploded. The drones caught inside that area were violently erased by the heat. A mere 2 arts took care of the drones, protecting the biggest one, the one that Veers said was the one controlling all the smaller drones, and now Clarissa had a clear line of sight to her target. The Lamia princess pointed her delicate finger to the biggest drone, and a thin line no thicker than her finger pierced through its central eye. Clarissa moved her finger as if making a cross before releasing her art. The battlefield was silent. The drones didn't move, and the invaders, including Veers, looked at Clarissa with awe. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the main drone at first, but it slowly started to split apart. Clarissa had cut it into 4 pieces using a super high-temperature laser cutter. The part where the drone was cut was like burning metal in a factory. To think it was to this degree, Veers thought. Clarissa was a level 5 before she died. Her strength at her peak was not something Veers understood. Because he was currently a level 2, the girls were also only able to use arts and power to the degree of level 2. Clarissa was not an exception. Despite that, Clarissa displayed destructive power and techniques far above Veers and the others could do. This is the skill of someone who has reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Veers smiled. He didn't feel bitter or dejected at all. He was eager for the day he could wield such power himself. Clarissa, whoa, amazing. Payna and Farley were wonderstruck by Clarissa's strength. Farley was fighting in the thick of it, but the Hydra and the blast didn't hurt her in any way, proof of Clarissa's high degree of control. Clarissa turned to them with a nervous look. I am sorry guys, I used too much power. Now I made you all look bad, it's just been so long since I have had a chance to battle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to flaunt my power. Clarissa apologized profusely. Not at all, you did great. Were on the same side, so don't mind. Veers, Pena, and Farley respectively replied, FHROOM. Like titans manifesting from thin air, 3 more main spheres appeared. They looked no different than the one Clarissa just destroyed. Hey, destroying the main drone didn't do anything. There are even more of them now. Clarissa was fuming in anger. I can see that. Sorry girls, my analysis was mistaken. Veers looked bitter by the twist. Goddess, they make so many drones. What do we now, Lord Veers? Even Farley had a nervous look. Plan B, clear me a path to that white pillar. Veers naturally meant the access point to Sigma's soul, under the 3 great drones. With them churning lesser drones like factories, Veers was diving into a sea of enemies. Alone, he wouldn't make it, but he got help. Farley ran beside him, providing much timely assistance in the chaotic melee. Pena stayed behind, but she gave buffs to Veers and Farley while disrupting the drones from overwhelming the pair. Clarissa took the role of artillery. Potent AoE arts mowed down throngs of drones, clearing the path for Veers and Farley. We could do it, Veers thought. A drone shot bullets at Veers like an automatic rifle. Veers dodged out of the way and bisected the spheres in 2. Veers took a step forward. Another drone launched a missile at Veers. His posture was not ideal, so he wouldn't be able to react, but Farley altered the missile's trajectory, using the combination of a water art and the softness of her spear movement. Veers took a step forward again. The drones above Veers were preparing to focus fire on Veers, but Clarissa waved her hand and a curtain of fire cleared them all. Veers kept going, getting closer to the white pillar every moment. One of the main drones unleashed a laser beam more powerful than any they had seen so far. Pena gritted her teeth, exerting every power she could muster, and created a 5-layered shield of water to protect Veers. It wasn't enough. The beam from a mini Death Star pierced through Pena's defenses and went straight to Veers' location, creating a bright explosion as it touched the ground. Veers, no. Clarissa and Farley were panic-stricken. Pena fell to her knees, unconscious. She already gave 120 of her effort and overtaxed her soul, but even then it wasn't enough. While all eyes were on the smoking crater, Veers magnificently appeared beside the white pillar as if he was a teleporting anti-mage. Trusting your friends is good and all, but that is no excuse for sitting back and doing nothing. This might be your arena system, but this is still a soul space and I have a soul 5 affinity. HMPH, to take this long to prepare a blink, I still have a long way to go, Veers thought while being unsatisfied. Seeing Veers was okay brightened the girls' faces. You forced me to do this. Die. Veers attacked the pillar with the violent might of a tsunami. I have already deployed my men to encircle the area. Good to see you, Jay. I'm sorry for the sudden request and thankful for your willingness to provide assistance. Hey, you were there when things went south for me. I'm glad to be able to repay the favor. Still, we can't be sure this Kane is still here. He might have already escaped our encirclement, Roy said. No, he's still here. How do you know? Roy raised an eyebrow. Jarrett took out a small globe the size of a fist. Goodness gracious, is that a divination item? It is. It can't pinpoint his exact location, but I'm sure he's still in Cooley Forest. Seems so, Roy muttered after observing the globe. But to think you used this kind of one-off magic item for a single no-name adventurer. Are you sure you're not blowing things out of proportion, Jay? Hell, you even asked to bring as many people that I can spare. What kind of demon are we hunting here? The worst kind. The kind that goes after his objective no matter the cost, no matter the suffering he inflicts to others, Jarrett spoke solemnly. Then we better catch him soon. Level 1 water pathseeker, correct? Yes, his arts are top class for a level 1 though. He might be level 2 hiding his level. With how young you said he is, I doubt that, but I'll tell the boys for extra precaution. There are 40 level 1s here. With us leading them, this Kane will get the justice he deserves. Roy spoke with the confidence of a level 2. Error. Malicious entity stop. 0x010010WK host. Error. Data corruption detected. More than 80 of the system's functions are corrupted. Well, that's that then. Veers observed the aftermath. Other than ending a volatile variable that was Sigma Renji, Veers also aimed at his system. Veers already had quite an assortment of cheats himself, but he wouldn't say no to another cheat in his arsenal. If Veers could supplant Sigma as the system's host, then wouldn't his strength rise by leap and bounds? Alas, he failed. With the system's defensive mechanism effective to that degree, Veers didn't have the time to perform detailed observation and delicate operation. Veers didn't forget that his grip on Sigma's soul was weakening, somehow wriggling out of his hands. By tomorrow, Sigma's soul would be out of Veers' reach. Veers was a greedy person. He refused to do anything without some kind of profit and would wring out every value of the defeated to fuel his growth. So rather than letting Sigma's soul leave scot-free, Veers destroyed Sigma's ego. It was like making a person brain dead. Now that Sigma was no more, Veers manipulated the empty soul to access the system. Simply put, Veers used a mindless body to access a computer locked by a fingerprint lock. As a result, the Otherworlder's soul was no longer mysteriously slipping away, but the system also suffered massive damage. All in all, he took this as a win. Veers had triumphed against a bona fide MC with a cheat. Granted, he must be one of the unluckiest MCs ever because he met Veers, but victory was victory. Even 80 damaged, a system fell into Veers' hands. Shame Renji's memories are also gone. I can't get more info about Earth Alter, but you get some, you lose some. Well, I'm sure I can find some use for this crippled system. For the time being, the immediate danger has passed. Veers turned around. The girls were waiting while he accessed the white pillar. Farley had a few wounds here and there, but nothing serious. She gratefully accepted Veers' praise. Clarissa looked like a satisfied princess. It must have felt nice to cut loose after years and years of inaction. Pena, on the other hand, seemed dejected and gloomy. Pena, your soul is injured. You tried to draw more power than you can handle. Go get some rest. You deserve it, all of you. But Veers, It's fine, you've done your best. All of us can see that, Veers tried to soothe her. The raven-haired girl looked unconvinced, but Farley came to the rescue. Pena, don't mind, Farley cheerfully said, injecting her with positivity. During the battle, she contributed the least and she's the weakest. Pena must have realized that in this kind of situation, a friend's words are needed. I'm counting on you, Farley. Veers teleported with the girls to the White Flowers Meadow. This was their home now, after such a battle. Veers saw that the girls looked more relaxed upon their return here. I know it's too soon to be asking, but how's the progress about that art you mentioned? Veers conversed with Clarissa, who was back in the golden birdcage. Nowhere close, the dark brown-haired Lamia princess shook her head. After Wisdom Snake's unveiling gaze, or Uriel's sight as you call it, I still need a lot of time to compile another art. It won't be ready anytime soon. I thought as much. I have to go. We're not in the clear yet. Later, girls, enjoy your pajama party. The girls saw him off as usual, but this time Clarissa waved him a goodbye. She's beaming. The princess must be really happy blowing things up. Veers made half a smile before he logged out. The earlier conversation with Clarissa was about his next ancient art. After Uriel's sight, naturally Veers wanted more art from the Age of the Gods buried inside the Lamia Queen's mind, which only Clarissa could excavate. He was torn between what kind of art he should choose. Uriel's sight covered his weakness in the investigation department, so he wanted another skill to bolster his versatility. Veers still didn't choose an attack-type art for his second inquiry. Rather than more destructive power, he preferred to have something lasting for long-run survivability. He knew full well that many problems couldn't be solved with firepower alone. My survival is more important than the death of my enemies. What is their death's value compared to my life? In the end, Veers narrowed down what he wanted to do. The first option was a stealth or speed art. The benefits were without saying. He could run or hide from enemies he couldn't beat yet. Besides, his movement-type art was starting to feel lacking now. Rapid water steps was a very elementary water attribute art. It raised his movement speed and agility for a short period of time. Veers so far coped by casting that art multiple times to raise its effect, but it had diminishing returns after the 6th multiplication. The second option was an appearance-changing art. Veers would be a criminal in the future. His villainous way of life practically assured him of that. There was no need to mention the future. Veers was already being hunted down because of his identity as a survivor from Luxor town alone. Perhaps someone would recognize his face when he simply walked on the streets. If he could change his face, then such a thing would not be a problem. It would be very useful for infiltration and spy missions too, a very useful ability to have. Whether stealth or appearance-changing art, both are actually a quite common ability for Xianxia novels MC to have. Veers realized he was in a world very similar to those Xianxia novels. With the fables in his head, he had no shame of using those MCs as a reference. Veers was standing on the shoulders of giants. Ultimately, he chose the second option, appearance-changing art. How ironic. Veers really became a wanted man as soon as he left Makash town, but the art was not ready, and so Veers landed in this situation. Veers opened his eyes in the real world. The outside was dark now. His struggle with Sigma's system lasted more than 5 hours. So tired, I'm exhausted in mind and body. Let's check the situation first before hitting the bed. Uriel's sight. Veers went out from the bandits' hideout and climbed to an elevated place. He observed his surroundings using his super eyes. 5, 10, 20, 40, about 40 people. Jarrett must be hard at work. It occurred to him to try slipping through their net now, but Veers was too tired. They are all still far. I have time, although not much. I'll sleep for a few hours, then make my move early in the morning. Also 42.39, not bad. With the healing factor, Veers was rarely exhausted to this degree. He destroyed Sigma's head thoroughly, then he went to bed. Veers fell asleep seconds after hitting the pillow. Bandit Rommel's bed was very comfy. A man opened his mouth widely, yawning. He also scrubbed his eye because of the sleepiness that made his eyelids heavy. The night was cold and hours of search didn't bear fruit. Tiredly, the man looked at his pocket watch. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning, not even first light yet. Hey, focus on the job. You want to die. A nervous-looking teenager berated his sleepy-looking friend. Piss off, Liam. We haven't got any rest since yesterday. Is the guy we're looking for still here? There might be 40 of us, but he might have slipped away already. I hope that's the case, Liam said in a small voice, looking left and right in a twitchy manner. What, you're afraid? The sleepy man mocked. Use your common sense, doofus. You and I are level 0. If he appears before us, you think we have a chance. Relax, squad leader Tomburn is with us. We just need to back him up when this Kane fellow shows up. If he shows up. Ain't that right, leader? No answer. Leader. The sleepy man looked to his left, where Tomburn should be. Nothing, not even Tomburn's shadow. A sound from his right, the sound of something falling. The sleepy man turned his head as quickly as possible. A faint creeping terror welled up from the pit of his stomach. He saw Liam lying on the ground, eyes opened, neck bloody. Eek! His eyes bulged at the sight, and a nervous gasp escaped his lips. His sleepiness faded like a drop of water in a desert. Crack! Was something broken now? The man wondered. Why is everything upside down? Wait, why am I falling face first to the ground? Darkness. While he was in the dark, he felt someone moved him somewhere. Ah, sleep at last. How peaceful. The sleepy man felt content. Veers was absorbing the souls of 3 people he'd just stealth killed. Their souls were part of the loot to Veers. Naturally, he would collect them. The level 1 he assassinated while hiding from a bush. In one practiced move, the victim's body also went into the bush after Veers was done with him. The 2 levels 0 after that were easy. A clean slit to the throat for the first and a 180-degree neck twist for the second. Killing spree. Triple kill. Veers heard the announcer's voice in his head and went towards the next group of people under the cover of darkness. Ready yourself, radiant heroes. A single Scourge hero is coming to kill you. Dominating. Veers killed his 4th victim, a man with a big helmet. He was in the middle of doing number 1. Veers didn't even have the honor to uphold the sanctity of bathroom break. A flash of light came from the body and went up to the heavens. A firework brightened up the night sky. It was like a star shell right above Veers' position. Did I trigger something? Veers was being very careful, but his cover was now blown. Guys, over here. The forest was dark and misty, but the star shell was no common flare. It did more than simply lighting up the area. Veers was detected and sighted by his pursuers. Veers looked to the level 0 youth who shouted about 15 meters away. When the youth met the eyes behind Veers' masked face, he knew he screwed up. Veers was looking at him like a hungry lion looking at a lone baby zebra. Help. The lion naturally aimed for the baby zebra's jugular. The boy ran away with all his might, but his speed was no match for Veers. A Hanya-masked man stabbed the boy through the heart from behind. Idiot, you should think before you shout. Veers commented while absorbing his soul. The boy might be an idiot, but his soul might be of some use to Veers. A flash of thought passed through Veers' mind. If the boy knelt down and obediently surrendered, would he kill him still? Veers leaned on letting him live, but only if he was really sincere, and letting him live did not result in him biting Veers back in the ass someday. Shame he chose his actions poorly in front of Veers and lost his life because of a lack of wisdom. Mega kill. The reliable announcer announced his victory over another radiant hero. This only happened in Veers' head. There, someone's already down. Get him. Set a perimeter around him. Don't let the bastard get away. With the star shell marking him, people originally scattered all around the forest started to converge. After his mega kill, Veers picked up movement from all around him. The silent forest was suddenly bursting with activity. Rapid water steps. Unwilling to let himself encircled, Veers aimed for a single-point breakthrough. He chose one direction and dashed. 3 people barred his path. A quick glance and Veers saw 2 level 1 and a level 0. Veers didn't fear them. Onward, he's coming here, I'll hold him off. Arai, do your thing. Kit, back me up. The level 1 young woman directed her team. Water discs. The woman threw a pair of flat water discs from her hands. The art moved like chakrams. The level 0 was preparing his art. HMPH. Veers parried one disc and it veered to the side, slicing a tree down. Other one Veers cut right in the middle using his sword, and then the sword absorbed the water. Veers' sword had the ability to absorb water. All his water art got a boost of effectiveness because he pulled out water from his sword from time to time. He wouldn't say no to an opportunity to replenish his water container sword. What the? The woman showed a face of disbelief. Like a swooping falcon, Veers appeared in front of the woman, blade overhead, ready to swing down and end a life. I'll be killed. Veers radiated thick killing intent. The woman saw her life flashing before her eyes. HRGH. Veers suddenly had a severe headache. His swing was off the mark. The woman was slashed on her torso. A lot of blood was splashed, but it wasn't a fatal injury. It could still be if she wasn't treated immediately. Yuli, you bastard. Arai angrily shouted. What the fuck happened? Was it him? Dieyou. Veers' body somehow moved slowly, just like his thoughts. Fireball. A blast of fire hit Veers from the back. It was the level 0 kit. I did it. I hit. RUHHH. Veers roared, exploding his Victa full force, expelling the foreign sensation. The trio got blown away by the shockwave as Veers exerted his level 2 might. My mind was slowed. Shit. The woman was half dead and a water user. The level 0 was a fire user. The remaining suspect was the level 1 guy, Uri. Water Moon Fang. Veers wasted no time releasing a killing blow. Uri was still groggy after being blown away. He raised his head and a slash of flying water blade went through his head. The last thing Uri saw was the sight of the masked Veers colored with blood, his very own blood. Unstoppable. Veers absorbed his soul then. Baltoria's wind arrow. For the first time tonight, Veers felt a sense of crisis. From the darkness of the forest, an arrow aimed towards his heart was coming with the force of a whirlwind. Fuck, I've got to dodge. His thought and body reaction was not quick enough. The arrow hit his left shoulder despite his effort to evade. The wind arrow was buried on Veers' left shoulder. Arg, Veers' face was filled with pain. He got blasted to a tree by the force of the arrow, breaking a tree trunk in the process. For Mr. Uri and Miss Hit bravely approached the fallen Veers for the sake of his friends, brandishing his sword to deliver the finishing blow. Shut the fuck up. Veers gave Kit an uppercut at his chin, throwing him 5 meters backward. 5 teeth were broken. Huff, huff shit, Veers cursed as he pulled the arrow out. Pain tolerance, Veers cast an art very useful for this situation. Much better he wasn't dead. Veers saw Kit still moving from where he was standing. He was forced to let go of his sword when he got shot earlier, so he used an uppercut with his bare hands. Veers heard an angry voice. A level 2, not Jarrett. Was he the one that shot the arrow? Veers immediately stood up, took his fallen sword, then ran away to the darkness. Coward, fight me with honor, Roy shouted. To hell with honor, Veers naturally kept running. Roy felt something strange. His art didn't kill Kane. Baltoria's wind arrow art that he put his utmost confidence in didn't kill a measly level 1 adventurer. Did he really hide his level? Roy thought while he pursued. After a while, Roy lost Kane's tracks. Where did he go? Searching wind. A gust of gentle wind blew outward, but even with that, Roy didn't find Kane. Captain Roy, his men approached him. He's still around here, search him. Veers had escaped the pursuit of the level 2. Thankfully, I now have this stealth art, very practical, Aqua Region. After escaping from immediate danger, Veers applied a healing art to mend his wound. He might have a healing factor, but it wasn't as good as Wolverine's yet. Water Region art would speed up his regeneration. Water and earth attributes are suitable for healing, nice to have. As a downside, the attack department is lacking compared to other attributes. The healing is slower than usual. At level 2 is quite good. I'll create chaos a bit more before the final act. The guards now knew Kane was actually adept at hiding. They faced a dilemma. To find Kane in such a wide area with lots of places to hide, they had to split up, but if they did that, Kane would decimate them one group at a time. The only ones that had a chance were the level 2s, but they were only 2 people. And where the fuck is Jarrett? Roy irately said. He didn't see Jarrett since they split up at the start. Roy heard another scream from a distance, and another star shell lit up. Ben, don't come here, COM. Another screams from the forest depths. Fuck, are we hunting him or is he hunting us? All of you get into a group of 10, no more splitting up. Treat Kane as a level 2 threat. Roy gave his order and ran to the source of the screams. He didn't find Kane, only 4 fallen bodies. Roy grimaced and checked one of the bodies. Hey, all you alright? Help's on the way. He turned the body that lay with his face to the ground upward. BOOM. Roy was engulfed in an explosive situation. A little while ago, after Veers escaped Roy and gave himself first aid. Wicked sick, Veers ambushed a party of 4. Veers stabbed the first one in her throat from behind. He wasn't noticed at first, but another star shell shot upwards from the woman's body, telling everyone someone had fallen. How annoying. At least not everyone has that star shell. Amari, her companion, threw a stone blast at Veers, but he used Amari's body as a human shield. Sight of Amari's body pulverized by his own art made the man frozen for a second. Veers used that opening to hide once again. Fuck, there. A masked man appeared not far from them. Earth Blast, Thunderbolt. The 2 of them fired at the masked visage with their maximum firepower. The masked man became a splash of water and broke apart, while their earth and lightning arts hit their own friend behind the water decoy. Oh fuck, monster kill, double kill. That's only a water clone, Veers whispered from behind the one releasing a thunder art, after opening his throat with a knife and draining his soul. Godlike, triple kill, don't come here, COM. The only one remaining had his resolve tested and he failed. He'd fallen into madness, the human mind fragile like a robin's egg. Veers dodged his unfocused art attacks from the front and inserted his sword into the man's heart 3 times. Veers is beyond godlike, someone kill them, holy shit. Ultra kill, done, that should be enough chaos. 10 lives were taken in 1 life, a true kill streak. Of course, if Veers really counted how many kills he had since his reincarnation, then the announcer would say holy shit all the time, but Veers was a sporting man. This was a fresh match, so the count started at 0. The rank and file should be too scared for coming after me. Only the level 2 would have the confidence to come after me, Sue. Veers booby-trapped one of the bodies. It was a bomb made from the monster core of a rank 2 fire monster that he got from way back from his cultist days. I hope it will get one of the level 2. Veers enacted his final act, and that was quitting while ahead. He sunk back into the darkness, leaving the forest. When he heard the sound of a bomb going off, Veers smiled. Rampage. The sun's light was starting to chase away night's darkness, but the forest still provided ample cover because of the foliages and mists. Leaving the scene of the battle, Veers strode away. If a normal human was standing 5 meters away and looking right at him now, they would only see a vague blur in their vision. Art fade in shadow. Veers used this art a few times in the earlier battle, and now he used it to escape. Veers got this art from Demetrius' memory. This art made the user invisible. Not simple obscuration of form either. Fade in shadow reduced sounds of breathing and footsteps and raised movement speed. The first attack when breaking invisibility would be infused with the dark energy that was making the user invisible, forcefully injecting the victim with magical damage. The stronger the invisibility, the higher the damage. In short, a certain scarab's ultimate move. Hey ahaha nix, 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 nix. Veers laughed in a very particular way. Should I change this art name to Vendetta? Veers had such thoughts when he first acquired this art. In the end, he decided to keep using the original name. Fade in shadow art was aptly named. The user first faded into shadows before it was the victim's turn to sink into the dark maw of death. The strength and complexity of invisibility depend on a lot of factors, such as the level of the user. This is a non-attribute art, so every pathseeker can use it no matter their affinity, but from Demetrius' memory, this art's effectiveness increased exponentially when used by Dark, Shadow, and Space Pathseeker. I'm not any of them, so it would have to do. This art was the trademark of the Assassin's Guild, which was also a devil's cult, so how could it be weak? The true assassins from the guild were famous for slipping into places unseen and killing their target like ghosts. They had been around for thousands of years, cementing their sky-high reputation with the skulls of the fallen. One of the reasons for their dreadful notoriety was the art Fade in Shadow, which Veers now stole. Soul fucking search. This was a staple technique in Xanxia novels, but it has so much more potential. Can extract true information from the living and the dead. Every intelligence agency in modern Earth would literally sell their soul to have agents with this ability. Veers went east where the sun's rays shone upon him. The only way to leave the Cooley forest was through a narrow path, tall rock cliffs on the path's left and right. Only one carriage might pass through one at a time. Jarrett was standing right in the middle of the entrance like a stone guardian. Fully clad in armor, a broadsword was planted in front of him. Well shit, so even with all that, I can't avoid the boss fight. Now it's up to my strength to carve open a path. As it got brighter, Fade in Shadow's effect began to decrease. A user at higher mastery might overcome this negative trait, but not the current Veers. He didn't find any way around, and the only way forward was guarded, so be it. He dispelled his invisibility and slowly walked towards Jarrett. How many did you kill? If you care about them so much, why bring them here? Veers chided, dropping his backpack nearby. For justice. Jarrett's voice was pained but resolute. Justice. What a funny way of saying vengeance. Veers smiled behind his mask. What were you thinking? Jarrett scowled. Cain of Ur, by the powers granted to me by the law of Osmore Town, as the captain of the town guards I charge you guilty of illegal entry, resisting arrest, and mass murder. If you surrender peacefully, you will be given a proper trial before your sentence. What say you? For several seconds Veers didn't believe what he was hearing. This Jarrett guy wanted to arrest him. Are you an idiot? Jarrett pulled his sword from the ground. I'll take that as a refusal. Jarrett made a stance. It seems you didn't hear me clearly the last time. I warned you. Don't push it. Don't push it, or I'll give you a war you won't believe. Veers unsheathed his sword as he made a stance of his own. The left side of his body and left foot forward, both hands on the hilt of the sword, slowly raising it to eye level while keeping the sword pointed to the enemy. Knees bent slightly to make the center of gravity lower. Veers hunched a bit to be able to dash with the highest efficiency. I drew first blood, you spilled the rest, Veers coldly said. I have never met a person as selfish as you. Talking is useless, receive your comeuppance. Jarrett charged. The only law out here is the law of the jungle. The weak perish. Hey-ah, Veers slashed with all his strength. Sword met sword, steel met steel, force met force, will met will. Jarrett's father was an honorable man. He was the captain of the town guards. Strong, dutiful, honest, just, loved by his subordinates and the populace. That honorable man raised his son to be honorable too. When he was little, Jarrett asked his father a question. Father, why did you become a guard? Why not become the mayor or become the king? You definitely can do it if you want. Jarrett's father replied to his son's innocent question. Son, I have lived all my life in this town. This is home. I live a good life. I have a family I love so much. A good neighbor, a good town, good subordinates. The world might be large, but to me, this is a slice of paradise, the place where I belong. His father put his big palm on Jarrett's head, stroking his hair with a calloused hand. The foundation of this is the law, the rules that bind us all together equally. A just law will make lives better. My life, Uncle Hugh's life, neighbor Molly's life, you and your sister's life too. That's why I choose to become a guard, son, to protect the law and all of you. Jarrett etched his father's words deep into his heart. A few years later, his father died of sickness, leaving Jarrett and Kate alone in the world. In the years after that, the public order of Osmore declined rapidly. Corrupt town officials raising taxes for their own greed and burdening the masses, which turned to stealing and banditry. Jarrett saw the legacy of his father crumble and how true his father's words were. If I do not uphold the law, who will? If I do not protect the town, who will? To stay true to yourself, to make the difficult choices for the good of the many, that my son is called integrity. With difficulty, Jarrett joined the town guards and swiftly rose to the rank of captain, the same rank as his father. He rebuilt the organization and returned order to Osmore. He was young, only in his 20s, but his power, leadership, and just actions gained him respect from many. Years of peace followed, reinforcing his beliefs, until Cain came. For the first time, he had met an adversary with utter disregard of the law. He was also as cunning as a fox and an honorless coward, always aiming at the weaker ones. Veers even had the gall to tell Jarrett that he was the law to his face. Humiliation, pain, regret, hastiness, and the burning feeling of unacceptableness in his heart. For law, for justice, Jarrett convinced himself as he led the men to hunt down Cain. With how young Cain was, he truly didn't believe Cain would possess the strength similar to him, someone 10 years older. Roy and 40 men would capture Cain hiding in the forest, exposing the hidden snake. He was only afraid Cain would somehow slip out from the encirclement. That was why he stood guard here, at the only path east. Cain came from Mockash Town in the west. It was only logical his destination would be the east. He knew Cain was stronger than he thought when he saw the light signal on the dark sky. It meant someone had died. Since Sigma already cleared Cooley Forest of monsters, then only one person could be responsible for the act. When Jarrett laid eyes on Cain, walking leisurely towards him, it took all he had to control his temper. Against the encirclement of 40 men and Roy, he'd only got a minor injury on the left shoulder. Jarrett blamed himself for underestimating Cain, and his men had paid the price, the ultimate price. Still, he convinced himself he was doing this for the right thing, to uphold the law for justice. Justice. What a funny way of saying vengeance. That reply cut Jarrett to the bone, but it didn't matter. Nothing was more important than defeating this outlaw. He must face trial and be given a just sentence for his wrongdoings. It was the only way he could repay the fallen. Jarrett's broadsword met Cain's blue-colored one-handed sword. Cain's sword got blown away, and Jarrett delivered a front kick to Cain's chest. Jarrett felt his kick crack Cain's ribs. Two people were riding horses on a dark road. All of a sudden, a white eagle landed on the shoulder of one of them. Albus eagle, how rare. The old man took a message tied to the bird's foot. Albus eagle. It's only used to deliver messages of utmost importance by the church's higher-ups. What could have happened? Freya wondered. Her master read the message intently, then it burst into flames until nothing remained. Master. The old man raised his hand, and both of them flew to the sky, leaving the horses. The interpreter of fate has spoken. You're needed immediately, the old man spoke. Hey, where are we going? Freya asked. Osmore. Clang, what the hell? So much force. Veers didn't expect Jarrett's strike would overpower his own so greatly. Gritting his teeth, Veers managed to avoid the broadsword's path and successfully evaded the first strike. But the hasty evasion made his posture thrown out of order, and Jarrett kicked him on the chest. Megaton kick. Veers conjured a water barrier by reflex, a feat that saved a great chunk of his HP. Using his left hand, Veers pulled a knife with a magma-like blade and jammed it into the knee, at the joint of Jarrett's armor. It's harder than I thought. Veers expected to make Jarrett's knee severely injured, but Jarrett seemed fine. Veers curbed the pain of cracked ribs by using pain tolerance art once again. Your aura, you truly are a level 2. So young and already on that level, impressive. Horiso Rhino Strike. Jarrett charged at Veers like a rhino. His broadsword was like a rhino's horn. The Victa put into the attack was incredible. The tip of the sword was glowing with metallic gray light. Water sleet. Unlike the other people, Veers didn't shout the name of his art while releasing it. Gah. Jarrett slipped because his footing suddenly turned wet and slippery. Veers reposed Jarrett's superior art and momentum by using a tiny bit of terrain adjustment. Cut the crap. Veers swept his sword to the fallen Jarrett's neck without hesitation, striking an enemy when they were down. Clang. Instead of seeing a splash of red, Veers heard the sound of metal hitting metal. Veers felt the sensation of hitting a metal telephone pole on his sword arm. Porcupine form. All the metal on Jarrett's person changed shape into sharp needles 30 centimeters long. Veers was forced to jump back, and he dashed towards the narrow passage. Veers was running away. Power, speed, endurance, skill. He's harder to kill than I thought. The wiser action here would be to leave him in the dust. I knew you would do that, iron cage of honor. Metal bars rose from the ground, entrapping Veers and Jarrett in a cube of metal. The length and width were 10 meters, and the cage prevented anyone caught inside from climbing over it. WWE's steel cage. Shit, I have been preparing this art for hours. Now you won't be able to get away. And reinforcements are coming. As long as I keep you here, my victory is a sue. Cut the crap, Veers attacked him mid-sentence. He had no patience of listening to his bullshit while he was on the clock. Veers slashed Jarrett's neck once again at the same spot from earlier. This time there was a chink on the metal. Juggernaut armor was damaged. I really can't underestimate him. I must go all out. Jarrett didn't expect a water pathseeker, which wasn't known for their attack power, would be able to pierce his defenses, but the fact showed otherwise. Iron King's valor. Jarrett's power and speed went up a notch, suddenly unleashing an upward rising slash. Fast, with a hair's breadth, Veers dodged, but his Hanya mask was cut at the string, dropping to the ground. Only a coward hides behind a mask, Jarrett said. Veers' eyes turned sharp like a lion challenging a tiger. It doesn't matter. You'll soon be dead, he replied. They both resumed their dance of death. In a cage of metal, both men clashed blades. Sparks of fire were created when they traded blow by blow with their weapons. Fast yet delicate footwork as they traversed the limited space to achieve superiority against their opponent. Each side threw magical arts into the mix, making the chaotic situation more unpredictable. A single mistake would be fatal. In the beginning, they were about even, but the balance didn't last long. Jarrett slowly achieved dominance over the other because of Iron King's valor art. Pathseekers raised their physical capability by coursing Victa to their body. Iron King's valor was a technique a step above that. It was a body-strengthening art, which Veers didn't have. He didn't have the time. Veers was currently on the run, and there were so many things Veers had to do. Veers wasn't superhuman. His time and energy were limited, so he had to make a judgment call on what he should prioritize. Creating a water body-strengthening art was not at the top of his list. In addition of body strengthening was metal art's durability. Combined, a straight-up battle was very disadvantageous for Veers. His water arts couldn't really pierce Jarrett's defenses. Fuck, so hard. It's like hitting a rock with bare hands. I'm really at an elemental disadvantage here. Veers realized he was on the back foot. In other stories, against hard opponents like these, water users would use a water cutter technique, a high-pressure stream of water that able to cut diamond, but I can't do it yet. Veers knew the theory, but to put it into practice was another thing entirely. First, there was no body of water in the vicinity, limiting his options. His sword contained water, but the amount was not much, about 2 barrels tops, which kept dwindling as he used them to empower his art during the fight. Second, Veers simply didn't have the skill to create a water jet cutter at the moment. Clang! Veers lost his sword, blew away by Jarrett's strong strikes. His hand was numb from parrying too many of Jarrett's attacks. This is the end. Jarrett was convinced of his victory. A powerful headbutt hit Jarrett on the nose. Veers was bleeding from the forehead instead of Jarrett. Iron King's valor also provided the user's body the hardness of metal. It's useless, Jarrett taunted. So what? Veers gave a stronger headbutt. Again and again and again. Veers didn't stop even after his face was covered by a great amount of blood. Defying all expectations, Veers used his flesh and blood to hit the metal face of Jarrett's. Veers' headbutts weren't useless. Jarrett was reeling. Amazing will and drive. His battle sense is incredible, combined with that ruthlessness of his, truly a formidable opponent, but I will be the winner. Megaton strike. Jarrett countered with a headbutt of his own. The strike made Veers' vision spin. They were grappling at close range. Jarrett's big broadsword was unsuitable at such range, so he abandoned it. Both hands free, Jarrett placed them on the outlaw's neck as he drove Veers to the cage's metal bars. KHHHKH, Veers' back was hurting. Jarrett tightened his grip on Veers' neck. The thought of capturing him alive was no longer in Jarrett's mind. He was intending to choke Veers to death. Veers tried to break free, hitting Jarrett's arms from above, but Jarrett was stronger than Veers. Despite both of them using level 2 Victa, Veers was at the losing end. There were 3 reasons for this. First was Jarrett was physically stronger than Veers. The second was despite similarly being a level 2, Jarrett progressed further as a pathseeker than the newly advanced Veers. The third was Jarrett used a body-strengthening art while Veers did not. Don't fuck with me. Veers jammed his left hand's index and middle finger on Jarrett's right eye. CA Art Metal Gigas Slam. With a primal and pain-filled roar, Jarrett smashed Veers to the solid ground while still choking him. The force was so great it made a deep crater. Gack! Veers coughed blood. His inner organs were injured. Jarrett wasn't letting up. He raised his metal right fist, ready to send it down to Veers' face. Blood streaming down from his right eye. The look on his steel face was of focused hate for Frank. Shut the fuck up and die. Blood covering most of his face, Veers' expression was no less intense. But his was not of hate, it was the expression of a deep calculating predator from the netherworld. When the first syllable entered Jarrett's ears, Veers already invoked his art. His first self-created soul attribute art. Veers made a rectangle with his thumb and index finger on both hands. Veers peered from the other side of that metaphorical lens and unleashed might. Art Fatal Soulframe First Form Horror. Jarrett was blinded, engulfed by a flash of brilliant white light. Jarrett's earlier scream was because the pain of the body now was the pain of the soul. The latter was far, far more excruciating. The metal pathseeker fell backward, unconscious. His eyes were wide open, showing only whites. A single photo fell to the ground while Veers was coughing, desperate for air. What a strong bastard. Veers was taking a few seconds to catch his breath. He wanted to move immediately, but his body wouldn't listen to him. Lying on the ground, Veers saw the cage of iron was dissolving because Jarrett was unconscious. He's still alive. Veers was struggling to get back on his feet when he heard the sound of other people. Huff, huff, reinforcements. I've got to run. Veers took his sword, mask, backpack, and that photo before limply moving through the narrow pass. Look, that's Captain Jarrett. He's still alive. Give Jarrett some healing. The rest of you go after Kane. He must be injured after fighting Jarrett. Roy led a dozen men through the pass. Kane was nowhere in sight, not even his shadow. A red sun had risen, as if signaling their defeat. Jarrett was in a strange place, a dark place without any light. Where am I? You're an idiot. He looked behind him and saw Franco. Without arms. Look at me. I became a cripple because of you. I am dead because of you. No, Jarrett took a step back. Worthless brother. You can't even catch a single criminal. Father would be ashamed to even look at you now. He turned again. This time he saw Kate. His sister was looking at him with unbridled hate. You failed to avenge Sigma. You failed to protect your men. You failed to uphold the law. You just keep failing. No. I did my best. I told you not to do this, Jarrett. Look at what you have done. You said this is for justice. What a joke, Phuey. Roger spat to his feet. Captain Heskins, I joined the town guard because I adored you, sir. Tomburn said with a sword impaling his chest. Cap Heskins, I do not fall asleep on the job. Not at all, sir. I was just resting my eyes, a sleepy-looking man said. His head was twisted upside and down. Captain, you said you would protect us. You lied. Who's gonna take care of my sick mother now? Liam sadly said while blood flowed from the slit on his neck. You guys know, no way. This isn't real. Hey, big shot. I'm from Modapa town. Now I'm dead because of you. Happy, a man with a big helmet said. Yuli, Araya, Mari, Ben, the Earth and Thunder duo people suddenly kept appearing from outside his field of vision and circling him, each with their own deadly injury. The walking dead approached one step at a time. Jarrett fell to his knees. He had the expression of a frightened child. I'm sorry. Forgive me, I didn't mean any of this to happen. He cupped his face with his hands, too afraid of looking at his mistakes. Son, a gentle voice came from in front of him. Jarrett lifted his face up and saw his father. What a disappointment you are. Flames. Flames were burning the dark world, enveloping Jarrett and the others in an inferno. Jarrett screamed while his soul was set ablaze. Kate put a wet towel on her brother's forehead. Her brother's right eye was covered with bandages. The healers said the eye was lost for good. Jarrett, she said worriedly. After the battle, the guard brought Jarrett back to Osmore. Except for the eye, Jarrett seemed to suffer only minor injuries, but he wouldn't wake up. He flailed around in pain as if suffering from a nightmare. The best healers couldn't find anything wrong with him. They came to a conclusion that this must be the effect of Kane's art. I'm sorry it's because I said that. Please, oh goddess, let my brother live. Don't take him away. Besides Kate, there were many people in the infirmary. They were all concerned about Jarrett. Suddenly, Jarrett opened his one remaining eye, screaming, "No, brother, are you okay? It burns, it burns." Jarrett trashed around as if his body was on fire. Master healers, please. Step aside, Missy. A few healers examined Jarrett immediately, but they still could not find anything wrong with him. Their healing arts didn't seem to have any effect. The sight of his brother in pain, the only family she had left, brought excruciating agony to her heart. Everyone in the room looked helpless, even the healers. Jarrett was enduring something painful, but there was nothing they could do to help. Oh goddess, radiant lady, please help my brother. Someone, anyone, please save him. Kate prayed with all her heart. Blam, someone entered the room after opening the door forcefully. Everybody turned their heads. A girl dashed towards the screaming Jarrett and bloomed with light. Angel's touch. The room was bathed in warm golden light, soothing, sublime, holy. Some pathseekers with sharp eyes saw the silhouette of a pair of angelic wings on the girl's back. Seconds later, Jarrett started to calm down and lost consciousness again. This time, he looked calm and peaceful. Master Gregory, the young woman that just saved Jarrett, spoke to the old man who just entered the room with slow steps. He nodded. A direct attack to the soul. Quite skillful. A soul user. Finally, we have a trail about Luxor's destruction. The black-haired girl looked excited. Good folk of Osmore Town, apologies for the sudden intrusion. My name is Freya Marianus, and this is my master, General Gregory Simon of the Silver Legion. Silver Legion. They are members of the Legion. A general. That girl saved Captain Jarrett. The crowd was in awe because of the august presence in front of them. Girl, how many times I have to tell you to not introduce me like that? I'm retired. The wizened Gregory berated his pupil. Apologies, Master. Freya bowed. Lady Freya, is my brother all right? Kate demurely asked. His soul is injured badly. I've done all I can, but the rest is up to him. I'm sorry I couldn't do more. Freya sincerely apologized. It was the guidance of the Radiant Lady. Now please, might I ask what happened here, especially about the one who injured this man? Veers weakly leaned on a tree, panting. He looked very tired. After his fight with Jarrett, Veers kept going without regard to his injuries. The youth did not half-ass his breakaway effort. He used every trick at his disposal, such as laying false trails to confuse the pursuers. Ultimately, he managed to escape, and that is Evil Overlord List number 58. When it is necessary to escape, you better damn well do so without being an idiot about it. It's just common sense when someone actually thinks about it. Now that he had some leeway, he decided to rest a little. While putting a food pill into his mouth, Veers looked at the photo in his hand. Fatal's soulframe is expected of an art of my creation. It didn't disappoint. Fatal's soulframe was very versatile. It would sever a part of the soul of the target and turn it into a photo. How much of said soul got absorbed into the photo would depend on their strength and soul resistance. If Veers used the art on someone weaker without any resistance, they would become a soulless husk. Because the photo was a part of the original soul, Veers could use it to sense the original's location or inflict curses upon them using the photo as a medium. Also, this art was very good for interrupting the enemy's art. The pain from the soul splitting was not small. Horror, the concept of the first form, very fitting, and this art is not finished. I already have the blueprint to make it to Form 5, each with different effects. I just need to raise my level as a Pathseeker before creating the second form. Heh, Veers faintly smiled. Veers took out his magma knife and burned the photo using it. You are strong, Jared of Osmore. Farewell. May we never meet again. Veers watched as the fire turned the photo into ashes. When only a little of it remained, the fire flickered before the photo was completely burned. His soul must be cinders by now. Pity, with this method of killing, I can't obtain his soul. For 10 minutes, Veers rested, deep breaths healing his wounded body, reviewing his earlier fights. Jarrett was strong. My water techniques didn't affect him very much. In the end, I had to resort to one of my hidden moves. Fatal Soulframe, first form a direct attack to the soul. Better that than exposing my transformations. I'll have to change my identity again. Cain of will be a criminal name. This is slightly troublesome. After 10 minutes were up, Veers stood up. His body still ached as he wasn't completely healed from the battle with Jarrett, but well enough to travel. The next town is at the other side of this valley, Veers thought while looking at the vast expanse in front of him. Syrf Valley might take a few days to cross this place. Thankfully, it's not as dangerous as it is written. Syrf Valley was a valley between two mountains with a rapidly flowing river in the center. Orange Zone, rank 4 classification. Although the danger level was high, the valley was actually quite safe. Several villages were erected here. Almost 1,000 people lived in the area. Veers traveled the riverbank. He went downstream. He made multiple short stops for a while, but he was in a hurry overall. The farther he got from Osmore, the better. He may have thrown the pursuers off his trail, but they might pick it up again if they persist. Thankfully, the terrain in Syrf Valley would be hard to pass by horses. Terrain gave Veers an advantage since he could only use his feet. It was at noon when the sun was shining bright at the peak of the sky. Is it a bird? Veers saw something in the far-off sky. No, it's people. They're flying, powerful experts. Veers didn't expect to meet flying people, and they flew very fast too. In no time, they were already very close to Veers' position. Wreathed in the light of the sun on her back, they descended like heavenly beings, carrying the poise and body language of experts. Veers frowned as the pair landed in front of him. He didn't want to deal, talk, or have any contact with people far stronger than him. Cain of I presume, the girl said. She was young, a girl of his age. Raven black hair and bob haircut. A scholarly beauty, but Veers felt a cold gaze, her gaze of disapproval towards him. You are charged with the crime of mass murder in Osmore, and we suspect you have connections to the massacre of Luxor. Please cooperate and come with us quietly. So they caught me. From her words, she picked up my trail at Osmore. Sigh. Girls, we have a situation here. Veers called the others with his mind. Veers didn't answer the girl. He eyed the old man. The black-robed old man seemed more dangerous than the girl. He looked old and decrepit. Veers couldn't sense his level, but the hair on his back stood when he looked at the old man. And yet the old man did nothing, only observing him from behind the girl. Veers, the old man is a level 5. Only those who have reached level 5 can fly, Clarissa solemnly said. Yeah, I only feel bad vibes coming from the Gramps. And the girl, is she level 5 too? Veers asked. I don't know, I can only see them from inside you, but I feel she's not a level 5. Me too, Veers ended his telepathy. What's wrong? Not going to say anything. Freya observed him from head to toe. I refuse. I have no obligation or intention to acquiesce to your demands. Your refusal to cooperate shall be taken as a sign of guilt, so it shall be within my rights to detain you by force if necessary. Can you? The whole time Veers didn't look at Freya but at Gregory. The lack of acknowledgement felt like an insult to her. I hope it would not come to this, but you give me no choice. Freya took off her gray traveling robe, exposing the light armor beneath, and took out her rapier from the sheath. Normally this would be the point where Veers unleashed a sudden EI slash at her, a full-powered cut the crap art. But with the level 5 so close in the vicinity, even Veers wasn't that daring. The rapier was very majestic. It had a simple design with minimal decoration, but its blade looked like it was made of moonlight. Comparing Veers' own sword with it was like comparing a 20-year-old second-hand car with a new BMW. Veers knew he was currently in a deep shit situation. In front of a true powerhouse, what Veers could do was limited, but Veers didn't find the option of surrendering acceptable. What do I do? The old man can end me in an instant if he wants. While Veers was thinking about how to get out of this dead end, the old man spoke. Freya, as the interpreters decreed, I will not interfere between you and the boys' battle. My directive was to bring you here. I am forbidden to help you if you lose or assist in the boy's capture. Whether you convince him to surrender, forceful capture, or execution, it is all your decision to make. Freya, Norse goddess name, interpreter. The girl named Freya seemed to hear this for the first time. She looked surprised. Understood, it shall be done as the august one wishes. Your armor Silver Legion, Veers asked. Farley told him she might be one. I'm the one asking questions. Why did you kill someone you have no relations with in broad daylight at Osmore? Shall we trade questions then? Fine. I killed him because he killed my friend. It was revenge, Veers said. Her rosary glowed. Lies, your attempt at deception shall not succeed. Damn, anti-lie magic item, HMPH, rich bastard. Fine, I killed him because he had something I want. How did you find me? Veers tried to trade one worthless answer for a very important one. The light of the goddess guides me here. What is your involvement in Luxor's destruction? Light, what hell is that anyway? Veers wasn't satisfied by the ambiguous answer. HMPH. Veers struck first, she parried his sword. No more talking. Take the answer from me if you can, afraid of taking responsibility for your actions. Weakling. Freya knocked him away from the sword lock. I don't trust what the old man said about not interfering. I must probe him by fighting this lass. I don't have many choices. For starters, I should defeat her lightly. Freya raised her aura, ready to battle. Her Victa was bright, characteristic of a light user. Light Pathseeker. Silver Legion must love employing light users. I've met 2 of them already. Isn't light supposed to be a rare element? Silver Legion is the military branch of the church, but still. Then Freya, who was standing in front of him, disappeared. She appeared on his side, slashing her rapier in full swing. Teleportation. No, she's just fast. Lost in thoughts in the middle of a fight. You underestimated me far too much. Veers kept some distance between them, but Freya's speed was far above his expectations. Veers blocked her rapier with his sword before the sword shattered. GHH, speed and power, she was above Veers by a big margin at that. Her slash turned into a thrust at Veers' left shoulder, which was wounded by a level 2's wind arrow a few hours ago. Veers tried to dodge, a rolling maneuver. He was successful, but the rapier tore out his backpack, scattering his belongings. A mask was among those, a cultist's mask. That style Dumuzin's. Now we have evidence, Freya said. Fee, art water slash eightfold. Veers attacked with a strong technique using his broken sword, close to the maximum attack power he could use at his disposal. Freya parried it like it was nothing. For someone who looked like she spent most of her time in a library, Freya was very adept in the art of battle. She countered using a flurry of thrusts, utilizing the rapier's specialty. Veers managed to prevent stabs to vital areas, but too many hits went through his defenses. He fell to his knees, clothes torn, blood seeping from his wounds, scratches all over his body, and a burning feeling on his skin. Art-breaking Dawn's flash flurry, is that all? For one that talks so big, you are weak. Freya looked down on him. Behind her dark eyes, she conveyed only contempt. I am so outclassed by someone on the same level. Veers bit his lip. Veers didn't want to believe it. He knew he wasn't the best in the world, but with all the skills and superiorities he has amassed since he got reincarnated in this world, Veers thought his strength had reached world-class level. The girl broke his naive illusion into 1,000 pieces. Hehe ahahaha, huahaha. Veers laughed ominously. He rose up slowly, a dark will burning in his eyes. He was filled with fighting spirit. HMPH, Freya snorted. One last hurrah before the end. How very villain-like, she tightened her guard. You are strong, Freya. Now I'll show you my true power, the power of villains. Freya gripped the handle of her rapier stronger than before. Even Gregory, who stood silently behind, had a change of expression. Some kind of forbidden move, berserk, Freya thought, demon summoning. Using hellish energy, Gregory presumed, ARTA. Rapid water steps ninefold. Veers said the art name like a whisper. He grabbed something small and shiny from his scattered inventory and bolted like a rabbit. After all that show and talk, you are actually running away. You are a coward, Cain of Ur, Freya pursued. Sky-crossing light, she invoked her own movement art. It's called a strategic retreat. Veers screamed back. Meanwhile, Gregory was looking at the two's gradually smaller visage without moving. He let out a snicker. Hey, it's been a while since I saw someone pull that one. Still, that boy is quite skilled. Not to Freya's degree, but he's better than most. He only knows elementary arts, but he layered it to achieve commendable results. This showed his poor background and his ingenuity. but his arts, how come they're stronger than they should be? He hasn't used any of his soul abilities yet. Is he wary of me? Gregory followed them by flying. His black robe was swaying in the wind. In Veer's retreat, Freya hounded him every step of the way. Veers used his full speed, but Freya still managed to keep up. She's a light pathseeker. Light's characteristic is blindingly fast. She's still far faster than my top speed. Veers observed while dodging a spear of light thrown in his way. The old man has not interfered yet. That's the only good thing in this situation. How long will you keep pursuing me? Veers shouted, the bleeding all over his body intensified by the heavy movement. It would be difficult for Veers if he didn't have the pain tolerance art. Until you receive the judgment you deserve, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Veers warned. Hyper Art Rapid Water Steps Ninefold. Rapid Water Steps was an art with a distinct visual. The users would create splashes of water with every step as they ran. When Veers recast Rapid Water Steps in Hyper Art mode, the water gained viridescent luster in it, and his speed rose exponentially. Wah. Freya was taken aback. Cain possessed an almost unbelievable speed for a level 2. The distance between them was widening. Gregory also thought the same. Incredible speed. What is that green color? Is he combining water and soul attributes in one art? Impossible. He shouldn't have that kind of skill yet, and it doesn't feel like a soul attribute. Forbidden art, then. Seems like this boy has a lot of secrets. Gregory saw the direction of his escape and frowned. I see, so that's your plan. For one so young, you're quite the ruthless one, aren't you? Syref Valley was a rank 4 orange zone. Veers was planning to invite the masters of this place to the party. Veers recalled the information he gathered about this place. In the region known as Syref Valley, there were not one but 2 famous rank 4 monsters here, one in each mountain sandwiching the valley, Earth Starfish and Acid Slug. They had been hibernating for years and sometimes woke for a short while. When one monster awakened, the other would. The duo of them would battle, destroying the area in the process. They would then mate, breed, lay eggs, then go back to sleep. The spawns of the starfish and the slug would then battle each other, but unlike their parents, they would eat each other afterwards. Seriously, they are both hermaphrodites then, Veers was amused. When Veers read the records, no one knew why the rank 4 monsters had been repeating that cycle since 200 years ago. However, their existence was actually a boon. Their powerful presence warded off other monsters and made fungi rich with mana grow in the area. The fungi became a local specialty product. Before waking, each would give clear signs, giving time for the villagers to evacuate. The spawns of the 2 monsters also served as resources of sorts. Their monster cores provided another income for the locals. Even if the starfish and slug's progeny were driven to extinction, their parents kept their inaction. The duo rank 4 monsters' uncaring attitude about the fate of their spawn made many wonder why they even mate in the first place. A wonderful and unique ecosystem was made because of 2 rank 4 monsters. No wonder the villagers kept coming back even if their villages were destroyed each time the monsters woke. It was like a volcano eruption. After the eruption, the soil becomes rich, good for farming and other things, I forget the rest. Veers found the interesting history of Syref Valley when he was at Makash town, preparing his travel route ahead. Now he had no qualms of using that information to his advantage. As Veers dashed to one of the mountains, there was a sudden change in the air. A smidgen of killing intent leaked out from Gregory, and Veers felt it. KHHSSS. Veers felt a hair-raising sensation like a reaper's scythe on his neck. Is he coming? But nothing happened, and the killing intent abated. So the old man really won't interfere in my and Freya's battle. This is a fortuitous situation for me, but why? Why did he stay his hand? Is this a trial for her of some kind? And he said interpreter. Veers didn't have the time or the leisure to contemplate that topic right now. Only one thing occupied his mind: strategic retreat. Considering his situation, Veers had no doubt that retreat was the wisest course of action. Even if he fought Freya with no holds barred, he had no assurance of victory. By this point, Veers was convinced the master and pupil pair were from the Silver Legion. The Silver Legion was one of the most famous powerhouse organizations in the whole continent. They were the Estelian Church's sword for battling monsters and devils. Their influence reached far and wide, renowned for being the first line of defense against dark and malicious beings. Their mandate was to protect the world and spread good no matter where they go. All of their members were very talented and trained by the best of the best. Veers didn't want to have anything to do with them, especially when he was still this weak. There are 2 crimes in my head at the moment. Osmore's mass murder and Luxor's destruction. The Luxor one should be the higher priority. That means they want me in custody for interrogation. But this is absolutely unacceptable. Veers had a lot of secrets. First and foremost, he was a reincarnator, an otherworlder. The knowledge of otherworld's existence alone should be something he kept in absolute secrecy. The mysterious white flower, his healing factor, super senses, transformation, the girl's existence, the boon he got from the Lamia Queen's treasury, a demigod bull's monster core, all were things that must not be known by other people. Veers could soul search someone for information. Wouldn't the Silver Legion have someone that can do the same? Veers already confirmed the existence of mind pathseekers at his killing spree earlier. If he fell in their custody, they might extract his brain juice. The youth had no intention of being the fodder for someone else's growth. If all seemed lost, Veers was ready to utterly destroy his own body and soul. If I can't have it, no one else may have it. Such was his determination, but Veers didn't let go of hope that easily. He would struggle, he would sacrifice. Above all else, he would survive. That's why I must have power, why I must become strong, to live. After some time, Veers had climbed the mountain. The place where a rumored rank 4 monster slumbered. Uriel's sight, there. Veers picked up the presence of a gigantic monster with his super eyes and went into its lair. I must hurry. I don't know how, but Freya is gaining on me. She must be a core disciple level in Xyxia stories. Core disciple of the Silver Legion, groomed to lead the Legion in the future. I bet my second heart she has powerful life-saving items. All the more reasons not to fight her. Veers had accurately deduced Freya's true identity, the granddaughter of Silver Legion's supreme commander, by his mere sensitivity to Xyxia cliché development. As expected, the mountain was bereft of human activity. It was a wilderness untouched by unnatural meddling. The flora was rich, but he didn't find any fauna in the mountain. No insects, no birds, nothing. The rank 4's presence must have driven them away. Veers stood in front of a 15 meters cave, peering into the darkness with his viridescent snake eyes. What incredible mana, Veers gulped nervously. Thump, thump, thump. He heard heartbeats from the big beast, vibrating the very air to the extent that Veers could feel it on his skin. Either the starfish or the slug. Why is there a starfish this far inland anyway? Veers steeled himself and went in. Without a doubt, this would also be a dangerous endeavor for him, but he didn't have a choice. Freya and her master would hound him no matter where he went. Veers didn't have the ability to outrun a flying level 5, so he must muddy the waters, create an opportunity. It was a yellow slug, curling, immobile. Its height should be about 15 meters, a veritable titan. Its skin was smooth with transparent sticky slime covering it, so I get the slug. Acid slug was it. Stop, a girl's voice came from behind, agitated but hushed. Why should I? Veers asked. There are about 1,000 people living below the 2 mountains. If the monster wakes, it would be a disaster for them. That's the plan, Veers said as naturally as it could be. The old man and you would be busy evacuating and saving them while I run away. You would use innocent people as hostages. Freya looked vexed. I very much prefer not to, but I will if I must. Veers made a square with his thumbs and index fingers on both hands. Last warning, go away and leave me be. Kill some demons in the western reaches or slay the undead at the Dreadnorth. There is no lack of opportunities to do good or justice or whatever. Just stay away from my business and let you go. So you can murder and pillage and whatever else despicable act you might do unchecked. It is not in my nature to do senseless acts of destruction and barbarity, but I suppose you won't believe me. It doesn't matter. What matters is, are you ready to have the blood of innocence on your hands? My hands. Freya wasn't sure she heard correctly. Right. If some poor villagers died because of the slug's awakening, then you'll also bear the responsibility. Because you made me do this. Rubbish. You choose to do this yourself. Freya didn't accept Veer's reasoning. Certainly, but everything has a cause and effect. You wanted to arrest me, so I planned to wake the monster to escape. If any villagers died, then they died because of the monster, me and you. I am ready to bear the sins of causing their deaths, are you? Freya was silenced. Words of rebuttal stuck in her throat. Although she loathed to admit it, his words had a certain truth in them. She was mute for 5 seconds. Horror. Veers suddenly attacked the sleeping slug without waiting for Freya's answer. Like a photographer's strobe, a flash of light illuminated the dark lair. The yellow slug jolted and roared as it awakened. Its massive body was hitting the cavern's walls, making the very mountain itself shake. Kahaha. Veers laughed as he saw Freya looking at the active monster with a surprised face. You think I'll let you stall for time? You underestimated me far too much. Veers returned her own words back at her. Freya's scream of anger was drowned by the slug's roar. The last thing she saw was Veer's triumphant smirk as the mountain came crashing down on all of them. Veer's soul art didn't actually deal much damage to the rank 4 slug. He was too weak to deal real damage to it. One couldn't torch a forest to the ground in minutes with a single match. Veers suspected the slug felt the ire of someone who got woken up by a long needle prick on their foot. Not fatal, but certainly painful and unpleasant. Gregory was in the closest village below the mountain, evacuating the villagers when he heard a roar and the mountain quake. He truly attacked, so daring and decisive. Reckless for sure, but he truly knows how to struggle dangerous traits for an adversary, Gregory thought. What is happening? By the gods, the acid slug has awoken. Run, run for your lives. The villagers broke into a panic. Humph, true to his level 5 capabilities, he evacuated around 50 people of this village in a flash. The old man then flew to another one of the villages scattered in the area. If only I had a little more time. Gregory sourly thought. On top of the mountain, the gigantic yellow slug monster emerged from its lair, causing landslides in all directions. No longer prone, its full height reached 30 meters. Fafhhhhh. Like a grumpy bear whose hibernation was interrupted, the slug was in an aggressive state. It felt the threatening presence of Gregory and put all the blame on him. KHHH, I have to protect the people. The old retired general went around saving people in peril from falling rocks as the slug entered its battle mode. Meanwhile, Veers slowly crawled out from the rubble. Cough, cough, Veers cleared his lungs. Holy fuck, I almost got crushed to death, even with all the defensive arts I prepared beforehand. Veers was currently standing very close to the acid slug. As it broke the ceiling of its lair, Veers remained close by to take advantage of its size and movement. Since Freya was farther to it than Veers, she wasn't so lucky. Veers concealed his aura and presence as much as he could so the monster wouldn't take notice of him. The tribal bracelet magic item showed its usefulness once again. Veers felt happy when the slug seemed to turn its two antennae-like eyes in another direction. Freya's definitely still alive beneath all this rubble. I must get out of here while I can. This place shall be a battleground soon. I lost my knife. Did it fall somewhere beneath this rubble? Shit, I have no time. Veers made a split-second decision. When the acid slug started to secrete yellow miasma, melting the rocks around it, Veers was already tens of meters away from the giant yellow slug. Crack, crack, crack. Earthquakes came from the other mountain. Trees fell and hills changed shapes. The other rank 4 monster had ceased its sleep. Ah, the mother yelled as she saw a boulder of solid rock falling towards her. Instinctively, she held her baby close to her chest and turned around. It wouldn't save them, but let whatever may happen to me first, the mother thought. Split. A brilliant line of fire cleaved the rock in two, ultimately falling on each side of the mother. She looked up and saw an old man wreathed in flaming armor. Hurry, the old man urged. The retired general with full white hair looked at the moving monster on top of the mountain. It spit an acidic discharge from its mouth. Curtain of flames. Gregory evaporated 1,000 liters of acid in an instant. Gregory was stronger than the slug, but he couldn't defeat it in a short time, and he was more concerned about saving the villagers scattered around the region. After bringing all the people in one village to safety, he immediately flew to the next. Furthermore, he must destroy a big rock falling down, prevent the acidic miasma's progression, or halt a landslide swallowing a village. Gregory had his hand full containing the disaster, and the other monster is now active. There are people living under that mountain too. I must hurry. Boom, an appendage emerged from the other mountain. It was long and had flexible movement. 1, 2, 3, more and more orange-colored tentacles emerged from the mountain's core. Slowly, the earth starfish started to unbury itself. Unlike common starfish, this monster had 18 arms. Each was tens of meters long and covered with hundreds, if not thousands, of sinister-looking spikes. The main body was like a giant pumpkin, also covered with spikes. Unlike the slug, this monster didn't roar or growl. While destroying the terrain, it only moved towards the slug, to its old enemy, to fight, to mate. The acid slug also noticed the appearance of its rival. From its neck area, it grew a lump of bulbous meat. Before long, that meat became a second head. HHAFFAA. The stage was set and the cast had assembled. As the monsters resumed their age-old battle, Veers' scenario was complete. Huff Veers was starting to feel that his physical and magical stamina would hit their limits soon. From the killing of Sigma, the Rambo warning, the system's usurpation, the DOTA match, the boss battle with Jarrett, and the current clash with Freya, those chain of events really drained his Victa. Veers didn't have much Victa left. In the distance, Veers saw a scene from a kaiju movie. A monster starfish was wrestling with an aberrant slug. Their battle created a lot of disturbance to the area. In the future, will I see Godzilla vs. Kong in the flesh? Veers thought while running away. Since Veers came from the upper area of the mountain, he now made his way downhill. His wound from Jarrett hadn't fully healed and Freya also damaged him. His healing factor couldn't keep up. However, even with his body in this state, Veers managed to create a hole in the fisherman's net. Now he must go through it. Like a thunderbolt in clear weather, Freya dropped from above, doing a superhero landing. Her grand entrance created dust and smoke, obscuring Veers' vision for a brief moment. They were in steep and rocky terrain on the side of the mountain. There was not much footing here, and Veers' path forward was cut short. On the front, Freya. On the left, high rock wall. On the right, cliff's edge. On the back, kaiju showdown. Sword broken, inventory lost, low in HP and MP, tougher boss battle than Jarrett's. Veers was in a desperate situation. As the dust cleared, Veers could now lay eyes on Freya's form. Despite getting buried by tons of earth and rocks earlier, she didn't look injured. Her clothes didn't even have a speck of dust. Freya appeared different. Her short black hair was now shining gold and became longer, reaching her waist. A circle of light floated behind her like a halo. She was clad in mighty power and looked like an avenging angel. Art shining star impulse, her voice was clear and determined. No more games, I will use my full strength. So you chose to pursue me instead of saving the innocents. I hope you choke on their blood. Veers was still defiant even when he was literally trapped on the edge of a cliff. Shut up, Freya swung her sword. Water slash. Veers invoked his art. His hand was coated with water as he met Freya's rapier. His left hand was severed like tofu. HKKKH. Veers endured the pain. Now, water blast fivefold. A torrent of water jetted towards Freya from inches away, hitting her with a massive volume of water. This art might not inflict any injury to Freya, but water had weight. It would make her unsteady and hard to move. Veers used the split-second opening to run towards the cliff, his only route of survival. Freya's rapier cut through his sword. Flesh and blood, even with art, wouldn't stand up to that. So Veers ruthlessly decided to sacrifice an arm, just for a chance to hit her from close proximity. This is the final stretch. The cliff is very high, but there's a river below. It's my only hop. A laser hit his back and bore a hole through his stomach. Ahak! Veers coughed blood and fell to the ground. Art luminous sunbeam. Freya walked towards the fallen Veers. The water blast didn't faze her in the slightest. With her golden eyes she looked down on Veers. It's over. Surrender with dignity. Dignity, dignity. Veers felt his emotion boiling. To hell with dignity. Rather than a clean and honorable defeat, Veers would have picked a mud and dirt-covered victory. Every single time. With difficulty, Veers crawled. Like a maggot, he crawled. With no regard of how unseemly the sight of it was, Veers kept struggling. Blood flowing from his hand and stomach, mouth full with the taste of iron, blurred vision. But still he crawled to the cliff's edge inches by inches. Freya raised him up by holding him on the neck using only one hand. She was smaller than Veers, but she showed no difficulties doing so. You've lost just as fate decrees, she said with a deep, freezing voice. Her shining form not marred with imperfection in the slightest. If I were to die, Veers gurgled because of his own blood. I would die by my own terms, he smiled. From his mouth, severed left hand, and hole on his stomach, sharp barbed wires made of blood shoot towards Freya's eyes with snake-like movements. At the end, convinced of her victory, the young Silver Legion let down her guard. After her grip on Veers' neck loosened, Veers squeezed out every last remaining strength in his whole being and jumped off the cliff. With his half-closed eyes, Veers saw the astounded look on Freya's face. I win. Veers fell to the river below, relishing in his complete and utter victory. The sunlight fell gently on a small village. It was a common village like any other. Most of the dwellings were modest huts with cone-shaped roofs made of thatch. The folks here were doing their routine just like the day before and the day before that. A bit boring for some of them, but most were content. A peaceful and tranquil place surrounded by nature, giving them bounty and protection from the chaotic world. The trees that had shed their leaves during autumn had started to grow fresh greeneries, as if cheerfully welcoming spring. Delicate flowers of multiple colors were blooming here and there, providing fresh paint to the formerly white and gray world of snow. Wildlife also became active like their flora counterpart, arising from winter's sleep then seeking food after a long hibernation. Birds migrating back, chirping, whistling, and warbling. Love was in the air as various species tried their luck in a mating game to attract mates and shoo away rivals. They were following a tradition thousands of years old, as their ancestors did since their earliest presence on creation. The adults looked to the clear skies with smiles. Fresh air like no other entered their lungs, refreshing their spirit. The season for tending the field was here. They tightened their belts and tucked their sleeves, carrying hoes to till the field, dreaming to be rewarded with a bountiful harvest as the crystallization of all of their toil. Little kids that had been bored out of their minds after being cooped up in their houses during winter's cold, happily embraced the first opportunity to play outside with their friend as the weather grew warmer. Smiling and laughing loudly, carving a trivial yet precious moment of childhood fun to their psyche. On this particular day, a group of 2 boys and 2 girls were playing tag. From behind a tree not far from them but not too close, a small girl was peeking at them. Ooh, like mother said, I must be brave. I just got to gather my courage and ask to join Daniel and the others. But what if they don't want me? The group looked like they were having so much fun, the little girl was envious. Hey look, it's the purple imp. Go away, ugly. Stay away from us, you freak, one of the boys shouted. New plan, throw mud balls at the witch. Those with the most hits get a sweet fruit from the other 3. Yeah, look at my new move. My super mud shot becomes the witch-killing super destroyer exploding mud shot. Yep. As the group started to pepper her with mud projectiles, she ran away. She didn't want to get covered with mud from head to toe again. Her mother had had a hard time cleaning her clothes after that. Thankfully, she kept her distance and ran away fast enough so no mud balls hit her. Ooh, even though I decided to make some friends this year. Alas, the first step ended up in a disaster. The girl had no friends close to her age, no playmates. She realized she was a bit different. Her hair was dark purple and sometimes her shadows got weird. Thankfully, she never harmed anyone, but nobody liked to interact with her. Not other uncles and aunties, not other children. The ones kind to her in the village were only her parents and one other. Last year, she cut her hair short like a boy's haircut to minimize her differences with the other kids, but it was useless. Currently, her hair that was bringing her so much misery was at shoulder length. In the past, she'd even thought of cutting her hair completely bald, but in the end, didn't go forward with the idea. She was too afraid to do such a daring idea. She hated her cowardice. After evacuating from the witch hunters armed with the dirty projectiles, the little girl went to the river close to the village. It was her sanctuary, where she usually played. Other villagers also used this river for a lot of things such as washing and fishing, but she'd found a nice hidden little spot upstream 1 year ago, unbeknownst to the villagers. The water there was shallow and not fast. There was a tree bearing delicious red fruits nearby, a beautiful slice of paradise. If only she had someone to share it with. I hope there are lots of Mr.'s fish and Mr.'s shrimp today, the girl thought. Perhaps we can play tag like Daniel and the others, not for catching and eating them. The girl wanted to play so it would be catch and release if the water wasn't too cold. Instead of the usual scene, there was a body of a person on the riverside. Is he dead? The girl thought after the initial shock abated. She carefully approached. The person looked as white as a sheet. His clothes almost had no difference from rags and were still wet, wavy brown hair and a bit round on the stomach. His left hand was gone, as if cut by something sharp but no longer bleeding. Most importantly, he was still breathing. The girl ran back home as fast as she could to inform her mom and dad. He felt some movement on his skin and jolted awake. Eyes wide opened, he suddenly raised his upper body, his right hand ready to unleash a water arrow against hostiles. Eep, mom, dad. The girl was startled by the youth's unexpected awakening. She was just trying to cover him with a blanket. He saw a little girl running away, then felt a deep staging sensation on his stomach and left hand. Ergai, I'm alive. Soon, 3 people were approaching him, led by a young man. Easy there, stranger. You have been injured quite badly. How are you? He showed concern but also looked wary. The boy replied after some consideration and looked around. I'm fine. They don't seem like guys from the church or the Legion, and this doesn't seem to be a prison. He concluded before answering. Dismissing the water art, he readied. I'm Aram Irving, and this is my wife, Susan. And that little girl is my daughter, Luca. What's your name, stranger? Aram and Susan were a young couple. Both seemed to be less than 30. Since they got a kid about 10 years old then, they must have wed quite young. The father of the household had light brown hair, and the wife had an even lighter brown color, almost flaxen. Strangely, the little girl from earlier clearly had hair of a contrasting tone. Their garments were very plain. Compared to the clothes people wore in towns, theirs were clearly below in quality. Some parts were clearly patched with different fabrics. The place he was in was more of a hut than a house. A big circular place, only 8 meters in diameter, with some room divider made of bamboo acting as pseudo-walls. The floor was made of wood and there was barely any furniture. One part of the house was clearly a kitchen, while the other end were beds made of straws like the one he had. My name is Aval. Yes, Aval. Of Javia, he corrected mid-sentence. Ah, my rings, Aval suddenly remembered. Here they are. Even unconscious, you clutched them very strongly. Those must be very precious to you. The wife had 2 rings on her palm and gave them to Aval. Aram told him that this place was called Pecan Village, a remote and secluded little village. When Aram told Aval the date, it seemed 6 days had already passed since his battle against Freya, so it should be 4 days traveling and 2 days unconscious. The youth calculated. You people saved me. It was our little girl that found you, Aram said. That her? Luca, is it? Eek. Luca gasped as Aval noticed her, hiding behind Susan. He left the bed with straw filling while wincing. His body still ached, especially the hand and stomach. You okay? Don't push yourself, Aram said. It's fine. Just need a little adjustment, he replied. He took a moment on his feet and gently approached her. Luca seemed very meek, hiding her hair with her left hand in a childish and futile effort while hugging her mother's thigh like a koala. She didn't find the usual disgust and apprehension that usually exist in other people's eyes. Not strange, she said with her upturned black eyes. Aval didn't catch her meaning at first. Oh, you mean your hair? Luca winced. It's beautiful, I like it. That purple hair matched your eyes perfectly, Aval said with a big gentle smile plastered on his face. Ho, she gasped upon the unexpected answer. Luca was astounded. Somehow she knew it wasn't false or contained hidden disgust. This person really gave her acceptance, something that she craved so vehemently. While Luca was stunned, not knowing what to do, and Aval felt awkward because she didn't answer him. Luca's parents looked at each other and felt a little relieved in their hearts. Well, we don't have much, but how about a meal? You woke up just in time for breakfast. Aram kindly offered. Susan didn't seem to object. He didn't feel hostility or sense anything dangerous, so he accepted. It appears I managed to escape from Freya and that level 5. It's been 6 days. If they could find me, they already would have at this point. But my injury is quite severe. I might need to stay in this place for a while. I wonder what this place has got to offer. Something interesting, I hope. 50.21 not bad. The breakfast was terrible. It was just a chunk of stone-hard black bread with 2 small potatoes and water. No salt or seasoning was used. Even before becoming a pathseeker, his family in Pegatown was better off than the Irvings. He wasn't accustomed to eating food of such sad quality. However, it was worthy of note that despite their monetary condition, this family offered him kindness. Aval ate the food on his plate with an appreciative heart despite his tongue's protest. He had some small talks with the Irvings during the meal. It helped to distract him from the bland taste. He'd found that Aram was a potter and Susan was a housewife and a seamstress. Luca was staring at him when she thought Aval wasn't seeing. She always bashfully broke eye contact when Aval turned his eyes her way. Cute kid. So, Mr. Aval, forgive me for asking, but you're a pathseeker, are you not? And your injuries from a battle with a fellow pathseekers? Aram respectfully asked after finishing his meal. The heir turned solemn. His wife was also paying close attention. I am, and I did receive these injuries from a battle with someone. Is the village in danger? Aram asked a question with many possible meanings. Not to my knowledge, Aval answered honestly. Rest assured that I will leave before implicating you, your family, or the village. They stared at each other for a while then, still sitting, Aram bowed his head. I will put my trust in you. Aval returned the gesture. Uncomfortable with the atmosphere, Luca leaped out first. I'll play outside, Luca said near the exit door. Be careful out there, the mother reminded her. After that, they ended the conversation in an amiable term. The young couple returned Aval's belongings that were on his person when Luca found him. Aram and Susan had work to do, and Aval got some free time. He decided to take a walk outside. Hearing that, Susan provided a cloth to be used as an arm sling for his left arm. Aval didn't really need it, but accepted and wore it. He also put a cloth to cover the stump on his left arm. Freya cut his hand around the wrist. When he stepped outside, the day was already bright. He didn't see any clock in the house, and his own was no more, but it felt like about 9 o'clock. The air tasted delicious as it entered his lungs. Like an old man with rickety bones, he slowly walked on the lawn and stood still there for a while, observing the rest of the village. He noticed there was a small field nearby and some shacks beside the main house. Aram and Susan's workplace perhaps, Aval thought. And then he heard a conversation between Aram and Susan, a feat only possible because of his special ears. What do you think about Aval? Aram asked. He seemed to be a reasonable lad, but I can't help to worry. Pathseekers are powerful beyond our imagination. Susan said with an uncertain tone, I understand. I too have the same concerns, but helping others is a good thing, no, and if it is possible, he might have some answers about Luca's condition. Luca, oh, my poor little girl. Susan's voice was filled with sadness. Aval walked away. He had heard enough for the time being. He spent the next hour or so moving his rigid body while taking in the sights. Pecan Village was a small village, but it occupied quite a large area. The dichotomy was caused by the villagers building their houses so far apart from each other. Most houses had their own farming field, and he saw some villagers working on them. Perhaps the villagers here have to grow their own food. Veers felt the idea of self-sufficiency very interesting. In a place like this where people recognized each other, a fresh face like himself was very eye-catching. Aval remained polite and dipped his head to every other person he met. He didn't engage in a conversion with any of them, not yet. Aval saw young kids during his walk, playing whatever it was kids their age liked playing. I don't see Luca. Where is she? After seeing there's nothing extraordinary about the village, Aval stopped at the village's edge. He sat on a round rock, resting. Pecan Village, surrounded by nature on all sides. About 100 people lived here. There might be nothing special in this place, but the tranquility is nice. No other pathseekers as far as I know. I'm the only pathseeker among idlers, like a god among men. Aval contemplated his own condition. Even in my weakened state, I'm the strongest in this place. Would reaching max level give a similar feeling, the feeling of invincibility in the whole wide world. A light walk was just something he needed to clear his thoughts. Now, Aval turned his attention to his tenants. In his realm of consciousness, White Flowers Meadow, Veers manifested there and saw the rest of the girls sleeping. In this place, he too had his left hand cut off, a representation of the connection between the body and the mind. Since they didn't receive my Victa, they became dormant, kinda like a laptop with an empty battery. Veers placed his right hand on their forehead and they started to wake one by one. Good morning, angels. Veers mimicked a certain Charlie. Good morning, Veers. Angels, Lord Veers, how's your condition? Are we safe? We lost consciousness during the escape. Paina, Farley, and Clarissa respectively replied. First things first. It seems we have managed to escape from Freya and that level 5 old man. We're in Pecan Village, a small village somewhere in the wilderness. It has been 6 days since my fight with Freya. I traveled for 4 days and was unconscious for 2. Since we haven't been caught yet, I think it's safe to say we're not in any danger for the time being. Veers explained his findings. It seems you all are fine too. As far as I can tell, no negative effects fell on you 3. Good. Since I'm not dead or captured, this is an astounding victory. Successful escape against a massively superior force is a victory in my book. After making sure the girls were fine, he moved on to the next order of business. Now let us begin the council meeting. Veers sat on the meadow, Paina, Farley, and Clarissa also sat nearby. Despite the victory, my losses are substantial. Let us tally the losses from the minor thing first. Material. Most of his equipment was gone. His sword was broken, and his lava dagger was lost. The bracelet magic item that helped him hide his true level was no more. With some tuning and practicing, Veers might achieve the same feat on his own, but not now. Other than the loss of equipment, he had no money, food, or clothes. He was no different than a homeless poor beggar at this point, but not all is lost. The magic boots, the moon pendant, and the most precious thing of them all, the 2 rings from Luxor, are still in my possession. Most of my money is in the bank, so the material losses actually are not so bad to the point we can't recover from. The 3 nodded. Now I must check the state of my injury. I haven't done a thorough analysis yet. One moment Veers closed his eyes as if meditating. The girls waited patiently. After a while Veers opened his eyes and they saw fury. That bad, Lord Veers? He nodded. How bad? Paina tensely asked. Freya's victistigma in my body is quite substantial. The hole in my stomach needs months to completely close. Same with my hand. My internal energy veins are a mess. I would have difficulty using arts until they are healed. Arts would be 50 less effective, and the activation won't be as smooth as before. Healing the energy veins would need some precious medicine, and the longer I leave it untreated, the worse it's gonna get. Most importantly, I only have 2 years left of lifespan. What? Clarissa thought she heard the last sentence wrongly. Her analysis included all what Veers listed except for that part. 2 years. Are you sure? Positive, he answered Paina's question. That is a problem. Farley closed her eyes and frowned. She was also filled with worry. Veers suddenly rose to his feet, turned away from them, and shouted to the sky. Freya, damn, why are you... The perpetual starry sky was suddenly filled with purple, rumbling lighting. Clouds the size of islands covered the starlight. Large thunderbolts stroked downward. Faraway hills exploded after the lightning fell on them. Wind and shockwave of the explosions enveloped their bodies whole. Revenge. I shall have my revenge. I'll flay her alive, tear her body apart from limb to limb, and boil her soul for 1,000 years. I will never stop until I even the score. Death, whoever stands in my way will be met with death. If all those in the Silver Legion would deny me my vengeance, then all of the Silver Legion will die. Veers stomped his foot and the earth cracked, creating fissures thousands of meters deep. The whole meadow was shaking. It was as if the world was ending. Veers, stop. Lord Veers, please calm yourself. The girls watched Veers as he professed his oath of vengeance. They were scared, especially 2 among them. Clarissa heard Veers' hate-filled speech and was afraid Veers would make true of his words, of mountains of corpses, of rivers of blood, and of a world burning. With the apocalypse in the background, Veers turned around, slowly, ominously. Gotcha. Did you think I would say something like that? He smiled like an innocent child on Christmas morning. After using apocalypse as a prop, Veers mended the White Flowers meadow to its former appearance as if nothing had happened. Now listen up, all of those damages and injuries are true. To an ordinary pathseeker, such a massive setback might cut their future short and drive them to the pits of despair, but not me. I have a way to recover from all of that. It was actually just a matter of time before I got wounded to this degree. It happened a lot sooner than I expected, but no matter. I'll be back in tip-top shape soon enough. Including this, Veers waved his missing left hand in front of the girls. Looking at Veers' usual self, the girls started to calm down. Here's the plan. I will hunt a lot of monsters, then eat them. The mountains and forests around this village should have no lack of monsters. Their flesh shall be my nutrition. Okay, and Clarissa wondered what his next step was. That's it. I'll be just like new after I eat enough monster meat. Veers had a hand on his chin and looked upward, perhaps imagining the taste of monster steaks. The girls looked at each other with confusion. Basically, Veers' plan was to eat and feast and dine until he was healed. Insanity. If all goes well, I will be fully recovered in a month, Veers confidently said. Well, it also depends on whether the Silver Legion busybodies can follow us here or not. I'll scout the area later. But I think there's a good chance we can peacefully recuperate here. In the meantime, I might have to stay in this village and do villager stuff. What are you going to do about the 2 years of lifespan remaining? Clarissa was puzzled. Veers was too calm for someone about to die, and she knew him well enough to know Veers didn't plan on dying in this century or the next. Yes. Well, fine, I'll tell you girls about one of my secrets. Veers was torn whether to tell them one of his special abilities, but decided it would be fine telling them. After all, they had accompanied Veers through many dangers. Sharing is caring. The girls were listening intently. Veers was too mysterious for them and kept a lot of things hidden. Clarissa leaned forward inside her golden birdcage. I can raise my life energy by eating something rich in vitality such as monsters. The girls were stunned. I can feel my life energy. The higher my life energy, the longer my lifespan, I think. I never actually lived that long, so I don't know the specifics. My current life energy is very meager. I have used too much of it for healing various wounds and during the battle with Freya. If converted to lifespan, there are only about 2 years remaining. That's the life energy of a decrepit grandpa. While Veers knew there were monsters that have lived for hundreds of years, not all monsters were so lucky. Most monsters didn't live that long, not because of their short lifespan, but because they were hunted by people and other monsters. To evolve and rise in rank, monsters needed to eat other monsters' cores as a consequence. They were usually hostile against other monsters of different species than themselves. The world of monsters was a place where the strong eat the weak, eat or be eaten, the purest form of the law of the jungle. Nevertheless, generally, monster meat was rich in vitality and a luxury item. There were pathseekers who made a living by hunting dangerous monsters to sell their meat. That was why Veers insisted to eat the cockatrice he hunted with Lena and the others. The small portion that he ate from the rank 1 cockatrice added about a week's worth of lifespan. Naturally, other people couldn't reap such benefits from eating monsters. What Veers could do it was an inhuman feat. Long story short, I can regenerate abnormally fast, right? That's because I use my life energy to boost my regeneration. Since the well is almost dried up, my healing rate is also slowed. All will be fixed after I eat lots of monsters. Okay then, got things to do. I mainly came here to tell you that there's no need to worry. Treat it as if you're riding on a big ship and relax. See ya. Veers, is this ability related to how you transform into monsters? Pena dropped the question bomb. He was stunned, he didn't expect this. He saw Farley and Clarissa also had the same look of inquiry. They must have seen it during the escape. 6 days ago, he escaped Freya by jumping off from a 150 meters cliff to the river below. Despite his heavy injury, Veers used his full capacity as a water pathseeker to survive the fall. And then, when he was underwater, Veers transformed into a fish with red scales as if it was magic. In a similarly magical fashion, his fish body had no wound on its body. The pain and tiredness he felt with his human body disappeared like a drop of water on a sizzling frying pan. Because his fish form was smaller than his human body, his tattered clothes, power treads, and other things came off, but Veers grabbed them using water control and swam upstream. Anyone with a brain would think to search for him downstream. Veers was truly on his last legs. Freya would not miss that fact. Even if Veers survived, the general area he would be was the area down the river. However, she didn't know that Veers could transform into a fish. Thus, to deceive all of his pursuers, Veers swam against the currents. The salmon-sized fish kept swimming vigorously. He didn't know how much time had passed. Veers was very frantic at the time. If he got caught, then his fate might be worse than death, so he swam like there was no tomorrow. When he got to a branch in the river, he moved to the other stream and this time followed the current. For days, he put in great efforts of moving his tail and fins to be as far away as possible from his hunters. He was up against a level 5, the peak of mortal prowess. In the end, he got too tired and washed ashore unconscious. Then Luca found him. The girls must have seen me transform and swim as a fish. After that, they fell asleep because I didn't supply them with Victa. At that time, my head was too preoccupied with Freya, the old man, and escaping, so I made an error. It seems they found out another one of my secrets, perhaps. To be honest, I do not completely understand my powers yet, Veers spoke plainly. Since the secret was out, then it was out, but he had no obligation of sharing everything. Pena had her left hand gripping her right elbow. Her body language looked so anxious and defensive in Veers' eyes. Who are you? Are you really human? Veers answered in his usual tone, carefree with a touch of playfulness, as if there was nothing in the world that troubled him. Or was it simply because he had no concern about what other people thought about him? I'm more human than you could have ever imagined. Character development. Veers knew what it meant, what its significance was in the novels he liked so much. The character grew during the course of the story, becoming more than they were before. For example, an untrusting man decided to extend a little trust, or a coward chose to do a valorous deed to save someone he loved, or a power-hungry youth with a misguided idea of seeking strength at all cost realized the error of his ways. If Veers was in such a novel, then this would be the perfect time for his character development moment. Veers might realize his cold-blooded action of killing Sigma and the others almost resulted in his demise, therefore starting to rethink the entire philosophy driving his actions from the ground up, turning a new leaf and becoming a heroic figure, saving people left and right like a saint. He would become a paragon of good, champion of light and justice. On the other end of the spectrum, instead of positive character development, Veers might get a negative one instead, like those popular stories with revenge formulas on modern Earth. A hero betrayed by his companions after saving the world, then was resurrected and started his revenge. A cultivator got betrayed by his fiancée, became crippled, and abandoned by his clan. Then he started thousands of chapters' long journey of revenge. A god of war started his roaring rampage of revenge against a whole pantheon. A guy started his roaring rampage of revenge because of a car and a puppy. A bride in yellow spandex wanted to kill someone named Bill for revenge. A healer got ravaged and humiliated, then turned back time and swore revenge. A black berserker who sought revenge on a white hawk. A titan who attacked the world as revenge by rumbling it underfoot. A guy who wanted to exterminate all goblins for revenge. A younger brother who wanted revenge on his older brother because he killed their whole clan, but the older brother turned out to be a good guy instead. So the younger brother began another revenge plot against his home village, armed with new badass red eyes to boot. Revenge this, revenge that. Actually, doesn't almost everything have revenge in it nowadays? As interesting as those stories were, Veers didn't stray from his path. He had his own way of doing things. It began with a quote, "Living well is the best revenge." Veers didn't know who first said that, but Veers remembered those words very clearly. So Veers would not jump into a whirlpool of revenge. While he felt bitter because of Freya, he fully acknowledged the entire situation was his fault. Because it was his karma for killing many people, for doing bad deeds. Nay, it was because he simply was not strong enough. He got wounded because he was weaker compared to Freya. He lost his stuff because he was less skillful than Freya. Why blame the bigoted Silver Legion brat when the fault clearly lay on him? So he would live well while getting stronger in the process. He already had very suitable abilities for that. Well, I still wouldn't say no when given the chance to punch her in the face. Hey, that's part of living well too, right? Paina Waddle didn't like Veers. She felt Veers was full of lies. His intentions were covered with fogs. He's powerful but dangerous, a volatile combination. She also couldn't accept Veers' readiness to murder fellow humans if need be. She was from a poor fatherless family. Her mother, her sole family in this world, was no more. With what little money she had left, Paina enrolled in Luxor Town's Adventurers Training Center to receive education, to become an adventurer, and find the father who mysteriously left her and her mother. She first met Veers and Farley there. The three of them had water affinity, so they were grouped together for water-themed training. Farley was friendly, and her assertiveness towards the shy Paina broke the ice between them soon enough. They became best friends. Paina remembered Veers was a nice and a very diligent person back then. He was always busy training by himself. His attitude seemed like he was pushing people away, but Paina saw things differently. Veers was just awkward. When she talked to him, he wasn't as scary or distanced as it seemed. There were ups and downs during her one-year term in the training center. She wasn't the best, but to meet her father and to know the truth, Paina took her studies very seriously. There was another who practiced far more than her, Veers. Even with all his training, Veers was weaker than the rest of his classmates. Paina and Farley were a touch stronger. Still, Veers managed to keep up with the others and overcome the stigma of lower affinity using practice and ingenuity. Veers had more solo training sessions than with their group, but when he did, he often taught Paina helpful tips and tricks. Seasons went on, spring became winter in the course of months. The training center's term was 1 year. Paina thought she would safely graduate and become an adventurer soon. Moving village by village, town to town until Valcut City, the address her mother told her before she died. "Find your father in Valcut City," she said on her deathbed. Then on winter's solstice, calamity struck Luxor Town. Her graduation never came. Blood, darkness, and death. When she came to, she was already inside Veers' soul space. Veers told her the gist of things. Somehow, she survived as a soul because Veers considered her a friend. He offered to take her to Valcut City to see her father and resurrect her and the other girls when he can. Paina's mind was a mess. She hadn't come to terms with her situation yet, but Veers had to move. People would want to know what happened in Luxor, and Veers was a lead, so she and the rest of the girls got dragged forward by Veers. On the way, she felt the most useless. Veers somehow became so strong, or was he simply showing the strength he kept hidden? Paina did not know. Farley became so devoted to him and always eager to help him. Clarissa the Lamia princess was so powerful and a fountain of ancient knowledge, helping Veers in a way Farley and Paina couldn't. During their battle together with the drones, as Veers called them, she was the most useless of them all. Paina knew among the three souls inside Veers, she was also the one who disagreed with him the most. She and Veers' views on morality differed too much. Even Farley and Clarissa didn't really mind when Veers killed someone. Farley was a cultist and Clarissa was a warrior princess. Both had killed people. Only Paina hadn't. Despite her dislike of Veers, she wished to have a body again and to see her father. Veers was the only one that could fulfill that. She hated herself for not being able to do anything. Veers once told her about the importance of strength, but she was weak. Veers set on his journey to Valcut City solely for her sake, but she contributed the least during the journey. She was only an ordinary girl. She wasn't like Farley, a former cultist with a wealth of experience about the world. Neither was she like Clarissa, a princess from the age of myth with a plethora of ancient knowledge. What was the point of her existence? What was her role here? The thought plagued her mind lately. Was her dislike of Veers stemmed from her envy of his strength? Farley Styra was extremely afraid of Veers. She felt he might be the most dangerous man she had ever seen. Oh, she laid eyes on many people with stronger levels than him, but Veers had something else they don't. She couldn't fathom Veers' depth. She always felt, for some inexplicable reason, that what would have killed those level 3s or level 4s wouldn't kill Veers. Farley was from a family of devil worshippers and had met various dangerous people from the underworld. The fact that now she deemed Veers more dangerous than mass murderers, shadowy manipulators, and fanatical zealots told something about the recently turned 16-year-old boy. Her fate with Veers began when her mother prophesied she would die soon, and her daughters, Farley and Gwen, would die 2 years after that. "Sweetheart, there's no hope for me, but there is for you. You'll die at winter solstice 2 years from now. I see you and Gwen together, not breathing and lifeless, but you'll meet someone that can prevent that fate." In my vision, it was a wolf, a gluttonous black wolf. Its paws were dyed red with blood, but its body smelled like wine. Its fangs were sharp, but always kept hidden. The wolf was cowardly and cautious, selfish and solitary. It likes to be seen as weak by other animals, but it was all a facade. The black wolf was a vicious and remorseless predator. Its enemies only had one end: killed then eat. Each time it fed, it grew stronger and stronger. I foresee you'll meet the wolf in what form, when and where I do not know. If you tried to manipulate it, no matter how clever and meticulous your plan is, the wolf won't help you. There's even a great chance you'll end up in its jaws instead. The wolf was wandering, and it crossed path with you by chance. If you fail to seize the initiative to make contact with this dangerous being first, then it won't pay attention to you as it continues to wander. In my vision, there's only one way you would survive: by giving your everything to that wolf. Farley didn't believe her at first, but her mother really died. Officially, it was because of sickness, but Farley found out it was by the hands of her own father. So Farley sought the wolf out, and after careful observation, her classmate Veers seemed to fit the bill. He was weak when they first met, a person seeking strength. She had seen many like him before. She approached him, offering strength. And Veers joined the cult as a mercenary of sorts. Veers only had a water affinity of 2. After using her family's method, he possessed an affinity of 4. She observed him more closely after that. More and more she was convinced Veers was the wolf in her mother's vision. She came clean and told Veers everything, including her mother's words. Farley asked his cooperation to kill her father before he killed her and her sister, offering her everything to Veers. Veers accepted. But there was one sentence from her mother's prophecy that she didn't tell Veers. In my vision, there's only one way you would survive: by giving your everything to that wolf, and even then, the wolf won't be your savior. It will be your salvation and doom both. I'm sorry, my sweet mother couldn't do more for you. Choose carefully about what you'll do when you find the wolf, my daughter. My only wish is for you and Gwen to find happiness. At winter's solstice, her father sacrificed the lives of Luxor's residents to Dumuzin, one of the 7 devils. Many lives were lost during the calamity, including hers. When she came to, she was in Veer's soul space. Gwen was with her as well. Unlike Pena, she wasn't too perturbed by the fact that they were dead. In the White Flowers meadow, she was alive. That was all that mattered. Unlike the rest of them, Gwen never woke up. Veers suspected her soul was injured. He promised to heal her and eventually resurrect the sisters along with Pena and Clarissa. Farley thought she understood him after all the struggles they went through together in Luxor's underworld, but that illusion was shattered. Veers held powers and secrets beyond her imagining. Somehow he became a dual affinity pathseeker, affinity 4 of water and affinity 5 of soul. He also had an abnormally fast healing rate and those mysterious fables he often made reference of. She hoped for Gwen to be alive and live happily. Her sole purpose was only that. For that to happen, Veers would need to grow strong and stay alive, so she would help him with all she had, but Farley was full of worry. Veers was very vocal and clear in his priorities. If there came a time when Veers had to choose between saving his own life or another's life, he would choose his life without hesitation. He would only save another's life when his own wasn't endangered. Logical. Just as her mother prophesied, Veers was her salvation and doom. Now she and her sister's fate were tied to this dangerous wolf. Farley didn't hate Veers, but she was afraid of him and afraid of the future. Perhaps because of her mother's words, she'd always seen Veers as a wolf, a dangerous beast that walked perilous lands where dangers lurked everywhere. If she wasn't a qualified person accompanying the beast in his journey, then somewhere along the way, wouldn't she be forsaken? Or her help was inadequate and the beast died. Both were not the results she wanted to see. So Farley was desperately making herself useful, to be helpful to him so she would be more beneficial to keep around rather than be left behind, while racking her brain on how to be a more capable subordinate, until the time she and Gwen would be resurrected and Veers released them from his service, if he released her at all. Clarissa felt Veers was interesting. She was born as Calricia, the 6th daughter of the Lamia Queen, born at the end of the 1st millennium. Genesis Advent Calendar, year 988. It was in an age embroiled in war. Gods and devils battle for the right of ruling over creation. Her race, the Lamia, was just one insignificant chess piece in that great war, but even a chess piece had a role to play. The Lamia fought under the banner of the gods. Even from a young age, she was raised as a warrior, fighting ratlings that besieged the Lamia's kingdom. She was a princess, so she had no lack of resources. From a powerless Lamia, she became a level 0 and eventually a level 5 at the age of 16. She wanted to protect their home, and the ratlings were a plague that consumed everything. At the age of 12, she had stood on the battlefield, From day in to day out she fought, as did her sisters. They had dreams of seeing the beautiful world beyond the horizon, not the wasteland of blood and death right in front of their kingdom's doorstep. But the tide of vermins was endless. The years looked increasingly bleak. She'd heard rumors the gods were on the back foot and her own kingdom was teetering on the brink of collapse. Among the 8 sisters, only she was left alive. On the night before her kingdom's collapse, her mother, the Lamia Queen, summoned her. Calorisia had never seen the Lamia Queen. She might have given birth to her, but the queen didn't raise her. She played and had supper together with her sisters, but the queen was never there. Calorisia didn't even know the queen's name. The Lamia princess found her mother was wearing a veil, obscuring her face. The kingdom is lost. Daughter, a sacrifice is required of you. Yes, my queen, Calorisia bowed. She was told to obey and thus obeyed. No Lamia defied the will of the queen. The queen's words were absolute. The next thing she knew, her soul was already separated from her body. The queen was the same as her in soul form. Only the queen and she were inside this place, a biome filled with the riches of their race. Our souls are now one. You are me and I am you. This is a place of trial. The biome will open from time to time across the thousands of years forward. To those who had the fortune of coming here, I shall bestow upon them 3 trials, the Lamia Queen spoke. You shall be the guardian of this place. Calorisia complied. This is your heart. The queen showed Calorisia a ruby. Her blood-pumping organ had been turned into a gem. I've infused it with a special power. To the most worthy of the trial takers, I shall bestow upon them a precious boon beyond measure. And so began Calorisia's long and lonely guardianship of a tomb. Mostly she was asleep until someone, led by destiny, stumbled upon this place between the dimensions. Only 11 people came during her 9,000-year-long vigil. By interacting with them during the trials, Calorisia learned that the devils had been defeated. Only 1 goddess remained alive and only 7 on the devil's side. The world was more or less at peace. She couldn't deny her desire to see the world. How much beauty was there in a time bereft of war? What happened to the rest of her people? She wanted to know, but the queen commanded her to be the guardian of this place, and so she would, until the day her soul also died. And then Veers came. He was so interesting. He treated her like a living, breathing person, talking to her, asking questions, telling stories, sharing dreams. His idea about freedom was also something foreign to Calorisia. She was an instrument of the Lamia Queen's glory and thus all the Lamias. She would do what the queen told her to do. Because the trial required one to be virtuous, Veers failed. The Lamia Queen judged him not worthy. The biome would reach its end soon. The 11 before Veers didn't even dent the riches there. All of those treasures and knowledge would be lost to the void. Such was the Lamia Queen's decree if the one worthy of her boon didn't appear. For the first time ever, Calorisia helped Veers in obtaining a treasure fitting for his situation. All those treasures would be void dust soon anyway, so Calorisia didn't see the harm of letting one treasure go. After all, Veers had called her a friend, something that she never had. She bid her goodbye, fully aware they might never see each other again since her time was almost over. Veers soon returned after gaining Tier 5 soul affinity using the treasure Calorisia bestowed upon him. Veers barged into the treasury and forcefully took out her ruby heart. The Lamia Queen showed herself, furious by Veers' disrespect. You cannot judge me. I am justice itself. It seemed Veers felt it was unacceptable for someone to have the gall to pass judgment upon him. Even now she remembered his boast to the Lamia Queen very clearly. Calorisia witnessed as Veers bested the Lamia Queen and separated her from the queen. Veers successfully escaped, carrying the Lamia princess with him. Veers persuaded her to help him in his journey. In return, he would resurrect her and show her the world. He promised to show her what it really meant to be alive. Calorisia never saw a person so free-spirited. He refused any kind of chain binding him and his way of life. His answer to problems was to hammer it until it broke. If it didn't break with a hammer, nuke it. He refused to answer what nuke was, the polar opposite of herself. Calorisia felt no love for the Lamia Queen. She had never understood her. She only did what she was told. Calorisia had done her duty to queen and country, but their war was over. Veers offered her a new life, and Calorisia accepted. She asked Veers for a new name because the Lamias had a culture for changing one's name before beginning a new life. He named her Clarissa. The fact this usually was the role of a Lamia's husband was something she didn't say. She was born 9,000 years ago, but most of the time she was asleep and unconscious, so her mental age was still that of a teenager's. Veers sometimes made fun of her by calling her 9,000-year-old teenager, much to Clarissa's dismay. Her friends had been good to her, Farley and Pena. They were really supportive of her and accepted her warmly despite the racial differences, perhaps because they were all in a similar situation. She also wanted to be friends with the ever-sleeping little Gwen. Veers' journey was fun, full of things she had never seen, filled with many surprises. There was always something happening. They were now journeying to a city to reunite Pena with her father. To her, the destination didn't really matter. The journey was more important. Even when Veers almost died multiple times, against that Freya most recently, her ruby heart, the greatest treasure of the Lamia, had been used by Veers. She didn't know what its effect was. Veers never told her, but it definitely would make him very powerful. The fact that Veers was not very powerful right now meant its effect was not the simple kind. When he swore revenge and his lightning of fury filled the sky, Clarissa was afraid Veers might start another war that torched the world, for she didn't know how much stronger Veers would become, but it turned out it was only another one of his jokes. Clarissa sighed in relief. Good grief, what an unpredictable person, but that's what makes him interesting. Ah, is this what love feels like? He was an unremarkable guy. As an insignificant little cog in the great machine of society in modern Earth, he was fed up with the constraints of rules and regulations. After he reincarnated here, he took up a new name and identity, Veers Isul. He wanted to have something he didn't before, freedom, unfettered freedom, and have a prosperous, long, exciting, good life. He realized he was in a Xianxia-esque world, where someone could become a Superman if they have the will, talent, opportunity, and luck to struggle for that position. In the novels, he often read something along the lines of, with one slash of his sword, XXX killed millions. Veers didn't want to become among the millions in that sentence, to become mere statistics. That was why he needed strength to be able to defend his own life. Strength was a prerequisite for freedom and the good life. Just as important as food and shelter, Veers understood the journey to the summit of power wouldn't be easy. Xianxia novels with almost unending chapters taught him so. Must he become a cultivation maniac foregoing comforts and pleasures of life until he reached the peak of might, enclosed cultivation for tens or hundreds of years like a hermit. If that was the only path before Veers, then he might do so. But because he met Clarissa and the Lamia Queen, Veers had the idea of forging a brand new path. The Lamia Queen's trials would give a certain boon to those who passed with flying colors. The rest would receive treasures of different quality depending on the trial result. Those treasures were from the age of the gods, so even the mediocre ones were really, really good for today's standard. It was the only the strong but virtuous shall pass kind of trial. Since Veers wasn't virtuous and he couldn't lie in the trials, he failed. Veers only got 25 points out of 100. Using those points, Veers picked an affinity-raising treasure. Because of pity or whatever else, Clarissa got him a better treasure than his points were able to get. Veers never forgot her kindness. And then, about a month ago at winter's solstice, Farley's father Sebastian sucked the souls of all the residents of Luxor town to sacrifice them to Dumuzin, the devil he worshipped. More than 3,000 lives were lost. Veers survived because he made extensive preparations. When Benjamin was basking in his success, Veers obliterated him. With Benjamin dead and the ritual to send the souls to Dumuzin stopped, the souls were floating aimlessly. What Veers didn't know before was that the treasure from Clarissa could also bestow the user with new affinity according to the provided catalyst. It reacted to the souls. Veers didn't hesitate. He used the souls to ascend to Affinity 5 soul attribute. Along with the water affinity of 4, Veers now became a dual attribute pathseeker. Using his new mastery over souls, he kidnapped Clarissa and took the most valuable treasure of the Lamia Queen, a heart of ruby which she saved for the worthy. Veers gave the queen the middle finger to her judgment of him before he took the treasure and used it for himself, like Sun Wukong stealing and eating the pills of immortality. Clarissa already explained that the treasure would bestow an aspect to the user. She further explained that aspects were something of a miracle ability pathseekers forged when ascending from level 5 to level 6, when they were breaking through the limits of mortals. When forging that aspect, pathseekers could make any ability they wished as long as it was in line with the essence of their being. A killer could only make an aspect with ability related to killing. A protector could only make an aspect suitable for protecting others. Every aspect was different from person to person. When Veers claimed his aspect, he chose the concept of newness. He still remembered the exact words he said. I am a seeker of the new, experiencing something I never have and enjoying the wonder that comes with it. To accomplish that I need power, and by broadening my horizon, power I shall have. Every experience in my life shall fill the water of my well of power. Everything I have done and everything I will do. By doing things I have never done, my power will grow. Every new food I eat shall make me stronger. Every new book I read shall make me stronger. New sights I see, new places I visit, new people I meet, new knowledge I understand, new items I touch, new sounds I hear, new friends I make, new enemies I kill, anything and everything new for me shall empower myself. The name of my aspect is Horizon. If what people can experience in the world is truly infinite, that limitlessness shall be my power. That is my prayer, that is my wish. Now, grant it, incubator. It was the high point of his life. After quoting Tyrell and shoving in I am justice itself down the Lamia Queen's throat, he copied the line of a certain magical girl before she became a god. QB wasn't there, it was just Veers being Veers. He actually said it to the heart of Ruby, but his wish was granted all the same. If Veers experienced something new, his power would rise. The aspect was a game changer to Veers' life from that point forward. His intia was added with the aspect. He felt it clearly, like having a growing sun inside himself. For reasons unknown, the aspect quantified itself by using percentage numbers. Perhaps it was because of Veer's lingering wish of some sort. He didn't get a system when reincarnated, so the aspect manifested as a pseudo-system instead. In the beginning, it was at 0, but it rose quickly. The effect was simple. If Veers used an art, an extra power was added to the art depending on that percentage. Currently, Veers has around a 50 boost. If Veers used an art with the power of 500, he would get 50 extra because of his aspect, so the released art power was 750. When he reached 1000 boost, then using an art with 500 power would become 5500. It was nothing less than a divine ability. To increase his horizon, he must experience something new. Veers then experimented with a lot of things. Turned out almost everything was new all around him. Just by walking the town and seeing the sights, his horizon would rise, not to mention interacting with new people and killing monsters he had never before. Even by sleeping all day locked in his room, Veer's horizon would rise. Because even if he had slept 10,000 times before, then this sleep would be the 10,001th time. The air he took into his lungs by breathing was different than the air he took one breath before. The planet was spinning and orbiting the sun, so his existence in space was different even if he didn't move away from his room. Even walking the same road every day would be new as long as he stepped the ground with a 1 millimeter difference. However, the increase from doing such trivial things was marginal. After some testing, Veers found that the increase would be high if he truly experienced something new and whether that newness was significant or meaningful to him. Veers took the words, broadening one's horizon, to a whole other level. It was the missing piece of his ideal build. Since Veers reincarnated in this world 1 year ago, he had 5 crucial power-ups in his life. The first was finding a mysterious flower when he was at death's door. It saved him somehow and now resided inside his intio. The flower gave him his healing factor and the ability to gain life energy by consuming high-vitality ingredients. Veers felt this flower still had other hidden capabilities. The second was meeting a godly bull. It was a rank 6 or above sentient monster, similar to the spirit beasts in Xianxia stories. Veers guessed it was some kind of river or sea godling. When he met the bull, it only had 1 breath left inside it. The bull offered to be his spirit advisor, its soul taking refuge inside him. Veers refused and the bull died. Veers ate the bull's flesh and gained the ability to transform into water attribute monsters after absorbing their core and gained super senses. The life energy he got from the bull was massive. The third was press-ganged by Farley to join her cult. He was weak back then, without backing, resources, and influence. His powers had not matured and not as varied, he couldn't refuse. As a result of joining, after paying a suitable price, Veers' water affinity rose from 2 to 4. The rise was crucial. From a below-average practitioner, he became a skilled one. He later found out it was only temporary, but he still had time before it expired. Veers also saved quite a lot of money during his time with the cult. The fifth was obtaining his aspect. Everything he experienced would make him stronger, and so the longer he lived, the better for him. His first and fifth improvement complemented each other like a match from heaven. With all the factors combined, Veers had the perfect build for enjoying life and getting stronger in the process without becoming a cultivation maniac. Therefore, Veers prioritized survival above all else. However, life was certainly filled with the unexpected. His encounter with Sigma forced him to make a judgment call that had a far-reaching effect, and he almost died in the process. He admitted it could be done better, but so what? He would not waste a reincarnation into a fantasy world to be a powerless cog in the machine once again. Which MC protagonists did not take risks in their journey? Which of them did not elude death multiple times in their journey to become the strongest? Did they all make a 100 perfect call every time a choice presented itself? People could make mistakes and could learn from them. As long as he did not die then, he was the victor. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Veers Isul was the living embodiment of that sentence, and he would become stronger still, because there was a limitless horizon before him. The air of the village was refreshing, even more so for a recovering person like him. He walked slowly and lightly around the village, committing the lay of the land to his memory, until the sky was red because the sun almost set. All right, time to head back. I need to make plans about how to live here. The Irvings seem like decent enough folks, but they are poor as dirt. Perhaps they don't even have enough to fill their bellies. I mustn't leech off of their kindness like a parasite. With the speed of a grandpa with rickety bones, Veers made his way back to the house. Along the way, he saw another cliché in the midst of happening. Today is the day we shall defeat the witch. Sid, she went that way. Got it, take this. The kid threw a mud ball at a running little girl. Anils, why aren't you both attacking? The biggest kid among the bunch asked the remaining 2 girls. Daniel, stop it. The freak might curse us. Father said to stay away from her. We might get cursed and have purple hair too. Ilse is right, just leave her alone. She might transform into a monster like last time. The 2 boys, Daniel and Sid, managed to corner Luca. She had no place to run. Ha, cowards, you guys and the others too. Look here, my special weapon. Mud ball with horse dung mixed with dead cockroaches. A direct hit from this and the monster will be dead. Take this. Daniel threw the abominable weapon towards the frightened girl. Eep. Something swatted the mud ball from the air before it hit her. It wasn't Veer's. Luca's shadow seemed to be alive. Tendrils of shadows protected Luca from the bullies. It came out, the monster's true form. Daniel, let's run. Stand your ground, Sid. It never attacked us. Daniel stood his ground even though his voice was trembling. Kill it. He took a fallen tree branch and poked the shadow multiple times. Sid also followed Daniel's lead and did the same. Dark shadow curled up around her, shielding her from harm. No, stay away, don't hurt me, HELP. Darkness exploded out from the little girl no older than 10. It knocked back the two bullies, but they weren't injured. The ground was blackened in the aftermath, like the bottom of a burned pot. Monster, MONSTER, MOOM, heal, freak, run away before she eats us. The quartet of kids ran away, leaving a sobbing little girl behind. Ooh, I hate this. I'm a monster, I should just die. Ugh, but I'm scared, ooh. While Luca was crying in the fetal position, she heard footsteps coming closer. With a face full of tears, she looked up and saw the man she saved from the river. He looked at her straight in her eyes, as if seeing the innermost of her being. Did she really see his eyes were green with rainbow hues, or was she just imagining it? Hick, she stuttered her words because of the crying. Stay away. Hick, I'll hurt you. No, you won't. Aval wiped her tears gently using a cloth. Luca felt his care transmitted from the cloth. Hick, I'm a monster. Unlike them, I have seen many monsters. That's why I know you're not one. Aval wiped her face slowly. I see a kind and beautiful girl. After he was done, he offered his hand. Let's go home. Shall we walk together? Like a lost child, Luca took Aval's hand. She was still sobbing and looking downwards all the way. She didn't remember much, only the warmth on her hand. She's asleep. Susan sat on the floor beside her husband. Aram held his wife's hands. He too looked worried. To think I witnessed a mushoku here. That novel really kickstarted the isekai trope to the point of critical explosion. Everything is isekai nowadays. She's fine. I checked, has this happened before? Aval asked. The Irvings didn't have tables or chairs. They sat on the floor using cushions. The cushions were filled with straws. They ate breakfast the same way, similar to the Asian cultures. Yes, after that she's always tired. We found her passed out on the road once, Susan answered. We don't know what to do. It seems her power manifests when she's on edge. Mr. Aval, please tell us what's wrong with our little girl. Aram and Susan looked at him expectantly. Aval was younger than them, but he was a pathseeker, different from idlers like them. They were very respectful to Aval. Nothing is wrong with you, daughter. She's just more talented than most, so much so. Aval's words brought relief to their hearts. Before they could ask another question, Aval clarified. People have a certain degree of affinity to the elements in the world. Most people have an affinity to the big four: fire, water, earth, and wind. There are also those fortunate enough to have the rarer affinities. Like your daughter, darkness affinity of 5, the highest affinity possible. They were stunned. But we both are idlers, Aram said. Children could be born with high affinity even from non-practitioner parents. Life is miraculous that way. Luca can become a strong pathseeker. Aram's eyes were beaming. Susan had a similar look. Perhaps all parents would be like that when they were told their child was talented in something. She has the potential to become one. This Mr. Aval, can I trouble you to teach Luca to be a pathseeker? Aram asked. Aval didn't immediately answer. Aram worried he might have overstepped. The life of a pathseeker is filled with danger and strife. It might be different than the life you both imagined. And she's too young to understand the burden and responsibility of power. If I were to teach her to master her power now, what do you think the consequences would be if Luca killed the other bullies? The young couple was silent. But leaving her like that is also irresponsible. She needs guidance. Your family has been good to me, all of you. I'll teach her how to control her power and herself. If she chooses to become pathseeker after knowing the truth, then it would be her choice. We won't forget this kindness. Aram and Susan replied to Aval's decision with gratitude. I'll go to sleep first. My wounds are hurting. I have already eaten, so there's no need for dinner. Aval excused himself. He hunted a couple of small animals around the village earlier for lunch and dinner. Wow, darkness affinity of 5, huh? That little human is blessed. Veers heard Clarissa's voice when he was lying down on the bed of straw. While his body was resting, he went to the meadow to talk with the girls face to face. It was the first time I saw someone with such a clear affinity at such a young age. That reminds me, Clarissa, did you have a tier 5 affinity when you were born? No. I raised my affinity later, though, as did I as Freya, a tier 5. She was so strong, it seems likely. Then there was the old man beside Freya. Since he's a level 5, then his affinity should be 5. Are they both born with tier 5 affinity? Luca seems to be a natural born. How rare is such a thing? I don't know, but the Estelian Church is one of the biggest organizations in the world. The Silver Legion is the church's subsidiary. They definitely have ways to raise someone's affinity to tier 5, Farley answered. She hasn't made her in Teo, but her power over darkness already showed itself. Is that? Veers asked. I can't help you there. I haven't seen enough cases to know what is normal or not. Still, her powers seem to go berserk when she's in peril. It could be dangerous if unchecked. It would be good for her if you teach her the basics. You made the right call, the brown-haired Lamia princess approved. The bullies didn't get hurt though, she must have subconsciously held back. What a kind heart she has, Veers pondered. But darkness affinity, your brother had it too, right Farley? By the way, something's bothering me. Veers, you said the church often employs light users, is it true? Paina cut in, changing the topic. Well, I've met two. You've met two, Seal and Freya. Veers remembered. During Veers, Paina, and Farley's time at the training center in Luxor Town, a silver legionary named Seal saved them from a bunch of vicious goblins. I was a level 0 back then and she was a level 2. I wonder, is she already level 3 now? That was before I was forced to enter the cult. I and Farley indirectly clashed with Seal that one time, but better not tell Paina about that. Ah yes, her. I wonder where she is now. Back on topic. Does the church prosecute those with darkness affinity? Paina was worried for the girl. I don't know the specifics, but it shouldn't be the case, Paina. The affinity itself isn't bad. It is the user who matters, Farley answered. Oh good, I was worried that was the case. Paina sighed in relief. Although it seems those possessing the light and darkness affinity are regarded a little more important than ordinary members by the church and cult respectively. Maybe because they have secret techniques that can only be used by light and darkness users. Plaque. The girls were looking at Veers, who was doing a facepalm. If Veers had 2 hands, then he would do a facepalm with both hands now. Foreshadowing, now Luca definitely will be entangled with the devil cults in the future. His first priority was mending his wounded body. The main problem was Freya's Victa stigma. When Freya wounded Veers, her Victa residue made its mark in Veers' body when she injured him. Veers likened it to infection, magical ones. Pathseeker's wounds were hard to heal, and this was one of the reasons. Victa stigma hampered their healing effort. That was why some Pathseekers needed months or years to heal from a grievous injury. Next was repairing his inner energy veins. Victa originated from Intio. If Intio was like a heart, then the inner energy veins were like blood vessels, pathways for Victa circulation. Inner energy veins, I'll call it magic circuit from now on. Yes, the Fate franchise taught me much. Sounds cooler too. Veers was in the state of half-crippled in Xynxia stories, very troublesome to heal. Those people who had trouble utilizing their chi or whatever else passed for that in that universe. But Veers was not a normal cultivator. The first thing Veers did after waking up was training. He moved outside and sat cross-legged, basking in the light of the sun, palms or palm for the current him, facing upward on his knee. He would appear like he was meditating to other people. This was the training method of profound Codex Serpentis Renovamen, the very first technique he received from Clarissa. Although he might be injured, Veers didn't stop his Intio development. He was only level 2, and a fledgling level 2 at that, still far from level 3 threshold. Phew. Compared to my previous mediocre cultivation manual, this one is 100 times superior. If I train in a mana-rich environment, then my cultivation speed would rise even more. This particular profound codex also had a tasty side benefit. It would raise his vitality or life energy, something he sorely needed right now. This profound codex must be trained in a set. The first was after sundown, and the second was after sunrise. The optimal time to practice the codex was before the user fell asleep and just after waking. The 2 steps must be done in order and completed, or it wouldn't be effective. Doing only the morning step was useless. The same case if only the night step was done. The Lamias are a race with long lives. One part of the reason is because of this profound codex. The profound codex that the masses used were the lesser kind derived from this codex. This version is the best one. Only the Lamian royalty was permitted to learn it. That was what Clarissa said to him the first time he learned Serpentis Renovamen. The original name was different. Veers changed it to be easier to use. What's with Lamias and long-winded names? Wisdom Snake's Unveiling Gaze, Immortal Snake's Death and Life Esoterica. Seriously, Uriel's Sight and Serpentis Renovamen are easier to say. Did they need to chase word count too like web novelists? After his morning cultivation session was complete, Veers went back into the house and continued meditating. Yesterday, Veers walked around the village, but today he remained in the house for the whole day. He sat cross-legged like a statue. The Irvings left him alone. They didn't want to disturb him. Despite his outside appearance, Veers was hard at work healing his body. There was a massive construction effort inside him. The source of Veers' healing factor was his life energy. Since his life energy had gotten dangerously low, the automatic healing he usually enjoyed was hampered and slowed. Veers forcefully overrode the limitation and reduced his life energy even more in exchange for a faster recovery. With Veers directing the healing factor directly, invoking healing art at times, exterminating the Victa stigma, and operating on the delicate part like a surgeon, his body rapidly returned to a healthy state. In the late afternoon, Veers opened his eyes and stretched his body to feel the difference. Although he wasn't healed completely, he regained his smooth motor control and became much better than yesterday. Truly, you cannot appreciate the meaning of health until you become sick. On the other hand, his life dwindled even further. He calculated he only had a few months left of lifespan. I feel old. I can't really explain it, but it strangely felt that way. Thankfully, my face isn't wrinkled and my teeth aren't falling off. I must eat some monsters soon. Gasp. Is this my karma for making fun of Clarissa? Did I really become a 9,000-year-old teenager? I'm still 16, right? Right. And then there was the issue of the Victa in his possession. During the battle with Freya and the escape after that, he had almost used up all of his Victa. Although new Victa was generated during the time he was unconscious, it didn't change the fact that his Victa was at a critical level. Veers must eat monsters. It most likely would involve a battle with the said monster. Battling used Victa, which he was in very short supply of. Guess I have to be smart when doing it then, Veers determined. He walked outside the house and spotted Aram. The young father was inside the nearby shack, making pots from clay. Ah, Mr. Avil, are you well? Much better. Where's Susan and Luca? Susan was procuring dinner, and Luca should be playing near the river by now. It's almost dark, shall I pick her up? Yeah, there's no need to trouble yourself, Mr. Avil. She usually comes back on her own. It's fine, I need the walk. Veers asked Aram for directions and went to the river. The reddish sky on the horizon was very picturesque. He found her playing alone in the riverbank with a straw doll, talking to fishes and playing house with colored rocks. Poor girl, her gift is also a burden. Oh well, guess I must do something. Veers promised to teach Luca, but he must get closer to her first. That meant creating a bridge between them. With a plan in his head, he returned first. At the house, Aram had just finished working clay and started tilling the field with a hoe. Veers told him his plan and asked for a bit of clay. Aram happily gave some. Susan and Luca returned home not long after Veers, before it got dark. During dinner, the Irvings and Veers ate another humble meal. Bit fancier than before, perhaps because V-Ears agreed to help Luca yesterday. No wonder they all looked a bit skinny. Apologies, Mr. Avil, we couldn't do more, Susan spoke apologetically. Granted, Veers was broke at this point. He didn't possess a single copper coin, but he figured he could still make a deal with the seller. No one, Aram looked amused. People create their own goods and or barter the rest. No uses of money here. He was shocked. Veers didn't expect to wind up in such a backwater place. Pecan Village has been closed from the bigger world since a decade ago. We're surrounded by monster-infested areas, and the only relatively safe route outside was blocked. A particularly dangerous monster moved in from somewhere and made a lair in the area. There used to be small caravans or individual traveling merchants visiting us now and then, but no more since that monster came. Secluded village indeed. I didn't really pay attention at the time, but perhaps the river I rode on is also filled with aquatic monsters. Oh, how I missed that apple candy that the big bearded merchant used to bring when we were little. Remember that, darling, Aram said. Every time a caravan came, it was like a festival. What a precious time, Yufufu. Susan also remembered the past fondly. Shame Luca hasn't been able to experience that. Aram gently caressed Luca's hair. Veers touched his chin and started thinking. But no city officials came to ask for taxes either, so not all is bad, Aram added. Since this village did not get attacked by monsters despite being surrounded by them, we are mostly on our own here. We create our things ourselves. Mr. Avil, what do you want to buy? Clothes for starters. My previous ones are ruined and the one I wear now are borrowed from you. I'm a seamstress, so my job is to make clothes. We have some spares, feel free to use that, Susan amiably said. Veers nodded but determined to pay them back, so there's been no coming and going since a decade ago. Well, there was one person who came here about 1 year ago. He stays at the edge of the village. He's a bit unique. Aram carefully replied, we are all a little different, dear. He isn't bad, Susan said. Yeah, you're right. I was insensitive. Sorry, Aram nodded a few times. Luca seldom talked during dinner. She also didn't talk to Veers because of shyness. Since the topic didn't involve her, she seemed bored. Still, no place to buy stuff, huh? What was I thinking? Did I subconsciously expect a 7-Eleven to exist in this place? The rest of the dinner was filled with pleasant conversations. The youth said that he wanted to cultivate some crops too. He wouldn't be here for too long, so he needed fast-growing vegetables. Turnip was his first choice. I refused to leave this place without a true harvest moon experience. I must till the soil, plant the seeds, water them every day, and harvest them. Every experience made him stronger, so why not? He liked those games. Unfortunately, the Irvings didn't have turnip seeds. They only had plant seeds that needed quite a bit of time to mature, which was outside Veers' timetable. I'll find some alternative then. Veers was determined to plant some crops. Luca seemed to want to say something but didn't open her mouth. The next day, Veers was well rested and looking hale. At least he no longer needed to walk like a 100-year-old grandpa. His left hand had started growing too. It was like a baby's hand at first, small and disproportionate. It was quite a disturbing sight, so Veers always covered it with a cloth. He still used the arm sling so it didn't look out of place. All right, I need to go outside. I'll return in the evening. Veers went outside of the village seeking monsters. Later that afternoon, he witnessed two monsters in a territorial dispute battling each other. gnashing and biting and mauling each other as if they were mortal enemies. One was a medium-sized pig but very heavy. Its black mane and tusks looked menacing. The other was a feline creature with a single glowing green-colored horn. It had 3 tails. If I'm not wrong, those are Barbar warthog and Adrut tiger. Veers spent the whole morning scouting the area. The deeper into the forest, the stronger the monster became. But the entrance area of the forest wasn't as dangerous, next to no monsters but plenty of normal animals, perfect for the villagers to forage some woodland products or hunt some game. Using Uriel's sight, he took note of the dangerous ones in the far distance. Monsters attacked on sight. This is a red zone. Veers used his Uriel sight almost constantly during his first visit. Thankfully, the monster's rank isn't that high, almost none in rank 3. I just have to be careful and stay away from them. Depending on the monster, orange zones might be more dangerous than red zones and vice versa. Veers was looking at the dueling monsters from the branch of a high tree. He decided to intervene. His fingers made a square, a taking photo gesture. Fatal Soulframe First Form Horror. A flash brightened the area for a split second, but since it was high noon, it didn't stand out. 2 photos were created, appearing from thin air. One depicted the pig and the tiger on the other. The 2 monsters became still and fell like marionettes with their strings cut. They were still breathing, eyes opened, but there was only blankness inside them. Although first form horror can be used for cursing, its main purpose is to attack, so I made the attack power quite high. Against those without soul resistance, I can completely capture their souls and turn them into photos. Even if they resist, their soul would be injured. The photo disappeared, he absorbed them. And just like that, 2 rank 1 monsters met their demise. Monster souls couldn't be soul searched, but why waste it? I still have some use for you. Veers killed the monsters who had become soulless husks painlessly before cutting them open and bringing some of their meat back, along with the pelt from the warthog and horn from the tiger. He brought his loot to the forest entrance area where monsters didn't dare to get close for some unknown reason. Perhaps something in the village is scaring them, and no monster cores, just as I thought. He felt it was quite a waste to leave the carcass behind, many edible parts remaining, but he had no choice, they were too heavy. Veers couldn't bring them without using Victa, and he didn't want to waste his precious MP. Where's my bag of holding? Where's my inventory ring? Why didn't I find those early like the other MCs in their stories? It would make my life a whole lot easier. Veers grumbled while hauling big hunks of meat. Finally, Veers made a campfire and had a barbecue. He cut the meat into bite-sized pieces and put them on skewers. After they were cooked enough, Veers chomped on them like a hungry beast. He truly was hungry. The Irvings didn't have a lot of food and he was a freeloader. How could he ask for a bigger portion when they themselves were lacking food? The meat was tough and hard to bite. They were passable but not particularly good. I wish I had some salt. Even a sprinkle would make these much better. The chubby youth ate enough meat for 4 people to have a full belly. Veers blurted a voice of satisfaction. About a month's worth of life energy gained. It might seem a lot from one meal, but I've been spending my life energy like water anyway, so it actually isn't. From the scouting, he was 60 convinced Freya and the level 5 old man did not know his location, or at least weren't close enough at the moment. Well, I'll make preparations to vamoose if it comes to that. Is it time already? I'll bring a souvenir for tonight. The Irvings need to eat more meat. They're so skinny. Veers went back to the village. Hello, Mr. Fish. This is Lulu. I've made the green bread you requested. I hope you and Madam Fish will like it. Luca was playing by herself again near the river. She heard the sound of someone coming and turned her head. It was the slightly round-bellied, one-handed man she saved. He was carrying a doll in his hand. Hear me, plebeian. I am the magnificent Poo-Poo, the Lemon King. I come from the Yellow Moon. What is your name, hairless monkey? Luca was taken aback, unsure how to answer. Do you not hear me, or speaking is too hard for you? Or are you simply in awe for my magnificence? Aval approached, making it as if the yellow-colored clay doll shaped like a snowman he made yesterday was walking closer to Luca. Luca, the purple-haired girl, replied nervously. Come now, speak for this king. Mine patience isn't unlimited. Aval moved the doll as if it was staring at Luca's straw doll. Luca looked like she had a flash of an idea of what was Aval trying to do. Lulu. My name is Lulu, a villager. Poo. Aval laughed like a silly man. He got into character. Villager Lulu, you say? Very well, at least you can speak. As king, I demand you give me a tour of this place. I must say this place is really amazing. Not as amazing as the magnificent me, of course, but almost. Aval turned the clay doll left and right, the Lemon King from the moon inspecting the area. Now, who are these fellows you were talking to earlier? Introduce them to this king. Why, yes, Mr. Poo-Poo, Luca replied. King Poo-Poo. Address me with my title, Villager Lulu, or I'll have you executed. Yes, sorry, apologies, Luca stuttered. Lulu guided Poo-Poo to the river with a lot of fish. Mr. Fish, why does he look so bony? Has he eaten anything for the past year? And which one is Madam Fish? They all look the same to me. Hard to differentiate. This Mr. Crab of yours is really peculiar. I can't imagine having 2 giant claws instead of my hands. Look at this round and smooth design. Perfection. Aval showed his clay doll who had round balls as hands because making fingers was too difficult. He tried to pass his design defect as a selling point instead. Now what's that lanky thing creating those greenies, trees? Can you eat them? You can't. What's the point for their existence then? So this is called a river, HMN. Where does it go? Ocean. What is that? On the moon there's no need for such things. It's all lemons there. Lemon fruits as far as the eye can see. Why do you think one of the moons is yellow? That was because of the magnificent me. Lemon King Poo Poo. Bask in my magnificence, villager. Poo 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 Poo. Luca started to laugh. Her laughing face was like a cheery morning sun. Aval played with Luca until the day was late. Here, it should be done. Careful, it's hot. Aval caught 2 fishes from the river. He skewered them and grilled them on a fire pit. He gave them both to Luca since he was already full. Don't mention it, and Mr. Aval sounds off. Call me Big Brother. Big Brother, Luca happily replied. Hee hee, what a cute and obedient kid. Luca was busy munching the fishes while Aval was leisurely watching the sunset. Big bro, Luca said in a small voice. HMN, why aren't you afraid of Luca? Aval already prepared his answer and had been polishing it for a whole day. In a land far, far away, there was a mother duck. Using his water affinity, he showed Luca the scenes using a water-shaped diorama from the water in the river. She looked remarkably impressed. Her eyes were beaming. The duck had a lot of eggs. When the eggs hatched, one of the baby birds was different. She was seen as ugly. Her other siblings and the rest of the ducks treated her cruelly, hitting her with their beaks and speaking ill of her. Aval directed the opera like a maestro. The water show was very magical, especially for a 10-year-old Luca. He planned to give her an unforgettable memory for a lifetime. The ugly duckling was driven away, alone. One day, she saw a flock of white swans flying in the sky. Aval showed the ducks and swans very clearly, so even if Luca had never seen them, she had a visual idea about what he was trying to tell. The ugly duckling was walking alone with its head down, looking like a picture of pity before Aval showed the swans. The little ugly duckling was excited. She wanted to fly with them, but she was too young and could not fly. From place to place the duckling wandered, alone. She was always hungry and many foxes wanted to eat her. In winter, the ugly duckling couldn't find a house to stay in, so she had to take shelter in a cave near a frozen lake. When spring came, the swans she saw in the past descended on the lake. The maestro made the swans descended majestically, wings opened like a regal spectacle. The ugly duckling had grown up and matured. She couldn't stand a life of loneliness anymore, so she approached them, thinking it would be better if she were killed by such beautiful birds like them rather than living a life of misery. To her surprise, the swans actually accepted her. They gave her a warm welcome and a place among the flock. Only now, when looking at her own reflection in the water, the ugly duckling realized she was not a duck but had been a swan all along. The swan group flew to the air, and the gorgeous swan spread her splendid wings and took flight with her new family. For the climax, he made the gorgeous swan turn into a crystal-clear mirror mid-flight, showing the reflection of a cute young girl with purple hair.